In an unexpected turn of events, Jian Yue found himself transformed into a streamer of a perilous survival game. Amidst the awakening powers of numerous esteemed streamers, he drew the rather peculiar survival ability of gossip. The audience exclaimed, "Haha, what a useless ability. Prepare to meet your demise, streamer." Rumor spoke of a vengeful spirit, Sadako, who kills without shedding blood. As the female ghost prepared to unleash her wrath upon all, leading to the potential annihilation of the competitors, Jian Yue's gossip ability activated in his mind. Shrank. Vengeful Spirit, her beloved, did not die, he eloped with another. Jian Yue was taken aback. The murderous ghost paused in her tracks, bewildered. The audience in the live stream, witnessing this unfold, gasped in astonishment. Another survival chapter commenced as the contestants entered a perilous ancient castle. When Jian Yue found himself threatened by Duke and Duchess on the brink of death, his gossip ability activated again. Shrank Ghost Duke is having an affair with his maid. The Duke and Duchess exchanged glances, tension crackling in the air. The audience in the live stream chimed in. Is this a free-for-all showdown that I get to watch without payment? Gossip ability activated once more. Breaking news. The maid is actually a cross-dresser. Jian Yue is left speechless. What kind of play is this in the ghostly realm? He pondered. The audience erupted in laughter. Haha, this is thrilling. We got our snacks ready. But who does the maid really fancy? As the thrilling survival game unfolded, an ordinary human streamer rose to fame. While others battled monsters, Jian Yue sat back and enjoyed the gossip while competitors toiled and struggled. He engaged in trivial matters, much to the delight of his audience. Thanks to his gossip ability, Jian Yue managed to navigate several dangerous scenarios unscathed. However, during one life-threatening moment, his ability activated again. Have you heard? The dangerous boss, the Ghost King, is in a romantic relationship with a mere human contestant. Jian Yue was taken aback. The approaching malevolent spirit halted in surprise, no longer intent on murder, and turned to converse with a companion. The king is in a relationship with this human. Indeed, they've shared a bed countless times. Jian Yue, initially curious, felt his heart race. Once the malevolent spirits dispersed, he couldn't resist turning to the man beside him with a smile. I just heard them say you are in a relationship. Surely, that can't be true. Shouldn't you clarify? The man's dark eyes glimmered with a hint of red, expecting a denial. Jian Yue was instead met with the reply. It could very well be true. Jian Yue, his smile gradually faded. Chapter 1. I will bury you all alongside her, if you cannot cure her. As Jian Yue opened his eyes, he was greeted by a furious shout emanating from the front of a grand RV, adorned with luxurious yet cold decorations. The beautiful starry ceiling hinted at wealth, reflecting the affluence of the vehicle's owner. Had it not been for the continued shouts of anger, the scene would have appeared quite lovely. Steward Wang, why are you in a daze? Do you believe I won't send you to your grave as well? Jian Yue, who had been admiring the starry ceiling, turned back, momentarily bewildered, and slowly pointed to himself. Who else could I be addressing? The impeccably dressed man exclaimed in frustration. Have you retrieved the data I asked for? Jian Yue, now sitting up, felt his mind clear. He remembered that he had been in a car accident while retrieving a package, struck by a runaway truck, and lost consciousness in an instant. If all went as expected, he should have perished. Even if he had survived, he should be in a hospital. How did he end up here? His head throbbed painfully. A virtual screen emitting a blue glow suddenly appeared in his mind. Interno. 543 successfully loaded. Loading mission details. What is this? Jian Yue wondered as a mechanical voice echoed in his ears, revealing a new page on the panel. Mission title. Genius Baby's Charming Mommy. Young Mistress's 99 Escapes Player. Identity. Steward Wang Main. Task. Uncover the secret of Wanfufu Village and escape alive alert. Current health at 45. Should health drop below 1, the player will die. Please restore your health promptly. After delivering this series of notifications, the system fell silent, seemingly waiting for the individual before it to panic. However, Jian Yue gazed at the panel and slowly spoke. Why is my identity listed as Steward Wang? My surname is not Wang, it should be Steward Jian, shouldn't it? The system. It seemed rare for a novice tasker to be so composed in the face of life and death, rather than screaming in panic, and the system fell into silence. Nearby, the suited CEO continued his tirade. Steward Wang, I am speaking to you. The system, Important NPC's anger level increased, player's current health reduced to 30. Jian Yue turned to glance at the furious CEO, whose eyes were piercing as he pointed at him, declaring, "Do you think I won't throw you off this vehicle? If anything happens to my wife, you shall accompany her to the grave." The system, current health at 10. The panel was now marked in red. A hint of helplessness crossed Jian Yu's refined features, but he quickly composed himself. Wearing his vintage black glasses, he appeared quite the traditional steward, yet beneath the frames, his eyes sparkled like clear gems. He stood up, bowing politely. "Young master, please do not speak like that. I am confident that the madam will be fine." The CEO's anger was interrupted by this calm yet earnest response, and he scoffed, "I know she will be fine. Without my permission, I shall not allow her to perish." Jian Yue. Though the CEO's tone remained harsh, the panel displayed current health at 20. This employer turned out to be surprisingly easy to placate. Relieved, Jian Yue reassured himself that he wouldn't meet his end just yet. Yet the CEO seemed to regain his composure, coldly reiterating, "What about the data I asked you to investigate regarding Wanfufa village?" Though the man before him was categorized as an NPC by the system, within the context of the mission, he was a powerful figure in a prosperous family, exuding significant pressure. Jian Yue chose honesty over deceit, responding, "I'm sorry, young master, but I could not find any information." The air seemed to freeze instantly. The CEO's eyes narrowed, deep and inscrutable. After a moment, he sneered, "Damn it, I knew it." Jian Yue. The wretched capitalist system. Since he was already aware, why demand further investigation? Nevertheless, he remained dutiful as a steward, maintaining his composure and flattering. "You truly are insightful, young master." The CEO let out a cold, disdainful laugh. The system, current health at 30, now within a safe range. Jian Yue let out a barely audible sigh of relief. In truth, this was a somewhat risky response. Should he anger the man before him again, the consequences would be dire. However, he was unaware of the NPC's temperament. Lying might have led to even graver repercussions. Fortunately, he had gambled correctly. The president paced anxiously, exclaiming, "I knew things wouldn't be so simple. Wanfufa village is his territory. That cursed place is a harbinger of doom, and the people living there are nothing short of monsters." Jian Yue keenly sensed the keywords and was eager to hear more. Suddenly, the president turned his gaze towards him, raising his voice. "Butler Wang, continue the investigation. I want all the data within 3 days." Jian Yue replied, "Understood." The plight of the working class was indeed arduous. He felt utterly disenchanted. As he pondered this, the president's voice echoed above him. "After all, I spend hundreds of thousands each month to support you, and if anything goes awry in Wanfufa village, you all shall await your demise." Jian Yu's expression shifted, his tone resolute. "Rest assured, young master, leave it to me." While they spoke, a faint female voice emerged from the back of the RV. The president's demeanor changed instantly. He disregarded the butler's matters and stepped inside. Once he left, the vehicle fell silent again. The system sensed that after all this, Jian Yue would undoubtedly seek information about Wanfufu village for the sake of survival and instinctive reaction for every novice on the brink of collapse. It was akin to flailing desperately in water, grasping at the sole lifeline. However, Jian Yue fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Is the butler's salary real?" The system replied, "Indeed." Jian Yu's eyes brightened, but before he could ask how to receive it, the system coldly added, "If you live long enough to claim it." If aware of his despair, the system's mechanical voice resonated at the opportune moment. "Please, player, draw your skill card before officially entering the hazardous zone. Note that wisely utilizing the card's abilities will enhance your survival rate." Jian Yue barely had time to inquire. With the system's announcement, 3 skill cards suddenly appeared, suspended in the air, all radiating a subtle blue hue, indistinguishable from one another. He leaned closer for a clearer view, but before his fingers could touch the cards, one glided into his body like a gentle stream. Wait, he had no time to protest or halt the process, his body tingling as if enchanted, as if his soul had momentarily detached. It was only when the system's voice broke the spell that he was jolted back to reality. "Congratulations, intern number 543, you have drawn the golden card, Skill Gossip. Please utilize your survival skill wisely in the instance, and best of luck in your endeavors." Wait, what is this gossip? Jian Yue felt momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, on a massive display screen in a vast plaza, the card pool appeared as a deep black void, akin to an expansive starry sky, with shimmering cards suspended within. Suddenly, a golden light flickered, illuminating the card pool. Nearby players halted in their tracks, confirming their observations with awe. A golden card has appeared in the instance. A ripple of excitement ensued. Is this real? Someone drew a golden card. Is this card registered? I checked the card catalog, there's no serial number. This is an entirely new golden card with unknown abilities. It's a newcomer. Who knows? Let's go check it out. Current live stream audience, 131 likes. 0 followers, 0. Oblivious to the audience watching him from a run-down little room, Jian Yue gazed at the virtual card that had materialized in his hand, opening its description. SSS level. Gossip card. Whether in wind or rain, gossip will always be your delightful companion. When encountering an enemy, equipping the card will randomly trigger a piece of insider information. The card has a cooldown of 12 hours. Prepare your seeds and peanuts, for the show is about to begin. Jian Yue, is it the kind of gossip I'm thinking of? The system. Yes. You mean, Jian Yue said expressionlessly, that when I enter that supposedly monster-infested village, I will rely on gossip to battle for survival? The system fell silent. Reflecting on his current predicament, Jian Yue recalled encountering a capricious boss in the morning, facing fluctuating vitality at noon, and now heading to a village rumored to be teeming with monsters. He imagined himself using the card for trivial gossip, only to end up lying in a coffin, with a mournful tune marking the end of his life. The audience in the live stream erupted with laughter upon seeing the card. Is this the skill of a golden card? It's like a toilet bowl with a golden rim. This instance has a high mortality rate. What kind of hellish start is this for the newcomer? When faced with ghosts, just wait to die with that broken card. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2. Jian Yue understood well that relying on others was less effective than depending on oneself. Though hope for survival was scant, a desperate struggle was still possible. Fortunately, his employer was sufficiently wealthy, and thus, the RV was spacious and well-equipped. Over the past 2 days, he had been investigating data regarding Vengeful Village, and to his surprise, he had indeed uncovered some information. The village was first discovered over a century ago and was renowned as a village of longevity. It was said that the elderly there lived remarkably long lives, with many surpassing a century, earning the name Vengeful Village. The secret to longevity drew countless researchers and tourists, but over the decades, the village had witnessed numerous earthquakes and flash floods, resulting in countless casualties among visitors. The data provided was somewhat vague. The exact death toll was merely a blurred figure, a nebulous description. Logically, a place once so famous should have left behind some photographic or video evidence online. Yet no matter how Jian Yue searched, it was as if everyone held a deep-seated taboo against discussing it. Leaving no trace behind, it was as if fear. Any record concerning Vengeful Village had been obliterated, as if to prevent future people from mentioning it. While Jian Yue contemplated this, he suddenly noticed a page that seemed to contain a clickable video. He promptly clicked on it, only to find the video shrouded in darkness, as if the lens had been smeared with a layer of red liquid. Then, a frail figure emerged in the frame, slowly walking towards the camera with a distorted gait. The image flickered erratically. Suddenly, bang! The unexpected jolt caused the water in the cup on the table to spill, and the laptop screen went black, interrupting the video mid-viewing. Jian Yue stood up and inquired what happened. Urgent footsteps approached, and the driver rushed over, panting. Butler Wang, our vehicle has broken down. A thick fog has rolled in ahead. We might not be able to proceed. Jian Yue furrowed his brow, stepping to the RV's window and pulling back the curtain. The once majestic mountains were now shrouded in impenetrable mist, seemingly trapping the entire vehicle within. He gazed into the distance and, through the murky fog, abruptly spotted a distorted figure standing amidst it, seemingly mirroring the stance of the figure from the video on his laptop, approaching this way. But as he tried to observe more closely, the figure vanished once again. The driver leaned in and asked Butler Wang, "What are you looking at?" Jian Yue pointed outside and remarked, "It seems someone was just there." The driver's face paled, and he forced a smile that resembled a grimace, saying, "But Steward Wang, are you joking? That's a cliff over there. How can anyone be present?" Jian Yue managed a strained smile in response. Hee hee. Indeed, the two exchanged glances, and an instant silence fell upon them. This valley was eerie, although it was the sweltering summer, and the morning had been bright and sunny. A sudden fog had enveloped them, rendering the inside of the vehicle as frigid as the depths of winter. Their silence was eventually shattered by the arrival of another. The president's commanding voice resonated from the doorway as he inquired, "Steward Wang, what has happened?" Jian Yue snapped back to reality, realizing that a cold sweat had formed on his back. He steadied his emotions and replied, "Young master, the car has broken down, and the fog is dense. We are trapped." The president's expression shifted, and he glanced outside, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he sneered, "This damned valley has successfully captured my attention." Jian Yue remained speechless. The driver leaned in and suggested, "Young master, should we not just return?" After all, he was merely a worker. No matter how high his salary, he was unwilling to risk his life. However, the president's expression darkened as he declared, "No, her condition cannot be delayed. We must reach Wanfuzhen tonight. The car has broken down, but the village is not far. We shall walk." At his words, everyone trembled. The driver turned even paler, exclaiming, "Young master, the fog is so thick in these mountains. With a cliff nearby, it is far too dangerous to walk." The president scoffed, "You worthless coward. Is that all the courage you possess?" The driver's lips quivered, unable to retort. The president then pointed at Jian Yue, who stood frozen in place, and said, "Look at Steward Wang. He embodies the spirit of a man. Though he may seem delicate, he possesses far greater courage than you." Jian Yue thought to himself. He was merely stunned by fear. The driver and the servants inside the RV turned their gazes toward him due to the president's words. After a moment of hesitation, Jian Yue spoke, "Young master, I actually don't wish to." The president narrowed his eyes dangerously, and predictably, Jian Yue heard the system's warning. Warning, player exhibits behavior incongruent with character, affecting stability of the scenario world. 0.5 life points deducted. Jian Yue had never anticipated that not only would provoking an NPC result in a deduction of life points, but also behaving contrary to the steward's character would be deemed a destabilizing factor and incur penalties. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he were to act in the opposite manner, could he possibly gain life points? As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes, and Jian Yue had always held this adage in high regard. With a newfound determination, he declared with fervor, "I am honored by your trust, young master. As your steward, I am willing to risk my life for you, facing any perilous trials ahead." As soon as the words left his mouth, the surroundings fell silent for a moment. Sure enough, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Character congruence increased, 10 life points awarded. He had guessed correctly. A surge of joy coursed through Jian Yue. The president appeared taken aback by Jian Yue's impassioned declaration, his expression shifting as he began, "Steward Wang." Jian Yue, still elated, smiled and inquired, "Young master?" Having just pledged his loyalty, he expected the boss to be moved to tears. However, the president slowly continued, "Initially, I thought your frail frame would prevent you from navigating the treacherous roads in this fog. I intended to have you wait in the car until the mist cleared. Since you feel so strongly, let us proceed to the village together." Jian Yue thought that he wished for nothing more than to vanish. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream found this scene amusing. This newcomer is incredibly fortunate. Staying in the vehicle would have been a dead end. Is this what they call fool's luck? I truly didn't expect the president to want him in the village. Previous players weren't so fortunate. Typically, new live streams lack viewership, as the mortality rate for newcomers in the scenarios is exceedingly high. Most new players panic at the sight of ghosts, provoke NPCs, and are consequently left to meet their doom. Even those who remain calm often make fundamental mistakes. Thus, new players' live streams generally attract no audience. Yet Jian Yue's performance exceeded viewers' expectations, though many believed his success was merely a stroke of luck. Inside the RV, the president entered to fetch someone. Jian Yue had assumed he would retrieve his delicate wife, so he positioned himself outside, prepared to dutifully address her as Madam upon their exit, hoping to earn some character points. However, when the curtain was lifted, the president assisted a woman dressed in a qipao, her hair adorned with green accents, though her complexion bore the hallmark of age. Despite the faint wrinkles on her face, it was evident that she had been a beauty in her youth. Jian Yu's mind raced. He hesitated, glancing at the president sometimes. The boss's tastes were difficult for a worker to discern. Yet the president shot him a glare, commanding, "Come help the old lady." Jian Yue immediately responded, "Yes." The old lady smiled gently, her voice warm and affectionate as she patted the president's hand, saying, "Do not frighten. The steward mother is not so fragile, so there is no need to worry." She was the president's mother. Her words filled Jian Yu's mind with more data about this world. The self-made, domineering President Shen Yushu, a character from traditional romance novels commanding a vast business empire worth trillions. That he was not only formidable in both the underworld and the corporate world, but also deeply loyal, particularly to the mother who had raised him with unwavering dedication. Knowing that Wanfuzhen was a place of ill omen, he had come personally to seek treatment for her. As an orphan, Jian Yue envied such a bond, gaining a newfound respect for this capricious employer. Perhaps he was not so bad after all. Lost in thought, Shen Yushu's voice rang out, "Steward Wang, why are you not helping the old lady? Do you lack basic perception? How did you even get hired?" Jian Yue thought. He knew he should never harbor any illusions about a foolish boss. The group disembarked from the vehicle, and it was curious while inside. The fog was so thick one could not see a finger in front of their face, yet upon exiting, they could faintly discern the village nestled in the mountains Wanfuzhen. The small village loomed hazily amidst the mist, its red bricks and green tiles appearing muted and gray, with houses connecting to form rounded rooftops, resembling graves from a distance. Had the fog lifted? Curiosity piqued. Jian Yue turned to look back at the RV, only to find the thick fog had returned, swallowing the vehicle in mere steps, obscuring the path they had taken in a blanket of white. An inexplicable chill crept up his spine. Before arriving here, Jian Yue had been an ordinary person, suddenly thrust into this ghostly realm. Remaining in the vehicle had been less alarming, but now that he had disembarked, fear enveloped him. He glanced at the president and said, "Young master, our RV has vanished." Shen Yushu, tall and imposing, cast a cool glance over his shoulder and replied, "Yes, due to the fog." Jian Yue, unrelenting, reminded, "Young master, do you not find it a bit strange? We have barely taken a few steps. No matter how thick the fog is, it is impossible for the RV to vanish in a thin air. Moreover, the village ahead was just there a moment ago." Shen Yushu cast a deep glance at him, his brows knitting slightly, as if he were genuinely contemplating the matter. A flicker of hope ignited within Jian Yue. However, he noticed Shen Yushu looking down at him with a hint of disdain, educating him. "Wang Butler, you should watch fewer dramas and place your faith in science." Chapter 3. Since arriving here, Jian Yue felt as though his worldview had been continuously shattered and reassembled, only to be shattered again. Yet, perhaps it was a psychological effect, for the immense fear that had once gripped him began to dissipate slightly, stirred by the CO's interference. Though the village was within sight, their pace remained slow due to the presence of the elderly lady, who would soon require a place to rest and regain her strength. As they continued walking peacefully for a while, Jian Yue relaxed, glancing back at the mountains. The closer they approached the village, the clearer the fog became. Standing halfway up the mountain, he could even discern the majestic peaks, stretching endlessly, adorned with lush greenery, a scene of grandeur and elegance. It was a rare sight for Jian Yue, who couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." A chilling voice echoed from behind him, "Isn't it beautiful?" Jian Yue nodded in agreement, "Beautiful." Before he could finish his sentence, it caught in his throat. Slowly turning around, he saw Shen Yushu, backpack slung over his shoulder and luggage in hand, standing a short distance away, smiling. "Wang Butler, are you here for vacation? Shall I leave you here to enjoy the view?" Realizing that the system was about to deduct his life points again, Jian Yue hurried over, exclaiming, "Young master, the old servant is coming." Due to the elderly lady's lack of stamina, their journey consisted of frequent stops for rest. As the butler, Jian Yue was gradually settling into his role, but since entering the thick fog, his life points had been dwindling, now teetering dangerously beneath the safety line that he could only strive to earn points in the presence of NPCs to survive. While Shen Yushu was drinking water, he glanced at the elderly lady's waist. "Mother, where is your jade buckle?" The elderly lady, sitting on a stone, looked down anxiously, feeling her empty waist. She raised her head and speculated, could it have fallen on the way? Shen Yushu frowned. glancing back at the foggy path. Jian Yue, standing beside him, felt his heart tighten at their exchange of glances. Would the boss really send him back to search? The dense fog instilled a sense of vague dread and apprehension in him, an instinctual fear akin to that of a small animal sensing danger. This instinct warned him that within the fog lay a fatal peril. If he ventured in, would he return alive? Thoughts whirled in his mind. Just as Jian Yue contemplated ways to ensure his survival, Shen Yushu said, "Wang Butler, you stay here with the elderly lady and the luggage. I will go back, yes." Jian Yue looked up in surprise at Shen Yushu, not expecting the boss to spare him from a perilous fate. However, he was taken aback to discover that the boss intended to venture back into danger himself. In a moment of uncertainty, he gazed at the thick, somewhat yellowish fog, along with the oblivious boss, hesitating before finally saying, "Young master, the fog is so dense, and the mountain path treacherous. Isn't it too dangerous to go without anyone accompanying you?" Truth be told, if a crucial NPC were to perish, he would be utterly stranded. He believed that instead of splitting up for the sake of that jade buckle, it would be better for all three of them to remain together, thus providing mutual support. Shen Yushu halted in his tracks, his tall figure imposing and commanding. He glanced back at Jian Yue, causing a flicker of anticipation to rise within him. Could it be that he was actually listening? However, Shen Yushu merely sneered, his dark, profound eyes radiating an aura of cool arrogance. "What? Are you questioning me?" Jian Yue thought it was a rather rhetorical statement, yet he maintained a serious demeanor. "Young master, the old servant is merely concerned for your safety." The CEO stood firmly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, disdain evident in his cold laughter. "Wang Butler, you are the first to dare speak such words to me." Jian Yue. Earning money was difficult. The thick fog enveloped the entire valley as Shen Yushu departed, his figure vanishing almost instantly from the path's end. Whether it was Jian Yue's imagination or not, as Shen Yushu left, the fog that had begun to dissipate in the valley gradually thickened once more, closing in around him. Slowly, he could see nothing beyond the immediate vicinity had it not been for the elderly lady beside him. He might have suspected he was the only soul in existence. The silent valley lay shrouded in fog, the shadows of trees dancing eerily. The intertwined silhouettes among the woods seemed to take on a life of their own, shifting and clawing in the dense mist. "Wang Butler," a faint female voice whispered in his ear. Jian Yue felt a chill race down his spine, nearly jumping 3 feet in fright. Turning around, he discovered the elderly lady smiling at him, and he quickly responded, "Madam." The elderly lady, seated on a stone cushion, her age weighing on her, said, "I would like to take a nap. You keep an eye on the luggage. When Yushu returns, wake me." Jian Yue replied. Understood. One could not help but marvel at the carefree nature of this mother and son. One was brave enough to venture into the fog to retrieve lost belongings, while the other could sleep soundly in such a terrifying place. In a certain sense, his own mental state often felt at odds with theirs due to its normalcy. The viewers in the live stream chuckled at Jian Yue's jumpy demeanor. Looks like the newbie will be scared to tears soon. Remember, the death rate at this resting point is quite high. Judging by his state, it seems he won't last long. Everyone prepare to retreat. The reason the viewers remained was to witness the skills of the golden card. Yet they harbored little hope for Jian Yue's abilities, especially upon realizing he was an absolute novice. As the fog thickened in the valley, the atmosphere grew quieter after the elderly lady fell asleep. Jian Yue dared not let his guard down, for his life safety points continued to plummet. His gaze remained fixed on the path. Never before had he wished so fervently for his boss to return swiftly. Finally, footsteps echoed along the nearby path. Jian Yue's eyes brightened. He stood up, eager to step forward and greet the newcomer. However, after only a few paces, he halted, sensing something amiss. The footsteps in the fog, though discernibly human, felt unsettling to him as a forensic doctor. The person walking in the mist should be a male with an injured foot, yet the speed was abnormal. Was it the CEO? Had Shen Yushu been injured? No, that couldn't be right. His height and weight would not match even with an injury. The wind in the thick fog carried a faint metallic scent of blood. The footsteps grew ever closer until a blurred figure emerged from a mist. Jian Yue's pupils dilated in horror, It was the bloodied specter from outside the RV in the recorded footage. Indeed, his leg was injured, and the ground bore sticky trails of blood, accompanied by a dragging sound. If memory served him correctly, that footage was from 30 years ago, yet the figure before him bore no signs of age. Realizing this, an overwhelming terror surged from his feet, rising rapidly within him. Jian Yue hesitated, glancing back to see if the old lady had been disturbed. To his dismay, despite having taken only 2 steps forward, a thick fog had enveloped him, leaving only a desolate path stretching towards the unknown, akin to a gaping maw eagerly, awaiting his surrender. What was the old lady now? The sound behind him grew, increasingly nearer. When Jian Yue turned around, he could discern the entirety of the figure before him. A gaunt man, his body a grotesque tapestry of blood and flesh. His features were obscured, save for 2 sunken, crimson eyes that pierced through the gloom. His earlier assessment proved correct. One of his legs had been gruesomely severed, and the wound continued to seep blood with every movement. As their gazes met, the man twisted his mouth into a semblance of a smile, one so grotesque it could hardly be described as human. He licked his lips, extending a long, serpentine tongue. Jian Yue stood frozen, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet his legs trembled uncontrollably. What on earth was this creature? Xinyushu, come back. How am I to trust in science now? As the point within the scenario with the highest mortality rate for novices, Jian Yue's face was a portrait of terror, much to the delight of the audience. Ah, he's truly afraid, they chuckled. For a newcomer, it's quite calm not to have wet his pants, another commented. And he even discerned the difference in footsteps, someone noted. However, it seems he is still destined for demise, another remarked. With the horrifying, inhuman creature drawing ever closer, any ordinary individual would surely have fled without a second thought in such a desolate circumstance. Jian Yue, a mere butler without any means of defense, should have done the same. The viewership in the live stream had stabilized at 200, all anticipating the impending closure of the broadcast due to the newcomer's death. However, as the creature grinned, preparing to kick aside the luggage and seize its prey, Jian Yue suddenly interjected, "Please, don't kick those bags." The creature halted its movements, and Jian Yue quickly added, "Those are my employer's belongings. My master has an unwavering belief in science, even in this ghastly place. He remains unafraid. He would go back to retrieve a lost jade pendant. If you were to kick his luggage off the cliff, and he returns only to find it missing, he would undoubtedly suspect that I was responsible. If you manage to escape, that would be your affair, but I would be in dire straits, do you understand?" The creature had taken countless lives, but had never encountered such a situation. Its chilling, obsidian gaze fixated on Jian Yue, blood still dripping from its leg, creating a horrific puddle beneath it. Jian Yue swallowed nervously, fear overtaking him. "If you must kick, then perhaps you could wait a moment? If my master returns, and I tell him it was a ghost that did it, he wouldn't believe me. How about this? Let me take a photo with my phone as evidence." The creature remained silent. The audience in the live stream was equally speechless. What on earth was wrong with him? Chapter 4. More than just an audience, the monster itself appeared momentarily stunned, standing frozen in place. Jian Yue had already retrieved his phone from the backpack at his feet, capturing 2 quick snapshots. With a slight chuckle, he remarked, "My apologies, it's not that I'm overly inquisitive. My boss can be rather difficult to manage. If you happen to meet him one day, you'll understand." No sooner had his words left his lips than the creature unleashed a thunderous roar. A sound infused with rage and bloodlust, emanating from the depths of its throat, more akin to a beast-esque growl than that of a human. As the sound reverberated, it felt as though the dense fog had come alive. Jian Yue heard the rustling sounds within the mist, and with a resigned smile, he absent-mindedly reached for the dagger he had unwittingly drawn from his backpack while retrieving his phone. The air was thick with the scent of blood, droplets from the monster falling rhythmically to the ground. A silent standoff ensued. If the spectators had merely been onlookers before, some were now unwittingly filled with trepidation. "Do not move. For heaven's sake, do not move. If we leave this place, we are doomed." Everyone held their breath, and what had initially been mere entertainment suddenly transformed into a reluctant desire for the host to survive a bit longer. Suddenly, something emerged from the fog. A gust of wind brushing past Jian Yue's ear. It was a ball of flame. Bang! The creature's shoulder was struck, and flames engulfed its entire being. In that fleeting moment of its contortion, Jian Yue seemed to catch a glimpse of some runes upon its arm. Rather than flee, He quickly whipped out his phone again to document the encounter. The audience reacted. Are you on a leisurely trip, my friend? However, this spectacle had piqued the interest of those who were initially waiting for more entertainment. The viewership in the live stream remained stable at 500. The monster, seemingly injured by the flames, vanished into the dense fog. At that moment, Jian Yue heard footsteps behind him and turned to see a few figures emerging from the mist. A girl's voice rang out first. There is indeed someone here. Jian Yue turned to find several young individuals approaching, the girl sporting braids and her companions. Bespectacled and dressed in casual attire, exuding an air of scholarly curiosity, reminiscent of archaeologists. Among them was an exceptionally tall man, his glasses unable to conceal the scar on his face. Their eyes met. The girl whispered to her companions, "Is this person a player?" The party's gaze shifted to Jian Yue, appraising him. The bespectacled man murmured, "He seems rather dim-witted. He doesn't even know to use a card when faced with a monster. Let us test him," though their voices were hushed. Jian Yue's naturally keen hearing caught their words. He internally scoffed at their audacity to conspire so openly before him. His aversion to using cards was not due to ignorance, but preference. What was he to do? Pull one out and tell a joke to the monster? The girl turned back to him, smiling as she asked, "That monster seemed quite perilous. Why did you just stand there instead of running? Aren't you afraid?" Jian Yue adjusted his glasses and replied, "I am afraid." Silence enveloped the audience. "You're afraid? Yet you're taking photos." The girl, puzzled, inquired then why. Jian Yue pointed to the luggage not far away and explained, "My boss instructed me to keep an eye on the bags. And I dared not flee for fear of having my wages docked upon his return." The valley was steeped in a profound silence. At this moment, the viewers before their screens felt a sense of relief. They were not alone in their bewilderment. The girl was equally astonished, her gaze toward Jian Yue reflecting a mix of incredulity and pity. Perhaps out of politeness, she forced a smile and asked, "Is your boss that lady behind you?" Jian Yue turned around. The fog had been so dense that he hadn't seen the old lady earlier. Now, with the monster gone, she was resting against a cushion on a nearby stone wall. He sighed in relief. At least for the moment, there was no imminent danger. He turned back to the group and said, "Yes, she is my boss's mother." The girl, now even more curious, pressed, "Who is your boss? What is his name?" Just as Jian Yue was about to respond, a robust voice rang out from a distance. "Butler Wang." Everyone turned. The mountain, typically devoid of life, was now frequented by groups of people. A man emerged from the fog, tall and imposing, clad in a black trench coat, his brow furrowed with an air of authority that commanded respect. If he remained silent, he would seem untouchable. Shen Yushu halted before Jian Yue, frowning. "What are you doing here, away from the old lady?" Jian Yue instantly adopted a role, theatrically stating, "Young master, I encountered danger here, and these individuals rescued me. They appear to be headed into the mountains as well." He had expected Shen Yushu to be skeptical, but instead, Shen Yushu cast a dispassionate glance at the group and declared, "Indeed, they are all here at my request to gather medicinal herbs for the lady. They will accompany us shortly." Jian Yue thought to himself, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Maintaining a serious demeanor, he responded, "Young master, your foresight is indeed commendable." The girl with braids gazed at Shen Yushu with excitement. She was the protagonist in this narrative, the true leading lady of the night's revelries. She understood that the closer she was to pivotal plot points, the greater her chances of succeeding in overcoming the challenges ahead. This dashing CEO was not only appealing but also advantageous. She wouldn't be losing out on this encounter. Thus, she took the initiative, saying, "Mr. Shun, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Wen Yu, and I am the leader of this archaeological team." Her gentle demeanor and charming presence uplifted the mood. However, Shen Yushu was not one to be trifled with. He scrutinized Wen Yu, frowning. "You are the leader?" Wen Yu nodded, somewhat bashful. "Yes. Late by 2 days. Is this the extent of your capabilities?" Shen Yushu looked down at them, a cold sneer escaping his lips. "If anything happens to the lady, I will ensure that all of you pay the price." Jian Yue listened impassively, accustomed to such exchanges. The other players, likely facing this level of intimidation for the first time, bore expressions akin to having swallowed something vile. Yet they dared not voice their discomfort, fully aware that provoking Shen Yushu could cost them dearly. When you forced a smile, we encountered some mishaps along the way, which is why we arrived late. Thankfully, we made it in time. How is the old lady's condition? Would you like me to take a look? Something felt amiss. According to the original narrative, the CEO should have been enamored with her at first sight. What was wrong? Perhaps things would align after the night's indulgences. Minor discrepancies were inconsequential. Yet, Shu offered no further dialogue with her, sneering charmingly, "No need. You cannot even find your way. What could you possibly offer?" "The lady is in the care of Butler Wang." Jian Yue wondered why the burden lay on him. Even a worker yearned to be idle. Just as he pondered this, Shu's dissatisfied voice echoed once more. "Butler Wang, what are you dawdling about? Can't you hear me speaking?" System notification, health decreased by 5. Jian Yue suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly followed suit, earnestly declaring, "Young master, I am coming." Other players remarked, "This person must be a native." Once the old lady was awakened, she resumed her journey, seemingly unfazed by the sudden appearance of a few individuals, merely nodding lightly. Perhaps she was genuinely unwell, as her spirit appeared quite diminished, always relying on Shu to carry her. Fortunately, the village was not far off. After a brief walk of less than half an hour, a quaint village emerged from the thick fog, its houses standing like silent gravestones. Upon entering, there wasn't a soul in sight. The old lady spoke, "Continue straight ahead, and you will reach my former residence." The village was eerily silent, devoid of life or sound. The players finally understood the advantage of following her. Had they ventured here alone, they would have found no refuge, awaiting certain doom. Not long after, they came upon an old courtyard. The courtyard was spacious, and upon pushing open the doors, they found several houses within, all tightly shut. At that moment, nearly all players received a system notification. Time-limited task, the village chief's red lantern. Task details, as night falls with no lights. Please head to the village entrance and retrieve the chief's red lantern before sunset for nighttime illumination. Task countdown, 30 minutes. Everyone instinctively glanced at the sky. It was overcast yet still possessed a hint of light, though a dark veil was creeping in. This was a timed task, and no one dared gamble on what might occur after dark if they failed to acquire the lantern. All players grew tense. The old lady slowly stated, "I left the key to the courtyard at the village chief's house. We must retrieve it." Shu glanced at Jian Yue and said, "Wang Butler." Jian Yue, who was at a loss for a reason to leave, immediately replied, "Understood, young master, I shall fetch the key." Other players, seeing Jian Yue preparing to depart, seized the opportunity and expressed their desire to accompany him, hoping to familiarize themselves with the village's environment and better navigate the terrain for herbs. Fortunately, Shu did not object. He waved his hand, granting them permission to go. They made their way to the chief's house at the village entrance, where they hardly needed to search. Among all the doorways, only the chief's home bore a conspicuous red lantern, standing out sharply in the fog. When you took the lead and knocked on the door, the crimson wooden door, battered by the wind, felt unusually damp to the touch, sending a chill from the skin to the bones, instilling a deep-seated fear. The sound of knocking reverberated eerily in the cold wind. The system countdown displayed on the screen. Task countdown, 10 minutes 9 seconds. Task countdown, 10 minutes 8 seconds. As time dwindled, the darkness thickened, an invisible pressure coalescing in everyone's hearts. Chapter 5. The audience finally noticed that the chief's smile had vanished, and he looked at Jian Yue with the same expression of terror, akin to having seen a ghost. According to the law of conservation of energy, if a smile disappears from one face, it must appear on another. Thus, Jian Yue felt quite pleased. He rolled up his sleeves and addressed the chief. "Do you require money? Please wait 2 minutes. I shall fetch it." The chief, dumbfounded, watched Jian Yue turn to leave. He was about to grit his teeth and expel the group when a tall, burly woman wearing an apron suddenly emerged from within, her gaze fierce and piercing. "What are you doing?" she demanded. At her words, everyone tensed. The chief turned around, his previously slender face now etched with fear. The viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter. "Ha! The chief's wife has arrived." This woman was notoriously difficult to deal with. Typically, her appearance would inflate the price of lanterns. The streamer was truly unfortunate. However, due to the task's numerous twists and turns, Jian Yue's viewership had plummeted to 200, only to surge to 600 again with this turn of events. Unseen by Jian Yue, an announcement appeared on the system panel. Streamer 617's popularity has surpassed 500, and they are about to be featured in the newcomer spotlight. Keep up the good work. Meanwhile, Jian Yue remained unfazed upon seeing the fierce woman. He was busy digging for money. After all, this was the chief's private stash. If he managed to unearth it, the chief would surely not dare to claim it as his own. Thus, this money would rightfully belong to him. Just as this thought settled in his mind, the chief's expression soured further, astonishment in his eyes as he regarded Jian Yue, utterly unprepared for such audacity. Jian Yue then addressed the chief's wife, stating, "We are here to purchase a lantern. Please allow me 2 minutes to retrieve the payment. As he spoke, he moved towards the exit. Just as he was about to stride towards the tree, the chief closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and said, "The lantern is here. Take it quickly." Jian Yue halted, gazing quizzically at the chief, who had just threatened him to leave without money, now retrieving a lantern from within the courtyard to hand to him. The chief's wife cast a dangerous glance at her husband, narrowing her eyes in displeasure. Did he pay? A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. The other players were equally curious as to why the lantern was suddenly being offered. Just as they speculated that the chief must have devised another way to make things difficult, the system panel displayed the task countdown. 30 seconds. The chief's face twisted momentarily as he glanced at Jian Yue standing by the door, as if wrestling with an internal conflict. Finally, he begrudgingly spat out, "He is paid." To everyone's astonishment, the chief then pulled out some coins from his pocket and placed them on the table for his wife. This man, who had always been miserly and exploited players, now willingly paying for the lantern. All players momentarily wore blank expressions. The viewers in the live stream went into a frenzy. What a turn of events. This is unbelievable. How many losses did I suffer at this old man's hands back in the day? Look at him now. As a novice instance, many players had previously fallen victim to the chief's schemes, and witnessing him suffer for the first time was utterly gratifying. The live stream's popularity reached new heights. System notification: 50 players have cast votes for this live stream, raising its like count to 500. Congratulations, streamer, for ranking 97th on the newcomer live stream leaderboard. In the small courtyard, the other players watched in disbelief as the chief performed an astonishing act, willingly paying out of pocket to buy a lantern for Jian Yue. Jian Yue approached, accepting the lantern and even politely shaking hands with the chief. Maintaining his role as the butler, he courteously said, "Thank you for the lantern. I shall return to purchase more next time." The chief retorted, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Life may not possess such an audience, but in the live stream, it did." This was a novice instance, and far too many players had once been duped by the chief. The entire room was flooded with laughter. Meanwhile, Jian Yue received a system notification. Task: the village chief's lantern completed on time. Reward: 30 points. The intern successfully unlocked the marketplace. Keep up the good work. Jian Yue, currently preoccupied, turned to the other players after acquiring the lantern and said, "Let us return. It is getting late, and if we do not hurry back, the young master will grow anxious." The group nodded in agreement. Despite their lingering doubts about Jian Yue's true identity, they dared not challenge him. Especially in the eerie silence of the village at night, where every household remained dark and quiet, resembling a graveyard in the shadows. They navigated through the darkness, clutching the red lanterns. A cold wind swept through the valley, its howling like a mournful cry encircling them. One of the team accidentally stepped on a twig, letting out a startled shriek that nearly caused her to drop her lantern. When you glanced back with some impatience, asking, "What is it?" the girl with glasses, her eyes glistening with fear, stammered, I didn't mean to. I was just so scared. I'm sorry." In such an ominous atmosphere, new players who were too loud could cause unnecessary chaos. Noticing the fear reflected in the other's eyes, the scar-faced man finally spoke, his visage resembling that of a recent killer as he fabricated comforting words for the newcomers. "There is nothing to fear. This is merely an ordinary village. You've all seen how simple and honest the villagers are. Look at the village chief, such a kind person. He even gave us lanterns for free. What is there to be afraid of?" The group responded with a mix of disbelief. The village of Mingfeng is so simple and honest. A new level of dark humor emerged. As the others engaged in hushed conversations, Jian Yue remained detached, initially contemplating whether to assist this group of players. But he soon realized that they could not be trusted as companions, especially after their encounter at the village chief's home. Since reliance in this place rested solely on oneself, it was best for everyone to look after their own interests. Upon returning to the brightly lit mansion, Jian Yue entered the main hall and, seeing the lights on, felt a momentary blankness. He hesitantly remarked, "Young master, this mansion has electricity? Isn't this supposed to be a haunted dungeon? How can it have such normal amenities?" Shinyushu emerged from the room and cast Jian Yue a look of incredulity, saying, "What else would it have? How could we live here without electricity? Wang, how can you lack such basic common sense? Besides, what do you intend to do with that ugly lantern?" Jian Yue replied, "I wish to die, but I feel that the one deserving of death is someone else." After recalibrating his mindset, Jian Yue felt somewhat relieved and replied, "It was a gift from the village chief." "A gift?" Shinyushu scoffed. "That is good. Only a fool would buy such an ugly lantern." His words prompted the players from the archaeological team who had actually purchased lanterns to mutter amongst themselves, Let us chat. Alive or dead. Now they wish they were dead. Chapter 6. With this lantern, the group had paid quite a price. But Jian Yue was the only one who felt at ease, as he had merely taken advantage of the situation. The archaeological team stood at the door, their faces pale. The CEO exuded an air of indifference to others' fates, and upon noticing that others were still present, he seemed to finally remember something. He waved his hand, instructing, "Everyone, go back. Let Zhang Ma take you to the guest rooms in the backyard." With this, the group noticed a woman who had been standing silently in the corner of the hall. Her back was hunched, her hair white yet neatly arranged, and her face was lined with tree-like wrinkles. When she looked up, her eyes were particularly dark and deep. She was remarkably silent. Had she not been mentioned, the group might not have realized someone was there. Zhang Ma slowly spoke, her voice aged yet imbued with an eerie presence. "Yes, young master." Jian Yue, standing closest to her, felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively leaned closer to Xin Yushu, whispering, "Young master, who is she?" Xin Yushu replied coolly, "She is the old housekeeper of this mansion, having remained here since my mother's generation to oversee the estate. So she is a local, to be honest." Had it not been for her presence, Jian Yue might have doubted that anyone lived in this village. A thought crossed his mind. He recalled that his main quest involved uncovering the secrets of Wanfu village, and this old housekeeper was undoubtedly a crucial clue. Thus, Jian Yue inquired, "Young master, has the house always been under her management?" As soon as he spoke, Xin Yushu regarded him with a peculiar expression, as if surprised by Jian Yue's question. He responded, "If she has remained in this mansion, she must take responsibility for it. As for you, Wang, since you've come this far, your future actions will determine your place here." Jian Yue protested, "No, young master, that is not what I meant. What is there to compete over in this dilapidated mansion? I would prefer to do nothing." With a smile, Jian Yue said, "You worry too much, young master. Zhang Ma appears quite reliable. Having managed this house for so many years, it is only right to entrust its care to her." No sooner had he finished speaking than the system's voice chimed in. System, hidden character task, Zhang Ma's secret, triggered. Task content. A player who does not aspire to be a good employee cannot be a good housekeeper. Compete with Zhang Ma for the position of housekeeper. Task duration, unlimited. Task reward, key to the Xin residence warehouse. Jian Yue thought to himself, why not wait until the dungeon is over to release this? But he immediately adopted a serious demeanor, straightening his posture. That said, young master, your kindness is as heavy as a mountain. How can I entrust your daily needs to others? As long as I can take care of you, I would traverse fire and water without complaint. Xin Yushu regarded him with the knowing look of one who recognizes a duplicitous man. Wang, you should speak in one breath next time. Otherwise, your salary will be docked. Jian Yue lamented, the wicked capitalist. One day, I shall rise to become the master. After giving a brief order, Xin Yushu retreated to the main residence's lounge, not requiring Jian Yue's service, likely because Zhang Ma had already prepared the beds. Jian Yue followed the group to the guest rooms at the back to rest. The night deepened. The sky was an oppressive black, and although it was the sweltering summer, the village was devoid of cicada sounds, enveloped instead in an eerie stillness. The fluorescent lights in the corridor emitted a ghastly glow, and the surrounding shadows seemed to writhe like living entities lurking in the grass, amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. Zhang Ma led the way while the others followed behind. She pointed to a dilapidated old house in the yard. You will stay there. The archaeological team gazed at the decrepit structure, its broken bricks and tiles overgrown with moss, leaving them to wonder if it had been uninhabited for a century or more. However, no one dared to complain, as having a place to stay was a blessing. They certainly did not want to sleep outside, especially with the monsters lurking in the fog. When you smiled and said, "Thank you, housekeeper. We are new here and unfamiliar with the local customs. May I ask if there is anything we should be mindful of to avoid offending anyone?" Zhang Ma cast him a sidelong glance, her dark, yellow-tinged eyes seeming to gaze at him as if he were a lifeless object. Wen Yu's smile froze upon her face. Zhang Ma, however, slowly diverted her gaze and gently stated, "Do not venture out at night. Do not roam about." Scarface inquired, "What if one needs to get up in the night?" "Such things are unavoidable." Zhang Ma, as if impervious to his words, stood hunched in the darkness, resembling a turtle shell that had retreated into itself. As though recalling some dreadful memory, she incessantly murmured, "Do not venture out at night. Do not roam about," repeating the phrase as if it were a mantra, oblivious to anything else being said. The players exchanged glances, resigned to the futility of their inquiries. It seemed that nothing could be extracted from her lips. Fortunately, they had at least gleaned a condition for survival. When you smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, we understand." Zhang Ma then turned her attention to Jian Yue, gesturing towards a solitary house not far away, saying, "You will reside there." Jian Yue glanced over. It appeared that the butler had some merit, as this house was in close proximity to the president's bedroom, isolated from the archaeological teams. Although this arrangement might present additional peril, after all, sometimes the presence of others offers greater assistance. He felt that those individuals would not extend their help. In fact, he believed the allocation of this house had its advantages, at least safeguarding him from potential harm. Thus, Jian Yue nodded and expressed his gratitude. Once the lodging was assigned, Zhang Ma vanished like an incorporeal specter, her advanced age belied by her nimble movements, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Jian Yue retreated to his room. Surprisingly, while the exterior was overgrown and dilapidated, the interior was remarkably clean and tidy. The bed was made, and there was even water in the kettle, though he dared not drink it. The day had been exhausting, filled with mountain climbing and lantern purchasing, and fatigue overtook him as he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep. He had expected to awaken at dawn, but to his astonishment, he stirred only halfway through the day. A rustling sound drifted in from outside the window, not loud, yet not faint, akin to something crawling, shifting against the walls, alarmingly close, just beyond the door. Jian Yue, initially in a drowsy haze, abruptly opened his eyes as the window emitted a faint noise. Moonlight poured in, casting shadows through the window, with the silhouettes of weeds and trees in the yard appearing to sway. No, it was no mere illusion. The rustling was undeniably the presence of something. Listening intently, Jian Yue, with his years of training as a forensic expert and keen hearing, discerned that the weight of the footsteps was inconsistent with that of any human. But if it was not human, then what could it be? The noises outside intensified, and Jian Yue slowly turned his head. The sound of claws scraping against wood echoed, brushing closely against the wall beside his bed, accompanied by the heavy, slick movements of a damp body, rhythmically thudding against the wall as it approached the door. Thankfully, Jian Yue had the habit of keeping the door secured. Had it been ajar, he might have found himself face to face with whatever lurked outside. The viewers in the live stream were evidently agitated. "It's coming. Oh my God. How terrifying. This creature is far more horrifying than that monster in the fog." The newcomers must have been petrified. Although Jian Yue's stream had received a boost in visibility, the enthusiasm remained lukewarm. Most considered him merely fortunate, with little admirable quality. In fact, due to his non-aggressive cards, he had no means of defending himself against the monsters. And some viewers began to place bets on where he would meet his demise. A dim red light flickered from the distant yard. The subtle voices of the archaeological team wafted on the wind, likely alerting each other. "Light the lanterns, quickly. If the lanterns are lit, they 1T come inside." Red lanterns. Jian Yue attempted to turn on the light in the room, only to find that the switch, which had functioned normally at night, would not illuminate no matter how he pressed it. In an instant, he recalled the system's task description. As night falls and darkness envelopes, red lanterns are used for illumination. So that was it. Jian Yue glanced at the lantern he had casually placed on the table, rising to inspect it. The village chief's crimson lantern was crafted from paper, with a red wick inside, appearing to be made of sturdy materials. Perhaps the archaeological team had lit their lanterns, causing the creatures that had been crawling about outside to be deterred, and now they were drawn to Jian Yue's yard, the sounds from the grass growing louder. The lantern must be lit. Jian Yue looked towards the nearby matchbox, pausing in silence. The viewers in the stream were even more anxious than he. "Stay calm. Don't light it." Useless. The rookie was too frightened to think clearly in his first scenario. His cards were on cooldown, providing no hints. Whether he lit the lantern and died later or died now without lighting it, there was no solution. Just as the audience anticipated that Jian Yue would surely light the lantern, he instead reached out, rubbing a bit of lamp oil between his fingers, bringing it to his nose. It had a strangely familiar scent. It was indeed made from that substance. Jian Yue placed the lantern down, sighed, and turned to hear the sound of claws against the wall growing louder. He raised an eyebrow. "So you won't leave unless I light the lantern?" The monsters outside seemed to sense a glimmer of hope, their movements pausing. Jian Yue feigned surrender, saying, "Very well then." Chapter 7. Jian Yue slept at the door. That night, his slumber was far from restful. The incessant rustling outside kept rousing him. He often woke, merely checking if his flashlight still had power, and upon confirming it did, he returned to sleep. In the morning, he was awakened by the system's voice. The system chimed. Task Village Chief's red lantern completed. Reward, 30 points. The intern has accumulated 230 points from the live stream, which will be credited to your account upon the conclusion of the scenario. Jian Yue paused, asking, what live stream? The system remained silent. Jian Yue decided not to dwell on it. After all, he considered himself just an ordinary novice, lacking in combat prowess and not particularly bold. Even if there was a live stream, how many would bother watching him? However, at that very moment, the rookie debut leaderboard in the central hall showed that Jian Yue's live stream had soared to 2,000 concurrent viewers. He had truly managed to sleep through the night without lighting the lantern. What did that make of his previous fright? A mere sign of a well-developed prostate. It is important to understand that upon the completion of a scenario, guides are typically released, and the methods for clearing scenarios rarely change. Thus, players generally lose interest in watching a cleared scenario, as there is little to behold. But Jian Yue was different. Even in the same setting, he managed to create a unique experience. They were eager to see how far this individual could ride on sheer luck. In the courtyard, after rising, Jian Yue made his way to the front yard. The system indicated that his current health was at 40, a middling figure, neither high nor low. Yet he knew that in this village, danger lurked at every corner, rendering such a health level woefully inadequate. After pushing open the door, the archaeological teams in the nearby courtyard had also risen. From a distance, Jian Yue could hear their discussions. Thankfully, we have the red lantern. Last night was truly terrifying. We must ask the village chief for another one today. Jian Yue, after grasping the gist of their conversation, chose not to approach them. He still preferred to keep his distance. However, someone had already spotted him and waved, making their way toward him. Manager Wang. Wen Yu was the first to approach, inquiring, "Did you sleep well last night?" Jian Yue replied honestly, "Not bad." The audience in the live stream fell silent. This was just not bad. He had slept soundly through the night. Wen Yu's gaze seemed to casually drift toward the door, probing, "Didn't you hear any sounds?" Jian Yue replied, "I heard a little, but the wind in this old house is quite strong and it has fallen into disrepair, so some noise is normal." "Why? Miss Wen, did you not sleep well?" Wen Yu smiled shyly, "Not at all. I slept very well." They stood at the door chatting. And thus when you could see the lantern Jian Yue had placed nearby, unlit, yet the person before her appeared unharmed. Could it really be? With a hint of curiosity in her eyes, Wen Yu, sensing an opportunity to get closer to the CEO, suggested, "We were just discussing surveying the village nearby today. Would you like to join us?" Jian Yue, indifferent, replied, "Sure." Wen Yu promptly turned, saying, "I'll go call the others." Jian Yue nodded, quietly watching her turn away. Only to subtly furrow his brow, something felt amiss. After a night, Wen Yu seemed to have absorbed the scent of the lantern faint, but lingering. Yet, it appeared no one else had noticed. Jian Yue pondered for a moment, deeming it unnecessary to rush over and inform others. Firstly, they might not believe him, and secondly, he himself was uncertain of the lantern's effects. Acting rashly would yield no benefits. Once everyone had finished washing up, they gathered in the front courtyard. The CEO had already risen and appeared to be in good spirits. Jian Yue speculated that the creatures would not attack them. Thus the CEO and his party were unaffected. Approaching, he dutifully checked his health points, playing his role. "Young master, shall I prepare breakfast for you?" Xin Yushu replied coolly, "No need. Aunt Zhang has already prepared it." Jian Yue mused to himself that workplace competition was ubiquitous. He glanced towards the table, which was already laden with a sumptuous breakfast, homemade pickles, fragrant white porridge, and even freshly steamed soup dumplings. Despite the dilapidated state of the house, Xin Yushu sitting there made it feel akin to a Michelin-starred restaurant, dining leisurely with an air of refinement. After a moment's hesitation, Jian Yue inquired, "Young master, how should we arrange the meals for the archaeological team?" Xin Yushu shot him a glance, his tone sharp. "Are you the butler, or am I? Manager Wang? Don't forget your position." System notification. Health points decreased by 5. Jian Yue thought, earning money is tough, and it's hard to eat. He quickly rectified, "Since these are esteemed guests invited by the young master, I wouldn't dare make arrangements without consulting. I'll discuss with Aunt Zhang to see if we need to hire another cook." Xin Yushu's expression softened slightly. "Do as you see fit." As Jian Yue internally grumbled about the cost of hiring villagers, Xin Yushu unexpectedly pulled out a card from his pocket, nonchalantly handing over a golden card, exuding an air of cool grandeur. "This is 1 million. Go spend it. Don't return until you've exhausted it." Jian Yue and the archaeological team members were left agape. What were they hiring a cook for? They might as well shift careers to culinary arts. Jian Yue was equally astonished, never having felt that the oppressive nature of capitalism could be so alluring. How could Xin Yushu possibly embody the so-called evil capital? This was clearly his precious treasure. The audience in the live stream was equally taken aback. Mr. Shun is still so capable. But has he ever given money to players before? No, I certainly didn't receive any. Each time the viewers thought they had grasped the nuances of this scenario. It continually reshaped their understanding. Seeing Jian Yue hesitate to take the card, Shen Yushu frowned. Manager Wang, do you have any other matters? Jian Yue immediately adjusted his demeanor, stating, young master, there is nothing else. Rest assured, I'll handle this matter and ensure the house is tidied up in the shortest time possible. Shen Yushu nodded. Once their conversation concluded, they stepped outside. As the cook had yet to arrive, they simply had a light meal in the kitchen. The system had issued the task, the secret of the longevity of the village chief. Jian Yue felt that to uncover the truth, he needed to explore the village. A sentiment echoed by the archaeological team. Invited by Shen Yushu to search for herbs, they could justify their presence in the village under the pretext of surveying the terrain. The village during the day was a stark contrast to its nighttime visage. Stepping out from the house, the sun shone brightly, accompanied by the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking. Some households even had smoke rising from chimneys, creating a scene of vibrant life. Occasionally, they could spot villagers passing along the paths, making it feel like an ordinary little village. Following Aunt Zhang's guidance, Jian Yue found the abode of Widow Li at the eastern edge of the village, reputed for her culinary skills. When he arrived, Widow Li was in the yard feeding chickens. Her hair was tied up, and her skin was so pale it appeared almost ghostly under the sunlight. A few strands of white hair hinted at her age. Even in her loose garments, her plump figure was evident. Upon hearing his footsteps, Widow Li looked up, her dark eyes fixated on Jian Yue. He felt a chill run down his spine and spoke, and Zhang recommended me. We just moved here yesterday, and we need a cook for the house. I wanted to inquire about your availability. Widow Li scoffed, casually crushing an ant underfoot. You dare eat the food I cook? Jian Yue hesitated for a moment, seemingly pondering the question seriously before responding. Well, we can't exactly starve. Widow Li fell silent for a moment, perhaps taken aback by encountering someone bolder than herself. Jian Yue added, So, will you come? Widow Li retorted, Get lost, get lost. I don't cook for just anyone. You newcomers have such picky palates. I'm too lazy to cater to you. Jian Yue replied, The boss has allocated a budget of 1 million. He said the monthly salary is negotiable. Widow Li twirled a strand of her hair. Well, you have a keen eye. How did you know I enjoy cooking when I have nothing else to do? Come in and wait. I'll change my clothes, and then we can go take a look over there. Jian Yue smiled, all right. Widow Li's home was a 2-story brick house. She instructed Jian Yue to wait on the first floor while she went upstairs. This was Jian Yue's first visit to a villager's home in Wanfuzhen. Previously, he had only stood at the door of the village chief's house for a brief moment. Once inside, he noticed a small toddler's rocking chair by the side door, covered with a thin layer of gauze, with some small bowls on the surrounding table likely used for children's meals. It was not unusual for a household to have children, and Jian Yue did not have the habit of prying into others' privacy. As he stood at the threshold, he was enveloped by a familiar scent, one he had encountered the previous night. Yet, within the room, there were no lanterns. Only his gaze fell upon the cradle. Jian Yue glanced upwards, aware that opportunities might be fleeting, and perhaps he would not easily find another chance to enter this abode. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger's cub. Jian Yue understood that this seemingly tranquil village concealed a tempestuous undercurrent. Surviving one day did not guarantee everlasting safety. A flashlight could not provide perpetual illumination. He had to take risks. Stepping inside, he approached the cradle. The aroma intensified with each step. Just as his hand was about to brush against the gauze, a voice, laced with chill, interrupted him. What are you doing? Jian Yue froze, turning to find Widow Li standing at the doorway, having donned a tattered red dress that swayed like a wraith, her eyes gleaming with a sinister hue. In Chapter 8, if onlookers had been merely spectators moments ago, they were now taken aback. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted. Wow, this card. Now I understand why it's a legendary gold card. Incredible. It's as if it's cheating. Countless viewers, who had initially scoffed at this gossip card, now recognized that in a world where strength reigned supreme, especially in perilous dungeons, cards with higher combat power were held in high esteem. The top 10 streamers possessed formidable combat skill cards. Once, summoning cards were deemed powerful. A legendary streamer was said to have had one, with summoned entities so potent they possessed independent consciousness. However, that very streamer met his end at the hands of his own summon, vanishing from the scene thereafter. Following this incident, the status of summoning cards plummeted. with many players growing wary of summoned beings, while cards with lethal skills regained prominence. One astute viewer remarked, "While this gold card is indeed powerful, it relies heavily on luck. Moreover, it lacks any offensive capability for self-defense. We shall see how far the streamer can go. In this realm, relying solely on card luck won't keep one alive for long." Despite such sentiments, Jian Yue's livestream audience surged by 1,000. A system notification appeared. 200 players have recommended this livestream, bringing the total likes to 1,000. Congratulations to the streamer for ranking 80th on the newcomer leaderboard. A place in the top 50 could lead to the homepage, an achievement few newcomers attained. Unbeknownst to Jian Yue, who was enjoying tea brewed by Widow Li and sincerely complimenting her skills, "It's truly delightful. Zhang Ma was right in recommending your culinary prowess." Widow Li smiled, replying, "Of course. In my youth, I excelled in both the parlor and kitchen. Had my late husband not perished in battle, I would be a noblewoman today." Jian Yue sipped his tea, contemplating the absurdity of war. He discreetly noted the clues, and as the conversation with Widow Li wound down, she expressed urgency to visit the village chief for funds, saying, "All right, I must be off." Jian Yue chuckled, "I too must return to report to my employer." They parted ways along the village path, and until he reached his room in the old house, he maintained an air of nonchalance. The viewers remarked on the newcomer's commendable composure. Yet, Jian Yue, upon removing the butler's black coat, revealed a white shirt soaked with cold sweat from fear. He slumped into a chair, feeling as though his soul had left his body. The audience exclaimed, "So it was all an act. Not so brave after all." Just as they began to jest, Jian Yue slowly withdrew a black bone from his pocket, an object he had pilfered from Widow Li's cradle, a prize that, even if revealed to the village chief, might not hold much value. At that moment, the system interface illuminated. Key item unlocked. Infant bone. Function unknown. Main quest: investigate the secrets of Wanfufa village. Progress updated to 5. Jian Yue pondered, "Why is it unknown? Isn't this item recorded?" The system replied flatly, "Please act as an independent adult and explore on your own." Jian Yue sighed. Well, at least the main quest progress has improved. This risk wasn't in vain. He tucked the bone away, hoping it would prove useful. The livestream audience erupted. The infant bone. He stole it. This is an item, a golden ticket to immunity. Hidden rewards like the infant bone are rare drops. Jian Yue remained oblivious to the treasure he had snatched from the tiger's den, contemplating whether to venture out again in the afternoon, hoping for further discoveries. Zhang Ma appeared silently at the doorway, her voice as grating as brittle branches. "The young master is looking for you." Jian Yue paused, recalling his role as a worker, and promptly stood. Coming. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow in the mountains. Upon arrival, Shen Yushu was seated in the shaded backyard, engrossed in documents. His wooden table cluttered with contracts and papers. Even in this eerie place, he remained dedicated to his work, embodying the essence of a multimillionaire boss. Jian Yue felt a sense of pride. After all, if his employer didn't earn, how could he squander the money? Observing his boss's diligence, he felt a surge of positivity, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. "Young master, I have arrived." Shen Yushu looked up, his expression one of incredulity. Jian Yue straightened, inquiring, "Young master, do you have any instructions?" Shen Yushu set aside his documents, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. "Wang, how have you arranged for the cook?" In response, "Everything is in order," Jian Yue replied, his demeanor increasingly immersed in his role. "This afternoon, I shall seek out the mason and carpenter to repair our courtyard. Perhaps I might gather more intelligence in the process," he mused inwardly. Seemingly satisfied, Shen Yushu nodded. "Very well, I shall accompany you this afternoon." Jian Yue was taken aback. Why would the young master join him? This could complicate his plans. "Is that appropriate, young master?" He instinctively objected. No sooner had he spoken than a system notification chimed. The host has acted contrary to their character, deducting 5 health points. Please note, only 15 remain. Wang, you are the first to dare defy me. Shen Yushu rose to his feet, his towering figure exuding an undeniable sense of intimidation. As he drew closer, he grasped Jian Yu's chin, a mocking smile curling his lips. "Splendid. You have successfully captured my attention." Jian Yu retorted, "Please, sir, put an end to this farce." With the imminent threat to his life, his instinct for survival left little room for contemplation. Rapidly, Jian Yu's mind raced, and he diplomatically suggested, "Sir, it is not my intention to offend. Given your esteemed status, how could you possibly concern yourself with such trivial matters? Allow me to handle it instead." A flicker of approval crossed Shun Yushu's expression. He released his grip, though a shadow of coldness lingered in his gaze. It matters not. I cannot remain idle regarding my mother's ailment. The archaeological team is not entirely trustworthy. I must personally visit the village. Your wisdom is commendable, sir, Jian Yue thought, astonished that the CEO discerned the unreliability of those players. Shin Yushu scoffed. There is much for you to learn, Butler Wang. It was indeed foolish for his butler to overlook the dubious nature of the archaeological team. Chapter 9. Jian Yue accompanied Shin Yushu as they departed the estate. Unlike before, the elderly matriarch, despite her illness, occasionally ventured out for a breath of fresh air, and thus Shin Yushu escorted her along. By now it was afternoon. Curiously, while ascending the mountain, they had encountered dense fog, yet upon entering the village, the air was clear, revealing a picturesque landscape of layered mountains in the distance. Sir, shall we head into the mountains, or would you prefer to visit the villagers' homes first? Jian Yue inquired, having spent several days shadowing Shin Yushu. He had begun to grasp the true purpose of their visit. Rumors of the matriarch's grave illness spoke of a miraculous elixir for longevity within Wanfufu village. But after a series of mysterious deaths emerged in the last century, the village had become shrouded in trepidation, gradually vanishing even from maps. Online, Wanfufu had become an unspeakable entity. Coincidentally, the elderly lady had once hailed from this very village, armed with archaic maps and the identity to return. While CEO Shin Yushu was unwilling to let his mother suffer without recourse, thereby leading the archaeological team back to this place. The notion of immortality brought a smile to Jian Yue's lips as he recalled the peculiar villagers. In this world, anything that defies the natural cycle of life and death is bound to be complex. Clad in his tailored suit, Shin Yushu traversed the rural path as if he were a visiting dignitary, declaring, "Let us first visit the villagers' homes." Jian Yue guided them towards the carpenter's residence, situated at the eastern edge of the village. Upon their arrival, they found the carpenter laboring in his yard with an old saw, repairing something. Jian Yue inquired, "What are you working on?" The carpenter, a man nearing 40, appeared not particularly aged, yet his hunched back and sluggish movements emanated an aura of decay. Initially reluctant to answer, he eventually spoke upon noticing the elderly lady beside Shin Yushu. "I am constructing an altar to pray for the mountain deity's protection." Understanding the significance of his words, Jian Yue recognized this as a local tradition. However, observing the long, red-painted wooden altar quietly positioned in the yard, he could not help but wonder if it resembled a coffin rather than a ceremonial altar. What mountain deity would require such a structure for worship? He mused. Just then, Shin Yushu interjected, "Where is the mountain temple?" Jian Yue was taken aback by the directness of his inquiry, having considered it inconvenient to be accompanied by the elderly lady. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to venerate Shin Yushu as a new deity. The carpenter hesitated, about to respond when, suddenly, a sharp explosion erupted from a nearby house. "Stay away. Get back. Keep your distance." Jian Yue turned to see a bespectacled man stumbling out of a farmhouse, accompanied by a weeping girl. Both were members of the archaeological team. Shin Yushu recognized them as well. The two team members emerged from the yard, panic-stricken, as if they had encountered something horrific within, collapsing onto the ground. As the steward, Jian Yue could not remain passive. He turned to Shin Yushu. "Sir, I must investigate." "I will accompany you," Shin Yushu declared. Jian Yue did not protest as he stepped outside, approaching the two distressed individuals to inquire what transpired. Still reeling from their fright, the two team members stammered, "We sought to investigate the village's secrets of longevity and visited this household." The elderly lady was initially coherent, but when we inadvertently opened the door to her side yard, she erupted in fury, charging at us. And then, Shin Yushu pressed. "We apologized, but she would not listen." The tearful girl continued. "She attempted to bind us with a stick and rope. We were terrified and fled." Jian Yue peered into the yard, noting the absence of the elderly lady. "Where is she?" he asked. The two archaeologists exchanged glances, too frightened to respond. The audience in the live stream began to comprehend. She must have activated a skill. That sound was the card triggering. The elderly lady was likely dead. Blood had been shed. Tonight, there would be fatalities. In a dungeon scenario, death often serves as a harbinger once a life is lost. The conditions for malevolent forces to strike are set. If previously they could rely on lanterns for safety, the disruption of this balance rendered everything uncertain. Jian Yue's gaze fell beyond the fence, where he sensed something and declared, "I will check it out." The archaeologists, stunned by his audacity, instinctively blocked his path. "Don't go." Turning back, Jian Yue questioned, "Why not? One of the archaeologists hesitated, seeking the right words, finally suggesting that elderly lady is deranged. If you proceed, you may encounter danger. In this dungeon, self-preservation should take precedence. After all, if one were to perish, what consequence would it hold? Yet, Jian Yue boldly bypassed the two and entered the courtyard. Pushing open the door, a wave of metallic scent assaulted him, reminiscent of the crime scenes he frequented as a forensic expert. Unfazed, he stepped inside. The elderly lady lay at the entrance, blood pooling from her head, a clear sign of her demise. Her eyes, filled with resentment, remained fixed on the door, as if muttering something. Most would have recoiled in terror at such a sight. The audience expressed their disbelief. Why isn't the host leaving? Being so close to such malevolence is perilous. Is he seeking death? In horror-themed dungeons, the most dangerous trait is a bleeding heart. Yet Jian Yue approached her, gently adjusting her contorted form to a side position. Blood stained his clothing, but he paid it no heed, instead calling to the two archaeologists still frozen in shock. Come help me. The two outside hesitated, wary of the situation. Jian Yue waited for a moment, only to turn around and realize that the two individuals had not followed him at all. He stood up, furrowing his brow, and exclaimed, "She is not dead yet. If you do not come, are you plotting murder?" If Jian Yue were merely the butler, he could naturally remain an idle observer. However, as a forensic doctor, his education and former identity forbade him from abandoning a victim who still clung to life. Perhaps the world has its boundaries. Yet he too possesses his own moral limits as a human being. The two novice players instinctively approached upon hearing his shout. Jian Yue noticed Shin Yushu standing not far away and said, "Young master, I will tend to this matter first and will come to find you once it is resolved." Shin Yushu, a seasoned executive accustomed to grand scenes, nodded faintly and replied, "Very well, I shall return first." Once Shin Yushu departed, Jian Yue no longer felt the need to hold back. He carefully laid the elderly woman down flat and instructed the two archaeologists, "Support her. I will staunch the bleeding." As they helped her up, the old woman's gaze remained filled with malice, and she even attempted to grasp at them with her excessively long nails, as if they could tear flesh from bone. Just as the two players were about to draw their cards in fear, Jian Yue frowned and firmly restrained her hand, his irritation palpable. "It is crucial not to disturb your injuries. You are likely suffering from a concussion. I am a doctor and am attempting to stop your bleeding. So please refrain from moving and making things more troublesome." The elderly woman remained silent, as did the two players, while the audience in the live stream was shocked. Initially, they had been discussing how the players might meet their demise and whom the old woman might seek vengeance upon. However, witnessing her sudden compliance after Jian Yue's admonishments plunged them into a prolonged silence. Nonetheless, Jian Yue redeemed medical supplies using points from the marketplace to treat her. His technique was remarkably adept. Initially, he possessed only 30 points, and the medical supplies required 20, yet he chose to redeem them regardless. While tending to the elderly woman, he asked, "Do you have anyone else at home?" She feigned indifference. "I know you are awake," he continued as he bandaged her head. "If you have no one else, I will come by tomorrow to change your dressings. Your wound may become infected, and since your home is not far from Widow Li's, I will visit her this afternoon and ask her to check on you." Just as he intended to say he would not return that evening due to the dangers, the seemingly lifeless old woman abruptly opened her eyes, her white hair mingled with blood. While her face had been cleaned, it still bore a hint of menace as she glared at him fiercely, proclaiming, "There is no need for you to come, even if I die. It is none of your concern." Jian Yue tossed the medicine to her and began jotting down precautions. The sunlight illuminated his refined profile, casting a warm golden glow upon him. Lazily, he remarked, "Even medicine cannot silence your tongue. This is your medicine. Should you develop a fever, take it yourself." The elderly woman fell silent, clutching the medicine. Her hair, now entirely white, cascaded down, exuding an air of solitude. Meanwhile, the live stream audience was left dumbfounded. What did she just say? She told him not to come? Is this the same deranged old woman who once wielded a knife and killed 3 of my teammates? No, she is indeed salvageable. Why did no one inform me of this side quest? After tending to the elderly woman, Jian Yue noted that the effects of the system-provided medicine were remarkable. He requested the two novice players to assist in escorting her back upstairs to rest while he led them downstairs. The two newcomers, having just recovered from their shock, finally regained their composure. The bespectacled boy stammered, "Why you?" While the tearful girl timidly inquired, "Butler Wang, are you also a player? We just saw you conjure medicine out of thin air." Jian Yue replied with composure, "Oh, do I not appear so?" The two exchanged glances. feeling as though he belonged to an entirely different realm. Upon reaching the ground floor, the bespectacled boy whispered, "Scarface told us that the villagers in this instance are all monsters, not living beings, which is why we used cards to attack. You saw it too. That elderly woman is not normal." Chapter 10. After chatting with them, Jian Yue returned to find Shen Yushu had already taken the old lady back. Her vitality was waning. She could only remain conscious for a brief period each day. Jian Yue sought out Shen Yushu in the study, as he was obliged to report back. His safety points had dwindled to a mere 10 after tending to the old lady. "Young master, I have returned," he announced as he stood at the doorframe. Shen Yushu, engrossed in paperwork, finally lifted his gaze and replied, "It is all taken care of." Jian Yue nodded. "Yes, rest assured, no lives were lost in this incident." He hesitated, uncertain how to proceed, fearing that Shen Yushu might perceive him as meddlesome. However, Shen Yushu suddenly remarked, "You handled today's situation exceptionally well. I shall grant you a raise." Jian Yue was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such praise from the president. "Young master, you do not think I acted impulsively, do you?" He believed that his abilities had been recognized and would continue to be acknowledged. Shen Yushu merely glanced at him with a regal detachment and replied, "Have you not acted impulsively on numerous occasions?" Jian Yue, curious, asked, "Young master, if I had mishandled the situation today and caused you trouble, would you not be concerned?" "Of course not." Shen Yushu smirked with a charming yet domineering demeanor. "Butler Wang, remember, your life belongs to me. No one else has the right to take it away." Jian Yue fell silent for a moment, feeling a mixture of doubt and warmth. Despite his reservations about Shen Yushu's reliability, he was somewhat touched. After all, it is rare to encounter a boss who can protect you, and he had just promised a raise. That was indeed the most important aspect. Thus, moved, Jian Yue stepped forward. "Young master." He still bore the dirt from crouching on the ground and the blood of granulae. Approaching Shen Yushu triggered his cleanliness obsession, prompting him to exclaim, "Butler Wang, who gave you the audacity to report to me without bathing? Take another step forward, and I shall deduct your wages." "Yes, young master." Nevertheless, the recognition from Shen Yushu, even if it was just a few words, elevated his precarious safety points to 15. Jian Yue now firmly believed that maintaining a favorable impression could stabilize his situation. However, after such tumult, the afternoon slipped away. As evening approached, the system interface reappeared. Triggered time-limited task. The village chief's red lantern. Task details. As night falls, darkness envelopes the land. The red lantern can be used for illumination at night. Task limit. 30 minutes. Jian Yue raised an eyebrow. The task had returned. He understood now that the system would not issue pointless tasks. Every item had its significance. Yet, he also recognized that the meaningfulness of an item largely depended on how it was utilized. Lost in thought, he observed the archaeologists returning from outside, evidently having received the same task. Jian Yue was unaware whether the two novices had informed Scarface about the earlier events, but the usually indifferent Scarface approached him, stating, "Butler Wang, we would like to borrow a lantern from the village chief's house again. It is quite inconvenient when it gets dark at night. Would you care to join us?" Their intentions were clear. It was a test. Jian Yue could decline, yet he sought to ascertain something, so he smiled and replied, "Sure." A group of individuals made their way to the village chief's residence as dusk descended, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of crimson. A mist had begun to rise in the valley, shrouding the entire village in an eerie silence, with only the large red lantern hanging at the chief's door illuminating the scene. Standing at the threshold, a scar-faced man rapped on the door. This time, however, the door did not open promptly. After an extended pause, a voice drifted from within. "Who is it?" The creaking of the old door announced the emergence of the village chief, his gaunt, finely featured face now appearing more somber than the previous day. Upon spotting Jian Yue, a flicker of malice danced in his eyes. Jian Yue raised an eyebrow, realizing that Widow Li had indeed visited. "The water jar," the chief grumbled. "What brings you here?" The scar-faced man replied courteously, "We wish to purchase lanterns." At the mention of lanterns, the chief's demeanor lightened somewhat. His eyes sparkled with interest. He turned with a smile. "Come in." The group entered the dwelling in succession. The chief declared, "The lanterns are for sale, but they cost 500 each." The group had anticipated this and brought money, yet none were prepared for such an exorbitant price for a mere lantern. The expressions of the archaeological team shifted. But after the events of the previous night, they dared not forego the purchase. When Yushin, striking and graceful, was the first to cautiously inquire, "Chief, could you lower the price? We come from afar, and it's not easy to make a living." The chief retorted impatiently, who finds it easy? Do you think crafting lanterns is simple? Buy it or get out. When Yuxing's complexion paled, she hadn't expected such greed from the old man. However, being adaptable, she nodded, very well, we shall buy. Everyone proceeded to pay, leaving only Jian Yue without a lantern. As Jian Yue approached, the chief's gaze fixated on him, his eyes brimming with undisguised malice. With a sneer, he declared, you shall pay triple. The crowd gasped in shock. Even the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. This old man is asking for too much. Is he seeking revenge for last night? They recognized the chief's stinginess. His audacity to demand such a price stemmed from his confidence that the players understood the lantern's significance and would not dare refuse. Furthermore, he was out of his hidden stash of money. Under the chief's menacing stare, Jian Yue smiled gently, that is acceptable. However, since you have set such a high price, I believe I should inspect the quality of the lanterns. After all, I cannot return with a defective product for such a sum, wouldn't you agree? Had it been any other time, the chief would never have acquiesced to such a request, but his desire for vengeance was overwhelming. Thus, he relented. Hurry up and look. Then get out. Jian Yue moved slowly to the rack holding the lanterns, inspecting each one meticulously. As he lifted one, a familiar scent wafted towards him. He confirmed his suspicion that yesterday's lantern was no accident. It was a human oil lamp. He had encountered a similar case in the past. A perpetrator, after murdering his wife, rendered her into oil for storage. The aroma had haunted him then, and now, years later, he found it again emanating from this lantern. Setting down the lamp, Jian Yue examined the others and verified that they too were infused with human oil. The chief, growing impatient with Jian Yue's lingering, urged, have you finished? These are all handcrafted red lanterns. You want to find their like elsewhere. The viewers in the live stream remarked, what fine craftsmanship. Finally, Jian Yue spoke. I have finished my inspection. The chief's face lit up with glee, his hands rubbing together in anticipation, his shrewd eyes glinting with calculation. He had waited all day for this moment of revenge. Now, he intended to extort a significant sum. With a satisfied hum, the chief asked, so, which one will you buy? Jian Yue slowly lowered the lantern in his hand and smiled at the chief. I shall not be purchasing. Silence enveloped the room. The chief stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his disbelief palpable. You want to buy? Jian Yue replied with a smile. Indeed, I find the price excessively high. The chief had never encountered such a scenario. After frightening the outsiders the previous night, he was certain they would purchase at any price. The other players were equally astonished. Initially, the scar-faced man suspected Jian Yue was also a player, but now he questioned whether Jian Yue was truly one of them. If not, who possessed the golden card within this instance? As the group stood in contemplation, the chief attempted to intimidate. Have you thought this through? Without my lantern, you will have no source of light tonight. Jian Yue responded nonchalantly, oh, that's all right. I sleep soundly and do not wake during the night. If looks could kill, Jian Yue would have perished 1,000 times under the chief's glare. Then, as if a revelation struck him, Jian Yue exclaimed, oh, I just remembered. The chief's heart surged with hope. Even the scar-faced man felt a flicker of optimism as they watched Jian Yue, surrounded by the eerie glow of the blood-red lanterns. Exuding an air of leisure as if he were merely a tourist, Jian Yue smiled, I have matters to attend to at my residence. I must take my leave. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Haha, I'm impressed. This old man must despise the streamer. He is always the one exploiting players. And now someone is finally standing up to him. As Jian Yue walked away, the chief's eyes slowly darkened with hatred, yet a sinister smile crept upon his lips. He could already sense the taste of blood in the air. Tonight, that old woman would ensure Jian Yue met a grim fate, becoming the material for his human oil lamp. Night fell. Once Jian Yue had settled his affairs, he returned to his room. In Chapter 11, Jian Yue observed Old Lady Li fleeing after a prolonged silence. Just when the viewers believed he had stumbled upon good fortune, Jian Yue contemplated the implications of her actions, pondering, so, if she desires to kill, there are indeed conditions. One cannot simply kill at will. His words rendered the live stream silent. A gentle smile graced Jian Yue's face as he stretched languidly. It appears my efforts to save her were not in vain. Another rule has been validated. The audience, after a moment of silence, erupted into a flurry of comments. Wait, he planned this. I shall never call the streamer a saint again. Not everything he did was deliberate. I took note of it. The system. Your live stream has attracted 230 followers, with 100 casting votes of recommendation for you. Jian Yue paused momentarily in the corridor, before turning to gaze into the brightly lit courtyard nearby. There, the red lanterns had been hung once more, this time at the village chief's residence. As all the lanterns flickered to life, a strong odor of oil lamps permeated the entire courtyard, creating an uncomfortable sensation. He furrowed his brow. After just a brief pause, he returned to his room, closed the window, and yawned. Well, it is what it is. I shall sleep for now. The audience remarked. This individual truly possesses an impressive heart. Jian Yue slumbered profoundly. Upon awakening, the sky was already beginning to brighten. He sat up and heard faint voices from the courtyard, his keen hearing allowing him to catch snippets of conversation. Surprisingly, no one had died last night. Someone seemed to be absent. That shouldn't have been the case. Never mind, I shall not disturb others. Jian Yue remained seated. But he distinctly recognized one voice. It belonged to the scar-faced man. What does this mean? Did he anticipate last night's incident would result in death? And what does it signify that no one perished? Was there meaning behind last night's events? Could this unexpected occurrence be connected to Granny Lee? Jian Yue's thoughts raced. Yet soon, the voices faded, and he collected his thoughts. Without a clear understanding of these individuals' intentions, he resolved to refrain from any impulsive actions. He got up and stepped outside. The sky was just beginning to brighten. To his surprise, smoke was rising from the kitchen. Approaching, he spotted Widow Lee, who glanced at him and remarked, "Oh, you're still alive. Is this the new way of greeting?" Jian Yue cheerfully replied, "Indeed, and you are alive as well." Widow Lee added, "The viewers in the live stream were quite amused early this morning." After exchanging friendly greetings with Widow Lee, Jian Yue began to assess which parts of the house required repairs by the carpenter, so that after breakfast he could coordinate with him. After finishing his assessment, he sought out the president to inform him of his trip to the carpenters. Shen Yushu, overwhelmed with responsibilities, waved him off, instructing him to hurry along. Receiving the command, Jian Yue made his way to the carpenters. Truth be told, he was quite concerned about that coffin-like device he had seen yesterday, feeling it was closely tied to the secrets of Want Village. With the plot currently stagnant at point 10, he needed to devise a way to advance it. During the day, the village was bustling once more. On his way, Jian Yue took the opportunity to check on Granny Lee's injury. Regardless of her willingness, he promptly changed her bandage and applied some antiseptic. He instructed her, "You must keep that wound dry and refrain from wandering about at night. At your age, you ought to avoid staying up late like the young folks." Granny Lee seemed to grimace, casting a resentful glance in his direction. Jian Yue, who had previously only performed autopsies, was now delighted to have a living patient, undeterred by her disdainful gaze. "Staring at me won't help. Patients must heed medical advice," he asserted before preparing to leave. However, Granny Lee suddenly spoke, "You will die here." Jian Yue halted. "Everyone who enters will meet their end." Her voice, like an ancient tree foretelling death, was laced with a cold laugh as she proclaimed, "In Want Village, all will perish." The ominous atmosphere weighed heavily, even affecting the live stream audience. Jian Yue paused, then slowly turned to face her, chuckling lightly. "Nonsense. It seems you've truly knocked your head. You've lived to such an age and remained so vigorous, so I shall be just fine." After Jian Yue finished speaking, he turned to depart. He could not be swayed by mere words. Perhaps in this perilous village, he might indeed face death, but he had already died once in a car accident. He had no fear of facing it again. Exiting the courtyard, he found himself right across from the carpenter's home. Arriving early, he entered the yard just in time to see the carpenter nearing completion of an instrument intended for a ritual. The device bore a striking resemblance to a coffin, save for the absence of a lid, positioned in the yard, sending an unsettling chill down one's spine. "What are you looking at?" a voice called from behind. Jian Yue turned to see the carpenter emerging, clad in coarse garments, his robust physique suggesting years of manual labor, instilling a sense of intimidation. "Ah, good day, carpenter. I am the steward from the Shun residence," Jian Yue replied calmly. "I have come regarding the deposit made yesterday for the repair of our windows. Do you recall?" The carpenter nodded, stating, "I remember, but I am quite busy these days, needing to first complete the ceremonial artifact. You may return home for now." Not wishing to press the matter, Jian Yue merely inquired, "Is it for the mountain deity's worship?" The carpenter appeared taken aback, as if he hadn't expected the question. He seemed reluctant to discuss it further, expressing some impatience. "Such matters are of no concern to you outsiders. Refrain from prying." Jian Yue smiled. "I apologize. I am simply curious about the culture of Want Village. Since you prefer not to discuss it, I shall refrain from asking." As he departed from the carpenter's abode, Jian Yue did not venture far. Instead, He seated himself in Granny Lee's yard, knowing she would be tending to her injuries for the next few days. He decided to assist her by feeding the chickens while waiting for the carpenter to return. Having wandered through the entire village the previous afternoon without locating the ritual hall, he realized that the archaeological team, returning from the nearby mountains, had also failed to find the mountain deity's temple, indicating that the village's sacrificial site had been hidden away. If he wished to uncover it, he would need to follow the villagers. Jian Yue understood that this ritual site was of paramount importance, if discovered. It would greatly aid him in unearthing the secrets of Wanf Village. He waited until nearly noon, when the carpenter's yard swung open, revealing him pushing an instrument on a cart. Jian Yue chose not to follow immediately, but waited for the carpenter's return before gradually rising to his feet. He then released a small bee from his pocket, a type he had read about, known for its attraction to sweetness. Once it catches a scent, it relentlessly pursues the source. Having gathered some honey from the kitchen the previous afternoon, he had caught one this morning. Earlier in the carpenter's yard, he had smeared honey on the coffin-like device. Following the honey, he moved forward, the bee leading the way. Occasionally, it would lose its sense of direction, circling at the village's intersection before fluttering towards a large tree. To his astonishment, there lay a hidden path behind the tree, previously obscured and unnoticed. Marking the entrance of the small path, he stepped onto it. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, tall trees blocking the sky, casting a gloomy shadow over the route, as if even sunlight hesitated to grace this path. Not walking far, Jian Yue spotted a diminutive temple perched on a distant hillside. Even from afar, he could hear faint voices communicating nearby. The ceremony is next month. Are the offerings prepared? Rest assured, the lanterns are hung every night. In the village, there were several formidable individuals. What was there to fear? Once they entered the village, they could hardly expect to leave alive. A suppressed, chilling laughter echoed through the wind, prompting Jian Yue to discreetly note down the clues. Just as he was pondering, a sudden gasp erupted from the nearby grass, as if someone had been startled into a low breath. The people in front of the temple immediately became alert. Who goes there? Jian Yue glanced towards the grass and beheld a hazy figure paralyzed on the ground. Upon realizing he had been spotted, the figure trembled and retrieved what appeared to be a card from his bosom. A flash of purple light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Jian Yue was astonished by the existence of such a card skill when a sharp voice rang out from the temple's entrance. Who is there? Step forward. A tall figure strode towards him from the path, moving with heavy, powerful strides. Jian Yue scanned his surroundings, aside from the one who had just teleported away. No one could have escaped that quickly. Countless possibilities swirled in his mind as he sighed and slowly stepped forward. As he emerged, he locked eyes with a woman on the path. The village chief's wife stood before him, her imposing stature framed by a broad face with sharply defined features. After their gazes met, she narrowed her eyes and sneered. So it's you. Jian Yue replied. Indeed, madam, it's me. We have met before. It seems fate has brought us together again. Not far behind the village chief's wife stood the village chief himself, who had long harbored a deep loathing for Jian Yue. He had not yet devised a plan for revenge, yet here was Jian Yue, delivering himself right to their doorstep. Truly, he was refusing to walk the path of heaven, and instead charging headlong into hell. The village chief's wife scoffed. What are you doing lurking here? This is our village's ancestral hall, and no outsiders are permitted. Were you attempting to enter our sacred space? As her words fell, the chill in the air seemed to intensify. It felt as though countless eyes were scrutinizing him from all directions. Despite the surrounding woods being empty, the sensation of being watched was overwhelmingly palpable. Jian Yue smiled. Ah, I see. I must have gotten lost and inadvertently wandered in. I shall take my leave at once. Chapter 12. With the village chief and his wife's words, Jian Yue found himself somewhat bewildered. Why had these two suddenly changed their tune? Initially, he had intended to extract some gossip from them to see if he could escape unscathed, yet unexpectedly, he found himself spared without uttering a word. Feeling a slight sense of relief, he gazed at the couple and thought, if they could remain so amicable, he wouldn't mind keeping their secrets for a lifetime. Upon Jian Yue's thoughts, the village chief and his wife simultaneously exhaled, relieved. Jian Yue chuckled. It seems to be a misunderstanding. I have always known Wanfu Village to be a place of simple folk, where the villagers are amiable and easy to communicate with. He thought to himself, what a close call. He had evaded disaster. Hearing his words, the village chief and his wife forced smiles and echoed his sentiment. Indeed, indeed. Our village is known for its kindness. They thought, what a relief. It was a close call. In an oddly eerie consensus, The three of them inexplicably breathed sighs of relief. As Jian Yue turned to leave, he glanced back at the ancestral hall. Whether it was his imagination or not, he seemed to see a vague figure pressing against the thin glass of the closed window, and though Jian Yue couldn't discern her features, he felt her gaze piercing into him. Meanwhile, a system panel emerged, triggered side quest. Hide and seek. Quest details. Ensure you are not found by her within the next 24 hours. Quest reward. Key to the ancestral hall. A chill ran down Jian Yue's spine as he realized that timed quests were never simple. And this game of hide and seek involved the figure within the ancestral hall. The audience in the live stream began to murmur. What the hell triggered this quest? Isn't this just a death sentence? But that reward. Don't be envious. You need to stay alive to claim it. In typical newcomer live streams, the absence of thrilling content often led to a rapid drop in viewership. However, Jian Yue's stream was different. Since the instance began, his viewer count had only risen. And even many of those who had entered the stream at the start remained. As of now, the online count had surged past 2,000 viewers. System. Current online viewership has surpassed 2,000, with 800 players casting recommendations for your stream. You are ranked within the top 30 for newcomers, enjoying a position on the homepage. Such an occurrence was rare. Newcomers seldom garnered such popularity. Typically, even if they did, they remained confined to the newcomer channel, seldom breaking out. This had drawn in even more curious viewers. Why is this live stream so popular? Isn't this just a novice instance? Does this streamer possess some extraordinary talent? They must be quite impressive. As more players flooded in, they found Jian Yue, upon returning to the residence, collapsed on the ground. His coat was soaked with cold sweat, and even as he reached for a glass of water, his trembling hand failed multiple times before finally managing to drink. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he sighed deeply, laying his head on the table. What a fright! The live stream audience reacted. Seriously, is this the extent of his courage? How did he even make it to the newcomer homepage recommendation? Completely oblivious to the storm brewing in the live stream, Jian Yue took some time to recover in his room before hearing commotion outside. The archaeological team had returned. If his assumptions were correct, the individual who had caused the disturbance outside the ancestral hall earlier must be part of this team. Initially indifferent to them, he now felt considerable disdain after the events of the afternoon. The two members of the archaeological team did not leave as usual. Instead, they lingered outside Jian Yue's door. He had not fully closed it, allowing them to see him inside. When you spoke first, Butler Wang, you look unwell. Are you feeling all right? Jian Yue replied coolly. I am fine. His tone was notably frosty. Wen Yu's smile faltered slightly. That's good. Speaking of which, we were worried about you since you weren't at the residence this afternoon. Usually, Jian Yue was rather indifferent, lacking any aggression. However, upon hearing Wen Yu's words, he snickered coldly and turned to her. What could possibly happen to me? Wen Yu was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Behind her, the scar-faced man expressed his displeasure. Butler Wang, we are merely concerned about you. There is no need for such an attitude. In this cursed village, we should be cooperating and helping one another, shouldn't we? Jian Yue smiled. It seems you are aware of my role as the butler. My duty is to care for the young master and the old lady, while you are here to find herbs to heal her ailments. I fail to understand what cooperation exists between us. His words were decidedly unyielding. The scar-faced man and Wen Yu both wore expressions of discontent. They had subtly tested the waters several times, and despite being almost certain that Steward Wang was indeed a player, Jian Yue remained impervious to their advances. It was quite troublesome. Were it not for the certainty that he was a newcomer, they might have suspected that he was sent by their rival organization to create chaos. The scar-faced man was about to speak when Wen Yu promptly interjected, smiling at Jian Yue and saying, Steward Wang, you are being too modest. Since we all serve Mr. Shun, everything we do is ultimately for him, and we naturally should cooperate and assist one another. Our words still hold weight. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek our help. This reasoning was sound, and any ordinary person would likely feel remorseful for their lack of understanding. However, Jian Yue was not an ordinary person. After all he had been through, his heart had grown as cold as the fish he had filleted for a decade at the supermarket. He replied, as long as you do not create trouble for me, I have no difficulties. When you pressed on, Jian Yue showed them no courtesy and stood up, saying, do you all have any further matters? If not, I must go report to the young master. The members of the archaeological team immediately parted ways. To be honest, they dared to confront Jian Yue, but they would never provoke Shen Yushu, who was close to the CEO. After watching Jian Yue leave, Wen Yu furrowed his brow and said, "Brother Dao, is he truly pretending not to understand us, or is he genuinely oblivious? Is he really a newcomer?" The scar-faced man glanced at Jian Yue's departing figure and, with a hint of malice in his eyes, murmured, "It doesn't matter. I just secretly checked with a skill card, and he bears the mark of a ghost. He must have already attracted trouble. By tonight at the latest, that kid is bound to meet his end. Even if he survives." He exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Yu. The scar-faced man chuckled. "He will still come to us for cooperation." As dusk settled, Jian Yue was in Shen Yushu's study, organizing documents for him. This task was second nature to him, especially when he noticed Shen Yushu seemingly massaging his wrist along the way to his room. Jian Yue instinctively suggested, "Young master, may I give you a massage?" Shen Yushu looked at him in surprise. "You can do that?" Jian Yue smiled. "I learned a bit before." Being a forensic doctor, he had an intimate understanding of human anatomy. Shen Yushu was not fond of others touching him and was about to refuse when he caught sight of Jian Yue's confident gaze, which seemed to radiate assurance. Uncharacteristically, he swallowed his rejection and instead said, "Well, give it a try." Jian Yue approached, first washing his hands before stepping in front of Shen Yushu. Initially, Shen Yushu thought Jian Yue was merely speaking casually. However, when Jian Yue's hands descended, the pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, and his precise knowledge of the human skeleton allowed him to knead Shen Yushu's shoulders expertly. A sharp pain surged initially, but soon, the stiffness in his shoulders began to melt away, as if the fatigue of the entire day had evaporated in an instant. Once he finished, Jian Yue withdrew his hands and said, "All done, young master." Shen Yushu looked up at him. Jian Yue's hands were long and fair, slightly reddened from the exertion, the hue beautifully contrasting against his slender wrists. Jian Yue continued to chatter, "Young master, it's because you don't move around often while working that you have this issue. In the future, you ought to stand up and move every half hour. Otherwise, if you continue like this, when you grow older, your shoulder joints will." He trailed off, noticing that the CEO had not spoken for quite some time. Jian Yue, puzzled, looked at him, "Young master?" Suddenly, Shen Yushu snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting from Jian Yue's hands, his usual commanding demeanor faltering as he averted his eyes, responding vaguely, He pondered, could it be that Steward Wang truly cared for him, given how much he had spoken? Jian Yue, pleased that the CEO seemed to have taken his advice to heart, felt a swell of pride, believing that his attentiveness might warrant a generous raise. Shen Yushu thought, this is it, Steward Wang is hinting at his feelings. Yet, he reminded himself that as the boss, he should maintain a clear boundary between professional and personal matters, lest his subordinates begin to imitate such behavior. Darn it, that beguiling Steward Wang. Perhaps he should keep him close and find an opportunity to discuss things further. Shen Yushu resolved, Steward Wang, since you are so attentive, I have several meetings and matters to attend to tonight. Please stay here and accompany me. Jian Yue, feeling a sense of dread at the prospect of overtime, protested. Young master, I wish to stay, but I just had a discussion with the carpenter and may need to return to address the damages in the residence. I fear that if the repairs are delayed, it could negatively impact the old lady's recovery. Chapter 13. What unfolded before them was, in all honesty, somewhat comical, eliciting laughter from the audience in the live stream. Haha, how did he come up with that? Wow, this streamer is impressively quick on his feet. Shen Yushu was the male protagonist of this world, the embodiment of fortune, and thus, in his presence, no horror entities dared to appear or act. If Jian Yue were to leave Shen Yushu, he would surely meet his demise. However, typically, within the confines of a scenario, significant figures do not form deep connections with players. Hence, unless one is an exceptionally formidable player, it is challenging to gain any advantage. This was evident in this particular scenario. Previous players, even those who had successfully completed it, revealed in their guides that during the hide-and-seek mission, none had been protected by Shen Yushu. The reason was straightforward. Shen Yushu never spent the night with players due to his obsessive cleanliness and aloofness. Thus, during this limited 24-hour time frame, the Spectres had countless ways to eliminate the taskers, and Jian Yue was the first to audaciously approach Shen Yushu for aid. As the Spectres observed, in front of the entire livestream audience, Shen Yushu set his pen down and said coolly, Steward Wang, no one forbids you from taking care of me here. Next time, you need not speak so loudly. I am not deaf. He agreed. The audience was taken aback. Jian Yue, with a smile of relief, directed his gaze toward the window across the room, where the moonlight seeped through, revealing a figure clearly distorted as it pressed against the glass. Someone was outside. A chilling dread crept up Jian Yue's spine. and he dared not leave Jian Yue's side. He approached and said, "Young master, may I sit at this small table beside you to read and compile data?" His request was earnest. Jian Yue regarded Jian Yue with a peculiar expression. He sensed that Steward Wang harbored feelings for him, but he had not anticipated the extent of his cunning schemes. Merely to be closer to him. In truth, Jian Yue was not fond of having anyone work so closely by his side. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback by the intense yearning reflected in Jian Yue's gaze, and a sense of dread washed over him. It seemed that Butler Wang was indeed quite clingy. Jian Yue decided to overlook this, considering the rather pleasant massage Jian Yue had just given him, and nodded, saying, "All right, but if you disturb me, you will have to leave." Jian Yue immediately reassured him, "Rest assured, my young master, I will not interfere with you." How could he dare to do so? With another ancestor lurking outside, he wasn't ready to meet his end just yet. A myriad of emotions surged within Jian Yue. Jian Yue's consent eased his tension. At least the president had not banished him. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished. Wow, he can really endure like this. Back in the days when I was pursued, I was a nervous wreck. Had I known it could be like this, I would have knelt before President Shun and begged for mercy. Returning upstairs, one might think it was all rosy. Indeed, Jian Yue would simply tell you to leave. And should you be deemed undesirable, your life points would plummet, leading to immediate elimination. Laughter erupted among the viewers. Perhaps it was because Jian Yue managed to survive in unexpected ways each time that the audience felt a certain relaxation. Jian Yue settled at a small table beside Jian Yue, diligently attending to his tasks. He was counting the houses in the estate and sketching maps. Yes, he was drawing a map to the ancestral hall, although he had failed to unlock any plot points today. The system's mission had made it clear that the ancestral hall was undoubtedly pivotal to the storyline. Deep in thought, Jian Yue felt increasingly fatigued after a long night of mapping. He had been busy all day without a moment's rest. Running about in fright, he must have been utterly exhausted. Gazing into the distance, he was surprised to see Jian Yue conducting a video conference. Even in a remote village, the president was impeccably dressed in a suit. Perhaps due to the hour, his tie hung loosely, contrasting with his usual imposing demeanor and lending him a touch of humanity. Previously, Jian Yue had regarded him merely as an observer. But in this rare moment of solitude, he discovered how genuine Jian Yue truly was. He was diligent, dedicated, and successful in his career. He was just and fair with his subordinates and compassionate towards his family. Honestly, in the real world, Jian Yue believed he would greatly admire Jian Yue. No, given his own status, he might not even have had the opportunity to meet him. Lost in these thoughts, his consciousness began to blur. When he next awoke, he was struck by a chilling presence. The sound of dripping water echoed near his ear, tinged with a metallic scent reminiscent of blood, akin to the aura of a ghostly figure in the cold wind. Suddenly, Jian Yue's eyes widened as he beheld a pale face looming before him, with dark eyes glinting with crimson. Strands of hair brushed against his arm, uncomfortably close. Startled, Jian Yue bolted upright only to realize that Jian Yue had vanished, leaving only the glowing computer behind. He had fallen asleep at the table. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. He's finally awake. Oh my goodness, how bold. I was nearly scared to death. Run, Jian Yue, run. Jian Yue too wished to flee, but having just awakened, he found his limbs weak and unresponsive. In moments of sheer terror, one often feels powerless, especially when faced with a supernatural entity so close. He leaned back, attempting to distance himself. Yet, the ghost only drew nearer, murmuring, "Where are you? Where are you? I cannot find you." As she approached, the stench of blood intensified. A palpable aura of malevolence enveloped him. The papers on the table appeared stained with a shocking red, and he could see her sharp fingers almost within reach. The system's voice echoed frantically in his ears. Current life points lowered to 10. Current life points lowered to 9. The ghost's claw-like nail seemed poised to pierce his skull, while an overwhelming sense of dread immobilized him. In this deadly game of hide-and-seek, if caught, escape would be impossible. Current life points lowered to 5. The panel turned a glaring red. The system announced, "Warning. If life points drop to 0, the host will be eliminated from the instance." The mechanical warning reverberated in his ears, while the ghost continued her whispered chant, "Where are you? Where are you? Why won't you come see me?" The air thickened with the scent of death just as the ghost was about to reach out. Jian Yue exclaimed, "Who are you searching for? I can help you find them." The room fell silent for a moment. The ghost halted her movements. The dripping blood seemed to pause. and she fixed her gaze upon Jian Yue, yet she did not advance further. Jian Yue, prompted by years of experience as a forensic expert, instinctively continued. You were seeking someone, aren't you? Just murmuring won't help you find them. We live in an age of information and networks. You must mobilize the people. The ghost, momentarily taken aback, appeared to waver at his unwavering conviction. Once he regained his composure, Jian Yue rose and approached Shin Yushu's computer, taking pen and paper, name, age. When did you last see them? The ghost's voice was cold and tremulous, perhaps from long disuse. I don't remember. I remember. Furrowing his brow, Jian Yue educated her, handing over the pen. This won't do. How can you find someone like this? Does he have family? Do you have a photo? If not, can you describe him or perhaps sketch a likeness for me? The ghost's pale hand accepted the pen, but her drawing was a chaotic mess stained with red, ultimately resulting in an unrecognizable blob. Jian Yue's frown deepened, unable to suppress his dismay. The ghost, startled, nearly dropped the pen. Resembling a schoolchild caught off guard by a teacher-esque gaze, the audience watched in disbelief. Wait, who should be scared of whom? My dear brother, this is hilarious. What a reversal. In the study, Jian Yue looked at the red smudge, exasperated, and suggested, how about this? Describe him, and I will sketch a portrait. We seem to be stuck here, so we might as well help her find her person. Who knows, it might even unlock the plot of Wanfu Village. Killing two birds with one stone. The ghost gestured frantically for a while. Whether it was a language barrier or something else, her speech was disjointed, and her descriptions muddled, making it impossible to draw. With a sigh, Jian Yue asked, was he from your village? Even if there is no photo, where did he live? That must be known. I can inquire with others. Finally, he struck a chord. The ghost ceased to shake her head and was about to speak when a creaking sound interrupted from the door. Jian Yue looked up to see Shin Yushu entering, clad in a white shirt and carrying a cup of coffee. He glanced at Jian Yue and remarked, Butler Wang, you're awake. A jolt of alarm coursed through Jian Yue. He instinctively feared that the ghost would be spotted by Shin Yushu. After all, his boss firmly believed in science. If he were to witness something frightening, where would he find another wealthy and generous employer to work for? It was best not to look, yet upon glancing, he found himself momentarily stunned. The room bore no trace of a female ghost, in fact. Not a single shadow of a person remained, and even the blood that had just dripped onto the floor had vanished without a trace. The paper he held, initially intended for drawing, was now completely cleaned, devoid of any bloodstains. A somewhat displeased voice of Shin Yushu broke the silence. Wang Guanjia. Jian Yue jumped, regaining his composure just in time to see Shin Yushu approaching. The man raised an eyebrow and inquired, what are you doing sitting in my chair? Jian Yue suddenly remembered that his own desk had been stained with blood, prompting him to move to Shin Yushu's desk. He had not anticipated the sudden return of its owner. Under Shin Yushu's scrutinizing gaze, Jian Yue hurriedly explained, I thought you had gone to rest. So I wanted to tidy up your desk. Shin Yushu replied, my desk is clean, and I have already used this paper. It needs to be discarded. Jian Yue noticed that indeed, the reverse side of the paper contained some scribbles, confirming its status as waste. He mustered the courage to say, I just wanted to alleviate your burdens. This was, in truth, a rather flimsy excuse. Jian Yue thought to himself, this is it. Surely the president wouldn't suspect him of attempting to steal any business secrets. Shin Yushu narrowed his eyes and remarked, is that so? The words seemed to hang in the air, full of holes. Jian Yue worried that Wang Guanjia might secretly harbor feelings for him, wanting to collect anything related to him, when in fact the paper was merely a piece of scrap upon which he had hastily written something unnecessary. Their eyes met, and just as Jian Yue's heart raced with anxiety, he noticed Shin Yushu let out a soft scoff, looking down at him with an expression that suggested he was at a loss for how to handle the situation. Since you like it, take it, he said. Jian Yue protested internally, insisting he did not possess a habit of hoarding paper. He felt certain he had become a rather peculiar figure in the president's eyes, and the most troubling part was that he had no way to refute it. Just then, a system notification chimed. Character actions align with persona, health points increased to 10. Jian Yue let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that in this world, as long as his actions appeared normal in the eyes of the president, his health points would not diminish, but rather increase. This was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Young master, do you wish to rest now? Jian Yue asked. Shin Yushu nodded. Yes, it's about time to wrap things up. If you need to leave, you may do so. I still have some matters to attend to. Jian Yue, now buoyed by his recent health boost, had something he wanted to verify, so he nodded in response. Then, young master, I shall not disturb you further. I will rise early tomorrow to prepare breakfast for you. Shin Yushu waved him off, and Jian Yue exited the door. After traversing the corridor, he paused in the courtyard and soon spotted a crimson figure emerging in the distance. Standing under the moonlight, her red robe swayed in the breeze. Reminiscent of a lifeless shell, his suspicions were confirmed. Approaching her, he asked, "Are you afraid of that man?" The female ghost, clearly able to comprehend human speech, trembled in response to his question, exhibiting an instinctive posture of anxiety and fear. Jian Yue understood. It seems you truly fear him. Just as this realization dawned upon him, the system chimed again. Main quest, Secrets of Wanfufu Village. Plot progress 15. Side quest, Hide and Seek. Remaining time, 12 hours. Task reward, Shrine Key. The plot had progressed with his mere confirmation of information. Jian Yue had not anticipated that verifying a single detail would advance the storyline. It appeared that Shin Yushu was a natural exorcist, a living talisman. Where he was present, no spirits could linger. However, Jian Yue knew he could not rely solely on Shin Yushu, for hiding would not advance the plot. The danger of the night was progressively escalating, and he must hasten the narrative. Resolutely, he declared, "I will help you find that lover of yours, and you shall assist me in entering the shrine." "What do you say?" The ghost did not understand the latter part of his statement, but clearly grasped the former, nodding gently in agreement. Jian Yue sighed in relief, thinking that perhaps the situation was not so dire after all. "Then, you surely know where he used to reside, correct? Is it still there? Please, take me to see." The ghost nodded affirmatively. Jian Yue felt a wave of relief wash over him. He said, "Let us go." The ghost led him toward the entrance. The night was dark and deep, the entire estate shrouded in silence. Nearby, the archaeologists' eaves were adorned with red lanterns, and a rich aroma of corpse oil lamps wafted through the air. As they reached the door, Jian Yue opened it. In the depths of the early morning, the fog thickened. Under the pale moonlight, shadowy figures loomed in the mist. Some black silhouettes appeared distorted or crawled blindly through the haze. The sound of sticky blood dragging along the ground accompanied the whispering wind, and as if alerted by the noise, some shadows paused and turned toward the estate. Jian Yue slammed the door shut, still reeling from the encounter when he locked eyes with the ghost behind him. He staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Huh? Thought he was so brave. Scared out of his wits, huh? When I ventured out at night, I was nearly terrified to the ground. It's all about the thrill." Cold sweat beaded on Jian Yue's forehead. He thought, no matter what, he absolutely could not go outside now. "There are too many people out there. It's inconvenient for me to leave. Please wait a moment. I will think of a way to take you tomorrow." The ghost seemed dissatisfied and reached out to claw at him. The audience believed Jian Yue was finally about to meet his downfall. Yet, at that moment, he declared, "If you dare to scratch me, I will scream." "Mr. Shin's study is just ahead. He hasn't gone to sleep yet." The ghost appeared to reconsider, lowering her hand, although her gaze remained filled with resentment. It was uncertain whether the sound of the door closing had disturbed the creatures within. Jian Yue could hear scratching and banging at the door from outside, and he realized he was caught between two threats: the ghost before him, who possessed awareness, and the unknown entities lurking outside. In a flash of inspiration, Jian Yue cleared his throat and said, "Look at what you've made me go through. I haven't had a good night's sleep because of you. How can I help you find someone if I am so exhausted? Usually, I am quite efficient, but these past few nights have been restless with disturbances outside my window. They are nothing like you, so understanding. I believe you can empathize with me, right?" The ghost, though not fully comprehending, sensed the flattery and displayed a confused expression, scratching her head as if she were beginning to think more clearly. "That's right," Jian Yue smiled. "Since that's the case, I will go to sleep now. With someone as considerate as you around, I am sure I will not be disturbed tonight, allowing me to assist you tomorrow, correct?" The ghost nodded eagerly at his words. Jian Yue promptly declared, "I shall retire for the night, relying on you." The viewers in the live stream were left utterly dumbfounded, erupting in laughter. "Ha ha ha. Unbelievable. While others deceive. He tricks ghosts. My goodness, I am astounded." However, as more and more viewers flocked to the stream, individuals from various organizations also stumbled upon this novice broadcaster. It is indeed a rare occurrence for an emerging streamer to debut on the homepage. Among players, factions emerged. Some were based on the types of cards held, while others purely on prowess. In the base of the English Bird organization, a man was watching the live stream. Initially, he clicked in to view the golden card, but found himself engrossed for 2 days, chuckling heartily. Just then, someone entered the room, reporting, "Boss, we're heading into the dungeon." The man nodded and inquired, "What is so amusing?" The newcomer recounted the events in Jian Yue's stream, laughing as he spoke. How did this streamer come up with such ideas? The best part is, they actually listened to him. What extraordinary luck. After a brief silence, the man gazed at the live stream and remarked, "Perhaps it is not merely luck. It might be that he treats the spirits as sentient beings, rather than mindless entities. Every player entering the dungeon world is repeatedly reminded by the system, yet some choose to disregard it, while others choose to acknowledge and respect it. Hence, some survive while others perish." As his subordinate pondered this realization, a smile gradually faded from his face. Meanwhile, Jian Yue returned to his room and collapsed into slumber. Awakened by the alarm, he silenced it and got up to fetch breakfast from Zhang Ma, subsequently delivering some to Shen Yushu. He recalled the life-saving grace that Shen had extended the previous night, crafting a heartfelt sandwich for him. Chapter 15. Afternoon with the teleportation card in hand. Jian Yue could accompany the female ghost. He kindly addressed her, "You need only guide us both." Upon hearing his words, the girl, sweet, began to weep. Despite her boyfriend's attempts to console her, she sobbed uncontrollably, trembling in the presence of the ghost, appearing utterly unhinged. Jian Yue approached her, asking gently, "Are you all right?" Sweet was too overwhelmed to respond. He sighed, "If you hadn't brought 3 people with you, it wouldn't have been such a significant issue." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared on her face as she looked to Jian Yue, thinking she might evade calamity. However, he smiled and added, "Since we've already met, once I fail this task and she seeks you out, you won't need to bring 3 anymore. You can simply spend time with her alone." How splendid! The room fell silent for a moment after his words. Suddenly, Sweet declared with newfound determination, "I can do it. I'll take you both." Jian Yue smiled and patted her shoulder, acknowledging her resolve. As the 3 prepared to embark, Sweet's boyfriend cast a wary glance their way. Jian Yue reassured him, "I cannot guarantee there won't be dangers on the other side, nor can I promise that I will safely return with her. Honestly, I cannot even assure my own safe return. However, I can promise that as long as I am alive, I will not abandon her in peril." This sentiment instilled a sense of shame in both of them, remembering how they had fled, leaving Jian Yue to face danger alone. Sweet wiped her tears, saying, "I will accompany you, but I need to know the specific location to teleport." Jian Yue nodded and turned to the female ghost. "Do you know the precise location? Could you describe it for us?" The ghost slowly nodded, her voice chilling yet barely comprehensible. Initially frightened, the 2 observers were taken aback when they saw Jian Yue frown, urging her to clarify. This absurd scene oddly soothed them, as if they were thinking, "We've truly lost our minds. It can't get any crazier than this." The live stream audience erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, finally, we're not the only ones astonished. This world has turned upside down. I told you there are still sane people out there." After over an hour, the group gleaned a rough idea of the location from the ghost's description. The archaeological team had been scouring the village for days, already compiling detailed maps. Combining the information, they could approximately pinpoint the vicinity. Sweet said, "Then I'll begin." Jian Yue replied, "Yes, your efforts are appreciated." Hesitantly, Sweet approached him and the ghost, whispering, "We need to hold hands." She first grasped Jian Yue's hand, hesitating to take the ghost's. Jian Yue, however, was unbothered. Having worked as a coroner, he was accustomed to contact with the deceased. Without a moment's hesitation, he clasped the ghost's pale, chilling hand, remarking, "You're quite slender. Be sure to eat more and exercise regularly. Perhaps your memory will improve." The ghost stared at him in disbelief. Jian Yue then turned to Sweet, "Hold on tight. We can depart now." The trio formed a chain, and Jian Yue assumed that Sweet's card ability would activate automatically. To his surprise, she took a deep breath and softly chanted, "I want to fly. I want to soar higher." Almost instantaneously, the world around them shifted. Teleportation brought a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, but when they opened their eyes, they stood beneath a roof overhang, before a 5-story brick building that appeared quite aged and dilapidated. A precariously hanging sign read, "Library." Jian Yue's curiosity was piqued. "Your card requires a chant to activate?" Sweet nodded gently, explaining. Daogum mentioned that each card has secondary effects triggered by its main skill. For instance, my boyfriend's lightning ability must be preceded by the phrase, "Borrow 500 years from the heavens each time he uses it." Jian Yue mused, previously. He thought his card was bizarre, but seeing others' oddities provided him with a peculiar sense of balance, realizing his own card was quite commendable. Sweet asked curiously, "Brother, don't you need to chant for your card?" Jian Yue pondered for a moment, replying, "No. This revelation caught the attention of the live stream audience. Wow. This streamer-esque card truly has no wind-up time. Of course, it's a gold card. Yet, they wondered what its side effects might be, having overlooked it. Each time Jian Yue seemingly turned misfortune into fortune, the viewers were too engrossed to notice, merely observing the peculiar behavior of the spirits during card activation. Jian Yue contemplated the matter, but had little time for further reflection. Sweet inquired, "Brother, is this the place you seek? We are now inside this building. What do you wish to find?" Jian Yue turned to the ghost, stating, "The person you are looking for once resided here." The ghost nodded in affirmation. Externally, the library appeared quite decrepit, yet upon pushing the door open, Jian Yue discovered the interior remarkably clean. Rows of boxes lined the shelves, filled with dust-covered documents. Almost instantaneously upon seeing the files and shelves, he felt a surge of anticipation. The main storyline task has updated to 20 for the secrets of Wanfuken. Jian Yue's eyes widened in surprise. This was indeed a crucial location for unraveling the mysteries of Wanfuken. The thought of achieving a 100 completion rate and being able to leave this world invigorated him. He turned to the female ghost beside him and inquired, "Do you know where the documents regarding the individual you seek are located?" The ghost slowly shook her head. "It's akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Jian Yue realized it wouldn't be so simple. Nevertheless, having come this far, the progression in the storyline indicated that he had not arrived in vain. There must be something of significance here. Approaching a box of files, he opened one to discover a folder inside. The pages were somewhat yellowed, but the handwriting was still legible. Tian leaned closer and read aloud, "Archaeological Expedition Team, Personnel Records from the year 1521. Jian Yue and Tian exchanged a glance. Upon flipping through the folder, they noticed that every name was conspicuously marked with a red X. In the realm of records, there exists a convention. A cross next to a name signifies that the individual has passed away. Jian Yue rapidly perused the entire volume, only to find that every single name bore the same grim mark. The rows of red crosses were a chilling sight. Closing the folder, he flipped through the rest, all revealing the same fate for the archaeological teams that had ventured to Wanfuken over the years. As they looked up, the sight of countless boxes lining the shelves suddenly felt overwhelmingly ominous. Tian trembled as her identity as an archaeological team member hit her hard, covering her mouth. She sobbed, "They're all dead. No one has ever left this place alive." Jian Yue's expression grew serious. If a single archaeological team had met with tragedy, it could be deemed unfortunate. But if every team had perished, could this truly be mere coincidence? "Let us not jump to conclusions," Jian Yue advised calmly. "We haven't examined all the documents yet. There may be survivors. It's too early for tears." His words seemed to restore some rationality to her. Tian's initial fear began to dissipate. She recognized Jian Yue's remarkable composure, regardless of the situation. He exuded an extraordinary sense of ease that could alleviate even her deepest fears. Being in his presence instilled an unshakable trust, making her feel inexplicably safe. Even with a ghost in tow. Just as she was about to speak, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the small building. In such a remote location, it was nearly impossible for anyone to come by. Before she could utter a word, the door to the file room swung open forcefully, revealing a tall woman at the entrance. Dressed in a floral shirt and cloth shoes, her sharp gaze pierced through the air. "What are you doing here?" "This is the file room. Only villagers are permitted entry." Tian gasped in fear and instinctively stepped back. "Why is it her?" Jian Yue, unfamiliar with the woman, asked. "Who is she?" "She's the carpenter's wife," Tian whispered. "She's very stubborn and adheres strictly to her beliefs. If she says we cannot enter the file room, she will not allow us to stay." As expected, the carpenter's wife stepped inside, her cloth shoes thudding heavily against the floor. "Did you hear that, outsiders? Get out." Jian Yue found himself in a predicament. His hide-and-seek task had only 4 hours left. Leaving now would mean he could not collect the rewards tomorrow, and that included the key to the ancestral hall. He couldn't leave. Thinking quickly, Jian Yue asserted, "We are here to research the data. We won't disturb anything. Once we finish, we will leave, as the village chief has permitted." The carpenter's wife paused, seemingly contemplating his words. Jian Yue felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be possible? But she merely sneered, "Even if the village chief approved, I am responsible for the upkeep of this file room. It is a tradition passed down through generations that outsiders are not allowed inside. Not even if the emperor himself were to come, could you remain here?" Jian Yue's heart sank. The situation was becoming dire. While he pondered his next move, the carpenter's wife grew impatient, brandishing a feather duster as she approached with intent to drive them away. Leave now. As she neared, Jian Yue felt a blinding light flash before him. Chapter 16. Observing the carpenter's wife, Jian Yue felt a whirlwind of emotions. Goodness, he thought. This is quite exhilarating. The carpenter truly has guts, carrying on an affair in broad daylight, while his wife manages the files and upholds ancient traditions, all while remaining blissfully unaware of her husband's infidelity. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the carpenter's wife halted abruptly. Her expression twisted as she fixed her gaze upon Jian Yue. He was taken aback, wondering, why is she looking at me? Is she planning to harm me? Killing me won't change her husband's actions in the woods. If I were her, I would confront them both and unleash my wrath. But should I tell her? What if she doesn't believe me? Perhaps I should find the village chief first. If he called the chief to the woods, maybe he would be grateful enough to grant him access to the file room. However, that would undoubtedly stir the entire village regarding the carpenter and his wife. Would they withstand the fallout? Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, the carpenter's wife's expression twisted further, and after a moment of hesitation, she turned and fled. Her speed was astonishing, leaving Jian Yue no time to intervene. Tian exclaimed in shock, "Brother, why did she leave?" Jian Yue, equally stunned, realized his suspicion was confirmed. The side effect of his card allowed spirits to overhear gossip. What if future explosive revelations enraged these spirits? Before he could ponder further, Tian called out, "Brother?" Jian Yue snapped back to attention and cleared his throat. "I suspect she might be." Tian, now serious, anticipated an analysis. But Jian Yue simply stated, "Nature calls." She might have urgent matters. Tian looked pale, while the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. What a stretch. How did you come up with that excuse? Hilarious. Did the carpenter's wife leave to catch her husband in the act? Jian Yue redirected his focus for now. Let us find these documents and assist her in locating the person she seeks. Having been pursued by the carpenter's wife, they had retreated from their previous shelf and found themselves cornered against a wall. Upon turning around, they discovered the female ghost standing in a corner, fixated on something without blinking. Curious, Jian Yue asked, "What are you looking at?" Tian exclaimed, "It appears there is a door here." Approaching the wall, they noticed its worn surface had concealed a door that matched the wall's color, securely locked. The ghostly fingers glided across the wall, her lips murmuring incessantly, "Where are you? Where are you?" Jian Yue furrowed his brow and remarked, "Could it be behind this door?" Tian glanced at the door and replied, "It's locked, and we do not possess the key." For an ordinary person, this might have been the end of the line. However, Jian Yue examined the key held for a moment and said to Tian, "Could you please pass me the hair tie from your head?" Tian hesitated momentarily before nodding and quickly removing it for him. Jian Yue deftly extracted a wire from the hair tie and, lowering his head, fiddled with the lock for quite some time. To Tian's astonishment, a resounding click echoed as the lock opened. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jian Yue. "Brother, you?" Jian Yue smiled at her. "I am a law-abiding citizen." She believed him. As the lock fell, the rusted door, long sealed, finally showed signs of yielding. Before opening it, Jian Yue cautioned her, "Step back a bit. If any danger arises, run." Tian, taken aback by his words, quietly retreated a little. Jian Yue cast a glance at the ghost before forcefully pulling open the creaking door. The dilapidated barrier finally revealed its contents, a dimly lit, enclosed room housing a bed and a rudimentary table, nothing more. He cautiously stepped inside and noticed what appeared to be a card wedged in the crevice of the table. Reaching out, he extracted the card. It was a yellowed work permit, depicting a young man in a gray sweater and glasses. Although the image had blurred with time, the contours were discernible. For some inexplicable reason, Jian Yue felt a sense of familiarity with the face, as if he had encountered this individual before. Yet the memory eluded him despite his typically sharp recall. Just as he was about to examine it further, the ghost's voice, filled with fervor and sorrow, pierced the air. It's him. I found him." With her exclamation, the system's interface materialized. Side quest, hide and seek, task completed. Reward, key to the ancestral hall. Jian Yue pondered the whereabouts of the ancestral hall key when he noticed the ghost lunging towards the table. In her collision, something fell from the wall. He picked it up, a copper key. As he grasped the key, the system chimed. Main quest, The Secret of Want Village, quest progress, 30. Time limit, none. The plot had advanced, indicating the significance of this key, which was crucial to unraveling the secrets of the ancestral hall. Outside, Tian, unaware of the events within, anxiously inquired, "Brother, are you okay?" Jian Yue, maintaining his composure, tucked the key away and replied, "I'm fine. Stay out. It's dangerous in here." Tian, already timid, grew even more apprehensive. At the moment the quest was completed, the ghost seemed on the verge of vanishing, her appearance evidently conditional. As her form became increasingly transparent, her eyes remained fixed on the identification photo in Jian Yue's hand, murmuring, "Where are you? Where are you? I will find you. I will find you." Jian Yue, deep in thought, gazed at the photo, which bore the man's information, Jifeng, Archaeological Team of Asia. The date inscribed on the back indicated the issuance of the permit, June 25, 1759. If his memory served him right, that was nearly 2 centuries ago. This young man appeared to be in his early 20s. Logically, he should not still be alive. Yet, why did the ghost insist on searching for him? Had he truly perished? Could the longevity of Wanf village allow someone to live for over 200 years? As Jian Yue pondered this, Tian's voice broke through. "Brother, how are you?" "I'm fine," he assured her, stepping outside. Since they were both players and she had assisted him in uncovering clues, he resolved to share the evidence he had discovered. "This is what I found inside. I suspect this man may hold the key to unraveling the mystery of Wanf village's longevity, based on the archaeological team's pursuit of eternal life." It was clear their main quests were aligned. "Indeed," Tian exclaimed with excitement. "Really? My quest progress has increased." "He is the clue." Jian Yue nodded. "Yes. He is from the archaeological team of Asia. We must find a way to locate their documents on the shelves. I want to gather more detailed information about him and whether he is still alive." Tian, a timid girl, had been terrified since their arrival. Now, with the plot progressing, she felt a surge of hope. "All right, I will accompany you." Jian Yue tucked the work permit away, saying, "We must hurry. We can't afford to wait for the carpenter's wife to return. It will be harder for us to gain entry next time." "I've observed the shelves, and there is a pattern. The batch we saw earlier was from 1521, while the archaeological team of Asia arrived in 1752. That's a gap of over 200 years. I noticed the shelves over there are mostly from 1515. If we find the shelves from 1717, we will quickly locate their documents." Tian immediately nodded. "Got it." Then she expressed a hint of regret. "If only others were here. We have a friend whose skill could help us." Jian Yue curiously inquired, "What skill?" "Her ability allows her to sense the location of an item once she has seen it. She can activate a card and call out the name of the object." Tian explained. "The documents here all look the same. If she visualizes the archaeological team of Asia's documents in her mind, it should be easy to find." Jian Yue concurred, yet replied, "There is no time for that. Going back and forth would waste precious moments. We must search now." Acknowledging the urgency, Tian quickly joined him in the search. The viewers in the live stream expressed their thoughts. "Wow, this streamer is incredible. I used to think he was unreliable. But this progress is impressive. However, it's becoming increasingly difficult. Relying solely on gossip makes survival challenging." After watching for so long, many viewers had developed an emotional attachment, transitioning from mere onlookers to genuinely caring about the outcome. Jian Yue, having previously dealt with document registrations and having been a librarian during his years away from being a forensic doctor, was quite familiar with the records. He systematically examined each shelf. Though the building appeared small, it had considerable depth, even housing several underground levels. He quickly honed in on one particular shelf. "This row is from 1717, he announced to Tian, who promptly rushed over. Fortunately, there weren't many documents from the 1717 archaeological team, only 5 boxes. They split up to search. And as Jian Yue rummaged through the contents, he heard Tian's jubilant voice, "Brother, I found the documents from the archaeological team of Asia." Jian Yue hurried over to see a yellow document being pulled out, its faded lettering proclaiming, "Archaeological Team of Asia." In that instant, the tension in his heart eased. Tian handed him the document. "Brother, quickly look for Jifeng." Jian Yue opened the document folder, eager to investigate, but as he flipped through several pages, his expression turned grave. He held the document in silence. "What's wrong?" Tian asked curiously. Jian Yue passed the folder to her. "You should see for yourself." Tian retrieved the document folder, which contained only a handful of pages. Initially, she flipped through it with a sense of excitement, as they had found a crucial clue that offered hope for their return. Chapter 17. After exchanging a glance with Tian and understanding the gravity of their situation, Jian Yue felt a weight in his heart, particularly Tian, who could not hold back her tears. Jian Yue remained remarkably calm. He placed the document back down and walked outside. Upon seeing him leave, Tian hurriedly followed, calling out, "Brother, where are you going?" "Back," Jian Yue replied. "If we stay here, it will soon be dark, and you know better than I what dangers may lurk." Tian, gripped by fear, quickly matched his pace, asking, "Aren't you afraid at all?" "Yes," Jian Yue admitted. Tian, curious, inquired, "Then why are you so composed?" At that moment, Jian Yue stepped outside, the twilight casting a golden glow upon his shoulders, imbuing him with an aura of maturity and steadiness. He turned slowly to Tian, covered his rumbling stomach, and suggested, "Let's eat first." "Oh," she replied. The two made their way back to the residence. Just as Jian Yue pondered their next course of action, the system panel flickered to life, announcing, "Main Quest 1 triggered. Correct the world narrative. Task name, the butler's duty. Task details, as a butler, you must fulfill your responsibilities. When the CEO meets the female lead, recite the appropriate lines to advance the plot. Task reward, card skill with no cooldown for 1 use." Jian Yue's eyes brightened at the generous reward. He had nearly forgotten this was a novel and that he had a butler function. "What lines? Is there a script?" "Let me see," he asked. The system provided a few lines, and after a brief glance, Jian Yue smiled. "This is too easy. Leave it to me, and I shall ensure the plot progresses smoothly." He boasted, and after a brief moment of silence, the system vanished. Upon entering the residence, Jian Yue was about to part ways with Tian. As he watched her departing figure, he hesitated for a moment and said, "If possible, don't use that lantern." Tian paused, looking at him with confusion. "Why?" Jian Yue had caught a strong scent of decomposing matter emanating from her, one that had not been so intense just days prior at Grandma Li's house. He had initially thought it to be somewhat ominous, but combined with what he had heard in the ancestral hall, he now believed that the lantern was indeed suspicious, possibly linked to the archaeological team's mysterious disappearances over the years. "That lantern poses a problem," he stated simply. "If you trust me, refrain from using it." Tian hesitated. "But if I don't use it, it will be dangerous tonight. The others in the archaeological team are using it too. I've said my piece. Whether or not you choose to continue using it is your decision." With that, he departed. In truth, life and death are predestined, sometimes. It's futile to reason with those set on self-destruction. He had voiced his concerns, and whether others heeded them was beyond his consideration. After parting ways, Jian Yue returned to his room to freshen up before making his way to Xin Yushu's study. Along the way, he contemplated the task ahead. Although he needed to fulfill the plot, he wondered who the female lead was. How could he complete the task without identifying her? Just as he approached the study, before he could knock, he heard Xin Yushu's steady, commanding voice from within. "Damn it, woman, you're playing with fire." Excitement surged within Jian Yue. He could hardly imagine what type of girl someone like Xin Yushu would be attracted to. His curiosity piqued, he knocked on the door, calling, "Young master." "Come in," came Xin Yushu's voice. Pushing the door open, Jian Yue stepped inside only to freeze in place. There stood Wen Yu, holding a wooden box that appeared to be a smaller version of a ceremonial instrument crafted by a carpenter. Inside, flickering embers glowed ominously. She was indeed playing with fire. The absurdity of the situation overwhelmed him, and he didn't know where to begin expressing his disbelief. Having seen his fair share of spectacles, Jian Yue inquired, "Young master, are you discussing serious matters? Should I step outside?" Xin Yushu noticed Jian Yue's gaze lingering on Wen Yu and smirked, thinking, could it be that the butler is feeling jealous? With a dismissive glance, Xin Yushu replied, "No need. Wen Yu is the leader of the archaeological team. The old lady's condition has worsened, and they've found some herbs on the mountain these past 2 days. The smoke from burning them in the box has calming properties. We intend to test it." Jian Yue examined the so-called herbs and recognized them. They were merely chamomile from the market. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Yu, both choosing to remain silent about the deception. "This is splendid news. Young master, you can rest easy now," he said dutifully. Xin Yushu stood up. "Let us go check on her." The group made their way to the old lady's quarters in the backyard. Throughout the journey, Jian Yue wrestled with his thoughts. He couldn't believe the female lead was a player. Did that mean she would follow the plot and develop a romance with the CEO? Would they end up sleeping together? Would he still be able to seek refuge with Xin Yushu at night? Had Xin Yushu already developed feelings for her? He shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. As a butler, his role was merely to deliver the lines dictated by the narrative. As they walked, Jian Yu's gaze kept drifting towards Xin Yushu, making him increasingly uneasy. What was wrong with Wang, the butler? Was it necessary to stare so intently at him? They were merely discussing a few matters of business in the study. He hoped Wang would not act inappropriately, as he would prefer to turn a blind eye. Amidst their varied thoughts, this was Wen Yu's first visit to the backyard. She smiled, commenting, "This place is well kept. Young master, you truly care for the old lady." Before she could finish, Jian Yue chimed in, Indeed. You are the first woman he has brought back. When you blinked, blushing shyly, is that so? Jian Yue nodded emphatically, absolutely. When Xin Yushu turned around, he spotted Jian Yue, and when you standing too close for comfort, prompting a cold smirk. Little did he know that the moment he finished laughing, Jian Yue continued, Yes. Yes, I haven't seen you smile so happily in a long time. Xin Yushu's expression darkened as he shot Jian Yue a glance, retorting, Wang. You are the first man I have brought back. Are you so idle that you can come up with such nonsense? Why are you still standing there? Get over here. Jian Yue was utterly astonished. Upon raising his gaze, he locked eyes with President Shun, who lightly furrowed his brow and remarked, Butler Wang, why are you in a daze? Do I need to invite you over again? This familiar gesture, a precursor to salary deductions, sent a jolt through Jian Yue. Before Shun could utter another word, the system panel emerged, announcing, Main quest. The butler's responsibility has been completed. All dialogue has been fulfilled, and the task is accomplished. Card skills are now on cooldown. Splendid. The task was complete. Jian Yu's face brightened, and before Xin Yushu could speak again, he interrupted his incantation, bounding forward with small steps, exclaiming, Young master, the old servant has arrived. When Yu was taken aback by his obsequiousness, the viewers in the live stream found it amusing, laughing, Ha! Now that's a surprise. You haven't seen how much more sycophantic he can be. I've never encountered someone so adaptable. Their chatter continued. The audience, often taskers themselves, lived on the edge of life and death, burdened by immense psychological pressure. However, Jian Yue's livestream exuded a unique charm. Although he lacked exceptional strength, his optimism and relaxed demeanor were infectious, gradually lifting the spirits of those who tuned in. The system chimed in. 2,300 viewers have cast recommendation votes for this livestream. Congratulations, the broadcaster is about to enter the weekly leaderboard. Please continue your efforts. Inside the dungeon, Jian Yue remained oblivious to the lively atmosphere of his stream. Xin Yushu noted Jian Yue had distanced himself from Wen Yu, and his expression improved significantly. He turned to enter the back courtyard, and the others followed suit, immediately greeted by the scent of herbs. The old matriarch lay on the bed, appearing considerably weaker than before, though her mental state seemed stable. Sitting at the bedside, she inquired, Why have you come so late? Xin Yushu settled beside her, responding, The doctor said your condition is concerning. You coughed up blood again last night, so I came to check on you. The physician was the nutritionist Shun had previously hired, and Jian Yue was unaware of how he managed to get someone to the village. It's just old ailments. The old matriarch replied, leaning against the bedside. You worry too much. It has always been this way over the years. If I were to pass, I would reunite with your father and brother underground. Her expression was calm and cold. Jian Yue felt a pang in his heart. It seemed this mother did not harbor love for her son. Standing at a moderate distance, Xin Yushu said, You raised me since childhood. These ailments are simply due to exhaustion. Mother, do not worry. I will find a way to save you. The old matriarch coughed a few times before responding. This is all fate. During my time wandering this old residence, I have reminisced about the past when both your father and mother were still here. The house was always lively, with many visitors from afar. After all these years, upon our return, the house has finally regained some of its former bustle. This news was significant. Visitors from afar? What visitors? While Jian Yue pondered, a golden light streaked past. A golden card was activated, revealing a message in the air. Gossip skill triggered. Rumor, latest news. The owner of the Xin family residence has a peculiar obsession with collecting personal items from visiting archaeological teams, secretly keeping their belongings. Skill cooldown, 12 hours. Upon hearing this, Jian Yue was taken aback. How vast and wondrous the world is. He instinctively glanced at the old matriarch, only to find her expression unchanged. What was happening? According to the card's side effects, she should have been aware of this gossip, yet she seemed oblivious. Perhaps the gossip was a reward from the system. Devoid of side effects, how delightful. Jian Yue pondered. If an archaeological team had visited the Shun family in the past, and if the head of the family had such a quirk, he must have secretly retained numerous items from those teams. These artifacts could potentially aid him. But where could they be hidden? While he contemplated, Zhang Ma's voice resonated from behind. Young master, the old matriarch needs to rest. Xin Yushu nodded. Then, mother, please rest early. I shall visit you again tomorrow. The old matriarch acknowledged with a nod. After Xin Yushu departed, Zhang Ma assisted the old matriarch to rest, murmuring, Madam, you must rest well. May the divine bless you, and you will surely recover. As they conversed, Jian Yue felt he had grasped something significant. He opened the system panel, and, indeed, upon a swift scroll, he discovered an unlimited task he had overlooked. Trigger hidden character quest, Zhang Maya's secret. Task content. A player who does not aspire to be a good employee is not a good butler. Please contend with Zhang Ma for the rights of the butler. Task duration, unlimited. Task reward, key to the Shin residence warehouse. A warehouse. How could he have overlooked such an important matter? This task had been triggered on his first day in the village, and he had been too busy to attend to it. Yet now, it dawned on him that the system would not bestow the key to the residence without reason, unless the warehouse contained items pertinent to the main storyline. Suddenly enlightened, Jian Yue realized there are no tasks without purpose in this world. The path has narrowed, yet upon reflection, the shortcut was always nearby. He must find a way to obtain the butler's authority and secure the key to the warehouse. His heart racing, Jian Yue stepped outside the courtyard and soon encountered a group of archaeologists returning. Following the whispers of the wind, he overheard them lamenting, "What bad luck. The village chief didn't sell any lanterns today. Who knows why they suddenly stopped selling them? Fortunately, other villagers gifted us lanterns." How fortunate. Indeed. Jian Yue felt something was amiss. He couldn't quite articulate it, but where there were oddities, there were mysteries. The archaeologist approached, greeting Wen Yu and Jian Yue, "Sister Yu." "Butler Wang, you're back." Wen Yu smiled. "Yes. Did you manage to borrow lanterns?" "We did," replied the archaeologists. "We have plenty of lanterns for illumination tonight." "Butler Wang, do you need one?" "We have many to spare." As they drew closer, the stench of corpse oil lamps intensified. Jian Yue shook his head. "Thank you. But I don't need one for now." The archaeologist did not press further. When you cast a few glances at Jian Yue and smiled, saying, "Housekeeper Wang, we are all players here, so why must you refuse? This afternoon, Tian's boyfriend mentioned that you borrowed her card skills. If that is the case, why can't we join forces? You must have triggered the side quest in the Ancestral Hall. If you can obtain the key, we can collaborate." Jian Yue inquired. "How do we collaborate?" His expression showed keen interest. Wen Yu, aware of his skepticism, decided to present her sincerity directly. Smiling as she spoke, "If you manage to acquire the key to the Ancestral Hall, we will assist you in locating the Nightmare Master of this dungeon." Jian Yue frowned, perplexed by her words. Sensing his confusion, Wen Yu explained, "When entering the dungeon, the system refers to you as an intern. Our true identity as players is that of nightmare resolvers. You see, everyone in each world dreams. Some dreams are pleasant, while others are nightmares. If the energy of nightmares in a place remains unresolved and gradually spreads, it may eventually impact the real world. Thus, each dungeon can be viewed as a cage, with a nightmare master contained within. Their grievances and obsessions are the key to unlocking the dungeon." Jian Yue asked, "What purpose does finding the nightmare master serve?" "It serves a significant purpose," Wen Yu replied with a smile. "The nightmare master typically possesses crucial main storyline elements. Only by locating them can we truly make progress." Jian Yue countered, "Have you found them?" Wen Yu's smile faltered slightly as she replied, "We are in the process of searching. As I mentioned, we can collaborate. If you can produce the key, we can discuss further." Jian Yue remarked, "Speaking to me without evidence is akin to painting a pie in the sky. When I collaborated with Tian, she provided me with teleportation assistance, and I supplied her with information. If you wish to partner with me, come back with sincerity." Surprised by Jian Yue's tenacity, Wen Yu's smile became strained. Just as Jian Yue turned to leave, she called after him, "Are you so confident in yourself that you need no lantern? The night is not so simple anymore. Do you truly believe you can withstand the spirits alone?" Jian Yue paused, turning back to look at Wen Yu. Just as she thought he might be swayed, he smiled and replied, "If you truly knew me, you would understand that I do not possess such confidence." Wen Yu was baffled. What, then, was he confident in? His cards? Meanwhile, the night deepened, and a thick fog began to rise, shrouding countless dangerous shadows that seemed to sway ominously. Even the faint scent of blood permeated the air, as if unveiling a curtain of peril. At the doorway to the president's study, a figure appeared. Jian Yue approached the door and knocked. "Young master." A voice from within responded, "Come in." Chapter 19. Shin Yushu looked down at Jian Yue, who, after all, was the president managing a commercial empire. For a brief moment, he lost his focus before regaining his composure. No, he thought, how could one mix business with personal matters? That would be utterly inappropriate. He had his principles. He was not the kind of president who acted frivolously. Having regained clarity, Shin Yushu glanced at Jian Yue, noticing for the first time a small mole at Jian Yue's collarbone, which became visible as his collar slipped slightly. The red mole stood out against his fair skin. Looking up, Shin Yushu observed Jian Yue's lips moving. Shen Yushu swallowed hard. Under his piercing gaze, the noble and aloof president raised his chin and addressed him, Housekeeper Wang. Jian Yue noticed that Shen Yushu's ears appeared slightly flushed, thinking that perhaps the president was touched by his earnestness. To his surprise, Shen Yushu calmly stated, in the future, if you casually hold my hand, 200 will be deducted from your salary. Jian Yue exclaimed, wait. Their eyes met. And just as Shen Yushu expected Jian Yue to release his grip, Jian Yue held on firmly, asking earnestly, young master, has it already been deducted this time? Shen Yushu pondered for a moment before nodding. Jian Yue thought, since it was already deducted, why worry? He might as well make the most of it. The old servant was merely concerned for the young master, and emotions got the better of me. Given that you are preoccupied with the old madam's affairs and the company, you must be exhausted. I regret that I cannot alleviate your burdens. After much thought, I concluded that copying Buddhist scriptures is the only way I can assist you. I am aware that you, young master, will not abandon your belief in science, so let me handle this matter. Please grant me this small request, allowing me to remain by your side. The crucial point was that he did not want to leave. There were countless things outside waiting to devour him. Shen Yushu remained silent for a moment before finally speaking slowly. Housekeeper Wang. Jian Yue replied, yes, young master, you understand my intentions. Shen Yushu cleared his throat, maintaining his last stand, feeling that this could not continue. If he could not respond to Jian Yue, he had to clarify matters to prevent Jian Yue from getting further entangled. Thus, Shen Yushu lifted his gaze, raising his noble chin, and said, Housekeeper Wang, I understand your meaning. Really, young master? Jian Yue exclaimed joyfully. I knew that heaven rewards the diligent. In the end, I shall have everything. He could finally stay. Shen Yushu nodded slightly, meeting Jian Yue's expectant gaze as he said, but currently, I have no plans in that regard. Jian Yue, what? What plans? Are you abandoning your belief in science? His lips trembled at the thought of returning to sleepless nights. The plight of a worker who could not sleep day or night was unbearable. He wanted to report the system for capture. At this thought, tears welled in Jian Yue's eyes, his fair skin flushed with anger. Raising his head to meet Shen Yushu's gaze, Jian Yue appeared dejected, saying, then, young master, I shall take my leave. Shen Yushu, why does it seem like the sky is falling? Was it so severe that he could not remain by his side? Looking at Jian Yue's nearly crumbling figure, Shen Yushu frowned. Damn it, he felt a pang of heartache for this man. Just as Jian Yue was about to pull open the door, Shen Yushu's noble voice came from behind. If it's merely copying Buddhist scriptures, you may stay. Jian Yue paused, almost doubting his ears. He turned sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief and joy. Really? Shen Yushu's lips curled into a slight arc, quickly masked by a cough as he pretended to be indifferent, nodding lightly. Emichim. Jian Yue beamed with joy, his excitement spilling over as he declared, rest assured, young master. I will sleep well tonight and diligently copy the Buddhist scriptures. The viewers in the live stream were overjoyed at this scene. Wow, he really succeeded. In the past, it was difficult for players in the dungeon to even speak to Shen Yushu. The devoted one has indeed reaped the rewards. This kid is incredibly lucky. The audience was not particularly shocked that Jian Yue would act in such a manner. Rather, it was the fact that Shen Yushu agreed that left them astonished. Given that Wanfu village frequently appeared in novice dungeons, many had experienced its horrors firsthand. They understood all too well the terrifying nature of this village, which showed no mercy and would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. At night, various supernatural beings would emerge, and the main figures of destiny were particularly cold-blooded. Especially Shen Yushu, who seemed to embody both the light and dark sides of this realm, unfazed by the sight of corpses. A staunch atheist, he was far more frightening than the phantoms themselves, with an exceedingly foul temper. Previous housekeepers had considered exploiting him, yet all met untimely ends. Jian Yue remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a fortunate one in the eyes of others. He merely yawned gently, fearing that if he fell asleep, he would be left in the study by the president. Young master, if I doze off this time, please wake me. Shen Yushu glanced at him and replied, aren't you supposed to be copying the Buddhist scriptures? You shouldn't be able to sleep. Jian Yue, with a straight face, replied nonsensically. It is precisely because I cannot sleep that I need your constant motivation, young master. Shen Yushu chose not to engage further, waving him off. Jian Yue confidently set about his task of copying the scriptures, believing he would be able to finish at least one piece before fatigue set in. To his surprise, he had barely completed half when his eyes began to betray him, and he succumbed to sleep. When Shen Yushu turned to look, he found Jian Yue sprawled over the desk, using his notebook as a makeshift pillow, with only a few scribbled words on the paper. How could he be so tired yet still insist on clinging to me? Xinyushu pondered, questioning whether it was merely a desire to be near him. However, he had already turned him down. Did Wang, the housekeeper, still hold out hope? Xinyushu slowly approached Jian Yue, who was sound asleep, his brows furrowed even in dreams. Unconsciously, Xinyushu reached out to smooth the furrowed lines on his forehead, his rough fingertips gliding over Jian Yue's face. Ah, well, he sighed inwardly, conceding that such emotional turmoil was beyond his control, and he would not blame Wang for it. The following day, Jian Yue awoke to find himself on the study sofa, covered by Xinyushu's coat. Goodness, I truly fell asleep. The president didn't wake me, he exclaimed. Wait a moment. Does this mean I won't be attacked by ghosts alone in the study? Just as he was lost in thought, someone emerged from the inner chamber. Xinyushu, having just risen, wore a simple white shirt, fastening the cufflinks at his long wrists. His tall, commanding stature and handsome features stripped away his usual cold and aloof demeanor, making him appear refreshingly human. Jian Yue was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected attractiveness, realizing that he truly embodied the essence of a male protagonist. When would he, too, become a man worthy of such a role? As Xinyushu turned, their eyes locked, and he wondered what madness Wang, the housekeeper, was experiencing so early in the morning. Young master, why didn't you wake me? Jian Yue coughed lightly. Were you concerned for me? Oh, how considerate of you, boss. But Xinyushu merely glanced at him nonchalantly. I did call you. Jian Yue was stunned. Then why didn't I wake up? Xinyushu fastened his cufflinks and donned his coat from the chair. You were holding my hand and wouldn't let go, which made me late for a meeting. Jian Yue was struck by a sudden realization. He had hoped to compete with Zhang Ma for the title of exemplary employee, but how could he now? Young master, it was entirely my fault for not caring for you properly. Please grant me another chance to atone for my mistakes. I see that the carpenters are arriving at the estate, so let me oversee the renovations and repairs. Xinyushu gave him a sidelong glance. Jian Yue thought to himself that the key to the warehouse could potentially become a crucial plot point, and surely it would be challenging to obtain. He would need to devise a clever plan. Just then, he caught Xinyushu's gaze. Isn't managing the estate your job? Why are you asking me? Jian Yue stammered. But I don't have the key to the warehouse. Then go ask Zhang Ma for it. Xinyushu's expression conveyed a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. Do you expect me to conjure it for you? Jian Yue protested. Wait a moment. Is it really that simple? What was all that effort for? Chapter 20. Jian Yue was ecstatic to receive a special exemption from the president. It truly came with no effort at all. Early in the morning, Xinyushu had to visit the elderly matriarch, and Jian Yue accompanied him. Upon their return, Xinyushu had meetings and documents to attend to. So Jian Yue naturally headed to find Zhang Ma for the warehouse key. To his surprise, he encountered Tian along the way. Her eyes were bruised, and her steps wobbled unsteadily. Concerned by her unsteady demeanor, Jian Yue approached to support her. What happened? Tian, visibly agitated upon seeing him, grasped his hand tightly. Wang, I finally found you. Jian Yue furrowed his brow. What's the matter? Well, it's not much, she said, glancing around nervously. Actually, after I returned yesterday, I discussed what I told you with my boyfriend. We usually light lanterns at night, but we didn't last night. It was a bit dangerous. Yet we managed to avoid any trouble thanks to the rewards we've accumulated from them all. However, we discovered. Jian Yue, intrigued, pressed, discovered what? Yesterday, we took lanterns from the villagers' homes. Tian's voice trembled. The figures wandering outside my room were those villagers. She could never forget the scene she witnessed. Her sister had borrowed a lantern from Widow Li's house. Since she usually lit lanterns, she would fall asleep whenever they burned. Without the lantern burning last night, she couldn't sleep and peeked through the window, witnessing an unforgettable sight. A twisted figure was clinging to the door across from her, staring intently at her sleeping sister. She couldn't help but gasp. The twisted figure's head turned almost 180 degrees, its long hair disheveled and framing its face. With hollow eyes locked onto hers, it grinned maliciously before suddenly twisting and crawling toward her. Tian, with tearful eyes, recounted, Then I used props from the mall. And you won't believe how terrifying it was. Jian Yue mused, so the lanterns are indeed problematic. The viewers in the live stream chuckled at his reaction. You were using her as a guinea pig for your experiment. I knew you were too kind yesterday. The streamer is oblivious, the girl is in tears, and you're thinking this way. A hopeless straight man. Tian asked, Wang, what should I do? I can't sleep at night anymore. Jian Yue replied earnestly. There's no need to fear. It's quite simple to resolve. Tian's eyes brightened. How do we solve it? Wang is indeed the most reliable man. With her gaze fixed on him, Jian Yue said with utmost seriousness, "You should sleep during the day." Tian was taken aback. Jian Yue, now a bit pressed for time, added, "Focus on it more at night. I have something to discuss with Zhang Ma now." Tian has almost become Jian Yue's little follower. Previously, when they were in the courtyard, Jian Yue expressed her concerns about Dao Ge and his companions, which frightened her somewhat. However, her boyfriend insisted that there was no cause for alarm. Early this morning, he went up the mountain with Dao Ku and the others again. She used to follow along, but after a restless night, her boyfriend advised her to stay at the residence to rest. Not long after she fell asleep, the image of Widow Li haunted her thoughts, prompting her to rush outside. "Wang Guanjia, are you looking for clues?" Tian mustered her courage to ask. Jian Yue, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I am at work. Bringing the archaeological team with me would raise questions about my professionalism." Tian quickly countered. "My card skill is almost ready to use. I'll offer it to you for free." Jian Yue responded, "That said, capable individuals will not be questioned regardless of their surroundings. If you wish to follow, then do so." The audience in the live stream was amused. Though some viewers expressed their discontent, what use is she if she is so timid? Don't drag us down again. Moreover, the warehouse dungeon doesn't even require teleportation. Jian Yue remained oblivious to the comments in the live stream. At the back of the kitchen, Jian Yue found Zhang Ma and approached her, saying, "The carpenters will be coming to repair the residence. I notice the storeroom is quite dilapidated. Mr. Shin has asked me to take some people to tidy it up. Could you please give me the key?" He felt a twinge of anxiety, worried that Zhang Ma might refuse. Yet, she hesitated not at all. While preparing medicine for the elderly lady, she handed Jian Yue a key without turning her head, her voice slow and carrying the weight of aged wood. "Go ahead." Jian Yue's hands trembled slightly as he received the key. It was indeed a key. He exchanged a glance with Tian and turned to walk away. As they walked, Tian remarked, "Dao Ge had previously led us here, but we couldn't enter without the key. We, the archaeological team, wanted to use our skill cards. But it seemed the system protected this place, preventing us from opening the door. I didn't expect the key to be with Zhang Ma." After hearing this, Jian Yue became more convinced that the storeroom must contain something pivotal to the plot. Upon reaching the storeroom, they discovered it was a vast space, entirely windowless and sealed off, save for a large wooden door secured by a brass lock. He approached the lock and used the key to unlock it. Tian held her breath in anticipation. As the door swung open, they entered the storeroom, which was dim due to the lack of windows. Jian Yue turned on the wall lights, revealing a solitary yellowed incandescent bulb illuminating rows of wooden shelves laden with antiquities, vases, chairs, cookware, and old boxes containing jewelry and gems. It was evident that the Shin family had once been quite affluent. They explored the storeroom thoroughly but found nothing of use. Unlike their previous experience at the document library, where progress indicators appeared upon entry, this place offered none. Jian Yue furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Tian commented, "Wang Guanjia, this seems like an ordinary storeroom. I don't see anything out of the ordinary." Jian Yue surveyed the storeroom once more, his eyes calm as he stated, "The absence of anything unusual is the greatest anomaly." He leaned against the door, pondering for a moment, observing Tian searching around. He squinted and suddenly opened the system panel. Indeed, the taskbar did not indicate the completion of Zhang Ma's secret. They had the key and had entered the storeroom. Yet the task remained unfinished. This signified that he had neither acquired the true key nor entered the authentic storeroom. Jian Yue rose and began to examine the floor meticulously. Having worked as a forensic expert, he had encountered numerous crime scenes and knew that the first step upon entering was always to investigate. The wooden floor, aged and worn, creaked under his careful inspection. After a thorough examination, he looked up at Tian and instructed, "Stand still and do not move." Tian, startled by his command, froze in place, her timid nature making her jumpy. What's wrong? What happened? Jian Yue crouched down and tapped the floor, beckoning her over. "Come here, listen." Kneeling beside him, Tian strained to hear as he tapped the floor. "What did you hear?" he inquired. "This, Wang Guanjia. I majored in architecture in college. I'm certain that this floor." Jian Yue raised an eyebrow and asked, "Can you find the entrance?" After a moment of contemplation, Tian replied, "If I can decipher the layout of the room, I might be able to give it a try." Jian Yue smiled, "Then go ahead." The live stream audience began to express their sentiments, with one remarking, "What happened to those who just said she was useless?" The streamer, unlike you, does not belittle anyone. Yet, in a horror dungeon, teammates sometimes betray one another. I hope she remains safe. In the room, after considerable searching, Tian finally identified a loose wooden board. Wang Guanjia, let us move this table and see. Jian Yue assisted her in lifting the heavy wooden table, and as it was shifted aside, a concealed wooden door embedded in the floor was gradually revealed, completely hidden beneath the table. It was something that an ordinary person would never have discovered. Tian exclaimed joyfully, "We found it." However, Jian Yue did not share her excitement. He glanced at the task system panel. It remained unresponsive. If they had not erred in locating the door, it implied that the key was incorrect. It was not the key to the floor door. Sure enough, when Jian Yue tried the key on the floor's lock, it would not open. Tian's smile faltered. "What is going on?" Jian Yue stood up. "I will go speak with Zhang Ma." This task certainly could not be completed so easily. He knew that the system would not issue tasks that were too simple to accomplish. He had underestimated the situation. Passing through the courtyard, Jian Yue found Zhang Ma, who was boiling herbs, and bowed slightly. "We checked the storeroom, but after organizing the first floor, we found that the second floor storeroom door was locked. Could you please provide me with the key for the second floor as well?" Zhang Ma halted her actions of fanning the medicine pot, her expression revealing surprise. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to Jian Yue and said, "No." Jian Yue remained composed, responding, "This is Mr. Shen's directive. I am merely assisting him in alleviating concerns. I hope you do not complicate matters for me. I am simply following orders." Zhang Ma was resolute, her dark eyes turning a shade more crimson as her voice sharpened. "The second floor cannot be opened. It is a rule left by our ancestors. Even Mr. Shen's orders cannot override it." Jian Yue frowned. The audience in the live stream also expressed their astonishment. Zhang Ma is quite difficult and stubborn. Indeed, their group had lost a member just trying to steal a key. Zhang Ma's condition for murder is the theft of her belongings. The streamer must not entertain such thoughts. He lacks any defensive skills. I sense danger ahead. With no alternative but theft, the situation had become quite precarious. Chapter 21 left Tian stunned. She watched Jian Yue use money to bribe a ghost. On the night of her arrival, when she first encountered Zhang Ma, Daogo had warned them that Zhang Ma was a formidable character. Despite her advanced age, many players had met their demise at her hands, rendering her exceptionally dangerous. He advised that if they sought anything from Zhang Ma, it would be unwise to forcefully take it. If necessary, one might resort to theft. Thus, when Jian Yue asked Zhang Ma for the key and she refused, Tian recalled Dao Ji's words and thought that they might have to resort to stealing. However, to her astonishment, Jian Yue managed to acquire the key with money. As they walked towards the warehouse, Tian, somewhat flustered, remarked, "But Wang Guanjia, can one really bribe someone?" Jian Yue shot her a glance and replied sternly, "That is not the correct term. Matters of scholarship cannot be termed bribery." Puzzled, Tian asked, "Then what is this?" "This is merely the ways of the world," Jian Yue replied, adjusting his glasses and looking down at her. "When you reach my age, you will understand." Tian protested, "But Wang Guanjia, you look just as young as I do." Glancing at Jian Yue, she noticed that although he had obtained the key, his expression was devoid of joy. Instead, he appeared troubled. Hesitantly, she inquired, "Wang Guanjia, are you unhappy?" Jian Yue sighed softly and said, "After being around Daogo and the others for so long, have you ever heard them mention?" Tian's heart raced. Was Jian Yue finally curious about the past exploits of Daogo and his crew? Was he no longer shutting them out? Her thoughts spiraled until she heard Jian Yue indignantly exclaim, "Have they mentioned whether the system reimburses money spent to complete tasks? Is this considered public expense? I just asked the system, and it ignored me." "Enough," she exclaimed. "Stop this farce, Wang Guanjia. Why would anyone ask the system for reimbursement? Wang Guanjia, can you be any more miserly?" Perhaps due to the absurdity of it all, Tian's earlier anxiety and fear, stemming from her encounters with the supernatural the previous night, dissipated considerably. In the past, when dealing with monsters and undertaking missions, she had always felt immense pressure, teetering on the brink of life and death. Over time, her mental state had been fraying. However, today, following Jian Yue, her precarious sanity seemed to find solace. Wang Guanjia was indeed quite reliable. Tian reflected on how she and her boyfriend had always held an unwavering faith in Daogo. What if they had actually believed Dao Ji's words and attempted to steal the key today? Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. Jian Yue's voice broke through the silence. "We're here." They returned to the warehouse, which appeared unchanged since their departure. The wooden door that had just been discovered remained tightly shut. Before unlocking the door, Jian Yue instructed those nearby, "Stand back. If there is any danger, Use the card to escape. Tian, frightened, stepped back a few paces and replied, understood. Jian Yue inserted the key into the lock, turned it a few times, and heard a click as the lock opened. The aged door creaked slightly as he slowly pushed it open, revealing a long staircase shrouded in darkness, obscuring whatever lay within. Tian hesitated. Wang Guanjia. Jian Yue remained silent, retrieving a matchbox from his pocket. After lighting a match and placing it at the foot of the stairs, he confirmed, there's oxygen, we can enter. Tian, too scared to descend, trembled. This Jian Yue reassured her, you need not come down. Someone must stay above to provide support in case anyone approaches. I will go down first. Call out to me every 30 seconds to ensure I'm still alive. His words made her eyes well up with tears. She loathed her own cowardice, but her fear was overwhelming. Other team members often grew irritated with her tendency to cry, and she began to despise herself for it. If someone like her were to perish, would anyone even care? Her boyfriend had always encouraged her. Yet her mental state continued to crumble. But Wang Guanjia had said she was useful. In that moment, an immense courage surged within Tian, and she declared boldly, Wang Guanjia, fear not. No one shall pass while I am here. The viewers in the live stream found this scene amusing. This kid looks like a soldier standing there. To be honest, the young girl had it tough. I must admit, I admire the host. I have faced numerous challenges in the nightmare world and have seen many abandon their teammates in peril. Yet, the host is different. He ensures the safety of his companions even in dire moments. I now somewhat understand why the golden card chose him as its master. The nightmare world operates under its own set of rules. Every newcomer is required to draw cards for skills upon entering a dungeon. However, over time, it became evident that it was not the players who selected the cards, but rather the cards that chose them. Each card is attracted to a player due to specific qualities that the card finds appealing. As players enter dungeons, the system evaluates them based on their real-world capabilities, with criteria varying from their deeds in reality to numerous other factors. It is evident that the player possesses certain traits that the cards admire, prompting their selection. Initially, players were merely spectators, filled with curiosity about what made Jian Yue worthy of being chosen by the golden card as its master. They had come to question him. Yet as they watched, they found themselves unconsciously drawn to the host. They hoped he would survive a little longer, as he had become a source of joy for them. However, this warehouse dungeon was undeniably perilous. It was indeed wise to leave someone above for support. Of course, I nearly perished myself. Enough said, I now have psychological scars. Meanwhile, Jian Yue had descended the staircase. He had brought a small flashlight, which proved invaluable now. The staircase creaked ominously as they descended into the pitch-black space, heightening the eerie atmosphere. Jian Yue's flashlight illuminated the shelves, revealing countless wooden boxes stacked upon them. Not just a single row. As he glanced further, he realized the entire area was filled with wooden boxes, standing quietly and ominously on the shelves. Brother, are you all right? Tian's voice echoed from above. Jian Yue jolted. I'm fine. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, only to realize that, in the short time he had spent descending, his back was already drenched. This unknown chamber was a true test of nerves. Tian asked, do you need me to come down? Jian Yue replied, no need. Just continue to call out to me every 30 seconds. Understood, she affirmed. After exchanging a few words, their fears began to ease. Jian Yue approached the shelves and casually opened a box. A stale scent of dust wafted through the air, causing Jian Yue to wrinkle his brow and cough lightly a few times. He continued to illuminate the contents of the box with his flashlight. Under the cold glow of the light, he discerned a few antiquated trinkets within. Among them, he picked up an old-fashioned watch, which had long ceased to function. However, upon opening the back of the watch, he noticed the production date, 1876. That was nearly a century or two ago. It seemed this was indeed a hidden trove of the former master of the Shun residence, where archaeological teams had passed through. In that era, watches were exceedingly precious, accessible only to those of significant status or scholarly merit. The archaeologists of that time were surely a cadre of elite individuals. Jian Yue placed the watch back down and continued rummaging through the box. Next, he found some yellowed data books, all geological survey reports, as well as records of the vegetation on the mountain, which held little significance for him. As he continued to sift through the box, he discovered an array of personal items, glasses, watches, badges, and pins. A sweet voice echoed once more, brother, are you all right? Jian Yue replied, I'm fine. Just speak to me every 30 seconds. Okay, got it. Sweet responded. Feeling somewhat fatigued from his search, he He contemplated whether to call someone down to assist him. Just then, the beam of his flashlight flickered across the room, catching his attention on a distant shelf where a red box rested. This box was adorned with patterns that seemed significantly more exquisite than those of the other boxes, exuding an aura that beckoned, "Come, behold my uniqueness." The viewers in the live stream lamented, "It's it. Our dear friend, the little red box. My shadow has arrived." Jian Yue instinctively felt the urge to close his eyes. As he approached the box, he noticed it was unlike the others. It bore a small lock. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a piece of wire from his pocket, left over from the previous day. Fortunately, the locks of that era were not overly complex. After a few deft manipulations, he heard a satisfying click echo in the stillness, and a crack appeared in the box. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the box, the flashlight's beam illuminating its contents. Inside lay an old radio and several tapes, all of which appeared quite antiquated. To his astonishment, they seemed to be in good condition and perhaps even functional. If the radio still worked, these tapes might unveil secrets of Wanfu village. Moreover, the very fact that this box was locked indicated that its contents were likely distinct from those of the other boxes. Just as Jian Yue was about to examine the radio more closely, he noticed a small notebook, about the size of a palm, nestled deep within the box. Chapter 22, a chill crept up his spine. Almost simultaneously, the sound of wind whooshed behind him. Instinctively, Jian Yue rolled aside just as a fierce gust swept past his ear, and a red figure lunged toward the heavy shelf, producing a thunderous crash. Thankfully, the shelf was propped against the wall. Otherwise, it would have surely collapsed under the impact. Jian Yue nearly dropped his flashlight as the other end of the shelf was supported by a low cabinet, preventing it from crashing to the ground. He suspected that had it fallen, he might have been incapacitated by the force. Turning around, Jian Yue directed the flashlight behind him. As the light illuminated the figure, he was finally able to discern what had lunged at him. The flashlight revealed a red specter, its long nails extended, and its hair seemingly standing on end due to a heavy aura of resentment. If he had seen her previously with a somewhat clean visage, now her eyes glowed a menacing crimson. This diary seemed to have triggered something within her. The moment the box was opened, she was incensed. Jian Yue gasped in surprise. "How did you end up here? Aren't you in the ancestral hall?" The specter did not respond. Her garments were drenched in a deep red hue. Her gaze fixated fiercely on the notebook in Jian Yue's hand. Her voice resonated with an eerie tone. "Where is he? Where is he? Give him to me." Jian Yue surmised that the diary carried the scent of Ji foam, making her fixate on it. Furthermore, her current state indicated a diminished rationality, rendering her completely uncommunicative. With a palpable intent to kill that felt almost tangible, almost simultaneously with her words, the system panel materialized. Triggered time-limited mission, diary defense battle, mission details. The diary, which the old Master Shen painstakingly concealed, cannot simply be surrendered. Please honor his wish and vow to protect the diary with your life. Mission countdown. 5 minutes mission reward. Repair manual for the radio. Jian Yue was momentarily taken aback, halting his instinct to toss the diary to the specter. Damn, this reward is too enticing. The specter advanced menacingly, snapping him back to reality. He attempted to buy some time, smiling. "See, I came for this diary to help you find him. With this diary, I can assist you better, right? We have no conflicting interests. And I didn't break my promise last time, did I?" He endeavored to reason with her. The specter, however, retorted angrily, "He is not here. I cannot find him. Give him to me." Without warning, she lunged forward. Jian Yue, quick on his feet, slid aside just in time to evade her attack, only to see her long nails deeply embedded in the wooden board. One could only imagine the fate that awaited him had that strike landed. The system panel displayed the countdown, for minutes and 30 seconds. Jian Yue backed away, aware that while the specter's hand was trapped by the table, this delay would not last long. Her speed was formidable, and even if he ran, he would likely be caught midway. The enclosed room was devoid of any light, and the solitary flashlight offered no means of defense. Cold sweat trickled down Jian Yue's back. With a deafening crash, the specter yanked her hand free from the table, the area beneath her transforming into a pool of blood. She turned her gaze to Jian Yue, her eyes ablaze with fury, poised to pounce. "Wait." Jian Yue extended his hand. "Are you looking for this diary?" The specter's voice echoed. "Give it to me. I want to find him." Jian Yue nodded. "All right. You can have it." The viewers in the live stream had grown increasingly agitated. Is he insane? He really going to give it to her? Oh no, my newbie nightmare. Even with some preparation, they were startled. I'm even tenser than he is. The specter seemed taken aback by his willingness to relinquish the diary. Jian Yue then posed a question, "But let me ask you one thing. If I give you this diary, will you be able to comprehend the writings within?" As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent, and the livestream audience, too, was hushed. It was unlikely anyone else could think of such a question in this moment but Jian Yue himself. The system panel continued its countdown. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. "I didn't mean to imply you were illiterate. Allow me to explain." Jian Yue revealed a smile to her as he raised the diary in his hand. "Primarily, it is this diary. The paper is quite thin. I noticed your hand was dripping blood just now. How could you possibly turn the pages like that? Why not let me read it to you instead? After all, my life is in your hands, so there is no need to fear my escape, right?" The female ghost suddenly halted. The one who was on the brink of danger looked down at her own hand, falling into a moment of confusion. Jian Yue sighed with relief. It appeared there was still a glimmer of hope to buy some time. He subtly shifted his position towards the stairs while saying, "Let us settle it this way then. I'll read to you now." He opened to the first page. The content was already familiar to him, so he recited it effortlessly. February 3rd, 1752, clear weather. Received a mission from the organization to head to Wanfufang village, known far and wide as a village of longevity, where some elderly individuals reportedly live for over 100 years. As he read, his voice remained calm and warm. The female ghost, who had been exhibiting erratic behavior, seemed to calm down a bit. Jian Yue felt a surge of joy in his heart as he ascended the stairs, continuing to read. February 4th, 1753, overcast. Xiaoya disagrees with my trip to Wanfufang village, stating that it is a dangerous place. Just as Jian Yue reached this point, the previously calm female ghost's expression changed dramatically. Her eyes began to bleed crimson, and she suddenly lunged at Jian Yue. Standing in the center of the staircase, Jian Yue cursed under his breath. Just as her sharp hand was about to snap his wrist, he swiftly directed the flashlight towards her, producing a dull thud. The ghost lost her footing on the stairs, tumbling down several steps. The room was engulfed in darkness as the flashlight fell, and Jian Yue, not daring to waste any time, sprinted up the stairs. A loud crash echoed behind him, and the ghost's movements were vigorous, causing the entire staircase to tremble. At last, Jian Yue glimpsed the light above. Tian was peering anxiously over the staircase, and upon seeing Jian Yue, she exclaimed, "Brother." Jian Yue climbed swiftly, but just as he was about to emerge, a powerful grip seized his ankle, pulling him back. He was on the verge of falling when another hand grasped his wrist. Tian was half dangling, desperately clutching the floorboards. Butler Wang. With Tian's strength, Jian Yue finally managed to pull himself up, swiftly sealing the trapdoor behind him. Once he completed this, he collapsed on the floor, panting heavily. Tian, visibly shaken, asked, "Butler Wang, what just happened?" Still recovering from the tense atmosphere, Jian Yue patted his chest, gasping, I was just trying to think of a way to stabilize her, a way to get up here." Tian, astonished, replied, "Brother, you dared to deceive her." Jian Yue sat on the ground, stating, "This is not mere deception. I can give her the diary, but she must at least wait for me to finish reading. This is merely a temporary measure. Reputation varies, with both good and bad. The past is the past, and now." His words abruptly trailed off. Tian, puzzled by his sudden silence, followed his gaze behind her and saw the wooden trapdoor stained red with blood, which then began to decay and dissolve. A crimson figure emerged slowly from within. Their eyes met. Upon encountering those blood-red eyes, Tian was frozen in fear. She awkwardly turned to Jian Yue, forcing out a smile that resembled a grimace more than joy. "Butler Wang, it seems she is coming up. What should we do?" Jian Yue surprisingly maintained his composure. He cleared his throat and smiled at the two women before taking a deep breath and exclaiming, "What else can we do? Why are you standing there? Grab the cards and run." In the study of the old residence, a flock of birds suddenly took flight from the backyard. Shen Yushu glanced outside, his brow furrowing. The computer on the desk was displaying a video call where a person smiled and said, "From what you just said, it seems this butler is quite good to you. After all, you haven't had anyone by your side for years. Since you found someone who meets your standards, why not keep him? Once your mother recovers, bring him back to the city and settle everything." Shen Yushu withdrew his gaze from the window, frowning. "I never considered engaging in an office romance with my subordinates. It would be quite scandalous if it got out." The person on the video replied, "Once he becomes your husband, he won't be a subordinate anymore. You shouldn't always think about rejecting him. If he gets rejected too often, he might become disheartened and no longer like you. Then you'll have nowhere to cry." Shinyushu's eyes reflected a hint of cold indifference, along with an air of nonchalance as he raised his exquisitely chiseled chin. Huh. Foolish mortals. They have no idea how clingy Butler Wang is. Just as he was about to speak, a loud crash echoed from outside. The sound was not insignificant. It was rather alarming, accompanied by faint cries of despair. Shinyushu's words were interrupted, and he turned to listen, feeling a strange familiarity in the commotion. He promptly stood and stepped out of the study, only to witness a startling scene. In the corridor outside, Jian Yue and a girl had collapsed in a heap, both disheveled. Upon hearing the sound of the study door, Jian Yue glanced over, his face a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Oh no, how did the cards teleport here? Seeing Shinyushu's face turn pale, Jian Yue hurriedly spoke. Young master, please let me explain. Chapter 23. Jian Yue, astonished by the earlier remarks, looked up at him. Before Shinyushu could respond, Jian Yue stood up from the ground, neglecting his disheveled appearance, and approached Shinyushu with righteous indignation. Young master, how could you suspect my loyalty? I swear I am not in cahoots with the archaeological team. Jian Yue was so agitated. It was as if he were the one being unfaithful. The thought that his master might suspect him of collusion with those thugs was unbearable, potentially costing him his monthly bonus. He vehemently declared his loyalty. I have always been devoted only to you, young master. I have no other intentions. Shinyushu hadn't anticipated Jian Yue's fervent reaction. Had he truly misunderstood? Shinyushu was not an impulsive person. He squinted at Tian, asking, how did you end up rolling around on the lawn together? Jian Yue turned to Tian, who was still in shock from earlier. She seemed unable to shake off her fear, especially under Shinyushu's powerful presence, which exuded an aura of authority even when he was not angry. With red-rimmed eyes, she stammered, I wanted to help Butler Wang escape. Goodness. Jian Yue was taken aback. How could this child be so honest, revealing everything? What if the master thought he was unprofessional and withheld his bonus? Shinyushu squinted, asking, escape? For what reason? Tian, trembling, replied, because there are dark things in the storeroom. Jian Yue's heart sank. He knew the young master was a staunch materialist. He hoped she wouldn't end up in a mental institution. As expected, Shinyushu turned to look at him. Just as Jian Yue felt a sense of unease, Shinyushu coldly remarked, Housekeeper Wang, if the storeroom is unclean, arrange for more people to clean it. Why did you only send a young girl? The filth is enough to frighten someone to tears. Indeed, he was a staunch materialist. Jian Yue suppressed his instinctive retort and replied earnestly, understood, young master. At that moment, Shinyushu comprehended why both of them were so dirty, especially Jian Yue, whose clothing was a patchwork of black and white, resembling someone who had rolled on the ground. Initially, he had harbored doubts about whether housekeeper Wang had been up to something behind his back, but now he felt relieved. It appeared they had merely been cleaning in the storeroom, and he had overthought the matter. Nonetheless, Shinyushu found Jian Yue's disheveled appearance somewhat displeasing and said, Go wash up. What do you think you look like in such disarray? Just as Jian Yue exhaled in relief, intending to inspect the diary he had retrieved, he discovered that it was oddly warm to the touch. The systems panel was still counting down. Timed mission, diary defense battle. Time remaining, 45 seconds. A sense of foreboding washed over Jian Yue as he looked down, realizing that the diary in his hand had indeed begun to mutate. Since he left the storeroom, the diary had started to deteriorate. The first few pages were now stained with a deep crimson, rendering the subsequent pages nearly illegible. At this juncture, Jian Yue finally understood the reason for the system's countdown. The storeroom must possess a unique magnetic field, allowing the items from the archaeological team to remain preserved for centuries, albeit slightly aged. However, once removed from the storeroom, they would undergo rapid transformation. Yet, if players remained inside, the female ghost would relentlessly pursue them. Players had to find a way to read the entire diary's content within 5 minutes while evading her pursuit. Damn it! Jian Yue felt on the verge of breaking down. He knew that the tasks issued by the system could not possibly be simple. After all, the contents of this diary could be crucial to the progress of their mission. Great effort had been expended to obtain it, and if he lost this item, it could be ages before he encountered anything pertinent to the task again. The system's blood-red panel continued its merciless countdown. Timed mission, diary defense battle. Time remaining, 31 seconds. The blood continued to seep into the entire diary. And even if he started reading it now, there was no way he could finish within half a minute. This seemed to be an impossible task from the outset. The viewers in the live stream began to chatter. The host has finally realized. The storeroom's instance truly is the most despairing place for newcomers. If only there were cards to restore items or freeze time, things would be easier. This gold card is rather useless, to be honest. It's over. The host is about to work in vain. As the system's panel numbers dwindled, the blood's mutation could not be halted. Cold sweat trickled down Jian Yue's back as he blurted out without thinking, "Young master." Shin Yushu turned back, a hint of curiosity in his expression. "What is it?" Jian Yue's mind raced to find a scarce excuse, and he nearly blurted out, "Young master, I made some discoveries in the storeroom. And this diary is one of them." As soon as Shin Yushu turned back, an aged diary was placed into his hands. The moment the diary touched Shin Yushu's grasp, it settled down completely, the awkward crimson halting its spread. Furrowing his brows, Shin Yushu asked, "Why are there a few pages stained red?" His distinct fingers flipped through a few more pages, his dark, penetrating eyes sharp and alert, embodying a determination to uncover the cause. While examining the diary, Shin Yushu glanced at Jian Yue and queried, "Housekeeper Wang, was it like this when you found it?" Jian Yue looked down at the diary in Shin Yushu's hands. Whether it was his imagination or not, under the sunlight, the diary appeared pitiful and obedient in Shin Yushu's hold. Its previous bravado of staining Jian Yue red seemed to have vanished, as if it trembled slightly, fearful of being subjected to scientific scrutiny by Shin Yushu. Witnessing this scene, not only Jian Yue, but even the viewers in the live stream found it amusing. "Diary, now obedient, please spare me. Who dares to act up before President Shin? You'll be incinerated. Can it really be this way?" Defeating the system's rules by exploiting the system's own regulations. It was known that within the instance world, characters were prohibited from acting out of character, and they could not allow any anomalies to arise in the primary world. Thus, players were required to adhere to their assigned character settings, a mandate that applied not only to players but to all spirits and items within the instance. However, most factions' ghosts were adversarial to players, so no one dared to attempt such a thing. Sure enough, once the countdown concluded, the system panel emitted a notification sound. Timed mission, diary defense battle completed. Mission reward, 300 shopping points have been issued. Jian Yue sighed in relief as the system's countdown finished, knowing the diary remained safe in Shin Yushu's hands. He had made the right bet. No one could act up in front of a staunch materialist. Not even the diary could. "Young master, I discovered some items left by the previous archaeological team on the second floor of the storeroom. This is one of them," Jian Yue explained. That area had been sealed for a long time, and it seems the boxes inside contained data left by the archaeological team. "I believe it could potentially assist in treating the old lady's illness." He understood clearly that the storeroom likely held many more clues. However, the thought of returning there alone filled him with trepidation. If he handed it over to the archaeological team, there was no guarantee they would share their findings with him. Weighing the pros and cons, entrusting it to Shin Yushu was undoubtedly the safest option. Indeed, the president furrowed his brow and remarked, "There are still items there?" Jian Yue eagerly replied, "Yes, young master." He fervently hoped his employer would recognize his loyalty. He was genuinely not slacking off, but was a diligent worker. However, Shin Yushu, after a moment of contemplation, looked at Jian Yue and said, "So, you made yourself so dirty and disheveled because you went down into that secret room?" Jian Yue nodded, responding, "This is what an old servant ought to do." He thought to himself that now the young master would understand his loyalty. Shin Yushu regarded him with a complex expression, realizing that he had not expected housekeeper Wang to be so sincere. To go to such lengths for him was commendable, but he ought not to neglect his own well-being. Truly, a troublesome little imp. Shin Yushu muttered a curse under his breath, casting a sidelong glance at Jian Yue. His striking brows slightly furrowing, his voice low yet resonant, tinged with a hint of frustration. "You are playing with fire." Jian Yue inquired, "What do you mean? Did the boss think he was being somewhat reckless? Was he blaming him?" Jian Yue immediately defended himself. "Young master, you treat me so well. Doing this for you is nothing, as long as you don't misunderstand my earnest heart. I'll go wash up and then come find you to provide a detailed report." As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompted, "Health increased by 15. Current health 20 entering normal range." Wonderful. Jian Yue exhaled in relief, knowing that flattery had served him well, providing him with everything he needed. Just as he contemplated returning, he heard Shin Yushu say, "Butler Wang, come with me." Jian Yue paused momentarily before responding, "Yes, young master. Please return to the study, and I shall join you shortly." While the audience anticipated further developments, Jian Yue turned to Tian, crouched down, and extended his hand, saying, "Get up, the ground is cold." Tian had yet to fully recover from the earlier incident. Jian Yue gently grasped her arm and pressed on several points. After a few pained gasps, She felt as if the intense palpitations of her heart had subsided. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Jian Yue, who reassured her, "Next time you feel frightened, just press these points. It will help soothe your nerves and aid your sleep." "Did you not mention your fear prevents you from sleeping?" Tian was moved to the point of tears. "Butler Wang, why are you so kind to me?" Before she could bask in her emotions, Jian Yue replied earnestly, "Because in this scenario, you are the only one with the skill of teleportation, making it easier for you to escape." Tian simply responded, "Oh." After retracting his hand, Jian Yue continued, "You should return now. The diary is in my possession, so she won't seek you out. However, there is something I must mention. I suspect those with the scarred faces around you pose a threat. If possible, it would be wise to keep your distance from them." Chapter 24. With the consent of the village chief and others, the remaining villagers exchanged glances and ceased their opposition, collectively raising their hands in agreement. To be frank, the villagers were not particularly invested in who held the position of village cadre. After all, it was a role with little pay and much responsibility, far from home. The miserly village chief rarely dispensed wages, and the villagers were all rather eccentric. Who would genuinely want to take on such a role? The village chief, however, still wished to make one final attempt. "Grandma Li is one of our village's elders. We cannot make decisions unilaterally. Perhaps you could share your thoughts, esteemed elder?" The village chief had his reasons for asking this. He knew Grandma Li's character was quite peculiar and that she harbored a strong disdain for outsiders. So it was certain she would not agree. Once she refused, they would leverage her decision to assert the necessity of respecting the elder's wishes, rendering any leverage Jian Yue held useless. Just then, Jian Yue turned around. Grandma Li looked up and was met with Jian Yue's radiant smile. "How's your wound healing? You have been following my instructions to avoid water and take your medication regularly, I trust?" She feigned indifference. Yet Jian Yue persisted, "It matters not if you remain silent. I shall visit your home later to check if the medicine I provided is still on hand." Before he could finish his tirade, Grandma Li closed her eyes as if hearing an ancient scripture, adopting a demeanor that suggested she was prepared for anything. "I have no objections," she declared. The village chief and his companions were left dumbfounded. Wait, wasn't this old woman typically able to fend off 5 at once? Why now did she appear as if she was pleading for mercy? At that moment, a notification panel from the system appeared before Jian Yue. "Congratulations. In turn task, the glory of the village cadre has been completed. Task reward. Key to the document archive will be distributed shortly." He had truly succeeded. Jian Yue's joy was palpable as he stood within the room, declaring, "Rest assured, everyone, I am honored to be elected as the village secretary of Wanfu. I shall not betray your expectations. From this day forward, I will devote myself to the people, focusing on constructing a new countryside and embarking on a new path to create our beautiful and harmonious community." As his words echoed in the room, silence enveloped them. Under Jian Yue's gaze, a scattered applause gradually erupted, yet the expressions of the villagers were far from enthusiastic. The audience in the live stream had erupted in laughter. The village chief, his face contorted, handed Jian Yue the key to the document room, reminding him, "You must report to the village secretary's office daily, otherwise, your wages will be deducted." The mention of wages excited Jian Yue. "How much can I expect?" The village chief smiled. "If the harvest is good, at least 500. If not, you shall receive nothing." Jian Yue inquired, "Is it common to have such lean times?" "Rest assured," the village chief replied with a sardonic smile. "There is hardly ever a good time." "Then you might as well have said there is none from the outset." He took a deep breath and asked, "Village chief, could you elaborate on my daily responsibilities as village secretary? After all, I am to lead the village towards prosperity. I must understand my rights." The village chief scoffed. "You have yet to don the official hat, and already you seek instant results. Today's youth truly lack patience." "Specific duties?" Jian Yue pressed. The village chief replied curtly, "You will primarily mediate various village matters, occasionally proposing beneficial new policies for the villagers." "What sort of matters?" Jian Yue inquired. The village chief chuckled. "Finding blacksmith Lu's lost hammer, helping Grandma Li round up her straying pig, resolving family disputes. Just these." Jian Yue fell silent for a moment before asking, "What beneficial policies have been proposed in the past?" The village chief's expression remained flat. "There have been none." "What did previous village secretaries do then?" "If there had been a village secretary, what need would there have been for you?" The village chief shot Jian Yue a fierce glare. "Who would have thought that while you may appear average, your intellect is equally lacking, asking such absurd questions?" Jian Yue retorted, "Who is truly absurd here?" The audience in the live stream found the exchange amusing. "I suddenly feel balanced." This village secretary has no real authority. The clues provided by the document archive are insufficient for such laborious tasks. The host is truly at a loss. With little pay, much responsibility, and far from home. It was a dead end. Initially, many viewers envied Jian Yue for being the first to become the village secretary of Wanfu. It is noteworthy that prior to this, even players who achieved the highest exploration rates and provided strategies had failed to secure the position. However, with this revelation, the audience felt a sense of balance and even found some schadenfreude in Jian Yue's predicament. Nonetheless, Jian Yue maintained an optimistic outlook. Having obtained the key, he felt his efforts had not been in vain and made his way back to the residence. Although this was supposed to be a day of rest, he pondered returning to inform the president of his newly acquired status as a proud village official. Thus, he proceeded directly to the study. Upon reaching the door, he knocked. "Young master, may I enter?" Shin Yushu replied, "Come in." Upon entering, he found Shin Yushu seated at his desk, working. The man glanced at him with a look that combined nobility and a hint of exasperation. "Isn't today a day off? Why has Butler Wang come again? Is he so clingy? Truly a troublesome little sprite." Shin Yushu thought to himself, though his expression bore no anger as he simply asked, "What is it?" Jian Yue replied, "Young master, I heard from Zhang Ma that you have hardly rested today, so I brought you some chicken soup. While your duties may keep you busy, you must also take care of your health." The chicken soup had been prepared by Zhang Ma, and Jian Yue was merely responsible for delivering it. Of course, a more pressing reason was that he had inadvertently created a new task for himself, which made him feel somewhat guilty. Shin Yushu never anticipated that Jian Yue would exhibit such concern for his well-being. His dark, enigmatic eyes seemed to burn with an intense light as they fell upon Jian Yue, causing a shiver to run down Jian Yue's spine. What was the matter? Why was the young master gazing at him in such a manner? Did he perhaps know something? Jian Yue hesitated as he met Shin Yushu's gaze, inquiring, "Young master, do you already know?" Shin Yushu's expression shifted abruptly. He cleared his throat and continued to exude an air of noble aloofness, even adjusting his collar as he replied, "I have some knowledge." "Goodness, what a perceptive individual," Jian Yue exclaimed. "I knew nothing could be concealed from the young master. Indeed, I have been elected as the village chief." Upon hearing this news, the dignified CEO's reaction was surprisingly akin to that of the villagers themselves. Jian Yue queried, "Young master?" The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Don't be fooled by the young master's impassive face. He might have left a while ago. "This is the first time I've seen the CEO like this. My butler has become an official. Talent shines wherever it is." Shin Yushu narrowed his eyes and regarded Jian Yue, questioning, "Why would you run for village chief when this entire estate is not enough for you to manage?" "Young master, I ran for village chief for the sake of the old lady's health," Jian Yue quickly articulated. "In recent days, I have observed that the villagers are quite guarded. Only by integrating myself within their ranks and establishing a solid grassroots foundation can we effectively dismantle their defenses from within." Shin Yushu's emotions were complex. He thought to himself that Butler Wang was indeed a talented individual, though this was not the response he desired to hear. He looked at Jian Yue and said, "You have done well. Do you desire a reward? Speak your mind. I am willing to consider it." Jian Yue was instantly elated. "Really, young master?" Shin Yushu's demeanor was commanding, his icy gaze lifting slightly as he remarked, "Butler Wang, you were the first to dare question me." Jian Yue immediately backtracked. "It was a slip of the tongue on my part. As long as the master is generous, I am willing to serve as your sycophant for a lifetime." Shin Yushu emphasized certain keywords, hinting, "What do you wish for? I have noted your intentions during this time. Whatever it is, I can fulfill it." Jian Yue proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Young master, why do you say such things? Serving you is my duty. If I could remain by your side and serve you, I would gladly accept any promotion or raise." A moment of silence enveloped the study. Shin Yushu stared at him, speechless. However, the atmosphere in the room seemed to grow colder. Jian Yue couldn't shake the feeling that, despite it being the middle of the afternoon, he was breaking into a cold sweat. Shin Yushu lifted a nearby teacup, took a sip, and turned his gaze back to Jian Yue, asking, "Is that all?" Jian Yue was even more perplexed. What did the master mean? Did he find his request too excessive? After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Actually, I would be fine without a promotion. Young master, I believe." Shin Yushu let out a cold laugh, setting down the teacup, and with a slight crack, the previously intact cup shattered into pieces. "No raise is necessary." Jian Yue trembled, hastily exclaiming, "Wealth is but an external possession, something we cannot take with us upon death. This is a trivial pursuit, young master." Trust me, I hold no interest in money. My sole wish in life is to transcend such banalities. He fervently prayed, "O heavens, do not strike me with lightning. I am compelled by circumstance." The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter upon hearing his words. The host looks like he's about to shatter. He truly loves money. I'm curious about his real profession. But why did the young master suddenly turn hostile? Did the village chief matter upset the CEO? Butler Wong may be losing favor. Oh no, has the host encountered a setback? Speculation ran rampant among the viewers. In the study, Xin Yushu was initially furious, yet upon meeting Jian Yue's somewhat hesitant gaze, his thoughts began to shift. Chapter 25. As Jian Yue's words fell, the atmosphere became lively. Standing in the back, Tian felt as though she had witnessed a ghost. Oh no, although she had indeed seen ghosts before, at this moment, it felt even more absurd. On the lawn not far away, the grotesque figures that had once twisted into various forms were now clapping stiffly. Amidst the thick fog and the absurd, bloody ambience, Butler Wong stood at the entrance, holding a loudspeaker, addressing the creatures in a village meeting while introducing the new policies of Wanfufu Village. The most astonishing part was that the creatures were actually listening. If it weren't for the sharp pain of pinching herself, she would suspect she had gone mad and was hallucinating. Once all the apparitions had dispersed, Jian Yue put away the loudspeaker and strolled in. Just as Tian was about to admire Butler Wong's extraordinary conviction, she saw him casually shut the door and then, with a sudden weakness, collapse into a chair. Jian Yue shakily picked up a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and finally mustered the strength to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, his entire demeanor radiating an aura of having been thoroughly frightened. Tian exclaimed, "Wait, Butler Wong. So you were afraid?" Tian was astonished. "Yet you still dared to hold a meeting?" Jian Yue sighed and set down the cup. "Fear is fear, but work is work. Since I am in this position, I must lead by example. This is my professional belief," Tian exclaimed. The audience in the live stream is in stitches. What a ridiculous concept of professional belief. Wanfufu Village has also enforced a curfew. I'm laughing so hard I'm pounding the floor. The winds of reform have reached the haunted village as well. Though Jian Yue's actions were comical, he had indeed survived this crisis and even safeguarded his companions. As a result, many viewers who initially thought he was merely lucky began to change their opinions. If only I had such a teammate in my rookie village. I don't know how to express it. He alleviated my anxiety over card draws. Me too. You're not alone. In the nightmare world, each player drew different card skills. Some were fortunate enough to draw powerful burst cards at the start, while others received skill cards. Moreover, cards were categorized into gold, orange, purple, blue, and white, creating further divisions. Players who did not draw gold or orange cards experienced greater anxiety. The invisible pressure weighed heavily on all players, compelling those without good cards to continuously delve into dungeons, seeking materials to upgrade their cards, forming a vicious cycle. My card is a skill card, lacking any offensive power, and I live in constant fear. Watching the host gives me hope. Even without drawing a powerful attack card, one can survive. I'm learning to coexist with my cards. Jian Yue's performance during the evening had significantly boosted the vibrancy and popularity of the live stream. System prompt. Congratulations. The audience in the host's live stream has reached 5,000, with 324 players following the channel, and 700 players have cast their recommendations. The host has topped this week's newcomer leaderboard and received a beginner's gift package, which can be claimed after the dungeon concludes. Jian Yue was seated, momentarily surprised by the sudden influx of people, pondering the reason behind their interest in the tale of constructing a beautiful Wanfuzzin. The cheerful exclamations of Tian drew his attention back. "Are you?" Jian Yue glanced towards the injured individual nearby and suggested, "You could exchange some points from the mall to help him with his bleeding. I felt the wound earlier. It hasn't damaged the bone. Just replace the hemostatic medicine and healing powder." Tian hurriedly exclaimed, "Really, Butler Wong? I didn't know you were a doctor." Jian Yue chuckled lightly. "Not quite. I just have a bit of knowledge." As Tian exchanged items, she curiously asked, "Not quite? Are you perhaps a veterinarian, tending to animals?" Jian Yue replied, "I'm a forensic doctor." Tian responded, "Regardless, the night passed without incident." After bidding farewell to Tian and her boyfriend, Jian Yue retired to bed, intending to discuss with the president the following morning about checking the diary data at the archives. However, upon opening the door early the next morning, he was met with a throng of people gathered outside. Scarface and Wen Yu, among others, were stationed in the corridor, clearly waiting for him. their expressions unfriendly. Jian Yue paused, his gaze sweeping over them, and remarked with a faint smile, "What brings everyone together so early?" The players from the archaeological team exchanged glances, as if taking a deep breath, and in unison declared, "Butler Wang, congratulations on your appointment as village secretary." Jian Yue was taken aback. He hadn't expected to be celebrated by a crowd so early in the day. Scarface approached him, saying, "We all know about your heroic act in saving Tian and the others last night. We appreciate your kindness." Jian Yue replied, "I graciously accept your congratulations. But if there's nothing more, I must take my leave, as the young master is likely waiting for me." As he turned to leave, he was stopped. Jian Yue sensed that their intentions went beyond mere congratulations. "Butler Wang, why the cold demeanor?" Scarface's imposing figure loomed over him, an arm resting on Jian Yue's shoulder. "Surely you've heard from Tian. We are seasoned players. We ought to support one another in this realm. In that case, we can share any clues we discover, which is far more beneficial than going solo." When you chimed in with a smile, "Indeed, once we escape this instance together, you can join our organization. Our family is strong. As long as you're part of it, we'll share both fortune and adversity." Jian Yue responded, "In times of trouble, one must bear the burden alone." Wen Yu's smile faltered, and she asked, "Butler Wang, why such words? If you truly believe in sharing fortune and adversity, why did Tian and the others seek my help last night?" Jian Yue replied coolly, "Isn't that rather ironic?" Scarface quickly interjected, "That was because they didn't have lanterns. We all did, and were asleep." Jian Yue chuckled lightly, "Is that so?" The group in the corridor bore the distinct scent of corpse oil lanterns. Yet Scarface and Wen Yu appeared almost pristine, suggesting they were aware of the lantern issue and had evaded danger through special means. They likely hadn't slept at all. Yet they stood idly by as fellow players faced peril. Did they truly think everyone was oblivious? Just then, Tian and her boyfriend stepped forward. Wang Yu said, "Butler Wang, it was my intention's fault for not following the rules, not theirs. Please don't blame them." Jian Yue thought, "Truly, there are fools among us." His expression conveyed exasperation as he rolled his eyes. The audience in the livestream, initially outraged, found amusement in his demeanor. "Ha ha ha. The host is quite entertaining. It's impossible to carry them. Let them fend for themselves." After rolling his eyes, Jian Yue stated, "It appears there are enough of you here. Mutual assistance should suffice. I am not needed. I'm accustomed to solitude and prefer to avoid excessive interaction. Moreover, as a village official, too much familiarity may lead villagers to perceive bias. I hope you all understand." The crowd exclaimed, "Bias? Nonsense." After delivering this, Jian Yue departed, disregarding their expressions. Truth be told, he found the supernatural entities perilous. Yet Scarface and his crew felt even more threatening. Sometimes, the human heart can be far more terrifying than any ghost. In the study, Jian Yue knocked on the door. "Young master, are you awake?" Shen Yushu had already freshened up and replied, "Come in." Jian Yue brought in breakfast, saying, "You must be exhausted from taking care of the old lady yesterday, so I had Aunt Zhang prepare soup for you to enjoy at noon." Shen Yushu casually acknowledged, The meals here paled in comparison to those at the manor, but Shen Yushu, having struggled to build his family business from a young age, was not one to complain. As Jian Yue set the breakfast down and prepared to leave, he heard Shen Yushu say, "Come over for a drink at noon. You've lost quite a bit of weight lately." Jian Yue paused, surprised by the young master's concern for his employee, warmth blossoming in his heart. "Thank you, young master. I have no way to repay you. I will certainly do my utmost to alleviate your burdens." Shen Yushu, elegantly seated, cast a sidelong glance at him. "It's not entirely without recompense." Jian Yue thought, I should have known there's no such thing as a free lunch." The young master evidently had more tasks for him. The ways of capitalists are indeed multifaceted. Shen Yushu, noticing Jian Yue's bewildered expression, inwardly lamented that Butler Wang was rather dense. He had hinted at his intentions, yet remained oblivious. This evening marked the village's Flower Shadow Festival. Shen Yushu stated casually, "You should accompany me." Jian Yue, intrigued, asked, "What is this festival?" Shen Yushu explained, "It's a tradition passed down by my mother. On this day, flowers are picked to convey feelings and seek good fortune." Jian Yue hadn't anticipated such a romantic festival in Wanfuzhen. However, he wondered why the young master wanted him there. Wasn't this an occasion meant for the heroine? What business did a mere butler have in such festivities? Moreover, the Flower Shadow Festival seemed a splendid opportunity for him to seek clues independently. Thus, Jian Yue replied, "It is an honor for me to be invited, young master. But on such a romantic occasion, perhaps you should take the chance to explore. Who knows what serendipity might arise?" Shin Yushu frowned slightly. In Chapter 26, facing Scarface's gaze, Jian Yue's expression was anything but dull. After a series of changing emotions, he finally produced the key from his hand, stating, "Here is the key." Scarface snatched it away. "Give it here." Simultaneously, as the card was seized, Jian Yue heard the system announce, "Task item, archive key, has been rebound." As the words faded, a genuine smile graced Jian Yue's face, and he found Scarface more agreeable. "The key is yours. I wish you all a delightful time inside. I shall take my leave." Scarface, puzzled by Jian Yue's smile, contemplated whether it was a ruse. Upon reflection, he realized that he was no longer a newcomer to be intimidated by the likes of a rookie. Thus, Scarface waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Leave, leave." With the key in hand, other players gathered around, showering praises upon Scarface. "You're truly remarkable, Brother Scar." "Indeed, we finally obtained it. Brother Scar, you're amazing." "I bow to you." Jian Yue cast a fleeting glance at them, choosing not to linger and promptly turned to depart. By the time he returned to the mansion, night had fallen. Jian Yue first reported to Shin Yushu about his findings at the document repository, explaining that while the contents of the file bag might not belong to Ji Feng, the data recorded within that ought to be shared with Shin Yushu would be provided nonetheless. Shin Yushu had just returned from the backyard and regarded Jian Yue, who was speaking to him in the corridor, in silence for a moment. Jian Yue, having been exposed to the sun for a while, had a slight flush on his face, his eyes glistening with moisture, and his lips moved softly as he spoke. Shin Yushu found himself momentarily entranced. After Jian Yue concluded his report, he looked at him with a hint of confusion. "Young master." Shin Yushu snapped back to reality, the typically aloof and regal president appearing somewhat flustered. "It's so hot. You shouldn't be running around outside in the middle of the day. You're sweating profusely." Jian Yue thought he might have disrupted the decorum of the village. In truth, he was not sweating from the heat, but rather from the exertion of fleeing from the female ghost. He hadn't had time to clean himself upon his return, fearing that his character's integrity might suffer a loss of health points. Quickly, Jian Yue began to explain, "The old servant was merely anxious. After all, young master, you have been worried about the old lady's condition these past few days." Shin Yushu's heart softened a bit. Butler Wang truly cared for him. Since childhood, his father had been absent, and his mother had always favored his younger brother. No matter how accomplished he was, he remained unseen in her eyes. Following the early demise of his brother, his mother became even more reticent. Shin Yushu learned to be independent at a young age, and through years of struggles, he finally carved out a place for himself. While there were those who had shown him kindness, their intentions were often laced with ulterior motives, except for Butler Wang, whose goodwill was pure. Their eyes met, and Shin Yushu lifted his chiseled chin, exhaling softly as he spoke. "It's not just one person who is anxious. The archaeological team I support isn't idle either." Jian Yue chuckled at the thought of Scarface and his companions possibly engaging in a game of survival with the female ghost at that moment, replying, "Young master, your wisdom is unparalleled." Just as he was about to excuse himself to freshen up, Shin Yushu beckoned him over, saying, "Forget it, come here." Jian Yue followed the president into the study, where a refreshing coolness enveloped them. Despite the summer heat in Wanfufa village, the interior remained pleasantly temperate. Shin Yushu handed him a clean towel from the shelf, saying, "Wipe yourself down." Jian Yue initially intended to take the towel and do it himself, but as he approached, Shin Yushu placed the towel directly on his forehead, helping him wipe away the sweat. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Jian Yue was slightly taken aback. He wanted to protest that a butler should not have his employer attend to him in such a manner. However, he found himself at a loss for words under Shin Yushu's earnest gaze, ultimately standing still and allowing him to assist. Once finished, Shin Yushu instructed, "Go drink some soup over there." It then dawned on Jian Yue that he had earlier asked Aunt Zhang to prepare some nourishing soup for Shin Yushu, who had casually mentioned he might want some as well. He thought it was merely polite banter. The viewers in the live stream reacted more strongly. "Butler Wang, you are so fortunate. To be an employee, one must aspire to reach Butler Wang's status. Wow, President, I hardly recognize you now." Who could have imagined that the devoted servant would end up with such privileges? Unaware that the audience was more engaged than he was, Jian Yue was primarily focused on reporting the findings from the document repository. To his surprise, Shin Yushu directly handed him a sealed document, saying, "Read it." Jian Yue accepted it, feeling its weight in his hands. As he tore open the sealed bag, the first thing that caught his eye was a series of very clear words. 2017 Seattle Archaeological Team member data. He was astonished that the president had managed to obtain it so swiftly. Jian Yue immediately delved into the data, with the first page detailing the individual he was most intrigued by, Ji Feng. Ji Feng hailed from the city and had been fascinated by religion and the occult since childhood. At the age of 20, he enrolled in university, during which he had numerous disputes with classmates over academic results. At 22, the university formed its first archaeological team to conduct geological surveys in Wanfufu village, led by Jian Yue, Ji Feng's girlfriend. Ji Feng was not originally on the list, but was added last minute. Ji Feng had a sister named Ji Ting, who had passed away years ago. Ji Ting had firmly believed her brother was still alive and, in pursuit of him, had accompanied an archaeological team to Wanfufu village in 93, but found no trace of him. Jian Yue frowned slightly upon reading this. Ji Feng's sister had also visited Wanfufu village. Was she still alive? Who was the female ghost that had been relentlessly pursuing him, trying to find Ji Feng? Jian Yue reminded him, look further. Jian Yue promptly flipped the page, and indeed, the next name was Jian Yue, the leader of the Seattle archaeological team, accompanied by a photo of a girl with braided hair, dressed in a white shirt and smiling, exuding a pure and innocent charm. Jian Yue, a city dweller, was an only child from a distinguished family, excelling in academics and beauty from a young age. At 19, she entered university, where she met Ji Feng. Although they shared many ideals and aspirations, they often quarreled due to differing opinions. And they were still in a Cold War before embarking on the journey to Wanfufu village. What had transpired between them during their arguments? Everything seemed to revolve around Ji Feng. All the mysteries were entwined with him. Jian Yue glanced at Ji Feng's diary resting on the table, picked it up, and flipped through it, hesitantly asking, young master, do you think the latter half of Ji Feng's diary might still be hidden in the village? Jian Yue replied, if so, where do you think it might be? Jian Yue furrowed his brows lightly and admitted, I don't know. Just as Jian Yue was about to conclude the topic, Jian Yue perked up, but I am now the village secretary, young master. Once I get familiar with the villagers, I will conduct an investigation and surely uncover the remaining parts. Seeing Jian Yue so elated, Jian Yue couldn't help but feel a bit lighter himself. He said, you need not rush. My mother's condition has improved a bit these past few days. You've worked hard during this time and can afford to take a breather. Jian Yue immediately protested, how can that be? Until this matter is resolved, you cannot be at ease, young master. How can I rest peacefully? Most importantly, the longer it dragged on, the more ominous his feelings became. When he met some members of the archaeological team earlier, he sensed a strong and unsettling aura around them. Jian Yue reassured him, there's no use in your anxiety. There's an event in the village tonight. You should accompany me to enjoy it. Jian Yue responded, yes, young master, but before we go, there is one more thing I must say. Jian Yue raised an eyebrow. As the village secretary, one must be more attuned to the people's livelihood. Last night, I compiled a series of surveys concerning public welfare. Jian Yue took one from his pocket and asked, would you like to prepare one, young master? Jian Yue retorted, get lost. Jian Yue replied cheerfully, all right. After finishing lunch at the residence, Jian Yue headed to the village center to clock in. He remembered the village head had stated that as the village secretary, he was required to sign in daily at the dilapidated meeting room at the village entrance, a rather tedious regulation for such a minor official. He initially presumed he would be the only one there, but to his surprise, the village head was present, engrossed in a book, exuding an air of culture. Jian Yue greeted him with familiarity, village head, reading today? No lantern making, not busy, huh? The village head nodded, casting a profound glance at Jian Yue, and spoke in a sharp, somewhat grating tone. I heard from the carpenter that you promoted a new public welfare policy yesterday. Jian Yue smiled. Indeed. What's on your mind? Village head? Are you captivated by my new policy? The village head's lips twitched as he slowly replied, the villagers have grown accustomed to their way of life. A sudden change may not be beneficial. Jian Yue nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The village head's spirits lifted, so. Jian Yue, excited, grasped his hand. So what you mean, village head, is that because everyone is accustomed to the status quo, you, as the leader of the village, must lead by example. The village head's smile faltered. I'm afraid I cannot. Jian Yue sighed. I can understand that. The village head thought he finally spoke some sensible words. You are getting on in years and don't sleep much, Jian Yue remarked. That is perfect. If you find it hard to sleep at night, you could patrol the village. If you see any villagers staying up late, you should advise them properly. The village head, unable to endure any longer, slammed his hand on the table. Wang Guanjia, Jian Yue, who had been writing in his notebook, turned at the noise, his fair face reflecting innocence. "What is it?" "Village head." Their eyes met. He adjusted his glasses, his dark eyes twinkling with mischief, and said leisurely, "Are you dissatisfied with the public welfare policy introduced by the village secretary?" The village head. The viewers in the live stream were amused by the scene. Chapter 27. Jian Yue felt as though struck by lightning. The astonishment he felt was even greater than when he discovered the village head's incompetence. Under Wang Danyu's fiery gaze, Jian Yue swallowed his retorts and coughed lightly to inquire. "Comrade, may I ask what it is about me that attracts you?" He should tell him. Surely he could change. Wang Danyu appeared somewhat shy at Jian Yue's question, scratching the back of his head and chuckling clumsily. He stole a glance at Jian Yue before softly saying, "I can't quite say. I just feel." Jian Yue's heart raced. Feel what? Could it be he had seen his intriguing soul? Unexpectedly, Wang Danyu continued, "I think Secretary Wang, you smell really good." Jian Yue exclaimed, "Enough. I've had enough of this. Brother Danyu, it seems you're quite hungry." He earnestly lectured, "Comrade, one must not be so superficial. When you like someone, you must look beyond their exterior and understand their heart. To transcend such base tastes is to progress in a meaningful way. You may not fully grasp this yet. I do not blame you. You should converse more with my boss, General Shan. He possesses a steadfast heart and will not be easily swayed by superficialities." Wang Danyu looked puzzled and scratched his head. "Secretary Wang, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Just as Jian Yue was about to speak, a group of people approached along a nearby path, one of whom was being carried on the shoulders of others. Jian Yue, sensitive to his surroundings, caught the distinct scent of blood and the smell of oil lamps on the breeze. Clearly, this group was the archaeological team. As they drew nearer, Jian Yue recognized them. Wen Yu and the others glared at Jian Yue in anger. "Wang Guanjia, you dare to harm us." Jian Yue noticed the scarred face of a man limping along. Despite the smell of blood, no droplets fell, suggesting they had used medications from the market and had suffered significant injuries. "Captain Wen, what brings this accusation?" Jian Yue pondered how someone could dare to play the victim in broad daylight. He had to intervene. "What harm have I done to you?" One of the archaeologists retorted angrily, "Your key is problematic. It clings to you, and there's a woman." His voice faltered midway. It wasn't that he hesitated to speak, but there was a villager standing by Jian Yue, and they couldn't mention ghosts in front of him. That would violate their character's integrity and incur penalties from the system. "What woman?" Jian Yue pressed. The archaeologist glowered at him, frustration evident. After managing to obtain the key from Jian Yue, they had joyfully entered the document repository, discovered numerous files, and then found a locked chamber, believing they had stumbled upon a crucial plot point. However, as they descended, they were chased and attacked by a female ghost. The first few archaeologists who went down had assumed they were doomed. But a surprising turn of events occurred. The ghost focused her attacks not on them, but on Scarface. Her Scarface, caught off guard, was pierced through by the ghost's claws. If Captain Wen had not summoned a puppet to block part of the attack, he might not have returned alive. They fled from the basement, intending to discard that cursed key, but even more despair awaited them. The key simply could not be discarded. Even if they managed to throw it away initially, it would return after a certain distance. They were cornered in the document repository, and had it not been for the ghost's disinterest in others, they would all likely have perished. Archaeologist Li Guang exclaimed angrily, "What are we talking about? Wang Guanjiao must be aware of this. Look at Scarface now, in this state. He almost didn't make it back. Is this your intention? I don't know when we offended you to warrant such treatment." Jian Yue raised an eyebrow. "Comrade, I find your words perplexing. Are you referring to that key? Before you took it, I distinctly remember warning you that it was dangerous. As a humble village secretary, I attempted to advise you, but you ignored my counsel. Now, you are the first to cast blame in my direction. Any person with a strong sense of morality would feel guilt from when used words and fall into internal conflict." However, Jian Yue resolutely rejected their moral coercion and turned the tables. Li Guang choked in anger. He was about to advance, but was halted. Wang Danyu suddenly extended his arm to block him, speaking gruffly, "What do you intend to do to our village secretary?" Li Guang replied, "Isn't it true that villagers typically do not interfere in matters between players?" He chuckled, attempting to downplay the situation. "You misunderstand. We are merely discussing private matters with Wang Guanjia. The affairs of the village secretary are the concerns of our Wanfufu village." Wang Danyu declared emphatically, his gaze filled with disdain as he regarded the group before him. "Do not bully Secretary Wang simply because you outnumber him." The archaeologist exclaimed, "Who could have imagined that Butler Wang single-handedly surrounded all of us? Who can we turn to for reason? The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Brother Danyu is truly a simpleton. Wang's secretary, why not just give in to him? At least he might be gentler when he strikes you at night. The host also joined in the mirth, thoroughly entertained. Just as the banter continued, Jian Yue turned to Brother Danyu and reassured him, "Don't worry, Brother Danyu. It seems the villagers from the archaeological team simply thought things through. After all, how could they possibly hold a grudge against me, a village secretary devoted to the people, right? No one dares to speak disrespectfully to the village secretary, including the archaeologists who are now considered residents of Wanfufu village. Such behavior would violate the system's regulations." As he spoke, Jian Yue smiled at the archaeologists, who were taken aback. They thought, when you just let the archaeologists vent their anger on Jian Yue, and now she comes out pretending to be the good one. She stepped forward with a smile, saying, yes, it's just a misunderstanding. Butler Wang, please don't take it to heart. My team members are just young and impulsive. You must be more forgiving. Jian Yue replied, of course. But Captain Wen, I must remind you that I am quite young as well. If I act impulsively in the future, you must also be more forgiving. Wen Yu's lips twitched as she forced a smile. Of course. Reluctantly, they departed, and as they brushed past, the scarred face of one of the archaeologists lifted his gaze towards Jian Yue, his eyes dark and filled with resentment. Jian Yue remained unfazed. To be honest, since the first day he arrived in this instance, these people had shown him no goodwill. He doubted that showing weakness would change their attitude. During the day, a group had dared to snatch his keys at the entrance of the document hall, an act devoid of compassion, signaling a willingness to sever ties. If he were to cower and allow himself to be victimized, it would only embolden these ghouls. It was better to retaliate, even if it meant suffering. He would rather fight back than be torn apart. The audience in the live stream shared similar sentiments. This group of ne'er-do-wells didn't expect to encounter someone who wouldn't fall for their tricks. They have many sinister schemes. Are they aiming to harm the host? The host shouldn't have confronted them so soon. It's perilous. What are they thinking? If he were to submit, he would perish even quicker. They came here for that golden card. There's no way they would let it go. After being injured by the female ghost today, he is sure to seek a scapegoat. Something is bound to happen tonight. As the discussion swirled, the evening sky over Wanfufu village remained calm. Once they had left, Brother Danny turned to him, his dark visage breaking into a hearty smile as he said, Secretary Wang, you're quite a decent fellow. Don't forget to join us for the Flower Shadow Festival tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Jian Yue smiled and replied, You flatter me, comrade, but I fear I may not be able to accompany you. Brother Danny's expression shifted. Why not? Secretary Wang? Do you find me unworthy? Then return my grass. Jian Yue thought to himself that he might as well return it. The system panel refreshed. Time-limited task. A butler who doesn't want to be a matchmaker is not a good secretary. Task reward. Grass for the Flower Shadow Festival note. This grass is a gift from the villagers and grants access to the altar in Wanfufu village. Jian Yue was taken aback. The altar. He hadn't anticipated that the unknown reward would be this. The system is truly heartless. Why not mention it sooner? Just as Brother Danyu was about to retrieve the grass, Jian Yue quickly called out, Comrade, wait. Brother Danyu looked at him in confusion. Jian Yue cleared his throat and continued, Upon reflection, it is an honor to extend an invitation, and since you're so skilled at tilling the land, I must give you, the tilling king, some respect. Brother Danyu beamed with joy, clapping Jian Yue on the shoulder as he said, Secretary Wang, you truly have an eye for talent. I'll be waiting for you tonight. Jian Yue nodded eagerly. After securing the grass, Jian Yue merrily returned. Recalling that the young master had mentioned he would also attend the Flower Shadow Festival that evening, he hurried back to the manor, where the lights were ablaze. Jian Yue went straight to the study. Young master. Shin Yushu was still engaged in a video conference. He glanced at Jian Yue, who initially intended to step back, but Shin Yushu gestured for him to sit. So, he obediently took a seat beside him, stealing glances as Shin Yushu conducted the meeting. The professional financial jargon flew past him. He understood none of it. All he could see was Shin Yushu's sharp profile, occasionally furrowing his brow while managing affairs with meticulous organization. Jian Yue felt relieved that his boss, preoccupied with significant matters, would likely not concern himself with trivialities like his own. As he sipped his water, Shin Yushu concluded the meeting, rising from the table. He said, The matter concerning the village secretary has been resolved. Jian Yue promptly stood, saying, Yes, young master, it's all taken care of. Would you like to hear my report on village affairs? He endeavored to appear professional. Shin Yushu replied, Just report to the village chief. Chapter 28. Jian Yue had been in discussion with Brother Danny when he suddenly heard a voice behind him and turned curiously. Young master? Shinyushu strode forward, standing before him with a questioning expression. What did you just say to him? The honest and straightforward Brother Danny answered first. The secretary said he is a straight man. Shinyushu shot him a glare. I didn't ask you. Brother Danny fell silent, intimidated by Shinyushu's fierce gaze, which exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, more dangerous than a wild wolf on the mountain. He thought it wiser to keep quiet. Jian Yue was even more frightened than Brother Danny. Why was the boss suddenly angry? Did he find out about the employee and villagers' camaraderie? However, Shinyushu's gaze remained fixed on Jian Yue as he inquired. What did you just tell him? Young master, please let me explain. Jian Yue quickly soothed him, leaning closer to Shinyushu's ear. This was all strategic. It's a temporary measure. Upon hearing this, Shinyushu understood. Butler Wang liked him, but was hesitant to hurt others' feelings, hence the fabrication. Damn it. He was practically playing with fire. Even he had nearly been deceived. Yet, Shinyushu felt a bit relieved. He knew Butler Wang could not possibly be a straight man, given all the subtlety he had displayed in attracting his attention. Anyone could be straight, but Butler Wang certainly was not. Seeing that Shinyushu was no longer glaring at him, Jian Yue quickly added, Young master, please wait a moment. I'll be right over. When Shinyushu noticed that even his subordinate, Iron Bull, was being dismissed, his mood improved somewhat. He nodded, albeit begrudgingly. All right, make it quick. Jian Yue breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Of course. Finally managing to send Shinyushu away, Jian Yue looked back at Brother Danny, ready to continue their conversation. But he noticed Brother Danny staring at him with a peculiar expression. Curiosity piqued. Jian Yue asked, Brother Danny, why are you looking at me like that? Brother Danny replied, Secretary Wang, you don't need to explain. I know why you're not getting along with me. Jian Yue was puzzled. Why? Before he could persuade him further, Brother Danny had already convinced himself. As Wang Danio's voice resonated with conviction, he exclaimed, It is because you harbor feelings for your boss. Jian Yue, startled, quickly covered his mouth, fearful that such audacious words would reach Shinyushu's ears. Yet, not far away, under the tree, Shinyushu indeed turned his gaze towards them. Their eyes met, causing Jian Yue to break into a sweat. Comrade, one may indulge in gluttony, but one must not speak recklessly. Jian Yue hastily retorted, How did you discern that I have feelings for the boss? Wang Danyu replied, I do not speak idly, it is evident. The moment he arrives, you cease to acknowledge my presence. Jian Yue was at a loss for words, struggling to explain that the man was both his employer and provider, and that failing to appease him could result in dire consequences. Thankfully, Wang Danyu was perceptive enough to say, Since you have someone you fancy, I shall not press further. However, might you introduce me to that individual? Jian Yue was taken aback by the swiftness of Wang Danyu's affections. Following the direction of his finger, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Him, standing under the tree was Scarface, who had recently recovered from a serious injury. Despite his wounds, he had attended the rare Huaying festival, likely unwilling to miss out on any valuable information or items. Indeed, a hint of color appeared on Wang Danyu's face as he grinned sheepishly and remarked, I find him quite charming. Jian Yue interjected, Enough, Brother Danyu. I see you are quite hungry. He preferred to mind his own business and was indifferent to other matters. Thus, he said, I am not well acquainted with him. If you are interested, perhaps you should inquire directly. Wang Danyu did not insist further and moved on. Jian Yue exhaled in relief. Turning around, he locked eyes with Shinyushu and quickly approached, saying, Young master. Shinyushu inquired, Have you resolved the matter? Yes, young master, Jian Yue replied. Noticing the villagers were enjoying themselves, he added, I have procured a special herb. The villagers say only with it can one access the altar behind. That is why I accompanied Brother Danyu. Shinyushu raised an eyebrow. So, have you entered yet? Not yet, Jian Yue admitted. Shinyushu, more direct, glanced behind him and asked, Is that the altar? Jian Yue nodded eagerly. It should be. Shinyushu scoffed, his demeanor regal and aloof. I thought it was something significant. Is it merely an altar? Jian Yue, assuming Shinyushu was unaware, quickly explained, The villagers currently do not allow anyone to pass. Each world of the quests has its own rules, and players must adhere to them diligently. A minor misstep could trigger the deadly rules of the spirits, adversely affecting their progress. Shinyushu approached the altar. The village chief, who had seemingly been observing them, immediately approached and asked, What do you intend to do? Jian Yue stood behind Shinyushu and spoke on his behalf. Chief, we wish to view the altar behind. Their commotion caught the attention of Wen Yu and Scarface, who had been keeping an eye on them. Scarface sneered. Before the festival begins, the chief will never allow you in. You truly are tenacious. When you nodded in agreement. If it were that easy to enter, we wouldn't have paid such a heavy price last time. Trespassing would bring curses upon us, and without the villagers' invitation, it would be impossible. As they spoke, Shinyushu regarded the village chief. The chief stated with authority, "This is a sacred ground of our village. Outsiders cannot intrude during festival days." "Is that so?" Shinyushu replied with a cold smirk, seemingly unfazed. "We cannot enter?" The chief affirmed with resolute conviction, "You cannot." Turning to Jian Yue, Shinyushu declared, "Wang, it appears the chief is not earnest in welcoming us. Last time, you mentioned developing Wanfufu village and requested funding for renovations. I see no need to discuss this further. Inform the archaeological team to prepare to depart." The chief's expression shifted dramatically. Regardless of the renovation issue, the festival was imminent. And the archaeological team could not leave. Otherwise, what would happen to the festival? Upon witnessing the chief's countenance, Jian Yue caught Shinyushu's gaze and cleared his throat. Theatrically interrupting, "Young master, please reconsider. Are you truly intending to send the archaeological team away?" With a cold laugh, Shinyushu replied, "Since the chief does not regard us as villagers, what is the point of staying?" Jian Yue summoned all his acting prowess. "If we leave now, given your itinerary, it may be decades before we return. While I know you have a sincere affection for your homeland, it is surprising to leave so soon, though it is regrettable. Since it is your command, I must comply." The chief, taken aback, was not accustomed to being confronted in such a manner. Typically, previous archaeological teams would retreat in fear. They had never encountered such a situation. No one had ever informed him that refusing entry would result in their departure. Shinyushu did not linger and turned to leave. Jian Yue, fearing he had not fanned the flames sufficiently, sighed towards the chief. "Chief, our young master is truly disheartened. You may not realize the depth of his feelings for our village. Recently, he expressed a desire to enhance the village's economic development. Our matriarch also hails from this village, and he has always held you in high regard. It is unfortunate, however, I understand you have your own burdens. I shall take my leave." With each word, the chief grew increasingly anxious. As Jian Yue began to walk away, the two seemed resolute in their departure, which did not appear to be an act. In a state of panic, the chief called out, "Wait. You must wait." Jian Yue paused a few steps later, feigning confusion. "Chief, is there something else?" The chief's expression shifted from stern to a forced smile. "I believe there may be a misunderstanding between Mr. Shun and us. You must persuade him not to leave." Jian Yue pretended to be troubled. "Chief, it is not that I do not wish to persuade him. Young master is quite firm in his decisions. There may have been a chance for resolution, but just now, you did not allow even a returning traveler to glimpse the altar. This puts me in a difficult position." His heartfelt plea successfully made the chief feel the weight of responsibility, realizing he had inadvertently hurt a returning wanderer's sentiments. "Very well, chief, I shall not detain you further. I need to find the young master. Tomorrow, we must pack our belongings and prepare to leave with the archaeological team." Seeing that they were truly about to depart, the chief hurriedly intervened. "Wait. Please wait." Jian Yue turned back to him. The chief's demeanor, once stern, now reflected urgency. While the rule against entering the altar is an ancestral decree, it must be acknowledged that rules are rigid, while people are adaptable. "Quickly, Wang. I implore you to bring Mr. Shin back." Observing the chief's frantic demeanor, a barely perceptible smile flickered in Jian Yue's eyes as he nodded, feigning difficulty. "Well, I shall give it a try. However, I cannot guarantee success." The chief was now completely under his influence, eagerly insisting, "Wang, please do your utmost. If you can persuade Mr. Shin, I shall surely cooperate with your survey questionnaire." Jian Yue's previously stern expression instantly softened as he cleared his throat and remarked, "What pretense is necessary between us, village chief? Let us not forget our bond." The corners of the village chief's mouth twitched slightly. Jian Yue promptly dashed back to find Shinyushu, grasping the latter's sleeve with a smile in his eyes, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them, "Young master, it's all settled. We may proceed." Chapter 29. Upon hearing Jian Yue's words, the village chief's expression contorted in a rather peculiar manner. He chuckled awkwardly. "Secretary Wang, you certainly have a sense of humor." Jian Yue replied with a grin, "But it was you who initiated the jest, village chief." Internally cursing, the village chief, under the scrutinizing gazes of Jian Yue and Mr. Shan, forced a smile and said, "This mural in our village is sacred. How can it be altered without due respect? That would be an affront to the divine." Shinyushu interjected, If it is indeed sacred, village chief, is it not an act of disrespect to include their likenesses without consulting my subordinates first? The village chief's face turned a shade of worry. Jian Yue wisely suggested, perhaps it would be best to give the village chief an opportunity for atonement by removing our images from the mural. As he spoke, he turned to the village chief with a smile. This request should not pose a significant challenge, should it, village chief? The village chief thought to himself. He truly despises Secretary Wang. Noticing the village chief's silence, Jian Yue frowned slightly and asked, is there a problem, village chief? If this poses a difficulty, we can easily resolve it. A flicker of hope ignited in the village chief's heart. Could it be that Mr. Shun is not so disagreeable after all? We can simply leave Wanfu village. Jian Yue chuckled coldly. In a village that shows such disrespect, I see no reason to remain. The village chief inwardly lamented the situation with these two individuals. Ultimately, under the pressure and encouragement from Mr. Shun and the benevolent concern of Jian Yue, the village chief gritted his teeth and declared, I will erase your images. Jian Yue smiled and replied, thank you, village chief. He understood that even if the images were removed, the curse of the altar would likely remain, but at least they would feel a tad safer. The village chief seemed to have retreated in frustration. Jian Yue turned to Jian Yue, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young master. Without your guidance, I would have been at a loss in dealing with these matters. The cool evening breeze brushed against him. His features were delicate, and his eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked back at Jian Yue, whose smile appeared capable of illuminating the darkest night. In the stillness of the evening, Jian Yue could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Damn it, he realized he might be falling for him. Jian Yue's gaze momentarily faltered, and then, with some stiffness, he turned his face away, huffing, Wang Butler, you have much to learn. Jian Yue responded with a smile, yes, young master. I shall follow your lead and learn diligently. The owner has accepted his loyalty. Upon hearing this, Jian Yue's ears flushed. Wang Butler vowed to accompany him for a lifetime. In the moonlit night, the pair exchanged glances, both evidently satisfied with the outcome. Just as Jian Yue was about to inquire about their departure, Jian Yue, with a serious demeanor, instructed, come with me over here. Curiosity piqued, Jian Yue obediently followed Jian Yue's lead. The altar was vast, with towering stone pillars. Jian Yue stepped forward to one of the pillars and asked, what do you see? I see the pillar, Jian Yue replied. Look closely, Jian Yue urged. Jian Yue illuminated the area with his flashlight, examining the intricate stone carvings. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed something unusual. Squinting, he exclaimed. Words from Ji-Feng. Though not entirely clear, in the corner, he could indeed see carved letters. May 13th, clear weather. Jian Yue smiled. It seems that archaeologist has been here. Jian Yue nodded, intrigued by this discovery. He had yet to locate Ji-Feng's actual research institute, which might hold the true secrets of Wanfu village. The viewers in the live broadcast expressed their excitement. Wow, this wasn't mentioned in the strategy guide. Typically, one only approaches the altar in the late-game escape sequence. Most streamers can't even access the altar at this point. Wang Butler is no ordinary person. He is the village secretary. It's entirely normal for him to uncover village secrets. Jian Yue was deep in thought regarding the implications of the inscription. Was this left by Ji-Feng? Why did he choose to carve this date? What significance did it hold? The system panel refreshed. Time-limited task. Ji-Feng's message. Task details. Ji-Feng has left some clues. Please find the locations he indicated. Task duration. 24 hours task reward. Paint. Jian Yue was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the nature of this paint. A conjecture emerged in his mind. Could it be the paint for the mural? If he could find this paint, would it not allow him to alter the mural's content? The possibility thrilled him. Yet, he furrowed his brow. There was only one time frame, making it challenging to deduce. Jian Yue's voice broke through his thoughts. Wang Butler, why are you leaning so close to the pillar? Is it not clear enough for you? Jian Yue straightened up abruptly. The pair had lingered at the altar for too long. Jian Yue felt the biting chill of the night enveloping them, and the valley began to shroud itself in mist, a troubling sign. We should leave, Jian Yue suggested, grasping his flashlight. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Jian Yue turning around, and the edge of the altar was perilously empty. The only flashlight was in Jian Yue's hand, rendering the area around Jian Yue too dark to navigate. In a split second, he realized Jian Yue was about to stumble down the high stone steps. He could not allow anything to happen to the important protagonist. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Yue rushed forward. Young master. The steps were tall, and the fall could be perilous. Instinctively, he shielded Jian Yue's head and body. Rolling down the steps, and landing heavily on the ground, the pain overwhelming his senses. All he could hear was Shen Yushu's voice, "Wang Butler." Jian Yue felt a numbness spread through his limbs, unable to respond. The flashlight rolled away, but he caught a glimpse of Shen Yushu's expression, which seemed to convey anger. "You fool! Did you need to save me? Are you not afraid of death?" Shen Yushu scolded. In truth, Jian Yue had not sustained severe injuries. The fall had merely startled him. He himself was bewildered as to why he had instinctively followed. Though rationally, he aimed to uphold the persona of a devoted butler. In that fleeting moment, he felt a profound sense of loss akin to someone disappearing from his life, compelling him to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Gradually, he regained his composure. Jian Yue rubbed his head and said, "Young master, I am fine." Shen Yushu anxiously checked his injuries and, upon confirming that no bones were broken, looked at Jian Yue, who was covered in dust from the fall while trying to save him, and an indescribable emotion filled his heart. Wang, the butler, must genuinely care for him to risk his life. "You cannot do this again next time," Shen Yushu said. "Although I understand that your actions stem from your affection for me, you must not treat your own life so lightly." Jian Yue replied, "Ah?" Shen Yushu shot him a glare and said, "What do you mean by ah? However, considering your unwavering devotion to me, I might be willing to consider it. After all, my mother may not accept such matters, especially since her health is poor. You must be sensible and not insist on a title, understood?" Jian Yue replied, "No, young master." "Are you speaking Chinese? I find it a bit hard to comprehend. Is this a compliment to the butler for his loyalty to the young master? Affection should be the kind felt towards a superior." The viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. "Folks, I've stayed up too long. I might need to sleep. Haha, I think I'm hallucinating. Is this what I imagined? Everyone? Just when I thought this live stream couldn't surprise me anymore, it proves me wrong." Meanwhile, the two individuals at the altar faced each other. Shen Yushu sneered. "What? Are you so happy that you're foolish?" Jian Yue, rarely at a loss for words, stammered. "Young master, your praise for my loyalty naturally brings me joy, but as for titles, I am content with my position as a butler and have never dared to aspire to anything beyond that. Besides, what more could there be?" Yet, upon hearing this, Shen Yushu frowned and said, "Your hesitance to aspire to anything is only a temporary measure. It does not mean you should never allow yourself to think about it. What do you take me for, Wang the butler?" Under Shen Yushu's gaze, Jian Yue's fair face revealed a hint of anticipation as he slowly inquired, "Is that title perhaps the chief butler of the inner court?" "Shen Yushu," Jian Yue excitedly exclaimed, "Are you promoting me?" Not only did Shen Yushu fall silent, but the viewers in the live stream were also speechless. "Wang the butler, I hate that you're so dense. Ha. It's not easy being the CEO. The host is truly a straightforward man. Enough, Shun, you're going to crack. Ha. Seeing Shen Yushu's silence, Jian Yue hesitated and said, "Young master." Shen Yushu lifted his noble, cold chin and remarked, "Wang the butler, if you wish to tease me, there should be limits. I understand your joy, but do not let it lead to such behavior in the future." Jian Yue seemed to slowly grasp something from Shen Yushu's words. "The boss thinks I have feelings for him. This is a misunderstanding. Young master, you must be mistaken." Jian Yue hurriedly clarified, "I am utterly devoted to you and have never dared to harbor any other thoughts. If the boss were to be angered by such an idea and dismiss me, how could I survive without your formidable ghost-repelling charm?" The mountain breeze swept over the altar, and the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Shen Yushu's handsome face appeared especially cold as his sharp black eyes fixed on Jian Yue, uttering each word with clarity. "What did you say?" Chapter 30. Just as when Yu's expression soured, Jian Yue caught her gaze. He could not feign ignorance under the constraints of the plot. Failing to respond would only deduct from his life value. Thus, Jian Yue bent slightly and suggested to Shen Yushu, "Young master, I see that Miss Wen is also having a hard time. Why don't you?" Shen Yushu raised an eyebrow, questioning Wang the butler's intentions. Was it not enough to flirt behind his back? Now he was to express such sentiments openly in front of him. Shen Yushu coldly replied, "Wang the butler, if you believe Miss Wen is struggling, you can help her compensate." Jian Yu's expression shifted as he turned to Wen Yu and said, "However, to be fair, while Miss Wen is having a hard time, making clothes is no easy task either. I support your decision, young master." After saying this, Jian Yue even had the audacity to add, "Miss Wen, rest assured that our young master is not an unfeeling man. If you were truly in need, I think." Wen Yu's eyes brightened. Was Wang the butler truly showing compassion? Jian Yue enthusiastically continued, "I think you should consider installment payments. That way, the pressure would be much lighter. I can help you find a bank with low interest rates. When you, what a delightful arrangement. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. What on earth is this plot? Wang the butler is trying to save money while proposing ridiculous ideas. Installment payments? Really? But the subsequent romantic escapade could not possibly be altered. Indeed, these were merely minor subplots. As the participants in the event gradually departed, the night deepened, and the fog in Wanf village thickened, making it perilous to linger outside. However, everyone had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol during the banquet, including the CEO. Yet, out of long-standing habit, he would always check on his mother before resting, and Jian Yue, as the butler, naturally followed him. The lights were still on in the back courtyard, and the air was filled with a faint herbal scent. Since the old lady fell ill, her rest had been quite unsettled. Jian Yue entered the room with Shun Yushu, and, through the curtain, could see the old lady lying in bed. For some reason, he felt she seemed to be in decent condition. Yulu, you're here, the old lady said softly. Why are you still visiting your mother at this hour? Shouldn't you be resting? Shin Yushu replied, I am concerned about my mother's health and naturally wanted to check in. The old lady sighed. You worry too much. How was the Huaying festival? Did you meet any charming young ladies? For some reason, as she asked this question, Jian Yue felt an inexplicable sensation that Shin Yushu glanced at him. Oh no, could it be? He had completely forgotten about the matchmaking and had dragged Shin Yushu through the entire event without a care for the matter of his future spouse. No wonder Shin Yushu was looking at him. Seeing Jian Yue's guilty and fearful expression, Shin Yushu inexplicably felt a bit better. Humph. Wang the butler knows he has been swayed, doesn't he? Shin Yushu told his mother. No? The old lady sighed again. Not a single one you fancy? Shin Yushu nodded. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter. Well, it can't be said that there is absolutely no one. Shin seems quite taken with Wang the butler. Perhaps you should ask from a different perspective. Ha ha ha, the path is narrowed. The audience was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. You, my child, when we were in the city, your mother introduced you to many esteemed young ladies, yet you showed no interest, the old lady said leisurely. How is it that you are like your grandfather, returning empty-handed from the Huaying festival, only to fall for a girl from out of town after seeing her in the office registration form? Shin Yushu replied, perhaps it is fate. To be honest, he had never thought much of Wang the butler before, but his opinion had indeed changed since arriving in Wanf village. This could very well be the legendary connection of 1,000 miles brought together by a single thread. Beside him, Jian Yue's heart was tumultuous. The registration form at the village office. How had he overlooked it? He had not seen Ji Feng's documents on the library shelves. But since Ji Feng had come to Wanfu village, the registration form at the village entrance must contain a record of where he had resided at that time. After so long, he had finally pieced it together. Indeed, the journey to uncover this truth had been arduous. Just as he was lost in thought, the elderly lady nearby spoke. All right, you've been busy all day. It's time for you to rest. Don't linger here with your mother. Wang butler. Please stay behind. I have a few matters regarding the young master to discuss with you. Jian Yue was taken aback and quickly responded, Yes, madam. As Shin Yushu departed, she cast a glance at Jian Yue but said nothing before leaving. The room was now suddenly left with only Jian Yue. The aroma of medicinal herbs thickened in the air, and the night descended into a profound silence. Jian Yue felt a peculiar tension in his heart. Unsure of what the elderly lady wanted to instruct him concerning the master, the elderly lady said, Wang butler, come closer. Jian Yue hesitated before stepping forward. As he approached, he could see her clearly. Aside from a few strands of white hair at her temples, she appeared quite well, not emaciated at all. The strong scent of herbs aside, there was no sign of a terminal illness. However, getting closer allowed him to hear her shallow breaths. She was indeed alive. Jian Yue felt a bit more at ease and formally stopped by her bedside, asking, Madam, do you have any instructions for me? The elderly lady lifted her gaze to him and began, Wang butler. Jian Yue blinked, puzzled. The elderly lady sighed for reasons unknown, then suddenly exclaimed, My son. Jian Yue stammered, Wait. Madam, is that Chinese you're speaking? I can't quite comprehend. At times, Jian Yue believed he had witnessed many storms, but here, he often felt that his previous experiences might not have been sufficient, leading him to exclaim, Madam, what do you mean? Just moments before, when Xiaoyu was present, she had been exchanging glances with him, and the elderly lady had noticed. Her gaze dimmed as she sighed, He is my son. Nothing escapes my notice. In fact, I sensed something amiss some time ago, but I couldn't ascertain who it was. I considered many individuals, but never expected it would be you. She perceived Wang butler as honest and steady, believing his willingness to come to this village was a sign of loyalty. Never imagining it was due to his interest in her son. This was simply outrageous. Viewers in the live stream were equally shocked. Wow. Isn't this the female lead storyline? Ha. It's actually progressing smoothly. The protagonist may not be right, but the plot certainly was. Honestly, I was pondering how to navigate this subplot last night. Indeed, if it spiraled out of control, it would be a significant problem. Ha. As expected from a materialistic intellectual. If the formula is correct, the problem is solved quickly. Outside, Jian Yue was equally astonished. Had his mother discovered his affection for Wang Butler? Although it might not matter. Wang Butler was quite avaricious. What if he truly accepted it? Well, it was fine. His wealth surpassed his mother's. Besides, what was this nonsense his mother was saying? There were so many people around him. Had he ever liked anyone else? How could that be difficult to guess? This was absurd. Jian Yue was even more shocked. Could it be that the elderly lady had discovered he took the young master to the altar, a perilous place, rather than on blind dates? This was absurd. The elderly lady observed Jian Yue's silence and narrowed her eyes, saying, "Why aren't you responding?" Jian Yue quickly replied, "Madam, my relationship with the president is not as you imagine. In my heart, the master is like a brother to me. I could never abandon him for 5 million. After a moment of silence, the elderly lady retorted, "I'll need to increase the offer." Jian Yue responded, "Madam." The elderly lady produced another card, stating, "There is 10 million here. If you leave him, I can add more." Jian Yue replied earnestly, "Madam, the young master has treated me with immense kindness. He is very generous to his subordinates, offering high salaries, covering social insurance, and providing fixed days off, with occasional raises. I can work alongside the young master for a lifetime. Testing my loyalty with money is truly a misjudgment." The elderly lady exclaimed, "What? He has entangled himself with my son." Jian Yue thought, "What? Wang Butler rejected the money and wants to be with me for a lifetime." The viewers in the live stream were nearly in stitches. "Wang Butler, is your priority really job security?" The elderly lady had not anticipated being bested by the appeal of employment. "Initially, I had taken the subplot seriously, but now I simply wish to know when Wang Butler and the president will finally be together." As of now, Jian Yue's live stream had stabilized with 8,000 viewers online. Many players in the hall had also noticed that the homepage recommendation, which refreshed daily, still featured the highest heat for the debut of the Wanfu Village subplot. Some players had initially scoffed. Isn't Wanfu Village just a novice subplot? What is so captivating about a novice subplot? Yet, curiosity led them to click in. What on earth is this? Watching the live stream was painful, but not watching was equally torturous all day. I don't know why, but I have a premonition. Me too. Perhaps, just perhaps. The stagnant waters of Wanfu Village were finally about to be disturbed. The nightmare subplot that had persisted for years, stuck at a 90 exploration rate, had never been fully closed, but today, in a newcomer-esque live stream, there appeared to be hope for closure. Jian Yue exited under the elderly lady's complex gaze. The elderly lady herself was perplexed, observing that Jian Yue had not accepted the card, her expression a tapestry of emotions as though she had endured some calamity. As Jian Yue walked out, he spotted Jian Yue waiting outside, who exclaimed, "Young master, why haven't you returned yet?" Chapter 31. The entire fence was silent for a moment. Just as several people exchanged bewildered glances, the neighboring fence gate creaked open, and a twin sister clad in red emerged. Hearing the noise, she turned and said, "Aunt Lee, didn't you say you were coming to our house?" The twin sister in green also poked her head out, her fair face adorned with a smile. "I heard it. I heard it." At that moment, Aunt Lee's expression resembled a palette overturned in a vibrant chaos. Just when Jian Yue thought the situation could not become more chaotic, a robust voice boomed from a distance, "Why are you all standing at the door?" Everyone turned to see Wang Daniel, a tall and muscular figure, returning with a hoe. His gaze swept over the crowd. Upon spotting Jian Yue, he chuckled, "Hey, Wang's secretary, are you having regrets? Thinking of pursuing me to the crematorium now?" Jian Yue retorted, "Where did you learn that term?" Wang Daniel scratched his head and replied, "It's from a movie often shown at the village head." Jian Yue replied, "Enough? Watch less of that in the future." Wang Daniel emphasized a principle of understanding, albeit with respect. He nodded and remarked, "Very well, Secretary Wang, what brings you here?" Jian Yue then cast a glance at Li Taiju and Aunt Li, only to unexpectedly meet the furious gaze of Li Taiju, who pointed at Jian Yue and exclaimed, "So, you, Wang Daniel, would rather favor this pretty boy than be on good terms with me? You've devoured so many of my chickens. Does he even know how to slaughter one?" Upon hearing Li Tieju's words, the twin sisters could no longer contain themselves. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed over, declaring, "Taiju, we always wondered why you linger around our doorstep. Turns out you are not interested in our sister, but rather in Danyu. Though my sister finds you unworthy, you cannot take Danyu away from us. Last time, I even offered you a small stool to sit on. You must clarify this." Seeing her son surrounded, Aunt Li hurriedly intervened, saying, "What are you all up to? Taiju, don't be afraid of them. Good children should be generous. Danyu, having consumed so many of our chickens, you must marry my Taiju." The audience was left in a state of shock, erupting into laughter. "Haha, it's a complete mess. Host, you should drink up while it's still warm. Back then, I could never figure out who stole the chickens. Aunt Li even gave me a beating for it. But even if I did find out, Taiju and Aunt Li would never admit it. I believe this task was impossible." With a focus on the unfolding chaos, Jian Yue took the opportunity to ask Aunt Li, "Could you lend me the key to your warehouse?" However, Aunt Li was too preoccupied with the argument to respond. Jian Yue persisted, "Danyu, think carefully." Aunt Li hurriedly shoved the key into his hands, exclaiming, "Here, take it. Now go, go, go." Jian Yue joyfully departed, clutching the key. Behind Aunt Li's courtyard lay a substantial warehouse. Although referred to as a warehouse, it was essentially a series of small, interconnected buildings, evidently aged, with locks that had long been outdated. Jian Yue approached one of the doors and inserted the key. Upon opening the door, a thick cloud of dust from the old house greeted him. He coughed lightly and ventured further inside. The warehouse was cluttered with a disarray of items. After a prolonged search, Jian Yue finally discovered a row of boxes containing document bags on a wooden shelf. He began to sift through them, the only sound in the warehouse being the rustle of pages turning. Although numerous archaeological teams had visited Wanfu village over the years, having a general time frame made the search significantly simpler. After half an hour, he halted at a page displaying yellowed paper with faint text, "Registrar, Ji Feng, age 25. Member of the West Asia Archaeological Team, temporarily residing at the Shen residence." The system panel notified him, "Main quest, the secret of Wanfu village, progress increased by 53. Shen family? Which Shen?" Jian Yu's hand froze, recalling that the Shen family's warehouse had previously uncovered Ji Feng's diary. Ji Feng must have indeed stayed there. Why then were some of his research findings absent from the Shen residence? Jian Yu's thoughts rapidly connected the dots. Everything had unfolded too suddenly at that time. He could only take the diary, but the recorder. There had also been a recorder in that box. It might contain valuable information. With this realization, Jian Yue felt restless. He stood up to leave, but sensed something was amiss, as if he had overlooked something crucial. After contemplating for a moment, Jian Yue returned to the document bags to search again. Yet, no matter how he rummaged, he could not find any record of the team leader Shen Yu staying with the villagers. This is wrong. It is far too wrong. Members of the West Asia Archaeological Team generally have records of staying with villagers. Why is there none for Shen Yu? Unless... Jian Yu's expression grew solemn as a conjecture crept into his mind. He murmured, "What if Shen Yu is originally from Wanfu village?" Upon reflection, when he had searched the data on the West Asia Archaeological Team at the document hall, he and Tian had initially sought Ji Feng's name, only to find it absent from the files. Did that file even contain Shen Yu's name? Jian Yue suddenly felt uncertain, seated in place. He sensed that each time he grasped a clue, a more significant enigma loomed larger, enveloping him like an invisible net, suffocating him. Just then, the silence of the room was broken by the grumbling of his stomach. Jian Yue slowly set down the document bag and sighed, "Forget it. I shall eat first." The audience, who had been anxiously following him, chimed in, "I knew it. Nothing is more important than his meal." Won the butler, haha. The child is in a growth spurt. Jian Yue sighed again, contemplating a return to the document hall. He wondered if his old acquaintance, the female ghost, was still around. After all, he had been assisting her in the search for Ji Feng. Could she perhaps offer him a salary? He resolved to inquire next time. As he exited the warehouse, the afternoon had already set in. The daytime in Wanfu village was indeed peaceful, though it would have been even more tranquil if the few individuals at the entrance could take a break. Jian Yue slipped away via a small path, after all. His responsibility was to find the chickens, and the rest was none of his concern. As he strolled down the path, he noticed the archaeological team approaching from the opposite direction. They were about to pass each other when you suddenly called out, "Wang the butler." Jian Yue halted and asked, "What is it?" "You witnessed last night's events, did you not?" When you approached with small steps and said, "The storyline has become rather chaotic. Do you understand what this signifies?" Jian Yue replied. It signifies that the plot is in disarray. When you explained, what I mean is that the current situation is quite serious. The balance of the nightmare world requires rules. The essential plot elements must remain intact. Otherwise, the world will collapse, leading to unpredictable consequences from which none of us can escape this instance. Jian Yue retorted, speak plainly. Wen Yu's lips twitched as she suppressed her frustration before finally saying, what I mean is that you must assist me. We need to work together. I believe the male lead's sudden abnormality cannot be mere coincidence. I need to ask you if there are any other women around the CEO. Jian Yue firmly replied. That is a private matter for the young master. As the butler, I cannot disclose such information. You are insulting my professional ethics. Wen Yu closed her eyes for a moment and then pressed 200 yuan into Jian Yue's hand. After confirming the money's authenticity under the sun, Jian Yue accepted it and remarked, however, on the other hand, for the sake of saving the world and the narrative, every player should unite to maintain the stability of this world. Ensuring the integrity of the storyline is our shared responsibility. When you quipped, others are impervious to reason. But you, Wang the butler, are only susceptible to money. Jian Yue cleared his throat and stated, indeed, there are women around the young master. Wen Yu's eyes brightened, realizing her investment was not in vain. I knew it. The plot is silently disturbed. Someone is causing trouble. Her expression shifted to one of annoyance. Who is it? Jian Yue replied, Zhang Ma. When you pressed on, anyone else? Jian Yue analyzed. Zhang Ma frequently prepares soup for the young master, and alongside Widow Li. She also shares the responsibility of his meals. I often see Zhang Ma coming and going around the young master. When you hesitated before asking, besides her? Then it would only be Widow Li and the old lady. Jian Yue concluded. There are no others, he affirmed. When you could hardly contain herself. Housekeeper Wang. Do you truly believe the president's tastes are so extravagant? He is the male lead, the domineering CEO. The world will only allow him to be paired with those who can stand by his side, individuals of remarkable caliber. Jian Yue's gaze lingered on Wen Yu for a moment, causing her voice to dwindle, even stirring a hint of guilt as she asked, why are you looking at me like that? He is not merely the male lead or a domineering CEO. He has a name, Shen Yushu. Jian Yue, standing before her with a composed expression, replied, I have answered your question. Is there anything else? If not, I must return for a meal. I am quite famished. Wen Yu interjected, no, that's not the crux of the matter. However, Jian Yue had already turned to leave. Frustrated, Wen Yu watched his departing figure, while Li Guang and others approached, saying, Sister Wen, you really mustn't be like this. You are the female lead. What is there to fear? With the narrative and the system on your side, no one can rival you. But I must say, the bond between Housekeeper Wang and the president is quite remarkable. Could it be that there is something more between them? This was not mere conjecture. Even Scarface had confessed his feelings to Wang Danyu. This village is indeed unpredictable. Impossible. When you shook her head, resolutely stating, the president is the male lead. His information indicates he is heterosexual. Furthermore, how could someone as avaricious as Jian Yue attract someone as noble as the president? Do you think he is Danyu? Li Guang responded, wait, Sister Wen. You are even aware of this matter? After returning to the Shun family residence, Jian Yue first visited the kitchen for a bite to eat. Chapter 32. As the bucket of horse urine was poured out, the world around fell into a hushed silence. The villagers fled as if they had seen a ghost. Moving quicker than before, it was imperative, as Jian Yue noted that a little remained in the bucket and aimed to splash it on others. Soon, the surroundings were utterly tranquil. Jian Yue tossed the bucket to the ground and addressed the two individuals. How are you both faring? Housekeeper Wang, wiping her face with a trembling hand, lamented, could you refrain from splashing while I speak? I feel the urge to return and brush my teeth. Wang Kuan patted her shoulder, saying, at least you fared better. Housekeeper Wang splashed you with horse urine, while I was doused with something far worse. That villager's touch left me feeling like a ghost. Jian Yue, shaking off his coat, nonchalantly advised, let us not compete. Instead, focus on being grounded. The two replied, where do you see us competing, Housekeeper Wang? Regardless, the chaos had indeed preserved their lives. As the three emerged from the horse pen, their legs felt weak. Sweet remarked, how did you devise such a strategy, Housekeeper Wang? I once heard that black dog blood and certain substances ward off evil. Jian Yue replied, it is merely a matter of drawing parallels. Is it not similar? They exchanged glances, falling silent. Truly, Housekeeper Wang was exceptional. Returning to their lodging, Jian Yue first took a shower. The residents had not yet harnessed automated solar heating, relying instead on boiled water for bathing. given his filthy state. He refrained from soiling the kitchen, opting instead for a cold rinse until he no longer bore any unpleasant odors. He was usually quite meticulous about cleanliness. Thus, this was a calculated decision. After all, survival was paramount. Once cleaned, he had no clothes to wear, as there was no washing machine. He always washed by hand. With the villagers having departed and not returning, likely disgusted and lacking appetite, the outside felt relatively safe. After returning to his room, Jian Yue lay down. This particular night was unusually serene. He fell into a deep sleep, rare for him, and dreamed a vague dream he had not experienced in a long time. In it, he found himself in a profound, bottomless sea, with a full moon hanging in the sky. Countless silk-like strands floated in the moonlit water. As he reached out, the strands seemed to come alive, slipping into his palm. He wished to scrutinize the strands further, but they vanished from sight. Searching for his strands, he suddenly awoke, realizing the sky outside had yet to lighten. Sitting up, Jian Yue felt a pang of thirst. The water jug in his room was inexplicably empty. He simply draped a coat over himself and ventured outside, only to encounter someone around the corner of the corridor. In the dim light, Jian Yue recognized the figure and remarked, "Young master." Xin Yushu responded, "Housekeeper Wang, why are you wandering about at this hour?" "Oh, I was going to get some water," Jian Yue explained. "Do you also wish for water, young master?" Xin Yushu replied, "I do not. But why are you heading towards my study for water?" "The kitchen is in that direction." Jian Yue countered, "I cannot go to the kitchen. I would dirty it." Before Xin Yushu could respond, Jian Yue grasped his hand and exclaimed, "Young master, how have you become two? Will you pay me 2 salaries then?" It was only when their hands intertwined that Xin Yushu truly felt the heat radiating from Jian Yue, wondering if he could fry an egg on him at that moment. Furrowing his brow, Xin Yushu admonished, "Housekeeper Wang, where have you been to be so warm?" Jian Yue continued to gaze at him, stating, "Young master, I was searching for strands." Xin Yushu retorted, "What a chaotic response." Just then, Jian Yue swayed and collapsed to the ground. Xin Yushu caught him in his arms, testing Jian Yue's forehead, which was burning. The doctor was summoned from the back residence in the middle of the night. When the doctor arrived, he initially assumed it was the old lady's condition that had worsened. Yawning, he entered, grumbling, "Young master, must you always call me at such an hour to tend to others? The old lady was perfectly fine tonight. I have a reputation to uphold. You cannot treat me like a mere servant." However, upon entering, he discovered a delicate-looking man in a white shirt lying on Xin Yushu's bed, momentarily failing to recognize him. With a complex gaze, the doctor looked at Xin Yushu and exclaimed, "Young master, is this housekeeper Wang? Young master, you're truly insatiable." Xin Yushu shot him an exasperated glare and said, "What are you standing there for?" He collapsed in the corridor, and I carried him back. The doctor snapped out of his stupor and hurried over, using a thermometer to check Jian Yue's temperature. Shocked, he remarked, "You just said he was able to get up and converse in the corridor? How could he walk and talk at this temperature?" Housekeeper Wang is truly resilient. Xin Yushu frowned at this comment, retorting, "Enough of your nonsense. Find a way to reduce his fever. If you cannot heal him, be prepared to be even stronger than he is." "Understood, young master." The doctor was grateful that ample medical supplies were available for treating the old lady. He first administered an antipyretic injection to Jian Yue, but the effects were not immediate. He added, "It seems we must also administer some medicine to assist." Taking out some fever-reducing medication to feed Jian Yue, he found that Jian Yue was exceptionally sensitive to medication. No matter what he tried to give him, he would spit it out upon reaching his lips. The doctor frowned, saying, "This will not do." Observing the scene, Xin Yushu pondered for a moment before asking, "Is there nothing else he can take? We need to bring down the fever quickly. I fear for his brain." The doctor replied, "It appears he struggles to swallow pills. I have tried to administer some, but he has rejected them all." Just as the doctor was at a loss, as I observed, Xin Yushu muttered a low curse, gazing at Jian Yue on the bed, exclaiming, "What a troublesome creature, unable to even take medicine properly." The doctor had presumed that he was no longer inclined to intervene. In a swift motion, Xin Yushu strode to the bedside, lifting the feverish Jian Yue, who, in a daze, leaned against him. His flushed face, a result of the fever, rested against Xin Yushu's neck. As Jian Yue's bleary eyes opened, they fell upon the faintly visible red mole on Xin Yushu's collarbone, and impulsively, he pressed a kiss there, breaking into a silly grin, stammering, "Young master, you smell delightful." The doctor, taken aback, thought to himself, firstly, he has seen nothing, and secondly, Butler Wang May you proceed well on your way. Just as the doctor anticipated that the president would unleash his fury, given the young master's notorious temperament, he knew that if one were truly amiable in such a cutthroat environment, they would have been devoured long ago, and such a substantial fortune would never have been amassed. Indeed, the doctor witnessed Jian Yue freeze, his profile icy and rigid, before muttering under his breath, "Damn it, this is all you're doing." Expecting Jian Yue to produce a weapon to end Jian Yue's plight, the doctor was surprised when he instead retrieved the medicine Jian Yue had failed to swallow. Consuming it himself, he then grasped Jian Yue's chin, and amidst Jian Yue's bewildered gaze, Jian Yue leaned in for a kiss. Jian Yue instinctively attempted to spit out the medicine, only to be restrained by a powerful grip on his head, deepening the kiss until it ended. Once released, Jian Yue gasped for air. Though his fever had clouded his mind, he sensed danger and instinctively attempted to rise. Jian Yue's lips, crimson and alluring, and his deep-set gaze effortlessly captured the nape of Jian Yue's neck as he coolly warned, "If you move again, I cannot guarantee what will happen." Jian Yue complied, recognizing that even in his muddled state, Butler Wang's ingrained wisdom to recognize the times was ever present. Finally, Jian Yue set him down. Just when the doctor thought this imposing figure would continue to maintain his aloof demeanor, he turned to reveal that his ears were flushed crimson. With a slight cough, he declared, "His medication is finished. Please continue the treatment." The doctor, bemused, remarked, "What a thoroughly engaging method of administering medicine. Young master, what are you doing? Is this suitable for him to witness?" He further added, "And how is it that you, the one who initiated the kiss, are blushing more than he is?" The doctor was met with a chilling glance from Jian Yue, prompting him to stiffen and promptly reply, "Yes, young master." The next day, as Jian Yue's high fever subsided and consciousness returned, he felt somewhat disoriented. He vaguely recalled being in the young master's room, having sought water, but everything that followed was a blur. "System, do you have any idea what transpired?" he inquired. The system, in a mechanical tone, replied, "The system signal is perfectly normal. It is the anchor's signal that is absent." Jian Yue, puzzled, responded, "Enough, there's no need to be so formal. Tell me, what happened last night?" The system lapsed into silence. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter, amused by the system's apparent composure, which belied its brief absence. "Butler Wang, you are indeed fortunate. When I witnessed him tumble into President Shen's embrace, I thought the scenario was about to conclude. Excuse me, I am new here. Could someone explain what transpired?" The entire chat room fell silent for a moment before the seasoned viewers began to chime in. "Newcomer, remember, in this live stream, aside from the serious gameplay, you can witness everything else. Be bold, this is all valuable content. I never thought much of it before, but now, I analyze every frame." As the chat buzzed with excitement, Jian Yue sat on the bed, awaiting answers. In Chapter 33, after introducing smartphones to the villagers, Jian Yue intended to ensure that even the octogenarians could navigate them. However, he was summoned back by Zhang Ma for the second time. He had hoped to linger a while longer. Zhang Ma said, "The young master has instructed that if Butler Wang does not return soon, he should refrain from copying scriptures in the study and instead do so at the village committee." Jian Yue scoffed. "Inform the young master that if he insists on saying such things." Zhang Ma looked at him in confusion. "Then I shall return at once." Jian Yue swiftly gathered his belongings, exclaiming, "Zhang Ma, I shall take my leave first. See you later." He hurried back to the residence. Upon entering the study, Jian Yue called out, "Young master, the old servant has returned." Jian Yue was in the midst of a meeting, and as Jian Yue entered, the room fell silent. Jian Yue, maintaining a stern expression, inquired, "Butler Wang, have you taken your medicine?" Jian Yue replied, "No, young master." Jian Yue shot him a glare. "Then why are you not taking it? Are you waiting for me to feed you?" Jian Yue hastily approached the table to take his medicine, saying, "Yes, young master." "Oh, are you in a meeting? Have I interrupted you? Should I step outside? This may involve commercial secrets." Though even if there were commercial secrets, he would not comprehend them. Jian Yue waved his hand dismissively, "No need." Jian Yue sighed in relief, but before he could fully relax, Jian Yue continued, "The interruptions have already occurred. What purpose would it serve to leave now?" Jian Yue fell silent, introspecting as he sat on the sofa. It was impossible. While seated, he listened to Jian Yue's deep, commanding voice as he spoke at the desk, methodically handling matters. Although he could not grasp the specifics, the sound of Jian Yue's voice instilled a profound sense of security, perhaps due to the young master's formidable presence. Gradually, Jian Yue relaxed and began to contemplate the contents of the tape he had heard in the warehouse, the data he had gathered, and whether Jian Yue was indeed a member of the Shin family. As he pondered, Shin Yushu concluded his work and approached, only to find Jian Yue sitting alone, clutching an empty medicine bowl, wearing a woeful expression. Shin Yushu inquired, "What occupies your thoughts?" Caught off guard, Jian Yue blurted, "I was wondering, young master, where is your family tree located?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell silent. Jian Yu's heart sank. What if the boss suspected him of harboring ulterior motives regarding the Shun family's wealth? Please. He was merely a hapless worker entangled in a ghost's quest to find her beloved. Shin Yushu's heart also skipped a beat. Had Butler Wong remembered the incident of being fed medicine while feverish and now sought to hold him accountable? That simply could not be. In this new era, even if they were to pursue a romantic relationship, it must be because Butler Wong willingly cherished him, not due to such circumstances. Of course, if Butler Wong insisted, that would not be entirely out of the question. The two exchanged a significant glance, their thoughts unspoken yet profound. Jian Yue hesitated and said, "Young master, perhaps I should not look anymore." However, upon hearing this, Shin Yushu's expression not only did not improve, but grew even more displeased. He glared at Jian Yue and exclaimed, "Butler Wong, what happened to your principles? You said you wouldn't look, and yet you so easily abandon your principles." Jian Yue replied, "Young master, is there really a need to discuss principles in such matters?" Under Shin Yushu's penetrating gaze, Jian Yue cleared his throat and quickly added, "Then I shall look. I shall look." Shin Yushu snorted lightly. "Even if you wish to look, you will find it impossible. The family tree is not here. All the genealogies of the families in Wanfufu village are stored in the ancestral hall, which outsiders cannot enter. Access is only granted during the ancestral worship ceremonies each year." As he finished speaking, the system panel suddenly refreshed with a new message, triggering time-limited mission. Where is the ancestral hall? Mission details. Enter the ancestral hall. Find the village genealogy and locate the existence of Shin Yue. Mission rewards. Bronze mirror mission duration, 24 hours. Such a short time. How can the deadline be so tight? What is this reward item? Jian Yue felt helpless and inquired, "Young master, can you not enter either? Since the old lady is from Wanfufu village, you should also be of its bloodline." Shin Yushu sat down in front of him and said, "I should be able to enter, but I grew up outside and have never returned to the village. My mother said that the genealogy can only be opened when I marry. Waiting for the young master to marry before going to the ancestral hall. By then, it will be too late." Jian Yue thought to himself. Moreover, the young master struck him as someone very serious and formal. It seemed likely that even a simple romantic gesture would require a lengthy process. It felt like an eternity. Jian Yue smiled at Shin Yushu and said, "The old servant shall eagerly await the day of your marriage." Shin Yushu furrowed his brow at Jian Yu's sigh, questioning the meaning behind his words. Did he mean to imply, despite Butler Wong claiming he was straight during the ancestral worship, that they had indeed shared a kiss? Was Butler Wong not planning to take responsibility for that? The two exchanged glances. Jian Yue realized it was time to devise a plan to enter the ancestral hall on his own, while Shin Yushu contemplated how this was even more challenging than business dealings. How would he persuade Butler Wong to enter the hall? Just as they were conversing, Zhang Ma called from outside, "Young master, it's time for dinner." Shin Yushu replied, "I know." Jian Yue stood up, preparing to leave, but Shin Yushu called after him. "Where do you think you're going? You will join me for dinner today?" Jian Yue hesitated. "Young master, isn't that against the rules? After all, he was merely an employee dining with his employer." Shin Yushu shot him a glare, raising his chin in a haughty manner. "In this place, what I say is the rule." Jian Yue felt pleased. After all, the young master's meals were bound to be more delectable, so he had nothing to lose. The two made their way to the dining room. Typically, Shin Yushu dined in the main hall. By the time they arrived, it was already evening. As they walked, Jian Yue pondered why the boss had suddenly invited him to dinner. Earlier, he had even sent Zhang Ma to call him back. This was not common practice. Was this perhaps a final meal before his dismissal? As he stepped inside, Jian Yu's thoughts were still wandering. However, upon entering the dining room, he was taken aback by what he saw. There was a cake. Although it seemed somewhat plain, lacking the grandeur of those purchased in the city, it was still an impressive sight in Wanfufu village's circumstances. A small, fluffy yellow cake adorned with strawberries and sweet fruits. It appeared quite exquisite. Jian Yue looked up at Shin Yushu in disbelief. "Young master?" Shin Yushu cleared his throat and explained, "Isn't today your birthday?" Jian Yue was momentarily stunned, realizing that the birthday of this character, Butler Wong, coincided with his own in reality. However, since entering the quest. He had been preoccupied with survival and had forgotten all about it. He could hardly believe that his employer remembered. Heaven, what kind of corporate culture is this? What kind of humanistic care is being demonstrated? Jian Yue found himself at a loss for words, saying, "Young master." Shen Yushu asked, "What is it? Are you so overjoyed that you wish to offer yourself in gratitude?" Jian Yue choked up, "Young master, this truly isn't a final meal, is it? You aren't treating me to dinner out of fear that I might submit my resignation, are you?" Shen Yushu shot him a glare. "Butler Wang, you have only been by my side for less than 3 months. You haven't even completed your probation period. What you can apply for is worth far less than this meal." Jian Yue responded, "I apologize, young master, it was my misunderstanding." Now assured that he was not being dismissed for negligence, Jian Yue finally felt at ease as he sat down. He gazed at the cake on the table, somewhat entranced. It wasn't just the cake. The dishes were also his favorites, crisp greens and steamed egg custard. Sitting beside him, Shen Yushu glanced at him with an air of regal elegance. "What are you daydreaming about? Don't you want to cut the cake?" Jian Yue picked up the knife, but struggled to slice the cake evenly. Shen Yushu scoffed, "Truly useless." Then, the dignified young master moved beside him to assist in cutting it. Shen Yushu's hands were large and elegant, and his grip on the knife was precise and practiced. As he cut the cake with deft movements, his handsome features were illuminated under the warm light of the room, exuding a captivating depth. To facilitate cutting, he removed his suit jacket and rolled up his shirt sleeves, adding a touch of everyday warmth to his demeanor. Once the cake was cut, Shen Yushu turned to him. "What are you dawdling for? Do you want to make a wish?" Jian Yue was surprised when Shen Yushu produced a large white candle, typically used for illumination in rural areas, and lit it. As he watched this unfold, he suddenly chuckled softly. In his childhood, he had been an orphan, raised by grandparents who were not well off. They had painstakingly collected scrap to buy him a cake, using the white candles meant for power outages to celebrate his birthday. That had been the first birthday he could remember. Back then, his grandfather had patted his head and said, "When you grow up, there will be many people to celebrate your birthday." Later, when his grandparents passed away, he wandered alone through life without forming a family, never receiving birthday celebrations. Who would have thought that one day, in a perilous quest, he would again celebrate a birthday? With a cake just as modest and adorned with the very same white candles. Only this time, the person beside him was another, his employer, a man he had known for less than 3 months. Chapter 34. Jian Yue looked at the two people before him, 1,000 words stuck in his throat. Ultimately manifesting as a simple remark, "You two share a wonderful bond." Big Nyo chuckled and said, "Butler Wang, would you like to join us?" "No. I was just passing by," Jian Yue quickly interjected, fearing Big Nyo might say something inappropriate. "I will not interrupt your delightful gathering. I shall take my leave." He hurried away, and as he distanced himself, breathing in the fresh air, he finally regained his composure from the shock. Is this the so-called method that Scarface discovered to enter the ancestral hall? Truly, Scarface is quite audacious. Jian Yue pondered that if Scarface was exerting such effort, what reason did he have not to strive as well? He must find a way to enter the ancestral hall. Now that he possessed the key, it would indeed facilitate his entry. However, there was a pressing concern. Last time, he encountered a female ghost just outside the hall, and there might be even more perilous entities within. He needed to ensure an additional layer of protection for himself. Thus, Jian Yue opened the shop to see if there were any life-preserving items available for exchange. The shop was filled with an array of dazzling products, with the cheapest being a small vest that could withstand one attack from a ghostly entity, costing 300 points. Jian Yue inquired of the system, "How many points do I currently possess?" The system responded, "Your account holds 350 points, and the live stream has received 4,500 points in viewer donations." Jian Yue paused thoughtfully. Just as the system presumed, he was unfazed. Jian Yue stated solemnly, "How could this possibly be from viewer donations? Henceforth, do not refer to my dear brothers as viewers. It feels distanced and unfamiliar." The system fell silent. The audience in the live stream found it amusing. "Haha, Steward Wang, your emotional value is quite commendable. All right. From now on, none of you are allowed to call him Steward Wang. He is my brother. This newcomer is rather endearing. Once he exits, he will likely be recruited by guilds. With a golden card, he may even ascend to a higher tier guild if fortune favors him. First, he must survive this instance." The audience in the live stream buzzed with chatter. As Jian Yue approached the ancestral hall, he unexpectedly spotted Tian Tian and her group at the village entrance. Tian Tian waved, "Steward Wang. What a coincidence. What brings you here?" Jian Yue asked. Oh, we're here to complete some tasks, hoping to improve the villagers' favorability and maybe unlock some limited-time quests. Tian replied. Jian Yue then inquired, have any quests been unlocked? None, Tian answered. We've been standing here for ages, busy teaching them how to use their phones. Jian Yue, sensing the situation, remained silent. Tian asked, where are you headed? Steward Wang. Jian Yue responded, I intend to visit the Ancestral Hall and see if I can uncover some documents and data. Tian replied, then take us with you. My friend's card skill is perfect for finding items. Jian Yue glanced at the girl beside Tian, who wore long braids and thick glasses. She also carried a faint scent of corpse oil, though not as strong, and smiled at Jian Yue, introducing herself. Hello, Steward Wang. My name is Li Ming. Jian Yue asked her, what is your card skill? My card is called Hide and Seek. Li Ming pushed up her glasses and whispered. As long as I have seen something or have a general idea of its shape and appearance, I can divine its location and whereabouts, no matter where it is. Jian Yue was somewhat taken aback. The world is indeed full of wonders. The audience in the live stream shared similar sentiments. What an impressive card. Those who have experienced it know just how difficult it is to find certain items and instances. If this little girl manages to survive, everyone will want to team up with her in future instances, huh? I now find Tian quite adorable. She can help people escape. What a pity, though. They are all young newcomers. Why must they encounter such misfortune with the ruthless monsters? They must emerge safely. I will treat you all to a meal. Ha. Jian Yue stated. I am heading to the Ancestral Hall, which may be quite dangerous. I must clarify that I cannot guarantee your safety, if you are afraid. You should stay here while I go alone. Tian hesitated. She was indeed frightened. However, Li Ming immediately raised her hand, saying, Can I come along? Please take me. Before we left, I divined the stone at the entrance, and it indicated that I would have good luck today. Jian Yue asked, You possess such a skill? Then do you see if I have good fortune? Li Ming glanced at him, lowering her gaze and softly replied, I'm not certain, but I sense that your red star may be active soon. Jian Yue recalled his earlier encounter with the formidable brother and closed his eyes. If you see well, do not divine again next time. Tian remained fearful of ghosts. When she first entered the instance, she was on high alert, her nerves nearly frayed. However, perhaps due to recent events, she inexplicably felt emboldened. I will go too. The three of them decided to proceed together. Jian Yue followed the route etched in his memory to the Ancestral Hall. Regardless of whether it was day or night, the hall was always shrouded in darkness, obscuring the unknown within, and as one drew closer, a chilling aura enveloped them. He reached the entrance and unlocked the door with the key. The lock was an antiquated one, and Tian exclaimed in surprise, Steward Wang, where did you acquire the key? Jian Yue replied earnestly as the village secretary. It is only natural for me to have the key to the village's ancestral hall. Tian nodded in affirmation. As the lock clicked open, the door to the ancestral hall slowly creaked ajar, revealing the legendary ancestral hall of Wanfu Village. Under the blazing midday sun, rays of light streamed in, illuminating a series of red wooden plaques. Usually, even in a typical ancestral hall, the plaques bearing names would be crafted from dark wood. But the plaques of Wanfu Village were all made from blood redwood, inscribed with white characters. A glance at them would evoke a sense of dread and foreboding. At the front of the grand hall, Tian gasped. What is that? Atop the plaques stood a stone-carved beast statue, indiscernible in its form, yet strikingly beautiful and imposing. Jian Yue observed for a moment and remarked, it must be some kind of divine beast. The specifics will require further investigation. Li Ming, standing behind, added, My master once said that certain sacred mountains have been known to give rise to sentient beings, with guardian beasts appearing to protect the peace of the realm, which is indeed fortuitous. However, if a village wishes to honor a guardian beast, it should typically establish a clan hall for offerings, requiring incense to be burned. Yet here, they have used an ancestral hall to house the tablets of the deceased, as if. She furrowed her brow. The group exchanged glances. Offering incense, a necessity for the front, yet what sustenance did they provide for the tablets? An eerie silence enveloped the hall, despite the sweltering afternoon sun outside. Each person felt a chill creeping down their spine, sending shivers through their bodies. Jian Yue was the first to break the silence. Let us search for the village genealogy stored in the ancestral hall. Can you help me locate it? Li Ming nodded. I will give it a try. From the outside, the ancestral hall appeared modest in size, but once inside, they discovered the vast expanse, with countless plaques obscured by red cloth. When the wind stirred, one could catch glimpses of the ceremonial instruments used for ancestor worship at the back, which resembled coffins and added an unsettling atmosphere to the room. Li Ming raised her arms and began to dance, singing, searching for a friend. Let us find a good friend and pay our respects. Jian Yue and Tian exchanged glances, falling into a simultaneous silence. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm impressed. Steward Wang, are your companions all this quirky? The activation phrases for their skill cards are quite amusing. I thought I was mentally prepared, but it seems I underestimated it. Ha ha ha. Li Ming suddenly fell silent while singing. Her brows furrowed in concentration. After a moment, she opened her eyes and spoke. Jian Yue and Tian almost simultaneously turned their gazes toward the altar table. Here. There was only one large table, while the others, which held the nameplates, were merely small tables pieced together. The largest table, dedicated to the divine beast, commanded an imposing presence. When they looked up, they could align their sight with the towering figure of the beast, which emanated an invisible pressure. A moment of silence enveloped them. Jian Yue declared, I'll go retrieve it. You both stay here and alert me if anything happens. The two immediately agreed. Truth be told, daring to come here was one thing, but approaching was another entirely. The nameplates exuded an eerie, chilling aura, making even the most composed individuals feel a prickling unease. Who would dare to venture closer? As Jian Yue approached, the sensation of being watched intensified. This peculiar feeling was not derived from the two girls behind him, but rather from the empty altar ahead. It was as if numerous eyes were scrutinizing him from all directions, their gazes dark and cold, almost palpable. The closer he got, the more pronounced the sensation became. Finally, Jian Yue halted before the offering table. It was too low for him to bend down, so he extended his arm into the unknown recesses. Feeling along the rough wooden surface, the chill of the wood sent a shiver through his fingertips, and as he explored, his arm suddenly froze in place. This moment lingered for several seconds, and his face turned ghostly pale. Not far away, Tian and Li Ming exchanged confused glances. Manager Wang, what's wrong? A cold sweat had formed on Jian Yue's back. He surmised that this might be the family tree. With a strong pull, he yanked the box containing the family tree out. In that instant, he felt as though he had walked through the gates of hell. Chapter 35. Jian Yue's emotions were considerably more intricate. Upon reflection, though he harbored a slight affection for the young master was the protagonist, destined to be with the heroine. Despite his suspicions regarding Wen Yu, what if the young master had a penchant for that type? In this era, where free love was paramount, if the young master genuinely liked her, who was he, a mere steward, to object? After a moment of anguish, Jian Yue reassured himself. Besides, he had no promising future to offer the young master. It would be better to let it go. With this realization, he transformed back into the cheerful young man he usually was. He turned to the scar-faced man beside him and casually remarked, Brother Scar, you seem unwell. Are you all right? Do you need to rest? This was not the question he intended to ask, but the scar-faced man had shifted positions incessantly, making it impossible to ignore. The scar-faced man chuckled awkwardly. I'm fine. I just tend to be restless, not unwell. Jian Yue noted the pallor of his face and thought, Brother, you truly possess remarkable endurance, but you also have that mouth to contend with. Thankfully, your relationship with the young master is innocent. You haven't even kissed. The audience in the live stream was on the verge of hysterics. Is this table truly overloaded with ingredients? It's impossible to keep up. You don't need to put in so much effort sometimes. Will tonight's plot lead to a night of passion? If not, the task cannot be completed. But the young master is with the organization. Manager Wang is in danger. What will become of this? The crowd buzzed with chatter, each person at the table harboring their own secrets. Shen Yushu glanced at Jian Yue and asked, Manager Wang, why aren't you drinking? Jian Yue replied, Young master, I tend to get drunk easily, and I still need to take care of you. He had not forgotten the system's task to prepare items to navigate the storyline smoothly. Without love, one could not afford to lose money, which was his work ethic. However, Shen Yushu waved his hand dismissively. No need. Today, you can relax. Eat and drink as you wish. Why should he be the only one troubled by love while Manager Wang chatted merrily with the men? Shen Yushu placed a wine glass before Jian Yue, insisting, Have a little. If you can't drink, don't force it. Jian Yue gazed at the glass of red wine, momentarily mistaking it for a celebratory toast. Initially, he intended to decline, but the bright, clean light in the room and the swirling liquid reflected Shen Yushu's dark, deep eyes. Perhaps Shen Yushu had also indulged in some wine, as his typically cold, stern visage now bore a hint of warmth, which was not unpleasant. Rather, it added a touch of humanity. Jian Yue found the words of rejection caught in his throat. Alas, he found it exceedingly difficult to refuse Shin Yushu. After all, he had immersed himself in this role, and upon returning, he would need to review the manual for workers 300 times to stabilize his resolve. Jian Yue raised the glass. Then, young master, I shall drink. Shin Yushu nodded. With exquisite delicacies before him, Jian Yue consumed the wine as if it were iced tea, finishing it with gusto. Afterward, he exclaimed, Young master, this wine is delightful. May I have another glass? Shin Yushu recalled that he had only suggested a little. Had he misremembered? Manager Wang's excessive drinking was not advisable for his health. He had his limits and would not indulge him. Jian Yu's eyes sparkled with a sheen of excitement, puzzled as to why Shin Yushu had not poured him more. He inquired, Young master? Shin Yushu replied, You may have just a little more. He refilled Jian Yu's glass. Jian Yu's spirits lifted once he started drinking. He found it hard to stop. Initially, he was the only one drinking heavily, but as he continued, he began to encourage those beside him to join in. He even pulled the scar-faced man close, saying, Come, brother Scar, I toast to you. Resilient in spirit, commendable indeed. A true man. The scar-faced man looked pale. I'd rather not. How can that be? Jian Yue insisted. Are you afraid of Danielle? The archaeological team and others at the table turned their curious gazes toward them. The scar-faced man quickly covered Jian Yu's mouth, sweat beading on his brow, and he chuckled. Come, let us toast. Outside, thunder rumbled, and the atmosphere inside grew increasingly lively. Initially, everyone had been somewhat reserved, but as the drinking continued, they became more spirited. Ultimately, Jian Yue stood on his chair, glass in hand, proclaiming, Today, we gather here to collectively build Wanfu Village. Whenever I have a meal, there will certainly be leftovers for all of you. Here's to a bright future for us all. He waved the glass exuberantly, and others, somewhat tipsy themselves, chimed in. Manager Wang, you're quite frugal. The atmosphere was electric. As the night wore on, Jian Yue grew more animated, yearning for another drink, but was abruptly stopped by Shin Yushu, who pressed down on his glass. The man's brow furrowed slightly as he said, No more drinking. When you had also consumed quite a bit. She still remembered her task, and, seizing the opportunity, approached, saying, Butler Wang might be intoxicated, Mr. Shun. Would you like me to escort you back to your room? Unbeknownst to her, Jian Yue, upon hearing this, immediately became animated. A worker's spirit. How could one allow another to usurp their duties in front of the boss? Jian Yue instantly sprang up, declaring, I am not drunk, young master. Do you require a hangover remedy? I shall prepare it for you at once. Shin Yushu replied, When you, perhaps, Butler Wang should serve himself a little. Although Shin Yushu had indulged quite a bit, his rationality remained intact. He turned to Captain Wen Yu, instructing, Please brew a hangover remedy. I will escort Butler Wang back to help him regain his composure. Wen Yu was taken aback. She thought to herself, What? Why should it be me who brews it? Just then, Shin Yushu cast her a sidelong glance, frowning. Is there a problem? Wen Yu dared not admit there was. Especially after the last incident with the spilled wine on his suit had left a less than favorable impression. Should she fail to brew even a simple remedy, it was likely Shin Yushu would quickly transfer her to an archaeological team, ruining her plans. Thus, she replied, No problem at all. With that, they all dispersed. Once outside, Wen Yu felt a wave of frustration as she pinched the bridge of her nose. What a predicament! It felt as if the world was collapsing around her in this novice quest. A cold resolve coursed through her. She could not afford to fail tonight's mission. She must seize this chance to navigate the plot and win over Mr. Shin. Upon reaching the kitchen, Wen Yu hastily prepared a hangover remedy, utilizing the market's resources, exchanging some ingredients. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were required, and she was determined to succeed. In Shin Yushu's bedroom, Jian Yue returned, full of life, appearing quite sober. Though he was rambling nonsensically, after taking a call from the company's secretary, Shin Yushu entered to see Jian Yue squatting on the floor, diligently sketching in his notebook. His expression intensely serious. One might assume he was creating a masterpiece, but upon closer inspection, it was merely a circle. Jian Yue exclaimed, Young master, look what I've drawn. Shin Yushu nodded absently, preparing to review some documents. Jian Yue pressed on, Don't you want to know what I've drawn? Shin Yushu replied, A circle. Jian Yue insisted, No? Intrigued, Shin Yushu, the aloof and regal CEO, sensed there was something more to this. He furrowed his brow, speculating, A moon? Wrong. Jian Yue chuckled, pointing to the circle. It's jade. Jian Yue raised an eyebrow, glancing at the drawing. He had not expected it to represent jade. Why is it round? He inquired. Jian Yue stuttered. I like round things. Jian Yue approached, taking the paper from Jian Yue's hands, and casually drew another circle on the back, showing it to Jian Yue. Guess what this is? Jian Yue, looking puzzled, replied, That's jade. No, Jian Yue said, shoving the paper back into Jian Yue's embrace. Giving him a look that said he was quite foolish, that is the moon. Jian Yue, curious, asked, Why is it round? With a playful smirk, Jian Yue replied, his tone both teasing and indifferent, Because I prefer round things. Jian Yue nodded, clutching the paper. Oh, the young master likes the moon. How wonderful. His name has moon in it. Rounding it off, the young master likes him, and they share mutual affection. A knock echoed from outside. When you called, Mr. Shin, is it convenient for me to enter? Jian Yue snapped back to reality. Come in. When you pushed the door open, only to find Butler Wang holding a large piece of white paper, scribbling nonsensically with a goofy grin. It was an eyesore. She thought that the task should be restarted if it had come to this. To ensure Butler Wang behaved and did not cause trouble, she had added a potent sedative to his hangover remedy, ensuring he would sleep soundly until dawn. As for the other cup, it was a fine wine to aid her in tonight's grand endeavor. This is the hangover remedy, Mr. Shun, when you said, suppressing her excitement, clearing her throat. It has been warmed. There are 2 cups. This one is yours, and this one is for Butler Wang. Jian Yue nodded, understood. Jian Yue, upon seeing the hangover remedy being served, felt a wave of panic. This was it. His task was about to be taken from him. His task. Jian Yue immediately grabbed Wen Yu, insisting, Captain Wen, this is what you should drink. Why should the old servant have to drink this? As he spoke, Jian Yue thrust the cup that was rightfully his into Wen Yu's hands. Wen Yu, taken aback, thought, what is happening? Wasn't this prepared for Butler Wang? She hurriedly declined. No, I don't need to drink it. I'm not drunk. But I clearly saw you drinking. Jian Yue's system panel still had the task of delivering soup to the female and male leads incomplete. A worker would never abandon his mission. Captain Wen, you mustn't refuse. As Wen Yu opened her mouth to protest, Jian Yue tilted her head back and poured a generous gulp down her throat. She was utterly flabbergasted, having swallowed a considerable amount. Chapter 36. Jian Yue, having been a domineering CEO for many years, was not entirely ignorant of matters of the heart. At times, in the course of handling business affairs, he had witnessed certain events unfold. However, he often found such matters tedious, for his heart was solely devoted to his career. The distinguished and aloof Jian Yue considered such affairs to be of lowly interest, preferring to sign a couple more contracts instead. But now, the situation was different. Jian Yue had clearly overindulged. Tears had streamed down his cheeks, the redness spreading to the corners of his eyes. Most would feel a pang of sympathy upon seeing this. But Jian Yue was not most people. Despite the torrential rain outside, he felt an intense heat coursing through him, a wild, untamed urge emanating from his heart. He grasped Jian Yue's hand, their fingers entwined. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction and ambition surged within him, uncontrollable. He leaned down to kiss the corner of Jian Yue's reddened eyes, and in stark contrast to this almost reverent gesture, his dark gaze was filled with danger and a fierce possessiveness. This was his, all his. Yet the intoxicated individual remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Jian Yue's voice was hoarse, resembling a low whimper from a young beast, as he clutched Jian Yue's sleeve, calling softly, Xiao Yu. Jian Yue replied in a low tone. The heavy rain poured outside, menacing and unyielding, as if to envelop all of creation. Xiao Yu, I want to take a bath. Jian Yue felt unbearably hot, as if trapped in an oven with no escape, which pained him. Jian Yue lifted him from the ground, soothingly saying, All right, you can wash as many times as you like. Jian Yue believed him, feeling genuinely grateful. Xiao Yu, you are so kind. You're welcome. Jian Yue replied with a cryptic smirk. I have even better things in store. And then Jian Yue cried. He thought that even though he often skipped work for no reason, and the butler was indeed incompetent, often shamelessly demanding a raise, his boss wouldn't go so far as to punish him like this. Even a worker has their limits. Thus, when Jian Yue attempted to kiss him again, Jian Yue dodged. Sobbing, Xiao Yu, I will never dare again. No, Jian Yue corrected him. You will. He began to weep again. Previously, he believed that having his salary deducted was the most excruciating experience, yet he never anticipated that a greater agony awaited him. The suffering was ineffable, after all. In the past, when he had refused to work, his boss would harshly reprimand him for his lack of diligence. Now, however, his boss praised his efforts. He had once thought his boss was not so fearsome, but rather easy to talk to. Now, he had to retract his earlier statements. His boss was indeed formidable. Completely impervious to reason, dismissing pleas of exhaustion and threats to quit, and relentlessly exploiting his employees. Until Jian Yue finally succumbed to sleep, and upon awakening, he experienced an ephemeral moment of doubt. Had he just emerged from a battlefield? It felt as if he had traversed 30 mountains alone the previous night. The stark contrast to his nearly lifeless state was the spirited entrance of Shen Yushu, impeccably attired, appearing invigorated as he concluded a work-related phone call. He even took a moment to glance at Jian Yue, remarking, "Awake, young master." Jian Yue, trembling, asked, "Am I possessed by a ghost?" Shen Yushu's expression darkened as he shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jian Yue, in a pitiful tone, replied, "Then why do I feel utterly drained?" His words faltered as he noticed the faint marks visible at the slightly open collar of Shen Yushu's shirt, particularly the prominent red spot. "My apologies, young master." Jian Yue lamented, sinking back down like a deflated fish, his voice hoarse. "It turns out that ghost was me." Shen Yushu glared at him once more. "Get up and drink some water." Jian Yue lacked the strength to rise. His mind was in disarray. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had succumbed to the allure of alcohol and, in a moment of folly, had slept with the young master. He prayed that the young master would not dismiss him in a fit of anger. It seemed improbable, as the village of Wanfazhuang was not likely to find a new steward in the near future. Yet, what if the young master, in a fit of whimsy, believed that Daniel could fulfill such a role? Jian Yu's thoughts were a chaotic mess. He even queried the system. If I am trapped in this world working for Shen Yushu, will a lifetime of labor suffice to atone for my mistakes from last night? After a brief silence, the system responded, "The host will depart this instance upon completing the main task of Wanfazhuang." Jian Yue exclaimed, "Oh, so it seems I won't be stuck here laboring forever." Haha. After uttering this, he fell silent for an extended period. The system remained quiet as well, and the live stream from the previous night had been abruptly terminated, leaving an eerie stillness in the air, as if the world itself had come to a hush. Suddenly, Shen Yushu's voice broke the silence. "Steward Wang, are you deaf? I called you to drink water, and you just lie there, waiting for me to feed you." Jian Yue, momentarily stunned, was abruptly lifted. Shen Yushu held the cup to Jian Yu's lips, and he drank eagerly, driven by genuine thirst. He finished the cup in one go. As he drank, Shen Yushu patiently held the cup for him and even dabbed away the tears from the corners of his eyes, lightly chiding. "Why are you crying over a glass of water?" Jian Yue chuckled. "Young master, water is a gift from nature. I must express my gratitude." Shen Yushu retorted with a cold smile, "The water I brought you warrants thanks to nature?" Jian Yue adeptly flattered, "The young master's kindness need not be spoken of. In my heart, he has always been the finest boss in the world." Shen Yushu raised his chin imperiously. "Steward Wang, you haven't gotten into trouble again, have you? Offering unnecessary flattery, I suspect you have some ulterior motive." "Indeed." After some stammering, Jian Yue seemed to resolve himself and raised a finger in solemn oath. "Young master, I was possessed by a ghost last night. I apologize, and I shall forego my salary. I will work for you without pay." Shen Yushu was momentarily speechless. Jian Yu's anxious demeanor unnerved him, prompting a slight cough as he added, "Of course, if you are willing, a little payment would suffice." Shen Yushu's expression darkened further. "Steward Wang, at your service," Jian Yue replied. Shen Yushu struggled to articulate his thoughts. He had anticipated either agreement or disagreement from Jian Yue, but never this unexpected proposition. Jian Yue even sprang up, saying, "Young master, please do not be angry. Do not harm yourself." However, the abrupt movement caused Jian Yu's own back to ache, and he gasped in pain, grimacing. Shen Yushu's irritation dissipated as he observed Jian Yu's discomfort. He decided it was not worth the trouble to argue with someone as scatterbrained as Jian Yue. Yet, he realized that Jian Yue genuinely did not harbor feelings for him. Otherwise, why would he be contemplating such matters when they had already established a certain intimacy? That wretched man had successfully captured his attention. Shen Yushu scoffed. "There is no need for me to be angry. What transpired last night was mutual. If you were unwilling, I would never have forced you. But if you were willing..." He cast a sidelong glance at Jian Yue. "I will take responsibility." Jian Yue trembled at those words. Heavens! The young master truly is the finest in the world. He resolved even more firmly not to bring misfortune upon Shen Yushu. Once this instance concluded, he would depart, allowing Shen Yushu to lead a better life, for he was the male lead, a man of integrity who took both his career and duty seriously. He deserved a companion for life, not a transient steward who might vanish at any moment. Although he could not offer the young master love, he declared with newfound conviction, "Young master, my lifelong aspiration is to serve you well, to assist in curing your mother's illness. As for anything beyond that, I dare not indulge in such desires." He aimed to convey that he would not entertain any other hopes, even if events had unfolded as they did. He had no intention of clinging to Jian Yue. Jian Yue paused, narrowing his eyes. He understood that Jian Yue was concerned about his ailing mother, hence their situation was unsuitable for romance. As expected, Jian Yue was playing hard to get. Jian Yue thought, this charming little devil, how could he possibly not like me? If he didn't why would he have been so persistent last night? It was clear that Jian Yue wished to take their time. After all, if he were to assume responsibility now, Jian Yue might believe it was merely due to their current relationship. Rather, their mutual affection should take precedence. Having come to this realization, Jian Yue nodded regally. "Since you have made your decision and possess such awareness, I shall naturally support your choice." Jian Yue exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the young master comprehended that he was merely a frog in a well, unworthy of him. However, upon further reflection, it seemed there was little to celebrate about this realization. After a moment of hesitation, Jian Yue finally mustered the courage to pose the most pressing question in his heart. He hesitated and said, "Master, may I inquire about something?" Jian Yue raised an eyebrow. Did the steward Wang have second thoughts, perhaps reconsidering the long game of love? Though he verbally renounced it. Wang's body seemed quite honest. Never mind, he would indulge him this once. With an air of noble aloofness, Jian Yue replied, "What is it?" Jian Yue took a deep breath and said, "Then what I just mentioned about working for you for a lifetime without pay should no longer hold, right? My salary for next month." Jian Yue exhaled deeply, his expression unchanging as he stated, "It will be issued, as usual." Chapter 37. Upon hearing this gossip, Jian Yue was utterly astonished, as if his mother had opened the door to shock and let it in. He never dreamed that these two seemingly unrelated individuals could possess such a connection. He glanced at Wang Danyu in the distance, whose expression was quite peculiar, and thought it curious. How could this not be the case? They say that those who are not family do not enter the same door. He wondered if Danyu was aware of this matter. Oh dear, judging by that expression, he likely was. In truth, it wasn't such a big deal. Jian Yue mused. Danyu, you've suddenly gained both a wife and a brother. You're truly enjoying the best of both worlds without even needing to link up. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Danyu's expression turned as ugly as if he had stumbled upon something unpleasant on the road. The scar-faced man was oblivious to the reason behind Danyu's grim countenance. He was merely curious as to why both had suddenly grown so sullen, glancing around in confusion. And Wang sighed heavily, saying, "You two really are not suited for each other." Danyu could hardly bear such a shocking revelation. He looked at Aunt Wang, then at the scar-faced man, hesitatingly beginning, "Mother, you?" Aunt Wang, feeling guilty, interjected, "I've already said it. You two are not a match." Danyu raised his head defiantly, saying, "Mother, please, no matter what, Xiao Dao and I are true love. I will never abandon him." Upon hearing such determination, the scar-faced man quickly echoed, "Indeed, Aunt Wang. Though we may not have your blessing, my feelings for Danyu are genuine and cannot be thwarted by anyone." Aunt Wang sighed once more. Jian Yue reflected. Danyu is truly a man. It seems this task of mine will remain unfulfilled. Just as he pondered this, Aunt Wang stated, "If you two wish to be together, that is permissible. However, due to your circumstances, you cannot enter the family lineage or the ancestral hall. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man turned pale, left dumbfounded. Wait, what? How can this be? The strategy clearly indicated that if one pursued Wang Danyu, marriage was practically guaranteed. Although Aunt Wang opposed it initially, she usually consented afterward. Why is it different for us? The scar-faced man looked to Danyu, hoping he could say something reassuring. Damn it. If I can't enter the ancestral hall, what does that say about my previous efforts? He thought furiously, who devised this strategy? Once I get out of here, I'll have words with them. The audience in the live stream was in stitches. Ha! Danyu, you totally just threw it all away. This gossip system is a pure troublemaker. Ha ha ha, stop joking around. You're just adding to the chaos. This is clearly a good omen. Meanwhile, Jian Yue received a notification from the system panel. Limited time task. Disrupting the couple has been completed. Task reward. 300 points have been issued. Jian Yue thought. Isn't this marriage already set? How can it still be counted as my task completed? Could it be that these two won't end up together after all? His mind was swirling with thoughts. Nevertheless, he decided it didn't matter as long as his task was accomplished. After all, if the scar-faced man suffered, it wouldn't affect him. Everyone departed from the Wang residence. Jian Yue returned directly to the manor, while the scar-faced man met up with Wen Yu and others around the corner. Upon seeing him, Wen Yu asked, "Dao, how is your plan progressing? Are you really going to marry Wang Daniu in a couple of days?" The scar-faced man spat. "Damn it, don't even mention it. I don't know who devised this strategy, but it's completely unreliable. Marrying into Daniu's family won't even allow entry into the lineage." Wen Yu's expression shifted as she frowned gently. "If that's the case, it's quite unfavorable for us. But Dao, do you think it's possible they've caught on to us?" The scar-faced man retorted, "Impossible. The original host of this body was killed on the first day we entered Wanfu village. Now we've assumed his identity using the altered identity card. No one could possibly suspect us." When you sighed upon hearing this, that's true. Given that, let us rethink our strategy. However, the scar-faced man immediately insisted, "No way. We've come this far. If we give up now, all my previous efforts would be in vain. Don't worry. I will find a way to make Wang Daniu agree. Even if he refuses, there are others in this village. As for Wang the steward, his opportunities have already run out. Just wait and see. There will come a day when he needs us." When you exclaimed, "Enough. Once we get out of here, I won't harbor any more secret affections for Dao. I might as well just become his sworn sister." On another note, Jian Yue returned to the manor. Upon seeing him, Aunt Zhang said, "The young master was looking for you this afternoon. You should head to the study." However, the young master is not there now. He's in the backyard as the old lady's condition has worsened a bit this afternoon. Jian Yue replied, "All right, I'll find the young master shortly." He went back to freshen up. Having walked through mud, his shoes were now dirty, but fortunately he had another pair in his belongings. Now that he had someone he cherished, Jian Yue was all the more mindful of his appearance. Once he was ready, he headed to the backyard. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and the cicadas were singing incessantly. The scent of herbs wafted clearly from the backyard. From a distance, Jian Yue stood outside the door, listening to Shun Yushu converse with the old lady. The old lady said, "Xiao Yu, there's nothing wrong with my health. You needn't stay here and delay your own matters." Shun Yushu replied, "Mother, do not worry about me. I can manage the company's affairs." Jian Yue smirked, thinking, "Young master, when you say you can manage, it really means you'll be working late again tonight. Relying on your youth like this is reckless. You'll understand when you grow old. I just wish I could see how you cope then." Oh, how regrettable it was that he couldn't witness Shun Yushu's aging. The old lady remarked, "My dear child, your temperament is nothing like your brother's. If he were as fortunate as you, without that peculiar illness, he could help share your burdens." Shun Yushu replied, "Mother, let us not dwell on such sorrowful matters." Jian Yue felt as though he had stumbled upon a crucial clue. What illness was she referring to? Had the Shin family ever suffered from a strange ailment? Could this be connected to the secrets of Wanfu village? The old lady sighed, "It is your birthday today, yet you still concern yourself with my troubles. You truly are a remarkable child." Jian Yue, overhearing this, was surprised to discover that today was the CEO's birthday. Goodness. Although the old lady expressed her sympathy, it seemed nothing was actually being done. Jian Yue recalled how the CEO had made him a cake for his own birthday, yet he had no idea how it was made. If asked to bake a cake now, he would be utterly lost. Lost in thought, Jian Yue inquired of his system. "System, are there cakes available for exchange in the marketplace?" The system replied, "No." Jian Yue was astonished. "You have skincare products, yet no cake?" The system clarified, "Food can be requested additionally." Jian Yue's spirits lifted. "Then I shall make an additional request. How many points do I need?" 10,000 points, the system responded. Jian Yue grumbled, "You could have just given me the money directly, yet you chose to offer a slice of cake." With fewer than 5,000 points in his account, he realized he could not afford even that, and thus he turned and made his way to the kitchen, determined to find a solution. As dusk approached, Shun Yushu emerged from the backyard and spotted Zhang Ma standing in the corridor nearby. "Where is Butler Wang?" Shun Yushu inquired. Zhang Ma answered. He went to the kitchen as soon as he returned, claiming he wanted to showcase his culinary skills today. Shun Yushu raised an eyebrow. "Butler Wang can cook?" Zhang Ma replied frankly. He seems quite confident. Upon entering the dining room, Shun Yushu found Jian Yue just finishing up 3 dishes and a soup, along with a bowl of what appeared to be mushy noodles. "Young master, these are the dishes I prepared for you. Would you like to try them?" Jian Yue exclaimed eagerly. Under Jian Yue's hopeful gaze, Shun Yushu swallowed his initial skepticism and picked up a plate of unidentifiable food. After tasting it, He paused for a moment and said, "This plate of greens is quite well done." Jian Yue choked slightly. "Young master, this is not greens. It's spinach, rich in calcium. I chose it thoughtfully, considering you often stay up late." Y&T the young master understood his intention. Shen Yushu fell silent for a moment before saying, "Butler Wang, it is rare for you to prepare such a feast. Please fetch my digestive tablets." Jian Yue responded, "Young master, those are taken after meals. You should finish eating first." Shen Yushu cleverly decided against tasting the other dishes and instead picked up some noodles from his bowl. After a couple of bites, he remarked, "This is the specialty noodle soup from Wanfu village." Jian Yue corrected him, "This is my handmade longevity noodles." Was it really that difficult to discern? Shen Yushu paused, initially surprised by the hefty portion of noodles. He had thought Butler Wang was displeased with his culinary skills from last night and sought revenge. Then, somewhat astonished, he said, "Longevity noodles?" Jian Yue chuckled, "Indeed. I heard today is your birthday, and since there's no cake available, I thought to prepare a bowl of noodles for you. In our hometown, we have a tradition of eating longevity noodles on birthdays to ensure a long life." Chapter 38. Jian Yue had visited this ancestral hall before. Having come during the day previously without incident, he felt confident to return alone now. Most importantly, he wanted to test whether this key would work, and to his surprise, it did. However, after unlocking the door, the key indeed became deformed. Jian Yue tucked the key away, realizing there must be some restriction here. Any key that opened the door would become unusable, explaining why the ancestral hall was only opened once a year. Frequent visits would be quite taxing on the keys. After securing his belongings, Jian Yue peered into the ancestral hall. As expected, he was greeted first by the strikingly red and black wooden plaque, clearly etched with the names of certain villagers. The imposing figure of a fierce beast still presided over the hall, locking gazes with the grand deity. Jian Yue felt a palpable pressure emanating from its dark, deep eyes. Though the statue exuded a sacred aura, it still sent a chill down his spine. With a smile, Jian Yue addressed the statue, "Do not stare at me. I am not a stranger. I am the village secretary, the official who addresses the concerns of our villagers. Since you are the guardian deity of this village, you should also protect me." The viewers in the live stream chuckled. "He-s charming, even the divine. There's no one Butler Wang can't persuade. Ha ha ha. In his presence, all beings are equal, for we live in a new democratic society." Feeling a warmth return as the chill subsided, Jian Yue finally took the time to observe his surroundings. His previous visit had been too hasty to appreciate the details. Now, with the hall empty, he could examine it closely. Returning to the table, he found it somewhat difficult to move his hand. "Not rushing," he said. "If you refuse to let go, I will bring young master here next time and overturn this table." Once the family tree was finally extracted, he began to quickly flip through its thick pages. He had perused it on his last visit, but had returned to confirm something. As he turned the pages, he eventually arrived at the Shen family section. His suspicions were confirmed. There were only birth dates recorded, with no mention of death dates. This was decidedly abnormal. Typically, a family tree chronicles an individual's life and circumstances within the village. Some families may have more detailed records, while others are more concise. But it is certainly unusual to have only a name and a birth date without a death date. Given that the village had established an ancestral hall, it was clear they valued ancestor worship. However, how could they honor their ancestors without recording their passing? This contradicted their practices, unless they simply had no death dates. As this thought crystallized in his mind, it enveloped him like a web, almost suffocating him. He looked up, and the ancestral hall was eerily silent. The black plaques standing solemnly, the names of the villagers etched in silence, mocking him without uttering a word. An idea suddenly struck him. Jian Yue picked up the bronze mirror from his person and gently placed it upon the family tree. The tree remained unchanged, which inexplicably relieved him. He then raised his gaze to the array of black plaques on the table, slowly approaching one of them and directing the mirror towards the blood-red name inscribed upon it. In the slightly yellowed surface of the bronze mirror, the words reflected in a hazy blur, showing no alteration. However, just as Jian Yue prepared to stow the mirror away, he watched in astonishment as the letters began to twist and blur, almost as if they were struggling to break free. Upon focusing again, he saw that the original name was obscured, replaced by the name Li Guang, one of the members of the Wen Yu archaeological team. Stiffly, Jian Yue set that plaque aside and picked up another, watching as the name slowly transformed. Wang Kuan, Yang Tian Tian, and finally, he came across his own name, Jian Yue. Just like the false names on the plaques outside, the true names carved within were theirs. as though they were individuals who had one foot in the grave, eternally etched in these plaques to be offered to the mountain deity. Holding his own plaque, he gazed at the blood-red letters. Although it was a sweltering summer day, the ancestral hall was eerily silent. In such intense heat, he felt an inexplicable chill, creeping from the plaque, spiraling up his fingers and enveloping him like bone-chilling frost. A system panel emerged. Main quest, The Secret of Vengeful Village, Progress, 68. The viewers in the live stream gasped. Oh my, is it really like this? If I were the host, I would be utterly devastated. Alive yet treated as if we were dead. Isn't the host speaking? Is he stunned? Under the scrutiny of all eyes, Jian Yue stared at his plaque, his brow furrowed, his expression decidedly serious. He then inhaled sharply. Wait. Why is my name inscribed so poorly? The plaque. Viewers in the live stream. Jian Yue returned the plaque, scanning the others, and thoughtfully mused. What would happen if I altered this name? The ancestral hall fell into a deeper silence. The live stream audience was equally quiet, then erupted into laughter. Ha! Are you serious? What job did you have before this? You cannot deface the plaques. If you do, you'll trigger the death condition. Others have thought the same and met swift demise. Jian Yue's gaze swept over the plaques, and with a sigh, he concluded, forget it. As the village secretary, I cannot vandalize public property. Viewers, at this moment, you're worried about that? The ancestral hall was indeed vast. During Jian Yue's previous exploration with Tian, they had barely scratched the surface. The plaques stored here numbered in the thousands. Previously, Jian Yue had thought that the village was prosperous, but now he speculated that perhaps the names etched here did not belong to the living. With nothing else to do, Jian Yue decided to examine the plaques one by one, and indeed, he recognized some names he had vaguely glimpsed in the archives. Could there be a plaque for Ji Feng? But how long would it take to see the end of this? Suddenly, he remembered that Ji Feng had come to Vengeful Village with the archaeological team, and according to the village personnel records, he resided in the Shen family. Thus, it was possible that Ji Feng's plaque was located among the Shans. With this thought, Jian Yue had a concrete objective. He began to search swiftly among the plaques, knowing that those with black-red inscriptions belonged to the Shen family. After searching for over 10 minutes, he finally discovered the Shen family plaque in a corner of the ancestral hall. His gaze scanned the rows of plaques until he finally spotted the blood-red characters spelling out Ji Feng's name. However, his movement halted. Something was amiss. The names of the other archaeological team members were visible only when reflected in the mirror, yet Ji Feng's plaque bore black-red letters that required no reflection. Moreover, where was Xin Yu's plaque? Wasn't she a member of the Shen family? Why was her plaque missing? How could these two be reversed? The ones who should be here were absent, while those who shouldn't be were present. Jian Yue felt as though he had fallen into a quandary. Every time he grasped a clue, new questions arose before him. Forget it. Nothing is insurmountable as long as I am willing to give up. Just as he was contemplating this, the system panel appeared. Timed quest. Xin Yu's plaque. Quest details. The missing must find their way home. Please locate Xin Yue. Quest countdown. 120 hours. Upon seeing this quest, Jian Yue fell silent, finally unable to restrain his frustration. System, are you intentionally keeping me busy? What could possibly be so important about these two? Do they possess gold or silver? The system panel added, quest reward, card without cooldown. Once. Jian Yue perked up, cheerfully exclaiming, but on the other hand, I believe in not abandoning tasks halfway. It's a principle of mine. How do you know I enjoy being helpful? Leave this matter to me. The system, viewers in the live stream laughed. Ha ha ha, as expected of you. Wong Butler, the first to be blinded by money. This plaque is hard to find. Searching for plaques, haha, you'll meet the lady in red again. Good luck with that. When she goes berserk, it's the highest death rate in this instance. Our team almost perished back then. Vengeful Village truly lives up to its reputation as a newcomer's nightmare. As the crowd chattered, Jian Yue prepared to leave the ancestral hall. The afternoon was approaching, the time of day when the malevolent energy peaked. It was unwise to linger here, especially as he felt the chill around him intensifying, as if the spirits of the deceased were watching him. Fixated on the hall's only living soul, everyone watched as Jian Yue stepped towards the exit. Just when they thought he would take no further action, he gripped the bronze mirror tightly and, just before the door closed, aimed it at the mountain deity's statue in the hall center. At noon, when the malevolent energy was at its height. Chapter 39, Jian Yue mused that while no genuine master-servant relationship necessitated sharing a bed, was there not a new precedent being set? Some things required a pioneer, and he was merely the first to do so. In this new era, one must be a free master and servant. unbound by definitions. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Shen Yushu's voice beside him. Wang Butler. Where are you off to again? As Jian Yue bent to put on his shoes, he accepted the water Shen Yushu offered and replied, Young master. The village chief mentioned that the recent heavy rains washed away the riverbank, and I intend to take a look. Shen Yushu frowned. If the riverbank is washed away, we need to find someone to repair it. What are you going to do, move bricks? I am, after all, the village secretary. Jian Yue replied. I must at least go take a look. The truth is that the system has given him a task to locate Shen Yu's nameplate. He cannot simply remain at home. He must venture out to search. Shen Yushu scoffed. You still call yourself a steward? Jian Yue shamelessly approached Shen Yushu, saying, Young master, this is unjust. I am out here seeking ways to assist the old lady with her illness. Everything I do is for you and this family. I toil day and night without rest. Oh, my back. His exaggerated movements nearly caused him to injure himself. Shen Yushu quickly supported him, noticing some faint bruises around Jian Yu's collar. His gaze darkened as he said, If you're tired, rest at home. Someone will handle your mother's matters. Jian Yue replied, It's nothing, young master. I am tough and resilient. Please do not pity me just because I appear fragile. Shen Yushu retorted with a cold laugh. Is that so? It seems you were merely pretending last night. Jian Yue weakly defended himself. I was indeed exhausted. I need sleep. Shen Yushu chose not to pursue the matter further, knowing that the words of the duplicitous steward rarely held any sincerity. Go ahead, but return by afternoon, he instructed. Jian Yue beamed. Yes, young master. As the livestream commenced, the audience had begun to acclimate. The familiar lights. Who can understand this? Host, don't indulge too much. Laughter erupted. How can someone frolic in a horror dungeon every night? Our steward is indeed resilient. Jian Yue felt a pang of regret after exchanging medicine at the market, but thankfully, he had learned to let the young master conserve his strength. Over the past few days, the young master had finally learned moderation. So although Jian Yue felt a twinge in his back, he could bear it. Upon leaving the estate, Jian Yue arrived at the riverbank at the village entrance. The recent torrential rain had caused the river to swell ominously. Some members of the archaeological team were present. Tian waved. Steward Wang, you've come. As Jian Yue approached, he noticed Li Ming and Wang Kuan among them. After a few days apart, Wang Kuan now bore a stronger scent of corpse oil, while Li Ming and Tian smelled relatively normal. What are you doing here? Jian Yue asked. It's dangerous by the river, he added. Tian replied. Sister, when you brought us here, she said that every year during the rainy season, it's a signal from the mountain god, indicating that the mountain god festival is approaching. The flowing river is a sign of the mountain god's wrath. In just over 10 days, villagers will begin their offerings to the mountain god. As she spoke, Tian leaned closer, lowering her voice. Moreover, I heard from Scarface and the others that if we cannot find the nightmare master of this world before the festival and unlock the exit, we will be trapped in Wanfuchen forever, just like previous archaeological teams. Jian Yu's expression grew serious. Tian comforted him. Steward Wang, I know you are scared, but don't worry. I believe in Brother Dao. No, Jian Yue interrupted. I want to know, if we cannot leave Wanfuchen, can I still serve as the village secretary? Tian replied. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha. His position is more important than anything else. He has found his place in Wanfuchen. If I can't beat them, I'll join them. No fear here. He is now a village official. Jian Yue chuckled at Tian's expression. I was just joking. Please continue. Tian sighed with relief and continued in a low voice. Then Brother Dao and the others said that the mountain god is actually a malevolent beast that feeds on human souls. Every year, villagers offer sacrifices to the mountain god in exchange for longevity. We must find a way to subdue the mountain god before it's too late. That's why they brought us to the riverbank. Jian Yue pondered this information, realizing that Scarface and the others possessed far more data than he did. Tian's boyfriend, Wang Kuan, interjected. Steward Wang, time is running out. What do you think about collaborating with Brother Dao? I feel that with your strength, we can survive together. Jian Yue returned to the present and said, No need for collaboration. A strong person is strong anywhere. Wang Kuan was astonished. Steward Wang, you have such confidence in yourself? Jian Yue replied earnestly, I mean Brother Dao. Wang Kuan laughed. The audience found this amusing. Ha. You still don't know him. His confidence always stems from relying on others, not himself. Brother Dao is as dependable as a pig climbing a tree. Time has flown by, and it seems the Mountain God Festival is approaching sooner than expected. The atmosphere in the live stream is so enjoyable that while others endure the passage of time, He feels as though he is on vacation. Jian Yue told Tian and the others, "Stay away from the riverbank. I need to speak with the village chief." They all nodded in agreement. Jian Yue then found the village chief, who was nearby directing several villagers to evacuate from the riverbank. Upon seeing Jian Yue, the chief said, "Secretary Wang, please help move some things for Li Godin." Of course, Jian Yue replied, inquiring, "Where should I take them, chief?" The chief answered, "To the school. It's not safe here by the riverbank these days. Let them stay there for a few days." Jian Yue nodded and approached Li Godin's house, where he found the moving belongings. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the face of one of the movers. Curious, he asked, "What is your relation to Li Taizhu?" "Hey, how do you know my brother?" Li Godin replied, "Taizhu is my brother." Jian Yue thought to himself, "Not only do I know him, but I even helped your family find a chicken in the past. However, it's best not to dwell on those glorious memories." "Where is Taizhu?" Jian Yue inquired. Li Godin sighed heavily, his gaunt face reflecting his distress. Big Nyo has found someone else, and Taizhu is heartbroken. Jian Yue's heart sank. "So he went to help Ma Zico at the village entrance move things?" Li Godin confirmed. "He just left a little while ago. Your village is truly blessed with talent and has an open culture." Jian Yue suppressed his urge to criticize and helped Li Godin move items instead. Aunt Li insisted on taking the last 2 chickens with her, claiming they were all that remained, and she refused to leave without them. Li Godin urged, "Mother, there will be many people at the school. Don't let anyone steal our chickens." "You are right," Aunt Li relented. "Quick, Godin, call your brother back. I'll prepare the chickens for you all to replenish your strength." Jian Yue observed this tug-of-war with interest. A long-ignored thought suddenly struck him: the school. Despite being in Wanfichin for so long, he had never seen any children, whether running about or in swaddles, none at all. Oh, there was a child at Widow Li's house. But that was a lifeless infant. Wanfichin had no newborns. It was broad daylight, yet as Jian Yue realized this unsettling truth, a chilling dread crept up his spine, rendering him momentarily speechless. Jian Yue approached Li Godin, discreetly accepting the box of clothes he handed over, and inquired, "If we all move to the school, where will the children stay?" Upon uttering this question, Jian Yue noticed Li Godin stiffen momentarily, then regard him with an expression that seemed to convey disbelief. As if to say, "How could such words ever escape your lips?" "There are no children," Li Godin replied. Jian Yue, momentarily taken aback, pressed on with, "Then what about the children?" Li Godin explained, "Our village lacks inhabitants. Children often do not survive long after birth. Only those who are married venture to worship the mountain god, and it is through his blessing that a few children manage to live." Jian Yue questioned, "Does the mountain god possess such immense power?" "He is not the goddess of fertility. He oversees childbirth, longevity, and even the rivers." "Indeed," Li Godin declared earnestly. "The mountain god blesses every individual in our village. Wang, you ought to pay your respects as well. Your health seems frail and with a weak back. Finding a wife will be a challenge." Jian Yue nearly winced. His back ached severely, and upon hearing this, he retorted, "No need for that. My back troubles stem from the pursuit of a wife." Li Godin appeared skeptical. Jian Yue promptly assisted in packing their family's belongings and accompanied them to the dilapidated site of the old school in the village. Observing the crumbling mud houses, he asked, "How long has this place been abandoned?" "I can't recall," Li Godin replied. "I remember the last time classes were held here was quite some time ago." Just as Jian Yue felt there was little progress to be made, Li chimed in from behind, "Wang, that archaeological team came to our village precisely to investigate why the children never survive. The last time they visited, they studied for quite a while." Jian Yue was taken aback. It seemed the previous archaeological team's intentions were cloaked in such pretense. He smiled, intending to deflect, "Yes. But it appears they did not arrive at any conclusive findings." "Indeed," Aunt Li continued, "you researchers have been spinning your wheels. Your efforts pale in comparison to our prayers to the mountain god. I recall another archaeological team that conducted research at the village committee, utterly futile." Chapter 40. A moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. The elderly matriarch turned her gaze towards Shen Yushu, perhaps equally unprepared for the unfolding situation. After hesitating briefly, she remarked, "Little you, you are still young. Your mother should have chosen better for you." "Mother, Wang is exceptional," Shen Yushu interjected. His handsome profile illuminated against the night sky, his tone grave. "He is the best." Jian Yue felt a jolt in his heart. The matriarch queried, "What makes him so admirable?" Shen Yushu responded, "Though Wang often arrives late and leaves early, hoarding wealth and lacking culinary prowess, his heartfelt intentions towards his son are the truest in this world. Of that I am certain." Jian Yue, puzzled, asked. But, young master, is that truly a compliment? Though he understood the good intentions behind the praise, he wished he could dissuade it. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Young master's summary is astute. The matriarch's expression darkened as she envisioned a bleak future for the Shen family. The absurdity of infatuation was palpable, amplified by Wang's comically distressed demeanor. With difficulty, the matriarch said, "Little you are still quite young. When you reach my age, mother, please." "I will not misjudge this time," Shen Yushu asserted. "I have my own rhythm." The matriarch, upon hearing Shen Yushu's words, turned to Jian Yue and instructed. "Zhangma mentioned you were looking for me. From now on, you can wait for me in the study. I need to focus on my recovery. So please visit less frequently." Most importantly, he feared his mother would once again offer 5 million to have Wang leave him. Although he knew Wang had already declined. What if his mother sweetened the deal in the future? He needed to nip that possibility in the bud. Jian Yue promptly acknowledged, "Yes, young master." After affirming this, Shen Yushu appeared somewhat satisfied. He grasped Jian Yue's hand and headed outside. As they brushed past the matriarch, Jian Yue felt a chill. The matriarch's gaze bore no kindness. Could it be that she disapproved of him as her son-in-law? While understandable, it was still disheartening. Following Shen Yushu through the corridor, they returned to the study. After entering, Shen Yushu removed his coat and turned to find Jian Yue lost in thought. "What are you staring at?" he queried. Raising an eyebrow, Jian Yue shook his head, responding, "I just feel." "Feel what?" Shen Yushu pressed. Had Wang's mother said something that instigated feelings of inadequacy, prompting him to reflect and restrain himself? Jian Yue remarked, "Young master, I believe there are too few people to care for the matriarch. If you have time in the coming days, it would be prudent to install some surveillance cameras in the backyard. This way, we can ensure the matriarch's safety and promptly monitor her health." Shen Yushu replied, "Ah, so you wish to impose restrictions on others." The audience in the live stream roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, clever idea. I'm dying of laughter. The matriarch has finally met her match, Shen Yushu acknowledged. I had considered that as well, given the village's current lack of security. However, my mother disapproves of such measures, so I have not arranged for it. Jian Yue added, "The village has been quite unstable recently. The riverbank has collapsed. The village chief mentioned that in 10 days, a mountain god festival will be held to pray for safety." Shen Yushu scoffed. That despicable village chief has certainly captured my attention. With the riverbank in disrepair, he chooses to worship the mountain god instead of repairing it. No wonder he remains in office. Wanfu village is becoming increasingly decrepit. Jian Yue found himself at a loss for words. Surely, the young master was destined for greatness in governance. One glance at his daily commitments to public affairs and the expansion of his company revealed as much. Yet, Jian Yue ventured, "Young master, I've heard that the mountain god is indeed somewhat effective. They say if villagers visit the mountain god's temple to pray for children, their wishes are granted." He intended to alert Shen Yushu to be wary of the mountain god, concerned that the matriarch might harbor sinister intentions toward him. Shen Yushu glanced at him and remarked, "And you believe in such things? If the mountain god were truly so powerful after your 2 visits, shouldn't you already be expecting?" "Young master, I am a man. Men cannot become pregnant," Jian Yue clarified. Shen Yushu shot him a sidelong glance. "So you did indeed go to worship the mountain god?" Jian Yue faltered, realizing how astute the young master was. He admitted, "Not exactly. I mainly visited the ancestral hall." "Oh, I did find Ji Feng's memorial plaque there." With Shen Yushu, he could speak candidly. Shen Yushu frowned. "He has passed away?" Jian Yue nodded, "Most likely. Otherwise, who would set up a memorial plaque for themselves in the ancestral hall? It was akin to a hen paying New Year's respects to a weasel, utterly reckless." Shen Yushu's expression grew serious, and Jian Yue thought he had made a significant discovery. His demeanor shifted abruptly, causing the audience in the live stream to tense. Holding their breath as Shen Yushu inquired, "Why do you carry another man's memorial plaque with you every day?" "Young master, are you jealous?" Jian Yue questioned, incredulous. The audience erupted in laughter once more. Jian Yue hastily clarified, "Young master, I assure you, I do not have any peculiar inclinations. I simply found Ji Feng suspicious. Besides, if I did not carry his plaque, I would have no other to bring. It is unthinkable to bring you along, dear master. Are you not living quite well?" Bah. Shen Yushu shall live to a ripe old age. He promptly dismissed this thought from his mind. Such a thing is inauspicious. You should refrain from bringing it in the future. Shen Yushu's complexion finally improved a bit as he remarked, "Let us find a time to return it." Jian Yue nodded in agreement. Shen Yushu gazed at the nameplate for a while longer before finally stating, I believe I have seen something similar before. Jian Yue was taken aback. Master, have you visited the ancestral hall? I have never returned to Wanf village. Xin Yushu replied. Perhaps I am mistaken. Jian Yue fell into silence for a moment, feeling that there were many suspicious points swirling in his mind, yet they did not form a coherent line. He felt somewhat defeated, as if he needed to think more deeply. Xin Yushu said, I will care for my mother during the day. I may not be able to accompany you to bed at night. If you feel tired, you may rest first. Jian Yue, with unwavering spirit, responded, Master, I am not a child who needs bedtime stories to fall asleep. I can rest on my own. Xin Yushu waved his hand dismissively, just as Jian Yue stepped out. He turned back and closed the door again. Xin Yushu looked up in confusion. Jian Yue continued, However, upon reflection, listening to bedtime stories is not without its charm, Master. I shall wait for you to return before sleeping. Xin Yushu noted, The viewers in the live stream have seen through the truth. Haha, is the female ghost here? With the nameplate here, she won't leave. I must say my sister is the most persistent person in the world. Steward Wong, I still prefer your unyielding demeanor from earlier. A somewhat tranquil night passed. Autumn has arrived, and the weather gradually turned cooler. Last night, the two of them had gone to bed early, seldom engaging in discussions about the meaning of life before sleeping, allowing Jian Yue to rise earlier today. When Xin Yushu got up, he remarked, It's still early. You can sleep a bit longer. Jian Yue shook his head. He could not sleep without Xin Yushu beside him. The master's warmth made the sudden chill of the blanket uncomfortable. He said, I will not sleep anymore. Xin Yushu regarded him with an expression that seemed to say, You mischievous little sprite, why are you so clingy? Jian Yue climbed out of bed, recalling that he might need to visit Ji Feng's research lab today. If all went well, he might return later. If not, he might not come back at all. Nonetheless, he informed Xin Yushu, Master, I need to go to the school today to settle the temporarily relocated villagers. I may return late this afternoon. When I came back yesterday, I noticed some fruit on the fence. Aunt Li said they were quite sweet. Eating them is good for eyesight. Master, since you often look at the computer, you should eat more. I will bring some back for you. The master often complained about being late or leaving early, saying he was merely passing the time. How infuriating. Though he spoke the truth, he resolved to behave well from today onward, so that the master would know he could do more than just arrive late. Xin Yushu replied, That's fine, but Aunt Zhang picked strawberries again yesterday, and I will save a bowl of smoothie for you when you return. Jian Yue cheerfully remarked, What smoothie? I mainly just want to come back early. Xin Yushu shot him a glare. After getting dressed, Jian Yue first went to the village committee to sign in. The village head had been quite busy lately, and was not at the committee to nurse his little medicinal bowl. He probably was finally attending to some real business. No matter, today he also had to do something of substance. After signing in, Jian Yue made his way to the old school site. He had not had the chance to find the map yesterday, but today, following Aunt Li's guidance, he finally located the library that supposedly held the complete map of Wanf village on its wall. As he approached to open the door, an irritable voice came from inside. Who is it? Hurry up and leave. This room is occupied. Jian Yue was taken aback. Was it not said that this place was abandoned? Moreover, yesterday he had not heard of any villagers being assigned to live here. Just as he pondered, a woman's voice echoed from within. Enough, you loud ghost. Just drive him away. Jian Yue interjected. Ladies, I merely wish to enter and look at something. I will leave immediately. She retorted. What is there to see? Hurry up and leave. We need this room. Don't come back again, or we will gouge out your eyes. The viewers in the live stream lamented. I told you such an important item would surely have villagers guarding it. The quest cannot simply allow people to obtain clues. Steward Wong was in trouble again. The further it progressed, the more difficult it became. Had it been any other time, Jian Yue would have never insisted on arguing with the villagers, as he was unsure if it would trigger a fatal condition. Furthermore, as the village secretary, he always preferred to reason with people. However, with the Mountain God Festival approaching, he absolutely needed to acquire that map. Jian Yue recognized the woman's voice as somewhat familiar and hesitantly asked, Tohua? Chapter 41. The scarred face stared in astonishment at Jian Yue, who was rushing towards him. Initially, he instinctively took a step back and turned to Wen Yu, saying, Is it a trap? Since the last incident in the neighboring area where Jian Yue had outsmarted him, Scarred Brother had learned to be cautious, even beginning to consult Wen Yu before taking action. Wen Yu replied, It is indeed possible. This was not to say she was unwilling to analyze the situation. Rather, Steward Wong was a crafty individual, and one could not apply normal reasoning to his behavior. But if one attempted to think like him, They would be drawn to his level and ultimately outmaneuvered by his years of experience. As the two were conversing, Jian Yue had already descended the stairs. The bright fluorescent lights illuminated the entire room as he stood there smiling. "Brother Scar, what brings you here?" Scarred Face snorted coldly. "You refused to share information with us, so we came ourselves." Brother Scar is truly wise. Jian Yue smiled. This. The surrounding yellow talismans fluttered without wind, and with Jian Yue's words, the entire spacious room even echoed slightly, sending a chill down one's spine. The previously arrogant group hesitated momentarily. Scarred Brother narrowed his eyes, saying, "There's nothing here." Jian Yue retorted, "It seems these photos and data might be cursed. If you are afraid, you need not come down." He spoke earnestly, to avoid the system claiming he was deceiving them again. Scarred Face's expression changed, and he quietly asked Wenyu. The guide did not mention the actual contents of the laboratory. Is this kid telling the truth? Wenyu was also uncertain, replying, "It has been years since any plot progress has reached 100%. It is said that the first person to close the quest will randomly receive a level item. The temptation was immense for them. One must understand, the rarer the item, the more valuable it is, especially those granted after closing a quest, typically. Only large guilds possess them, and they are hardly circulated in the market. A level item could significantly extend their survival time outside the quest, allowing them to live lavishly for quite some time." Jian Yue questioned, "Brother Scar, Sister One, are you not coming down?" Initially, it was Brother Scar and his group who were arrogant. Jian Yue should have been the one afraid of them coming down, yet the roles had completely reversed. Jian Yue even smiled and said, "This." Scarred Face was now sweating profusely, turning to Wenyu, asking, "Is it really fine?" The viewers in the live stream were also somewhat worried. "I think this time is quite precarious. They had been fooled once. How could they fall for it a second time? If the anchor cannot find someone to share the burden, it would surely spell disaster. It is indeed challenging, and I find myself in a state of uncertainty." As the crowd engaged in discussion, hope seemed to wane, but unexpectedly, Wenyu remarked, "However, there appear to be no supernatural entities behind him. Dao Ge, is it possible that he is merely feigning this to prevent us from descending?" This statement jolted the others into awareness. At that moment, Dao Scarface felt that Jian Yue was exceedingly cunning to devise such a tactic to intimidate him. Consequently, Jian Yue observed Dao Ge descending the stairs with heavy footsteps, declaring, "In these years, I have witnessed many storms. Do you think I would fear mere ghostly scribbles? They are nothing but fright tactics and cannot claim my life." As Dao Ge approached, Jian Yue said, "Then I shall take my leave." Dao Ge, having learned a lesson, responded, "No, you cannot leave. If there is deceit afoot, you will perish alongside us." The other members of the archaeological team turned their gazes towards Jian Yue. Among them, Jian Yue spotted Wang Kuan, Sweet's boyfriend. Their eyes met, and Wang Kuan, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze. Jian Yue did not hold it against him. After all, he was merely a newcomer, and it was improbable for him to sway Dao Ji's decision. Dao Ge and Wenyu moved a short distance away, and upon descending the stairs, they began to scrutinize the surrounding photographs. Wenyu exclaimed with surprise, "There really is data. This far exceeds what was detailed in the guide." He continued with excitement, "Perhaps we can indeed close this instance." The other team members shared in the exhilaration, praising Dao Ji's wisdom. "It was about time we took this approach. Are we truly going to escape this place alive? Dao Ge, we bow to your brilliance." As the discussions continued, someone suddenly remarked, "Is there not a photo missing?" Indeed, in the last column of the photographs, one was absent. Dao Scarface turned sharply to Jian Yue. Noticing that he held the missing photo, he strode over with haste, sneering, "Wang Guanjia, why were you so generous to let us come down? It turns out you were hiding something from us. Hand it over." Jian Yue replied, "This item carries Ji Feng's curse. Are you certain you want it?" After descending, Dao Scarface discovered that there was indeed data present and no supernatural entities in sight, which led him to conclude that Jian Yue was likely attempting to frighten them. He immediately approached Jian Yue, stating, "Wang Guanjia, your petty tricks are ineffective against us. We are seasoned players who have navigated numerous instances. You think we are easily deceived? We are not children." Before Jian Yue could respond, Dao Ge snatched the photo from his hands. Upon inspecting the back of the photo, Jian Yue heard the system announce, "Ji Feng's curse has been shared. Curse details, your survival duration has been refreshed to 48 hours. Dao Ge must have also heard the system message, as he froze in place, his expression contorted in horror. Wenyu, confused, asked, "Dao Ge, what is the matter?" Dao Scarface, pale and speechless, watched as Wenyu took the photo from him. Jian Yue then heard the system announce again. Jifeng's curse has been shared. Curse details. Your survival duration has been refreshed to 72 hours. Hearing this, Dao Ji's composure began to crack. Furious, Dao Scarface shouted, Wang Guanjia. You should have mentioned the curse associated with this photo. How dare you endanger us? Jian Yue feigned innocence, saying, I mentioned it long ago. You may ask them. They all heard it just now. The others fell silent momentarily. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha! Dao Ge, you fall into the same pit twice. Let me offer my condolences in advance. Ha ha ha. How does Wang Guanjia manage to make everyone believe he is deceiving them, regardless of what he says? Just as Dao Ge was about to speak, Wang Kuan suddenly rushed over, positioning himself in front of Jian Yue and firmly addressing Dao Scarface, Dao Ge. Wang Guanjia did indeed mention it. Dao Ge hesitated, shaking with anger as he pointed at Jian Yue. Jian Yue emerged from behind Wang Kuan, unwilling to implicate others in his troubles. With a smile, he said, Dao Ge, I helped you find Jifeng's laboratory. You have indeed gathered substantial intelligence. And you chose to come here of your own volition. I cannot be held accountable for that. Dao Ge, realizing his fault, admitted, Wang Guanjia. The curse's survival duration is only 3 days. We must collaborate. Jian Yue inquired, what are your thoughts, Dao Ge? Dao Ge candidly replied, to be frank, we have uncovered the data. The mountain god is the source of it all. The villagers of Wanfufu have utilized ancient sorcery to gain the power of immortality granted by the mountain god. In ancient times, there existed a magical artifact to suppress this beast, which has since been hidden by the villagers. We must locate it within these final days to escape the instance alive. Jian Yue asked, do you have any leads? Wen Yu's expression turned grave as she responded, not yet. However, we have scoured the entirety of Wanfufu and discovered that the layout of the village resembles a Bagua diagram, specifically a soul-gathering formation that only permits entry. According to the diagram marked by Li Meng, there are 4 key positions: the ancestral hall, the village chief's residence, the document repository, and... She hesitated. Jian Yue raised an eyebrow. The Shin family? Wen Yu, somewhat surprised, replied, you know? Jian Yue smirked. I was merely guessing. Wen Yu stated, while battling the female ghost in the document repository, we discovered a hidden bronze kank within the wall on the 2nd floor. We have a general idea regarding the artifacts in the ancestral hall and the village chief's home, but as for the Shin family's artifact, Jian Yue narrowed his eyes slightly. You have stayed in the Shin family, yet have found nothing? Wen Yu choked back her words. The plot has inexplicably unraveled. My main character's story arc has not progressed at all. The artifact from the Shin family should have been the easiest to obtain. It is said to be the family heirloom, passed only to daughters-in-law. However, now Shinzong refuses to even see me. This artifact. Jian Yue pondered that if Shun Yushu truly followed the plot to betray him, it would indeed spell trouble, yet was not Shin Yushu's wife himself? Why had she never mentioned it? Had he become a mere backup? Wen Yu's voice echoed from a distance. Wang Guanjia, as the president's steward, you are closest to him. This artifact can only be entrusted to you. Jian Yue blinked in surprise, pointing at himself. Me? Yes, Wen Yu sighed. To be frank, according to the original plot, there was also a storyline involving a runaway bride. Now I do not know how to proceed. Shinzong and I are not on good terms, and I have no means to enact that plot. If this plot cannot unfold, we may not obtain this artifact, and we could all perish here. Jian Yue thought to himself, goodness, there are so many unknowns within this novel instance. Chapter 42, Jian Yue nearly choked on the food in his mouth. And Zhang, watching the unfolding drama from a distance, leisurely remarked, Wang Guanjia, what are you afraid of? You are neither married nor do you have a wife. What is there to fear? Jian Yue nearly choked to death, coughing loudly. Zhang Ma was taken aback, and she asked, Wang Guanjia, are you all right? Jian Yue coughed, and, under Zhang Ma's perplexed gaze, turned red in the face and forced himself to compose, saying, it's nothing. I just have a natural tendency to cough. Zhang Ma responded, all right. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was nearly in stitches. Ha, he has a wife. It's over, it's over. Host, you're in trouble now. Who brings a ball while going on a quest? Seeing Zhang Ma's bewildered expression, Jian Yue could no longer contain himself and inquired, Zhang Ma, I mean, of course. I'm not referring to myself, but a friend of mine asked me to inquire. If I were to have a friend whose partner is a man, and one of them were to consume this fruit, would they conceive? Zhang Ma lifted her gaze, her dark, murky eyes reflecting Jian Yu's figure clearly. After a moment of silence, she replied, Wang Guanjia, although I understand your eagerness for a child, Men cannot give birth. After a pause, she added, young master cannot either. Jian Yue, who had been drinking water, choked at her words. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Yushu shot him a glare and said, Wang Guanjia, is your throat uncomfortable? Jian Yue weakly replied, I'm sorry, young master. I was just coughing on behalf of my friend. Shen Yushu then addressed Zhang Ma. All right, Zhang Ma, you may return. Please prepare some cough remedy soup for Wang Guanjia tonight, so he doesn't have to go out every day while his throat is uncomfortable. Zhang Ma responded, yes. Young master. Once Zhang Ma departed, tranquility returned to the room. Jian Yue, his face flushed from coughing, finally looked up at Shen Yushu. Their eyes met. And Jian Yue declared, young master, there truly are berries in this world. This is quite serious. It suggests that the beast may indeed exist. Shen Yushu's expression turned somewhat grave, and Jian Yue mistakenly thought he also found the matter significant. Unexpectedly, Shen Yushu glanced at Jian Yue and said, yes, Wang Guanjia. Although you have such thoughts, our Shen family is not an antiquated clan. Even if you cannot bear children, I will not let anyone make things difficult for you. Jian Yue exclaimed, no, young master. That's not what I meant. Upon seeing Shen Yushu's expression, which conveyed understanding without words, Jian Yue felt that the more he explained, the more Shen Yushu might think he was feigning cheerfulness. Children are not urgent, Jian Yue remarked. I believe we are still young. We can discuss this later. Even if we cannot have our own, we can adopt. Your business empire is vast, young master. We can visit orphanages where most children are quite well behaved and understanding. We could adopt several, thus sharing the burden. Considering Shen Yushu's hectic schedule, Jian Yue thought that if there were indeed children and successors, Shen Yushu would have an easier time. Shen Yushu scoffed lightly, his demeanor regal and aloof. Such matters do not concern you, nor do they concern me. Jian Yue sighed in relief, only to hear Shen Yushu say, once the matters in Wanfazwang are resolved, we will arrange for it. Jian Yue replied, young master. Your lack of urgency seems quite different from mine. He gazed at Shen Yushu, whose eyes were filled with unspoken affection. Without needing words, it was clear that, despite his tough exterior, Shen Yushu was more sincere than he let on. He may not express his love through grand declarations, but whenever he made a request, he would undertake many acts of affection. Whenever Jian Yue hesitated, Shen Yushu would move forward. In the past, Jian Yue had been hesitant to discuss the future with Shen Yushu, feeling uncertain about his own fate. However, when they began to converse about the future, he found joy in it. The future, though unseen and unreachable, was made clearer by Shen Yushu's words. Seeing Shen Yushu's happiness made Jian Yue cheerful as well. The system panel displayed a survival countdown of less than 72 hours, with only 67 hours and 20 minutes remaining, less than 3 days. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no urgency. It seemed that when one experiences happiness, even death loses its terror, for he found himself with few regrets. Jian Yue gazed intently at Shen Yushu, a smile gracing his lips. Shen Yushu, initially engrossed in his work, suddenly noticed Jian Yue at a distance, grinning with a forkful of strawberries in hand. The moonlight outside rose gently, though it paled in comparison to the warmth in Jian Yue's eyes. What are you smiling about? Shen Yushu raised an eyebrow. What is you so joyful? Jian Yue replied, young master, are you happy? Shen Yushu was momentarily caught off guard. His handsome, stoic features fell silent for a while before he cleared his throat. Why are you coughing, young master? Is your throat uncomfortable? The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Ha, because he naturally loves to cough. Zhang Ma chimed in. Really, you two should drink some cough syrup. Is there truly such warmth in a horror quest? How comforting. Is this what the living world is like? After a moment of silence, Jian Yue approached Shen Yushu, presenting the fork with the berries. Young master, I've heard this fruit is good for your health. You should have some. Shen Yushu replied. I don't particularly like them. You can eat them yourself. Oh. Jian Yue took a bite, his cheeks puffed out, and asked, by the way, young master, you still haven't told me if you are happy. Shen Yushu realized that Wang Guanjia, this mischievous little sprite, was up to his antics again. He shot him a glance and replied, happy, what of it? Then he was met with Jian Yue's bright smile, the youth standing before him, lips red and teeth white, eyes sparkling with his reflection. Jian Yue leaned down and kissed Shen Yushu softly, saying, I can make you even happier. The next day, Jian Yue awoke feeling well-rested. In the past, he would have needed to redeem some ointment upon waking, but today, thanks to Shen Yushu's innate intelligence and quick learnings, he felt only slight soreness in his limbs and no other discomfort. The sun had risen high outside. As Jian Yue sat up, he noticed a small note at the bedside, left by Shen Yushu, written in an ornate and flamboyant script. It read, "The old lady is feeling better and wishes to go out for some fresh air. Jian Yue is accompanying her." Upon reading this, Jian Yue suddenly recalled what the scar-faced man had said the previous night. The Shen family was also a crucial player in this matter, possessing a magical artifact capable of suppressing the killer, which had eluded the scar-faced man. Should he seize this opportunity to investigate? Jian Yu's thoughts swirled in his mind, but he ultimately decided to rise and see what lay beyond. Suddenly, the system panel refreshed. Time-limited task, Jian Yu's nameplate. Remaining task time, 8 hours. Players, please complete the task promptly. Damn, he had nearly forgotten about this task. Initially, he believed he would find Jian Yu's nameplate in the dilapidated research facility where Ji Feng was located, expecting it to yield some clues. Yet, in reality, it had not. No, there must be something he overlooked. Yesterday, while being interrupted by the scar-faced group, Jian Yue felt an unsettling sense of neglect. He rose from his bed and dressed hastily, making his way outside. After exchanging a brief greeting with Zhang Ma, he returned to the research room. The wall holes remained unchanged, and upon switching on the lights, he found the contents undisturbed. However, it seemed that the air had seeped in, causing the yellow talismans on the walls to fall, littering the floor like some form of yellow paper money that enveloped the entire laboratory, evoking a chilling sensation. Jian Yue descended the stairs slowly. The research room felt even more desolate than during his initial visit, with items scattered haphazardly. Some file bags appeared to have been opened by the scar-faced group, their contents strewn across the floor, enhancing the air of decay. On the wall, Jian Yue finally spotted the old photographs again, group pictures of Ji Feng and the archaeological team, along with images Ji Feng had taken of the village years ago. As he examined the wall meticulously, Jian Yue encountered a perplexing issue. As Ji Feng's girlfriend, why were there no photographs of Jian Yue? Not only photographs, but as Jian Yue resumed inspecting the file bags on the desk, he discovered numerous personal records belonging to the former team members. Yet none contained any mention of Jian Yue. There were only two possibilities. Perhaps Jian Yue did not participate in the archaeological team's research that year, or someone had taken her file bag. But who could have done that? The scar-faced group was here yesterday, yet they did not take Ji Feng's belongings. So why would they take Jian Yue's? When they left, they were terrified by the curse and seemed unaware of the laboratory specifics. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come down so recklessly. No players were seen taking anything on their way out. So who had removed this data? Countless speculations swirled in Jian Yu's mind. The audience in the live stream shared his concerns. The clues were vanishing too quickly. Could the host discern anything? With the scar-faced group causing chaos, it would likely prove quite challenging. After placing down his findings, Jian Yue slowly ascended the stairs, attempting to make sense of the recent events. Although the countdown of life ticked away, he knew that aimless wandering would lead to his demise. Some matters resembled duckweed on the water's surface, seemingly revealing a hint, yet fleeing swiftly upon contact. Upon exiting the building, he had not ventured far when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 43. The ancestral hall fell into a brief silence. Jian Yue glanced back at him and remarked, "Butler Wang, why so quiet? Do you fancy it?" "Not at all, young master." Jian Yue could discern the distinction between the two Wangs. He quickly flattered, "In truth, I find the appearance rather unappealing. Perhaps the village chief could make some adjustments." Jian Yue scoffed lightly, "At least you possess some discernment." Jian Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Jian Yue then inquired, "Did you not come to examine the genealogy? There are tombstones everywhere. Where is the genealogy?" Jian Yue pointed to a nearby table. "It's right there." Recently, every time he visited, the table was indeed there. Jian Yue shot him a look as if to say, "You mischievous little sprite. Are you too lazy to do even this?" He hastily approached the table, bending down to retrieve the weighty genealogy, which in Jian Yue's hands appeared rather delicate. Jian Yue asked, "Young master, are the Shen family members also recorded here?" Jian Yue nodded. "Of course, my mother mentioned she grew up in Wanfachin village." Jian Yue probed further, "Has the old madam never returned?" "Not since I can remember," Jian Yue replied. "My mother seems reluctant to speak of Wanfachin. My brother and I are merely 2 years apart. Less than a year after my brother was born, my father passed away. My mother was heartbroken. Raising 2 children alone was no easy task. When my brother was not yet 5, he contracted pneumonia, and despite selling the house, my mother could not save him." This was the first time Jian Yue had shared family matters with Jian Yue. Previously, Jian Yue always viewed Jian Yue as formidable, someone who approached every task with unwavering authority, as if nothing in this world could pose a challenge to him. Now, as Shin Yushu stood beside him, casually recounting the past, Jian Yue felt as if the overbearing CEO, who resided in a lavish shell, had descended from his pedestal, becoming an ordinary person with vulnerabilities. Jian Yue asked, "What happened afterward?" "My brother's death profoundly affected my mother," Shin Yushu said. "After sending me to school, she left for a while. I have no idea where she went, but upon her return, she ceased to live in despair. I knew her heartache never truly healed. Yet out of concern for her feelings, I never mentioned my brother again." Jian Yue inquired, "What prompted the decision to bring the old madam back?" Shin Yushu flipped through the genealogy, explaining, "Home is where the heart is. My mother kept murmuring about Wanfachin in the hospital, so I decided to bring her back for a visit." Jian Yu's curiosity piqued. "Young master, where are your brother and father buried? Have you visited them?" "No," Shin Yushu responded. "That was my mother's sorrow. I was too young at the time, and she handled everything. Later, I feared bringing her more grief, so I never mentioned it." Jian Yue sighed. He had initially believed Ji Feng to be the most enigmatic individual, but it seemed that was not entirely the case. As they continued to peruse the genealogy, Shin Yushu suddenly paused. Jian Yue asked, "What is it?" Shin Yushu pointed to a page in the genealogy, stating, "My name has been added here." Jian Yue leaned closer, quickly taking the genealogy into his hands, only to find Shin Yushu's name prominently inscribed, right after Shin Yu's. However, he distinctly remembered that when he checked 2 days ago, it was not there. A black line extended to Shin Yushu's name, imparting an unsettling sensation. Jian Yue asked, "Is Shin Yu the name of the old madam?" Shin Yushu clarified, "No, my mother's name is Shin Ting. It is not Shin Yu." Jian Yu's hand trembled slightly as he held the genealogy. This meant his previous suspicions were misguided. Shin Yu was Ji Feng's girlfriend, and the two had arrived in Wanfachin village together a century ago. Subsequently, they had a disagreement and parted ways, after which Ji Feng disappeared. The research room had mentioned that he discovered the mountain god to be a ferocious beast that devoured souls but granted immortality. If this encapsulated the entirety of the secret, then the plot should have been wholly resolved by now. Yet the issue remained that the exploration level of Wanfachin village was merely at 70, indicating that a portion of the truth still eluded him. Jian Yue hesitated. Then why is the old madam's name absent from the genealogy? Mother said she married outside the village, so her name could not be recorded, Shin Yushu explained. But I am uncertain why she had my name included. Could it be in anticipation of our marriage? I didn't expect my mother to be quite fond of you, Butler Wang. Jian Yue exclaimed, "Young master, are you certain that is the case?" The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. The young master is solely focused on this. It's too amusing. To some extent, it was indeed true. However, Shin Yushu's remark inadvertently reminded Jian Yue. If Shin Ting's name is absent from the family tree due to her marrying outside the clan, then it stands to reason that when Shin Yue left the village and subsequently became involved with Ji Feng, her memorial plaque might also be missing from the ancestral hall. Contemplating this, Jian Yue found himself restless. "Young master, I wish to search for Shin Yu's memorial plaque in this hall. She should be considered your maternal grandmother. And if we are to marry, it would be better for our family to be complete. I would like to locate it and return it to the Shin family. What do you think?" Shin Yushu glanced at Jian Yue. The latter felt a twinge of anxiety under his gaze, wondering if the young master would realize that he simply wished to find Shin Yu's plaque. Yet Shin Yushu merely scoffed. "Damn it, can't you wait even a little while? Wang, have I not informed you that my mother's health is poor and we cannot rush into marriage? However, since you are so eager, I suppose I can accompany you in searching." "Thank you, young master." When Jian Yue was previously alone in the ancestral hall, he found the unseen, prying eyes rather bothersome and frightening. But now, the situation had changed. He no longer feared those gazes, thinking what harm could they do? They could only observe the affairs between him and the young master. Indeed, with an expanded perspective, even in a haunted house, one can find romance. Jian Yu's mood lifted so much that he began to hum a tune, and when a nearby plaque fell without any wind, he kindly picked it up, smiling, "Naughty one. If you fall again, I'll cremate you." The number of inexplicable gazes in the hall suddenly diminished significantly. Jian Yue rummaged through a pile of unclaimed plaques, and after about 20 minutes of searching, he finally found it in a spot he had previously overlooked. A black plaque stood quietly behind an idol. As he reached for it, he felt its cold, smooth surface, akin to a piece of icy jade. Something was amiss. As he carefully lifted it, he saw the name etched upon it, Shin Yu. At that moment, the system panel refreshed. Time-limited task. Shin Yu's memorial plaque has been completed. Task reward. Card skill cooldown refresh once. Next card use grants 2 gossip lines. It truly was Xin Yue's plaque. Yet this plaque felt different. While other plaques in the hall had a coarse texture, this one was exceedingly smooth. A tactile quality not befitting something that had been in the ancestral hall for years. It suggested frequent handling. This plaque had likely been placed recently. Jian Yue narrowed his eyes. The last time the bronze mirror cracked, he had asked the young master for help with repairs. And the young master had mentioned it might take some time, so he had brought it back. Standing behind the stone statue, Jian Yue retrieved the bronze mirror from his pocket. Utilizing the dim light of the hall, he angled the mirror towards the plaque. And the black lettering slowly revealed itself in the reflection, eventually transforming. The black text shifted to reveal a blood-red name, his own. Why was Xin Yushu's name here? What did it signify? Gripping the plaque tightly, Jian Yue pondered if the plaque represented a death substitute meant to remain in Wanfu village forever. What then did Xin Yushu's name appearing here imply? Were there intentions against him? His countenance grew colder than when he had first seen his own name on a plaque in the hall. Not far off, Xin Yushu approached, inquiring, "What are you dawdling with that plaque?" Jian Yue quickly concealed the mirror, responding, "Young master, look, I found your grandmother." Xin Yushu cast a casual glance, retorting, "I have never met her. How can she be called grandmother?" Jian Yue nodded, "You're right. Let us return her and leave. We've seen enough." Xin Yushu agreed. "Indeed, it's getting late, and with this weather, it seems likely to rain tonight. We shouldn't linger outside." Jian Yue replied affirmatively, and together they walked towards the Shun family row. He placed Xin Yue's plaque back, gazing at it for a prolonged moment before diverting his eyes. Xin Yushu asked, "What are you looking at?" Jian Yue's dark eyes sparkled as he smiled. "I just find this plaque rather unappealing. The inscription is not aesthetically pleasing. Young master, should we not smash it and have a new one made?" Xin Yushu, perplexed by Wang's sudden whimsy, thought to himself that the inscription seemed perfectly fine. Despite his internal musings, he listened earnestly to Jian Yue, ultimately concluding, "The inscriptions appear identical." Jian Yue replied, "Indeed, as expected of the young master." INT noticed that. While conversing, his gaze remained fixed on the plaque, his voice calm, but his eyes were as deep as an abyss. Chapter 44 Jian Yue and Xin Yushu returned to the residence. Along the way, he pondered Wen Yu's words, particularly noting that he had only 27 hours remaining since being cursed by Ji Feng. The consequences of the curse were still unclear to him. However, he had no intention of surrendering. Upon their return, Xin Yushu needed to attend to a day's worth of unresolved affairs, while Jian Yue settled nearby, where Xin Yushu provided him with a notebook computer for easier data access. The curse from Ji Feng was his immediate concern. If it was indeed a curse, there must exist a method to lift it. Nothing could be entirely unsolvable. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Jian Yue turned and said, "Come in." It was Li Guang from the archaeological team, standing at the threshold. "Mr. Shun, I apologize for interrupting, but we need to discuss something with Manager Wang. May we have a moment?" Xin Yushu frowned slightly and asked Li Guang, "What matters cannot be discussed here?" Li Guang hesitated before replying, "It's about something in the residence." Jian Yue surmised they wished to discuss matters concerning the dungeon, but it was inappropriate for Xin Yushu to overhear, so they sought him out. Though he had no intention of collaborating extensively with them, Jian Yue did not wish to complicate matters. Thus he stood and said, "Young master, I will step out for a moment and return once I've resolved this." Although Xin Yushu was somewhat displeased and reluctant to let him go, he recognized that refusing would seem unkind. Moreover, in this free and democratic society, he did not wish to restrict Manager Wang's personal freedom, so he nodded lightly, "Very well. Go ahead." Jian Yue then departed with Li Guang. It was getting late, though the sun had not yet fully set, and it was still a relatively safe time. Wen Yu and the others were seated in a small lounge. As Jian Yue entered, all members of the archaeological team were already gathered. They were huddled together, and a heavy scent reminiscent of a corpse oil lamp wafted through the air. He frowned slightly, yet chose not to display much concern, simply taking a seat and inquiring, "Speak, what is the matter?" Wen Yu, who had previously plotted against Jian Yue, now adopted a notably gentler demeanor. She stated, "We summoned you, Butler Wang, to discuss the curse. As you may have noticed, our time is limited." Jian Yue nodded. "Have you any leads?" Wen Yu hesitated briefly and replied, "We have explored numerous methods to break the curse, ultimately discovering that its source seems to stem from the mountain god statue. To be precise, anyone who has seen the statue has already been cursed. They merely require a triggering medium. For instance, the three of us, along with Li Guang, have all encountered the statue, so upon viewing the photograph, We triggered the curse. Jian Yue queried. What about the others who have seen it? Indeed, Wen Yu affirmed. We have conducted experiments on this matter. Jian Yue chuckled. So, it appears that only Daoj, you, and I, along with Li Guang, are under the curse. Wen Yu nodded in agreement. Jian Yue raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at the two girls, Tian and Li Ming, who had surprisingly demonstrated wisdom by refraining from revealing their prior visit to the statue. Wen Yu's logic suggested that those who had seen the mountain god would be cursed upon viewing the photograph. However, the facts contradicted this, if that were the case. Tian and Li Ming would also be cursed. Their immunity indicated that the triggering condition for the curse was not as straightforward as she believed. Have you discovered a method to lift the curse? Jian Yue inquired. We suspect the issue lies with the mountain god statue, Wen Yu ventured cautiously. We believe that since we are not villagers, entering the mountain god temple has incurred the god's wrath, resulting in the curse. Upon further examination, we pondered whether we could adopt a different approach. What approach? Jian Yue asked, genuinely curious. Wen Yu hastily suggested, what if Butler Wang and I were to marry? That would make me half a villager, and perhaps the mountain god would refrain from punishing us. Jian Yue momentarily doubted his own senses, questioning whether his fatigue had induced hallucinations. He chuckled. According to that logic, I might as well marry the village chief. That would certainly make me a villager. Wen Yu's lips twitched. Butler Wang, are you jesting? You initiated the jest, Jian Yue replied coolly. Wen Yu finally comprehended that Jian Yue was likely mocking her. The audience in the live stream was both amused and exasperated. What on earth are these characters attempting? Isn't she the protagonist? This plot is destined for the heavens. My goodness, the female lead is supposed to marry Butler Wang. Prior to this, Wanfuchen Village was merely a novice dungeon, even if a player's performance was outstanding. It would only garner fleeting attention. Yet now, the female lead intends to wed the butler at the mountain god temple. And the butler not only refuses, but expresses a preference to marry the village chief instead. This situation is explosive from any angle. In the bustling livestream hall, thousands of streams flashed across the screen daily, most going unnoticed. Only those with significant heat and robust talent garnered attention, and the large display screen showcased merely 200 streams, featuring only the most popular ones during the time slot. Today, a newcomer stream had boldly inserted itself among them, boasting an online viewership exceeding 10,000. Curious players approached, discovering that this stream featured a novice dungeon. Someone inquired curiously, what makes this novice dungeon so appealing? A friend in the live stream exclaimed. They say this novice stream is showcasing a horror village transformation, players running for village leadership, an octogenarian embarking on adventures, and a domineering CEO with a charming butler, along with the female and male leads preparing for a wedding, as well as a peculiar character bowing to a strongman. A passerby player interjected, excuse me, what? You're leaving? No. I mean, could you shift a bit? I want to watch too. Within Wanfuchen Village, the players' meeting continued. Jian Yue stood and stated, I do not find the idea of marriage feasible. If this method were effective, players would simply marry one another. The dungeon would not present such a simplistic means of breaking the curse. Captain 1, you might wish to reconsider. I must take my leave. As his words fell, expressions among the group varied. Wen Yu was taken aback. While she might not be stunningly beautiful, she certainly possessed charm. It was one thing for Daoj to disregard her. But Butler Wang? She had heard from Tian that Daoj initially pursued Butler Wang, who had rejected him, claiming to be heterosexual. How was it that she could not win over Daoj and yet failed to capture the attention of a heterosexual like Butler Wang? It was utterly absurd. Li Guang, standing behind Wen Yu, was even more agitated, exclaiming, Butler Wang, what is this attitude? It's not as if we are begging you to cooperate. What does your arrogance signify? Jian Yue paid him no mind. Honestly, he would prefer to return and rest with his boss than engage in fruitless banter. Consequently, Wen Yu chased after him, saying, Butler Wang. Sighing in exasperation, Jian Yue turned to her and asked, Captain 1, do you have further business? Wen Yu, now resolute, declared, Butler Wang, I must be candid. We have received credible intelligence. The Mountain God Festival is fast approaching. The villagers intend to sacrifice us to the Mountain God, exchanging our lives for theirs. Our names have been inscribed on the plaque behind the ancestral hall, and on the day of the festival, the exchange will be completed. Jian Yue inquired, how do you know this? Wen Yu admitted, we are seasoned players. Before entering this dungeon, we acquired a strategy guide. I swear by my cards that I speak the truth. In a nightmare dungeon, swearing by cards is the most binding act, as the cards will record the words spoken. and any breach would result in severe consequences. Jian Yue pondered. If it was indeed a life exchange, why was Xin Yushu's name on the plaque? Would she perish on the day of the Mountain God Festival? No, he would not allow such a fate to transpire. Wen Yu hastily continued, Butler Wang, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Previous players have provided 2 methods to break the Mountain God curse. The first requires us to retrieve 4 concealed artifacts that can suppress the ferocious beast. With these artifacts in our possession, the curse can be alleviated. The second method, she hesitated. Jian Yue prompted, what is the second method? Wen Yu hesitated again. It involves exchanging lives, similar to what the villagers intend. Jian Yue felt a sense of grim confirmation. The world of dungeons is perpetually cruel, offering hope only to snatch it away with despair. Wen Yu added, however, we would never resort to such a heartless act. Butler Wang, we have devised a plan to retrieve the bronze artifact from the document hall. If you can find a way to extract the one beneath the village chief's tree, we will possess 2 artifacts, granting us a means to alleviate the curse. The audience in the live stream was taken aback by her shamelessness. The curse from the document repository has dwindled significantly. Leave the one from the village chief's house for others. You are invincible now. If the streamer believes this tomorrow and takes that bronze artifact, it could spell disaster for him. Jian Yue was not inclined to agree immediately. Such a dubious proposition required careful contemplation. However, the system panel refreshed, triggered time-limited task, bronze artifact from the village chief's house, task details. The bronze artifact unearthed from the village chief's house is fragrant and must be preserved. Please handle it properly. Task duration, 24 hours. Task reward, unknown. Chapter 45. When this piece of gossip surfaced, the world seemed to fall silent for an instant. The village chief's face contorted momentarily. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Village chief, haha. Mobile phones benefit the people. I had wondered why you were drinking traditional Chinese medicine recently. You're as strong as ever. Yet, amidst the laughter, some viewers began to express concern about the potential repercussions, saying, but that artifact carries a curse. If the streamer takes it, it could be detrimental to him. If he doesn't take it, it could end up in the hands of a calamity. Heaven, they found themselves in a dilemma. Either choice seemed fraught with peril, resembling a conundrum devoid of a solution. However, under the gaze of the audience, Jian Yue declared, Village Chief, since we are all contributing to the village, we should understand each other. I'm not suggesting we take the village's treasure away. I fear that floods could damage it. It is unwise to leave such an important item on the ground. And it is insecure in anyone's hands. How about we place this bronze artifact beside the mountain god in the ancestral hall, with the mountain god watching over it? You needn't worry, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the village chief's expression twisted again. The audience in the live stream was momentarily stunned before erupting in laughter. Ah, mountain god, are you polite? Haha, defeating magic with magic. Bro, this trick is becoming endless. An unforeseen path had emerged. Jian Yue inquired, what's wrong, village chief? Is there an issue? The village chief, of course, would not easily acquiesce. He replied, such a significant matter cannot be decided alone. This bronze artifact was placed under this tree by my wife. I'll discuss it with her when she returns. It is known that while the village chief may appear meek, his wife is not easily trifled with. Her name alone could quell even the most restless of spirits, having once been regarded as a terrifying entity in the players' minds. Indeed, upon mentioning the village chief's wife, the audience's hearts sank. Almost as soon as the village chief finished speaking, a woman's figure appeared around the corner of the forest. The village chief's wife, clad in a tall, flowing coat, emerged from the woods, her imposing figure casting an invisible force as her deep, dark eyes fixed upon the crowd. What are you all arguing about? Her voice was deep and powerful. Sweet and Wang Kun instinctively shivered. They had witnessed her terrifying nature before. Jian Yue turned to her, sighing inwardly. He had initially thought it sufficient to address the village chief alone, unaware that the village chief's wife was an inevitable presence. Sweet, feeling tense, whispered, what should we do? Wang Kun, equally anxious, felt his throat tighten. After all, this couple was indeed formidable. Turning around, he noticed Jian Yue smiling. Oh, auntie, back from your stroll? The village chief's wife glared at Jian Yue, her voice heavy with disdain. Wang, aren't you supposed to be helping others rebuild houses at the school? What are you doing here? Upon hearing her words, the village chief wore a somewhat smug expression, relishing in the pride of having a formidable wife. Truly, what goes around comes around. Yet, Jian Yue replied, of course, I am here to find ways to contribute to the village. We discovered an antique under this tree, and to protect it from damage, I am discussing with the village chief about moving it to the ancestral hall. Oh, I forgot to mention. The village chief has already agreed. The village chief's wife immediately turned to him, raising her voice. You agreed? The village chief froze, thinking, what is happening? As he hastily attempted to deny it, Jian Yue interjected. Auntie, don't blame the village chief. He has been diligently working for the villagers all this time. In fact, I saw him at the west side of the village with Wang. The village chief quickly interrupted Jian Yue, his urgency making his words flow seamlessly. Ah yes, that's right. Actually, I thought about it carefully. Although this artifact is indeed our village's treasure, don't we traditionally take it out to worship the mountain god during the annual festival? So, sending it to the ancestral hall is not a big deal. The village chief's wife's expression turned incredulous as if questioning his sanity. Had there not been others present, she might have made her husband eat his words. What nonsense! The village chief's wife's voice boomed, glaring fiercely at her husband. This is our village's treasure. How could we let an outsider dictate its fate? No matter what, I will never allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. As her words faded, a golden card was activated in front of Jian Yue. Gliding through the air before revealing a line of text, gossip skill activated, latest gossip. The carpenter recently broke up with the village chief's wife. And her new love interest is oldly from the east of the village. They just got back together. Skill cooldown, 12 hours. Jian Yue was once again jolted by this revelation. Goodness, in Wanfu village, the tales just keep coming. Oldly is not a man to be trifled with. How did he end up with the village chief's wife again? Wait a moment, village chief's wife. You truly broke up with him. You won't even give the village chief a second chance. Jian Yue's gaze swept over her with a hint of curiosity. The village chief's wife's lips twitched. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream could hardly contain their laughter. No, you all in Wanfu village. How will I ever face this scenario again? This is killing me. The ghosts are having more fun than the players. Village chief, you and your wife are really living your best lives. In front of her, the village chief merely looked curiously at his wife, puzzled as to why she had suddenly fallen silent. He knew her temper well. When she erupted, it was endless. My dear, the village chief hesitantly spoke. The village chief's wife withdrew her gaze from Jian Yue's face. The village chief, noting her terrifying expression, racked his brain and finally said, My dear, I believe you are right. After all, this is our village's treasure, so we should trust Secretary Wang and place it in the ancestral hall. The village chief's wife cleared her throat and remarked, While it is indeed prudent to remain cautious, we must acknowledge that Secretary Wang is now our village's secretary. How could he possibly be considered an outsider? The village chief nodded in agreement. The village chief's wife continued, In light of this, let's proceed as discussed. Secretary Wang, we shall place this bronze artifact in the ancestral hall. Surely, that should pose no problem. She cast a glance at Jian Yue's face, almost implying that with the artifact in the ancestral hall, there should be no further issues, and hoped he would refrain from troubling her and oldly again. Jian Yue smiled and replied, I always knew that both of you are reasonable individuals. Since you insist on this arrangement, I cannot refuse. I will have it moved to the ancestral hall later. The village chief and his wife found Jian Yue increasingly irksome with each glance, and after finalizing their business, they departed. As soon as they left, Tian, filled with excitement, hurried over and exclaimed, Oh my, Wang Butler, this is simply miraculous. How could they agree so easily? Just yesterday, we were on the verge of being scolded by Captain One. Do you possess some secret skill? Not at all. I did nothing, Jian Yue replied. Perhaps it was simply the goodwill of the village chief and his wife. Tian and Wang Kuan exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Haha, in this day and age, one can actually hear praise for the village chief and his wife. They must have truly reformed. Wang Kuan asked, Wang Butler, are we really sending this valuable item to the ancestral hall? Is it safe? Absolutely, Jian Yue reassured him. Consider this. Few villagers possess the keys to the ancestral hall, which is typically kept locked. No one can enter. Furthermore, there is a mountain god enshrined there, isn't it? The mountain god is the protector of our village. Surely it is reasonable for it to safeguard some artifacts as well. Tian and Wang Kuan found it impossible to counter his logic. Tian hesitated, saying, But this artifact looks rather intimidating. I feel a bit hesitant to touch it. What are you afraid of? Wang Kuan responded, Brother Dao has said that this artifact is meant to confront the mountain god, so it must be a good thing. Free from danger. The live stream audience chimed in, their amusement palpable. The experts are truly remarkable. The methods to harm others are a seamless series of tricks. being sold out, and still counting the money. You are invincible, kid. Just as Wang Kuan prepared to retrieve it, Jian Yue reached out and stopped him, saying, "Allow me." Wang Kuan turned back in confusion. "Secretary Wang, I have already troubled you enough by asking for your assistance with this. It would be inappropriate to impose further." Jian Yue smiled and adjusted his glasses, replying, "I will handle this myself." Afterward, he picked up a nearby shovel and swiftly began to excavate. With each movement, he pried the bronze artifact from the ground. As he dug deeper, the soil turned increasingly red, not a typical hue, but one reminiscent of blood, accompanied by a faint, unsettling odor. Even someone as oblivious as Tian sensed something was amiss. She timidly asked, "Wang Butler, do you smell something?" The scent was akin to that of long-rotting meat left to decay in a chaotic marketplace. Even an untrained nose could detect the abnormality. Chapter 46, Jian Yue was momentarily stunned by Wen Yu's comment. Just as she was about to speak again, he quickly interjected. Wen Yu looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong, Wang Butler?" Jian Yue replied, "Miss, are you speaking sensibly? If he were guilty, the system would punish him rather than allow Captain Wen to stand here and make false claims." The livestream audience was equally astonished. "My friends, have I been sleep-deprived for too long? You are not alone. I should also sleep. I must be hallucinating. Did you all see the female lead confessing to Wang Butler? Ha. I understand now. In this livestream, aside from normal individuals, you can see anything else." Jian Yue finally regained his composure and struggled to say, "Captain Wen, are you certain you haven't mistaken someone? Is there perhaps another Wang Butler in this village to whom you are actually speaking?" Wen Yu's expression froze, completely unprepared for Jian Yue's response. How could he remain indifferent to her? She was both beautiful and capable, an experienced player. She could offer him numerous advantages. So there was no reason for him not to be interested in her. Wen Yu thought perhaps her previous words were unclear, so she smiled and said, "Wang Butler, are you joking? You know there is no other Wang Butler in this village. Are you perhaps lacking in self-confidence regarding your charm?" Jian Yue replied, "Perhaps it is not a lack of confidence, miss. Could it be that you are overly confident?" Captain Wen's face brightened at his words. Believing that he had finally come to an understanding, whether he intended to reject her or not, she felt prepared for any outcome. Jian Yue then asked, "Can you enlighten me on what exactly you find appealing about me? I could change, if necessary." When you said, "I would rather you reject me." As dusk began to settle, Jian Yue decided he would no longer prolong the conversation with Wen Yu. If Xin Yushu heard this, he would undoubtedly confront him. Jian Yue stated, "Captain Wen, regardless of your thoughts, this is not feasible for us. It is not your fault. It is mine. Therefore, do not waste your time on me. I am merely an ordinary novice player without wealth, property, or a vehicle. I cannot offer you anything. You might as well pursue Dao Gu. He is currently in a relationship. My apologies." Wen Yu's mouth twitched. How could this person consistently hit upon her sore spots with every word? No. At this juncture, she could not afford to give up. Quietly, Wen Yu activated her card, a rare mental control card she had painstakingly acquired. After using this card, the recipient would, for the next 24 hours, agree to nearly anything said by the user. A translucent beam of white light glided by. Just as Jian Yue was about to turn away, Wen Yu exclaimed, "Wang Butler, do you truly intend to refuse me? My feelings for you are sincere." Jian Yue froze momentarily. At that moment, another voice resonated from the doorway, filled with fury. "What are you two doing?" Jian Yue inwardly cursed his luck. Just when he feared the worst, Xin Yushu's imposing figure strode closer, his expression stern. And his icy gaze swept over Jian Yu's face as he asked, "Wang Butler, what were you discussing with Captain Wen?" Jian Yue replied, "Young master, Captain Wen needed to discuss something with me. We were just conversing." Xin Yushu glanced at Wen Yu, asking, "Is that so, Captain Wen?" "Yes," she affirmed, though her card's effect had not yet taken hold to ensure that Wang Butler would agree to her. It was imperative for her to seize the opportunity to arrange a meeting with Butler Wang. After all, having activated her card, she was confident that he would not refuse her request. As she contemplated this, before Wen Yu could utter a word, Xin Yushu interjected, "Butler Wang, have you and Captain Wen not yet conversed? Should I rearrange the seating so that you can discuss matters for 3 days?" Typically, in such situations, Jian Yue, aware of the master's displeasure, would attempt to placate him, but this time, his impulsiveness surpassed his reason. "Master is wise, indeed," he exclaimed. The atmosphere in the house grew momentarily tense. Upon uttering those words, Jian Yue felt a chill creeping down his spine, and when he locked eyes with Xin Yushu, an unsettling shiver coursed through him. It was over. How had he let himself be so foolish as to agree? Meanwhile, Wen Yu was also lamenting the unfortunate turn of events, thinking, how could this rare opportunity be squandered, with the president seizing it before her? All her painstaking efforts to accumulate this skill over the past few days seemed in vain. The audience in the live stream was in stitches, exclaiming, "Ahahaha. I genuinely believe Butler Wang's life is in jeopardy. The consequences of angering the master are severe. I recall that card belonging to Wen Yu is quite precious. Usable only once per dungeon for a single player. Ha ha ha, what a riot. She must have worked hard to gather it. The female protagonist's meticulous planning, only to have it snatched away by the male lead. How much more amusement can this dungeon provide? My goodness." The system announced the current number of viewers in the live stream is 15,432, with 7,893 having recommended the stream, placing it at 93rd on the overall leaderboard. Initially, the stream had garnered attention amongst newcomers, and after a few days, it had climbed the overall rankings. As it was a novice dungeon, viewers were predominantly those just entering the Nightmare Realm, potentially still engaging with basic dungeons, while seasoned players typically departed upon seeing the dungeon's title. Yet today, that very novice dungeon, which had been overlooked before, not only maintained its position but surged a few ranks, indicating a rising tide of interest. Within the dungeon, Shin Yushu's face darkened with anger as he glared at Jian Yue. "What did you say?" Jian Yue hastily replied, "I meant, Master, if I could chat with you for 3 days and nights, I would certainly welcome it." However, this feeble attempt at damage control proved largely ineffective. Shin Yushu scoffed. What? No longer speaking with Captain Wen? Jian Yue lamented inwardly. What had possessed him to speak so carelessly? Before Jian Yue could further respond, Shin Yushu, denying him the chance to speak, strode over, firmly grasping his hand. "Come with me." The two departed swiftly, leaving Wen Yu in stunned silence. Realizing she might as well be invisible, once inside the study, which was eerily quiet, Shin Yushu appeared furious, his handsome visage seemingly frozen in ice. Jian Yue thought to himself, this is it. The master might just end their relationship. Yet, Shin Yushu merely tossed him onto the sofa, his brows furrowed in annoyance. "Am I not enough to satisfy you? That you still have the energy to converse with her for 3 days and nights? Master, is that really the crux of the matter?" Jian Yue retorted. Shin Yushu insisted, "Even so, you ought to consider your position. You are a man with a family." Jian Yue protested, "Master, that sounds excessively harsh." Shin Yushu shot him a glare. "What? I mean, you have quite the enthusiasm. While confining me may be somewhat unlawful, if it were my own choice, it would be different." He chuckled softly. "But I do have one crucial question." "What is it?" Shin Yushu inquired. Jian Yue cleared his throat. "Will there be compensation for lost work, Master?" In the next moment, his words were silenced by a fervent kiss, one that Shin Yushu rarely initiated with such fervor. Typically, their interactions were filled with tenderness, even during drunken escapades. Yet, Jian Yue found that this unexpected intensity revealed a side of Shin Yushu he had not previously encountered, which was rather intriguing. He wrapped his arms around Shin Yushu's neck, deepening the kiss. As Shin Yushu leaned down, inadvertently pressing against Jian Yue's wrist, Jian Yue nearly forgot about his injury. The sudden pressure elicited a muted gasp from him. Shin Yushu, being highly perceptive, immediately sensed something was amiss and halted his actions, gripping Jian Yue's wrist with a commanding presence. "What is it?" Jian Yue had already exchanged points for medicinal supplies upon exiting the shrine, so what Shin Yushu observed was no longer a grave injury, but merely faint red marks. "It's nothing, just a minor scratch from when I went out," Jian Yue replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Shin Yushu cursed under his breath. "How could you not inform me of such a significant matter sooner?" Jian Yue smiled. "It's not a serious wound. There's nothing to worry about." Shin Yushu, unconvinced, asserted, "The outside world is treacherous. Do you think I raised this archaeological team to twiddle our thumbs?" Meeting his gaze, Jian Yue saw deep-seated intensity and an undercurrent of danger. He sighed, "I cannot trust them entirely. Everyone who comes here harbors some ulterior motive, varying in degree. But all possess one. Wanfu village is fraught with peril, both overt and covert. Those who venture here are undeterred by such risks, for they all seek something." Shin Yushu narrowed his eyes. "And what is it that you seek?" Jian Yue replied, "In public, as your butler, my duty is to fulfill all your wishes." Shin Yushu raised an eyebrow, "And privately?" With a gentle smile, Jian Yue's fair complexion appeared especially luminous under the soft light of the room. "Privately, your affairs are inherently my own. There is no need for such distinctions. Besides, everyone seeks longevity. Do you not desire that, Master?" He leaned in, whispering softly in his ear. Shen Yushu's expression darkened, his breath quickening. The next moment, Jian Yu's lips were captured once more as Shen Yushu murmured against him. The pursuit of longevity is merely a ruse. Chapter 47. As Jian Yu's words fell, they were met with the profound silence of the matriarch. A silence so deafening it resonated through the air. Jian Yu glanced towards Shen Yushu, his expression pleading, "Darling, say something." Shen Yushu, initially startled, soon felt a wave of relief wash over him. Truth be told, he had harbored concerns that Jian Yu might be having second thoughts. However, once Jian Yu's declaration was made, all his apprehensions dissipated. Jian Yu addressed the matriarch. "Madam, what are your thoughts?" The matriarch trembled, pointing at Jian Yu. Just then, a torrential downpour began outside, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. She exclaimed, Are you intentionally provoking me? When I said I wanted to continue the Shen family lineage. Was that what I meant?" Shen Yushu interjected, "Mother, Butler Wang only meant well." The elderly matron sighed. She should indeed accept it. "Having lived for so long, I have witnessed countless things, but never have I encountered such a scene. If the so-called bloodline truly yearned for something, it would manifest immediately. Little you, how could you all be so reckless?" Shen Yushu furrowed his brow, but remained silent. If he had the choice, he would prefer not to burden his mother. Yet if this would cause Jian Yu distress, he would not hesitate, aware that his mother would never agree to the same. If a storm were to descend, he would stand before Steward Wang to shield him. The matron coughed heavily, gasping, "You all truly, I am betraying our ancestral teachings. Little you, how can you face the ancestors of the Shen family?" Zhang Ma approached from behind, hastily supporting her. "Madam," she urged. The matron grasped Zhang Ma's hand tightly, panting, "I have raised such an unfilial son. Even I am unworthy before the ancestors of the Shen family. Zhang Ma, I feel that my existence is a grave sin. Why do I even continue to live? I might as well die." As she spoke, her body trembled, fragile like a leaf in the wind, as though she would wither at any moment. Shen Yushu's heart ached slightly. Mother Jian Yu was somewhat taken aback. Was she truly serious about this? The system had mentioned curing the matroness' ailment, yet here she was, seemingly seeking death. It was a miracle she hadn't succumbed to anger already. How could she be cured? Zhang Ma comforted her. "Madam, you must think more positively. After all, you are the only child left by the master. For these years, I have guarded this residence, waiting for this day to come." The matron, with tears in her eyes, replied, "Zhang Ma, you need not persuade me further. With such a son, I have no face to confront our ancestors. I would rather." As she spoke, Zhang Ma observed her, her aged face adorned with deep-set eyes. The voice akin to withered wood sighed, "Madam, you must not speak like this. Your health is poor." If you follow from anger just then, as if on cue, a golden light glimmered. Jian Yu then beheld the card's page. Skill activated. Gossip. The latest scoop reveals that Zhang Ma is actually the illegitimate daughter of Master Shen. Over the years, she has nearly emptied the Shen family's old residence's funds in Wanfu village, and now only the warehouse funds remain. She has been waiting for the matron to die to inherit the warehouse. Skill cooldown. 12 hours, as the skill faded. Jian Yu gazed at the words on the card, convinced he must be dreaming. "Zhang Ma, so you have harbored such thoughts all along. Heaven forbid, matron. Please take care of your health. If you fall ill, who will take your place?" The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this how the Shen family entertains themselves? What a scandal in the realm of high society. The matron chuckled. "Do you still wish to die?" Jian Yu glanced at Zhang Ma, only to find that the matron, who had been wailing moments ago, was now silent, almost frozen in place. Zhang Ma, still perplexed, asked, "Madam?" The matron's gaze flickered. What is it?" The previously deep bond between the two seemed to waver, and Zhang Ma appeared oblivious to the reason. "Madam, the matter between the young master and Steward Wang has indeed gone too far," Zhang Ma subtly incited. "While the late Master Shen wished for the Shen family's lineage to continue, I believe this is not entirely your fault, is it?" Had she heard this earlier, the matron would have undoubtedly reacted with greater fervor. However, now, as she recalled Zhang Ma's ulterior motives regarding the inheritance, her tears ceased to flow. Under Zhang Ma's watchful gaze, the matron's expression became evasive, muttering, You do raise a valid point." Zhang Ma's heart leaped with joy, feeling she had drawn closer to her goal. The matron then turned to Jian Yu, who had just been on the verge of despair, now appearing calm as she hesitantly remarked, "However, upon further reflection, Steward Wang does have his merits. The younger generation will have their own paths. We must not cling to outdated notions." Zhang Ma halted, her eyes wide as if witnessing a miracle. The live stream audience erupted in laughter. Zhang Ma has been struck by lightning. The matron has suddenly transformed into a modern, trend-setting elder. Haha. This shift was utterly unexpected. Steward Wang, it seems, is indeed the one for you. Shen Yushu was equally astonished, never anticipating his mother would agree so suddenly. Though this was certainly a positive development, it felt almost unbelievable. After the matron concluded her remarks, she declared her fatigue, urging others to leave so she could rest. Shen Yushu stepped outside, encountering the doctor entering. Mother has fallen asleep again, he informed. The doctor, dutifully concerned, asked, how is the madam's mental state? His heart raced, fearing the worst. Was the matron's life truly in jeopardy? As he pondered, Shen Yushu slowly spoke. In a few days, once the rain subsides and we conduct a physical examination for mother, please arrange for a specialist in mental health to come. The doctor was taken aback by Shen Yushu's words, finding them almost comical. The matron's drastic transformation even led Shen Yushu to question her mental stability. Once all matters were settled, Shen Yushu took Jian Yue back. The rain poured heavily outside, drenching the village as if enveloping it in a deluge. Jian Yue accompanied Shen Yushu to the study, both using an umbrella. Though Jian Yue remained mostly dry while Shen Yushu was soaked on one side. I will freshen up, Shen Yushu said. Someone will bring in ginger tea shortly. Make sure to drink some to warm yourself. Jian Yue nodded. All right. Once Shen Yushu departed, Jian Yue began searching through data on the computer. He had captured images of the patterns on the bronze artifacts and recalled a case from his past as a forensic expert involving a deceased individual who had perished during an ancient ritual, believing it would lead to paradise after death. Upon seeing the patterns, Jian Yue felt compelled to investigate ancient texts further. Having spent years as a librarian, he had encountered numerous books and recognized those patterns from somewhere. Logging into the ancient text database, Jian Yue sought any clues that might surface. Just then, Shen Yushu emerged from the inner room, glancing at Jian Yue and inquiring, what are you looking at? I believe the mountain god temple in the village has significant importance, so I wanted to investigate further, Jian Yue replied. Shen Yushu interjected, you need not look further. Jian Yue, puzzled, asked, why not? The incessant rain on the mountain had made the village rather chaotic. Shen Yushu settled onto a nearby sofa and remarked, given the recurring nature of my mother's illness, it is truly not a time to indulge her whims. I plan to wait until the rain subsides, attend to matters here, and then take you all back to the city. We have already lingered here long enough. Jian Yue, taken aback, exclaimed, why such a sudden decision? The narrative of Wanfu village has yet to conclude. I have not yet uncovered the secrets of the Million Blessings village. It would be utterly impossible to leave now. I am uncertain of the consequences of departure, but based on the system's tendencies, they certainly wouldn't bode well. Shen Yushu replied, are you unwilling? Jian Yue realized his reaction might have been excessive, so he hastily clarified, no, what I meant to say is, as the village secretary of Wanfu, my sudden departure might not be readily accepted by the villagers. However, it is true that we cannot delay addressing the old lady's illness any longer. You may take her back for treatment, and I will attend to matters in Wanfu village shortly after. This place is indeed perilous. Jian Yue harbored uncertainties about what might transpire during the upcoming Mountain God Festival. If the worst were to occur, he hoped Shen Yushu would not witness it firsthand. Upon finishing his thoughts, he noticed Shen Yushu frowning. Jian Yue initially assumed Shen Yushu was dismissive of his minor position, but to his surprise, Shen Yushu exclaimed, no. What if I leave you here alone and you rekindle old flames with Daniel? Jian Yue protested, no, my relationship with Daniel is perfectly innocent. The young master, Jian Yue, found the situation amusing yet serious, asserting, Daniel and Scarface are doing just fine. Shen Yushu scoffed. Who knows how many Daniels there might be in Wanfu village? Jian Yue intended to retort, but recalled characters like Li Godang and others, swallowing his words in understanding. Indeed, there was no counter-argument to that. It was clear that he did not fit the type favored by others. Chapter 48 at this moment. When Yu's expression was notably grim. When her gaze met Jian Yu's, he raised an eyebrow at her and said, what troubles you, Captain One? You can make oaths invoking thunder and lightning, yet these few words trouble you? When you dared not respond. She made such bold proclamations because she feared nothing. Such oaths lacked the specificity to summon the supernatural, hence they would not materialize. However, swearing to the system was an entirely different matter. The repercussions of any misstep in this realm were swift and severe. Moreover, the actions they were undertaking were inherently dubious. If the system were to identify her vulnerabilities, it might not hesitate to punish her. When Yu forced a smile, feigning anger as she said, Manager Wang, I am unaware of what I have done to provoke you so. While saying this, she adopted a sorrowful expression on the verge of tears. I believe I have never wronged you. You suspect my involvement in Li Guang's death, yet those who know me understand that I had a good relationship with him. What motive would I have to harm him? As the foremost lesson for the killers was to leave no evidence behind. She was confident that Manager Wang could not pin anything on her. Tian, seeing Wen Yu so distraught, hesitated and said, Manager Wang, might there be some misunderstanding? I believe Sister Wen is not that kind of person. While they spoke, the other members of the archaeological team, having heard the commotion, entered. The team consisted of 7 individuals. Besides Jian Yue's acquaintances, Wang Kuan and Scarface, there were 5 others. Li Ming, sister of Li Guang, was the first to step inside. Jian Yue recognized this young lady. During their visit to the ancestral hall, she had assisted him in locating the family tree. Although their interactions had been limited, she had demonstrated bravery and a kind heart. Li Ming appeared somewhat haggard as she inquired, What has happened? Tian recounted the dialogue between Jian Yue and Wen Yu to Li Ming. A look of bewilderment crossed Li Ming's face as she turned to Jian Yue. Scarface was the first to speak up, Manager Wang. I admit that I once competed with you for Dinyo, leading to your resentment towards us. But you needn't slander us like this. Jian Yue replied, No, my friend, is this in Chinese? My relationship with Dinyo is impeccable. If Shinyushu were to hear this, it would certainly cause a stir. Jian Yue continued, Scarface, I merely spoke in passing, after all. The individual who returned with you subsequently committed suicide. Wouldn't any rational person harbor some suspicion? Why are you so agitated? Scarface's voice was firm as he declared, That is because I conduct myself with integrity. Such actions are beyond our character. Your insinuations are akin to trampling on my dignity. Do you comprehend the severe repercussions of harming players within this realm? I swear to the heavens, if I am in any way connected to this, may I be struck down by lightning and meet a wretched end. Upon hearing this, Jian Yue chuckled softly, casting a meaningful glance at Wen Yu. Wen Yu felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, Jian Yue spoke. What significance does such an oath hold? I propose that Scarface swear instead that if this incident is linked to him, he shall only receive time-limited tasks, his skills will never refresh, and his system shot points will remain perpetually in the negative. What do you think? Scarface silently glanced at Wen Yu, his expression suggesting disbelief at Jian Yue's sanity. Wen Yu sighed softly in despair, her demeanor silently conveying, Do not doubt it, he truly is unhinged. Scarface turned to Jian Yue, stating, Manager Wang, your baseless suspicions are utterly unfounded. None of us desire such occurrences, and if you lack evidence, I will not easily let this go. Jian Yue was genuinely curious about what he could do. Can players engage in conflict within this realm? If reason failed to persuade them. He was somewhat familiar with physical confrontation as well. Wang Kuan hurried over, interjecting, Hey, everyone, let us communicate civilly and avoid a quarrel. I believe Manager Wang does not mean it in that manner. This is likely a misunderstanding. Resorting to violence is never the solution. After all, we are all in this together and should share both honor and disgrace. Wang Kuan smiled at Jian Yue. Isn't that right, Manager Wang? Jian Yue smiled, but remained silent. Wang Kuan continued. He extended a hand, yet Manager Wang obliterated the offer. Scarface scoffed, his disdain extending to Wang Kuan as well. Honor and disgrace? It seems Manager Wang does not intend to share either with us. After all, he is the president's personal steward, far beyond our station. As those words hung in the air, the other players fell silent. Jian Yue surveyed the room, noting that they seemed to trust Wen Yu and Scarface, and he chose not to elaborate further. Having spent years as a forensic expert, it had become second nature for him to voice the truths of the deceased and uncover the mysteries surrounding their demise. However, if they were unwilling to listen, he had little more to say. Jian Yue concluded, We are all here for President Shen. Why should we distinguish between high and low status? If you, Scarface, wish to belittle yourself, I have no further comments. Scarface retorted, So now it's his fault too. Jian Yue resolutely rejects any form of moral coercion, even managing to turn the tables and ensnare others in return. Addressing Dao Gu and his companions, he states, Since you are seasoned players, you surely wouldn't be petty enough to hold a grudge against a newcomer like me. Upon hearing this, Dao Gu and his group, despite their intentions, find themselves at a loss for words, thoroughly caught in his trap. With a cold smirk, he adds, Of course not. In reality, he feels quite oppressed. The audience in the live stream bursts into laughter. Ha, Wang Guanjia, what a tongue you have. The tables have turned. It seems you have your day now. Fortunately, the host does not take their words to heart. As the crowd buzzes with chatter, Jian Yue turns to leave. Outside, the rain has ceased, yet the weather remains bleak, stifling, and humid, weighing heavily on the spirits of those present. He steps out of the residence, intending to check in at the village committee. Behind him, a voice calls out, Wang Guanjia. Jian Yue turns to see Li Ming and Tian emerging together. Li Ming appears somewhat haggard, prompting Tian to keep her company. Li Ming gazes at Jian Yue and asks, I want to know why you suspect Sister Wen Yu and the others. Jian Yue replies, do you genuinely wish to know? Li Ming nods gently, her once vibrant demeanor now dulled by vulnerability. My brother, though often impulsive, has always defended me against bullies since we are orphans. Despite his fiery temper, he is not a bad person. He is my only family. I truly believe he wouldn't take his own life. With a sigh, she adds, he once said he wouldn't leave me behind in this world because he worries for me. Jian Yue remains silent for a moment before stating, he indeed did not commit suicide. Li Ming appears taken aback and asks, Wang Guanjia, have you discovered something? Jian Yue explains. The color and condition of the blood from his wounds do not align with the typical appearance of a body that has been deceased for less than 8 hours. Those wounds must have been present for at least 12 hours. Li Ming had never fathomed that this could be the reason. However, Tian interjects. But I definitely saw him last night. Jian Yue responds, I too find this matter perplexing. However, the facts remain. Anyone with a basic understanding of human anatomy would recognize the discrepancy. Moreover, not only the color of the wound's blood is suspect, but also the rigidity of his body. A corpse should exhibit stiffness around 8 hours post-mortem, yet after 12 hours, the body begins to soften. This was why, upon first touching Li Guang's corpse, he inquired about the last time Tian saw him. Their responses clearly do not align, indicating that one of them must be lying. Yet, with Tian having Wang Kuan and others from the archaeological team as witnesses, it is highly unlikely that they would all fabricate a story, especially since they could easily concoct an excuse for Wang Kuan's accidental demise in the mountains. Thus, only one possibility remains. Li Ming gasps, Are you suggesting that my brother was murdered? Jian Yue replies, You may consider it so. However, I must reiterate that this is merely my conjecture, without evidence. I cannot ascertain who the perpetrator may be. Li Ming falls silent, her carefree demeanor from days prior seemingly stripped from her in an instant. She appears to have matured in this fleeting moment. I understand, she finally says. Tian comforts her, Ming, don't be too disheartened. I think things may not be as dire as they seem. It doesn't necessarily mean that Captain One and the others are responsible. After all, they saved Li Guang's life before. What motive would they have to harm him? In this cursed village, one must be wary of the horrors that could lurk around every corner. Let us not dwell on it too much. We must focus on surviving, Tian encourages. Li Ming nods softly and turns to Jian Yue, saying, Thank you, Wang Guanjia. I apologize for taking up your time. Jian Yue shakes his head. It's no trouble. As Li Ming walks away, her silhouette appears so fragile, as if she might vanish at any moment. As an orphan, now bereft of her only family, she stands alone in this terrifying scenario, facing the ever-looming threats, burdened by countless worries. The audience in the live stream expresses their sympathy. How pitiful. All these monsters should perish. How can humanity sink to such depths? Even the village chief seems more endearing. Jian Yue feels a sense of helplessness, yet he understands that such matters are beyond his control. Compared to extending sympathy to others, he finds himself struggling for survival, not for any other reason, but because his own time is running short. Chapter 49, Jian Yue strides outside. Nightfall approaches, and only the corridor remains illuminated by the faint glow of scattered lights. As he traverses the corridor, a breeze brushes past him, carrying the coolness of the night. The dim yellow lanterns cast a soft light, reminiscent of their arrival on that fateful day. As Jian Yue walks by, the entire archaeological team's courtyard is aglow. Wen Yu and the others stand in the corridor, shadows draping over them as they converse quietly. Upon hearing his footsteps, they turn to meet Jian Yue's gaze. Tian encountered me while reporting to Mr. Shun. I came to check in, he announces. Wen Yu nods in acknowledgement. Very well. As Jian Yue descends the steps and approaches the group, he is met with the distinct odor of oil lamps mingled with the metallic scent of blood, provoking an unsettling feeling within him. I wish to see Wang Kuan, he states. Wen Yu responds, Wang Kuan's body is inside. However, out of respect for the deceased, I believe it would be best if you refrained from viewing him. He was our companion, and we shall ensure he is laid to rest properly tomorrow. Her tone is somewhat forceful. Yet, Jian Yue remains unfazed, casting a casual glance at Wen Yu as he retorts, I believe, Captain 1. You have yet to grasp one crucial fact. Wang Kuan is primarily an employee hired by Mr. Shen, and only secondly your companion. As Mr. Shen's steward, I am obligated to investigate the death of an employee on his behalf, and you have no right to obstruct me. Wen Yu's expression shifts, taken aback by Jian Yue's audacity to invoke Shen Yushu to pressure her. The scarred-faced man interjects, Mr. Shen hasn't he indicated any desire to see him? Is this truly Mr. Shen's intention, or merely yours? Wang Guanjia, aren't you overstepping your bounds? Jian Yue replies, my intent aligns with Mr. Shen's. If you have any doubts, you may consult Mr. Shen and see if I am permitted to conduct this inquiry. With these words, both Wen Yu and the scarred-faced man stand frozen in disbelief. They have always known of Jian Yue's close rapport with the president, but they never anticipated he would wield such influence. How could he express such confidence? Yet, as their eyes meet, Jian Yue's calm demeanor seems to convey silently that indeed, he dares to do so, and he is certain that Shen Yushu would never undermine his authority. The scarred-faced man feels a sense of admiration for Jian Yue, pondering how he managed to ingratiate himself with Mr. Shen, while he himself struggles to curry favor with even a minor figure. Wen Yu, on the other hand, is exasperated. Who is usurping the protagonist's script? She thinks. This display of using connections to intimidate others feels like a classic protagonist's maneuver. Wang Guanjia, after contemplating for so long who her rival might be, and who is truly driving the narrative of the heroine, she discovers that it is none other than Wang Guanjia. Jian Yue disregarded the intricate emotions of the two individuals and inquired, may I now enter? Wen Yu and the scar-faced man exchanged a glance before reluctantly stepping aside. They could have easily ignored Jian Yue's words or dismissed his request, yet they dared not defy the orders of Mr. Shen. After all, Shen Yushu was the embodiment of fortune in this world. His affections and aversions dictated the fate of those around him. To incur his displeasure would invite misfortune, leaving one to suffer even the bitterest of fates. The scar-faced man chuckled lightly. Of course, you may. Jian Yue stepped inside. This was the room of Tian and Wang Kuan, and a faint, unpleasant odor already permeated the air, a scent that typically emanates roughly 8 hours after death. Without the need for an autopsy, Jian Yue surmised that Wang Kuan had not taken his life that night. He likely succumbed earlier in the afternoon. After all, Brother Kuan had returned that evening. Tian stood at the threshold, stating, I don't know. I just went to keep Li Ming company for a bit. And then Jian Yue fell silent, observing Wang Kuan for a moment. Truth be told, he held no profound affection for this young man. His past, marred by unique circumstances, had left him friendless. Though he found no camaraderie in this realm, Tian and Wang Kuan had nonetheless provided him with assistance. In Ji Feng's laboratory, it was only Wang Kuan who had stepped forward to lighten the atmosphere, an act of kindness that he appreciated, even if it was unnecessary. He had initially believed that having two companions to converse with would be uplifting, yet it had all come to an abrupt end. He was punished by both the supernatural and the system. Wen Yu's voice echoed behind him. This is the cruelty of the scenario. If we do not unite to navigate the Mountain God Festival, we will all perish. The newcomers trembled with fear. They were ordinary individuals, accustomed to a tranquil existence, suddenly thrust into a terrifying narrative, living in constant trepidation, and with comrades falling so easily to death around them. How could they not be frightened? One newcomer, overwhelmed, burst into tears, exclaiming, I want to go home. I truly want to go home. It's too terrifying here. Others began to succumb to the oppressive atmosphere. Two had already perished under bizarre circumstances, leaving everyone anxious that they might be next. Jian Yue turned and walked outside. Wen Yu, undeterred, asked, but Wang, won't you stay and discuss strategies for surviving the Mountain God Festival with us? The chances of being killed by the supernatural are increasing. Aren't you afraid? Jian Yue retorted, are the supernatural beings truly that terrifying? He gazed down at Wen Yu, a cold smile gracing his lips. I find them rather unimpressive. As his words hung in the air, the room fell silent. Wen Yu chuckled awkwardly. What are you saying, Wang? I don't quite understand. Jian Yue replied, yet I sense, Captain 1, that you have comprehended it all along. He turned on his heel and departed. The night grew darker, the air thick with humidity after a persistent downpour. Since acquiring the bronze artifact, he had not encountered any villagers exhibiting unusual behavior in the courtyard. The lanterns flickered as someone pursued him from behind. Tian, who no longer wept but called out, Wang. Jian Yue turned to face her. What is it? Brother Kuan, Tian bit her lip. Was he not killed by the supernatural beings? Jian Yue remained silent. It was not that he wished to withhold the truth. But he recognized that Tian Tian was no match for the two who had perished. Revealing the truth would only lead her to a fate worse than death. And if Wang Kuan were still alive, he would never wish for such a consequence to befall her. Her silence conveyed understanding. This once tearful girl appeared suddenly matured. For growth is often a harsh process. Jian Yue pondered for a moment before advising. Now that you are alone, act with caution and protect yourself. The human heart is complex within this scenario. Having just graduated from university, your experiences are still limited, and making mistakes is only natural. Do not blame yourself. Wang Kuan had once aided me. Should you ever need assistance, seek me or Mr. Shin. Tian Tian's eyes brimmed with tears again, yet she nodded, all right. After parting ways with her, Jian Yue returned to Shun Yushu's study. Unlike before, Shun Yushu was not engrossed in official duties. He was examining data on the computer. Upon noticing Jian Yue's arrival, he remarked, "You're back." "Yes," Jian Yue replied. "Young master, what are you examining?" Shun Yushu responded, "In a few days. When the rain ceases, Mother instructed me to oversee the repairs in Wanfa's Wang. I am reviewing the planning documents." Jian Yue's interest piqued. "What is your plan?" After all, Wanfa's Wang is a tough nut to crack. No matter how one approaches repairs or planning, the challenge remains substantial. Shun Yushu scoffed. "I intend to raze it to the ground." Jian Yue was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how to clear the table. "Young master, you intend to upend the entire table?" The viewers in the live stream chuckled. "Option. You truly are something else. Flattening it, indeed. Isn't that something Shun could realistically accomplish?" Shun Yushu turned his gaze to Jian Yue. "Do you disapprove?" Jian Yue's expression turned grave, and just as Shun Yushu anticipated a plea for reason, he stated, "Young master, how do you intend to handle the compensation for the demolition? Would you like me to tally it?" Shun Yushu fell silent, contemplating the ramifications of suddenly demolishing a village. As the village head, Wang Kuan's concerns were valid. However, he had not anticipated that the dilemma would revolve around compensating the villagers post-demolition. Shun Yushu replied, "There's no need. I have plenty of funds. The outside world is unstable. Refrain from venturing out too frequently." Jian Yue understood Shun Yushu's unease stemming from the events of the day. Reflecting upon Wen Yu's actions, he sighed. Yet, with the Mountain God Festival fast approaching, he needed to uncover every plot point before it commenced. His progress had reached a disjointed 80%. It was nearly complete. However, should the narrative conclude, would he truly depart from this world? What, then, would become of Shun Yushu? Jian Yue, Shun Yushu called. "Are you deaf? Or are you lost in thoughts of Danielle?" Jian Yue snapped back to attention. "That's a misunderstanding, young master. I was thinking of you." Upon hearing this, Shun Yushu's previously furrowed brow relaxed, his ears tinged with a faint blush as he scoffed. "Flatterer, I am discussing serious matters, yet you seem preoccupied with frivolity. It is not yet bedtime." "Young master," Jian Yue exclaimed, "what gave you the impression that I was lost in such thoughts?" Yet, the more he explained, the more he felt he was digging himself deeper. Jian Yue wisely chose silence, fearing that Shun Yushu might inquire further about his thoughts, which would only complicate matters. Bowing his head, he asked, "Young master, what were you asking me earlier?" Shun Yushu replied, "Come here and take a look. New data has emerged regarding the mountain god that you asked me to investigate." Jian Yue leaned in to observe, noticing the computer screen depicting another form of the mountain god. In ancient mythology, the mountain god was indeed a guardian spirit of the mountains. Those who sought to harm the village would have their souls consumed and become puppets of the mountain, protecting it fiercely. The statue enshrined in the mountains resembles the mythical beast from ancient legends. Jian Yue remarked, "The data here states that the mountain deity protects the mountain. So why was it previously mentioned that the villagers need to suppress and subdue the mountain deity?" Chapter 50. Upon hearing this, Jian Yue furrowed his brow. Just as Tian Tian thought he was about to thwart her plans, he said, "Let me guess your scheme. Are you planning a direct assault with a knife? Or perhaps to employ poison?" In just a few terse sentences, he unveiled Tian Tian's original intentions. Tian Tian choked on her words, replying weakly, "How did you know, Butler Wang?" Jian Yue sighed in resignation and replied, "Do you truly believe they have survived as seasoned players solely due to luck? Do you possess martial skills? Can you guarantee a fatal strike? If not, your actions would only lead to your demise. In that case, you would not only fail to avenge your boyfriend but also risk your own life." His words were somewhat ruthless, yet they struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Tian Tian unable to retort. However, her eyes reddened as she said, "But I cannot just stand by and watch Brother Kuan and the others die in vain." Jian Yue responded, "If you truly wish for revenge, There will be opportunities aplenty, but not through reckless actions. Although I do not fully understand the system's mechanics, it should not permit players to slaughter one another. If such a thing were allowed, everyone would seek out their neighbors as scapegoats, leading to chaos within the dungeon. Tian asked in confusion, but, Butler Wong, does that mean? Jian Yue pondered for a moment before stating, what I mean is, the reason they can act with impunity is due to the lack of concrete evidence against them. If we can obtain irrefutable proof of their wrongdoing, even if we do not take action, the system will not turn a blind eye. As his words settled, not only Tian but also the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Wow, he is indeed a newcomer, yet his logic is astoundingly coherent. Moreover, his deductions were strikingly close to the truth. How could a live stream be so considerate of its audience's feelings? Many viewers harbored a strong dislike for dungeons inhabited by invincible monsters, feeling vexed and helpless as they observed these creatures evading the system's control. The organization of these invincible monsters was extensive, having even developed underground networks for hire, and all despised them, yet felt powerless against them. Tian hesitated, asking, but why are you helping me, when it clearly offers no benefit to you? Jian Yue descended the steps of the altar and replied, I am not helping you, Paresi. It is true that one can choose to remain detached in such matters, but today's detachment may not be feasible tomorrow. Remember, I told you last night that you could seek my assistance if needed. Having made that promise, I intend to fulfill it. Tian's eyes brimmed with tears again as the mountain breeze caressed her, causing her tears to slide down her cheeks. Yet this time, she resolutely held back her tears. In the past, her weeping stemmed from the belief that she had someone to lean on who would care for her and console her. However, she now understood that while Butler Wong was willing to help, she could not rely on him entirely. She had to be strong, or else Brother Kuan would truly die in vain. The two walked back, soon spotting Li Ming waiting not far away. Li Ming appeared considerably more fragile, yet surprisingly. Both girls seemed eerily calm. Growth is a brutal metamorphosis, and in a place where death could strike at any moment, each person had limited time to heal their wounds. Tian shared Jian Yue's earlier words with Li Ming. Li Ming was not surprised. She merely inquired, Butler Wong, how do we capture evidence of their crimes? Jian Yue explained, Scarface, and when you are both afflicted by the curse of the bronze artifact, yet they lack the means to transfer the curse. Thus, they likely devised a method to impart the curse onto others. I have tried. The curse cannot be lifted. With 4 days until the mountain deity's festival, the curse will manifest every 24 hours. When it does, they will seek out victims again. Once they succeed, they will become addicted to it. Li Ming exclaimed, Then I will follow Sister Wen Yu tomorrow. If she attempts to transfer the curse to me, I can capture evidence. Jian Yue shook his head, saying, If such a method were detectable, Wang Kuan and Li Guang would not have perished so quietly. Going now would only lead you to folly. Tian quickly asked, What should we do then? Are we to watch them harm others? Jian Yue replied, With 2 lives already lost, they will likely use their own methods to delay action for a couple of days. However, since they are not acting, we should force them to do so. When people are anxious, they tend to reveal their flaws. Li Ming inquired, What will you do, Butler Wong? Jian Yue smiled gently, saying, The most suitable target for them to act against is none other than me, their most despised enemy. Moreover, I too am afflicted by the curse. Even if they transfer it to me, it will not affect me significantly. In fact, I may have a greater understanding of them than you do. Li Ming expressed concern. Isn't that too unfair for you? The laboratory of Ji Feng was discovered by me, and the curse originated due to my involvement. I am already part of this matter. Jian Yue replied, Though they would have eventually acted without my involvement, since I have been drawn into it, there must be accountability. His gaze was calm, yet markedly different from the carefree demeanor he once had. Jian Yue turned to the 2 girls and said, As for you, there will indeed come a time when your abilities will be needed. I recently discovered another mural at the altar. You frequently visit the mountains, correct? I require your assistance in locating it, as I suspect there is more than one mountain deity temple. This information could prove invaluable for the festival. He had seldom explored the mountains, and he could not complete this task alone. Tian and Li Ming were momentarily surprised, but nodded without hesitation, saying, We can help. Jian Yue felt a sense of relief. If he remembered correctly, Li Ming's card ability was to locate things, and with Tian accompanying her, who had the ability to teleport, they would be able to return swiftly in case of any unforeseen circumstances, minimizing the danger. Do not follow me, Jian Yue instructed. We must not let them see us returning together. Tian nodded, saying, Then I will prepare the items we need for the next 2 days in the mountains with Li Ming. After discussing, the three parted ways. That afternoon, the archaeological team was to bury Wang Kuan and Li Guang, remaining in the courtyard all day. As Jian Yue approached, he overheard them conversing, and Scarface nearly rushed over upon spotting him, exclaiming, "Butler Wang, you are finally back. Brother Danyu and I are getting married in the ancestral hall the day after tomorrow. You must come." These two had indeed decided to go through with it. Jian Yue smiled and said, "Congratulations. However, given the pace of this dungeon, it seems you and Brother Danyu will be wed just as it concludes. I truly envy you." Daoge chuckled and remarked, "Isn't this all for the sake of entering the ancestral hall to acquire its artifacts? The artifacts from the village chief's family and the document archive have already been located. As for the Shen family's artifacts, they remain in my possession. However, I suspect that the scarred-faced man and when you have likely given up their search for the Shen family's treasures and have instead set their sights on the artifacts of the ancestral hall." Jian Yue raised an eyebrow and inquired, "It seems, Daoge, that you already possess some clues as to the whereabouts of the ancestral hall's artifacts?" Daoge smiled and replied, "Of course, but that item is unattainable for anyone not from this village. Therefore, even if I were to divulge this information to Butler Wang, it would be of no use to you." His tone carried a hint of pride. Jian Yue smiled and said, "Is that so? I must admit, I find myself quite eager." After bidding farewell to the scarred-faced man, he returned to Shun Yushu's study. Upon seeing him enter, Shun Yushu asked, "What is all that noise outside about?" "Daoge is set to marry Danyu," Jian Yue replied, relishing the chance to answer this question. Surely, the young master could no longer suspect that he had any romantic entanglements with Danyu. Yet, Shun Yushu frowned and said, "They are getting married?" Jian Yue nodded. Did he believe that Danyu was unworthy of Daoge? Shun Yushu cursed under his breath. Damn it, how could their progress surpass ours? Jian Yue reassured him. "Young master, sometimes striving for advancement isn't always necessary." Shun Yushu lifted his gaze to meet Jian Yue's, letting out a disdainful snort. "Did I not inform you? With my mother gravely ill, our matters cannot be rushed. Why are you so impatient?" Jian Yue stammered, "Young master, I truly didn't mean it that way. It was merely an invitation from Danyu. In truth, I too believe there's no need to rush. Taking our time is perfectly fine, as long as we are together." Shun Yushu suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression revealing hurt. Jian Yue hesitated, then cleared his throat. But, on the other hand, having things settled early could indeed be beneficial. So hurrying might not be a bad idea. Shun Yushu's tightly knitted brow began to relax slightly, and he let out a soft huff, as if to say, "I knew you were a duplicitous little sprite." Jian Yue quickly asked, "Will you attend their wedding, young master?" "I cannot," Shun Yushu replied. "Tomorrow. My mother's doctor is coming for a follow-up, and I cannot be absent. You shall go in my place. As my steward, your attendance will suffice to show them respect." Jian Yue coughed lightly. "Very well, I shall go on your behalf." After all, he had been looking forward to exchanging a few moves with those two. Shun Yushu gave him a meaningful glance. "Be sure to take note of their proceedings." Jian Yue replied, "Understood, I shall report back to you." "There's no need for that," Shun Yushu interjected. "I am already well aware of the specifics. Just remember them for yourself, so you are informed when the time comes." "Ah, I see," Jian Yue exclaimed. As both had matters to attend to the following day, they refrained from any further exertions that evening, retiring early. Outside, the rain began to patter softly, and in a hazy state of slumber, Jian Yue embraced Shun Yushu, saying, "Young master, it is raining again outside." Chapter 51. Jian Yue observed Wen Yu, who had initially been quietly listening, but suddenly lifted her eyelids upon hearing a particular remark from her. The intensity of his gaze startled her, making her feel as if she were being scrutinized by a frigid, predatory beast already condemned to die. "Captain 1, do you believe your lack of favor with President Shin and your misfortunes stem from my interference?" Jian Yue queried. Wen Yu fell silent. Indeed, that was precisely her belief. Otherwise, why had she encountered obstacles at every turn during this mission? Jian Yue let out a cold laugh and stated, "Your failures arise from your inability to respect others. Your downfall is rooted in the fact that, despite your attempts to conceal it, you remain fundamentally arrogant and disrespectful. You have failed to fulfill the role of the heroine. Not due to gender or status, but because your lofty demeanor and insincere heart will never yield genuine affection." His words struck her like a crushing blow, nearly shattering her calm exterior. For too long, Wen Yu had grown accustomed to deception, believing her acting prowess to be invincible, especially in what she deemed a simple novice village. What challenge could there possibly be in deceiving these newcomers? Yet, She had not anticipated the numerous setbacks that awaited her. When you managed a forced smile, laced with sarcasm. Butler Wong, do you think there is any sincerity in this instance? All that exists are monsters wishing to slay you. If they were aware that you would eventually leave, do you believe they wouldn't go to great lengths to keep you? Even your teammates, in a bid for survival, would abandon you without hesitation. At that point, would you still consider sincerity to be of utmost importance? She believed that such words would instill fear in Jian Yue. After all, she was a newcomer, inexperienced and unaware of the dangers. Yet, Jian Yue remained calm as he met her gaze and replied, "And so? If some things ultimately turn out to be false, at least I once possessed the genuine. As for you, from beginning to end, you have never had it." When you felt her defenses begin to crumble, she had not expected Butler Wong to be so impervious to her tactics. He was, in fact, an impenetrable fortress. Jian Yue, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, remarked, "By the way, there is something I must inform you of. Earlier in the Ancestral Hall, I exchanged for a pair of glasses that allow me to see players who utilize cards. They will be indicated. Just now, while you were nearby, the artifact reacted." Upon hearing this, Wen Yu's complexion drained of color. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. "Why would you do such a thing?" Jian Yue replied nonchalantly. "The Ancestral Hall is fraught with danger. Is it wrong for me to acquire some defensive items?" Wen Yu's heart surged with turmoil as Jian Yue continued. "As for Li Guang and Wang Kuan, did you employ the same methods with them? One has a sister, the other a girlfriend. You exploited their psychological weaknesses, using cards to compel them into wrongdoing. Ultimately, their choices were their own, and should they perish, it would merely be deemed suicide. You had already tampered with the bronze artifacts, able to shift the curse onto them, correct?" When you retorted, "You have no evidence." "Is that so?" Jian Yue replied. "While your methods are indeed clever, remember this. There are no secrets in this world that remain hidden forever." He fell silent, merely observing her. The setting sun cast its golden hues upon them, and the leaves surrounding the Ancestral Hall rustled in the wind, producing a sound akin to a mournful lament, as if a scent of blood were seeping forth from the earth. Jian Yue declared, "One day, they too will meet their end." Wen Yu inexplicably felt a chill creep over her. Jian Yue stepped past her and headed outside. The day was drawing to a close, and he had intended to return early to spare Shin Yushu any worry. However, to his surprise, he did not venture far before he spotted Shin Yushu's familiar silhouette down a nearby path. He stood there, seemingly for an eternity. Jian Yu's heart raced with sudden anxiety. When had the young master arrived? Had he overheard the conversation between him and Wen Yu? Was it even possible for him to hear? From a distance, Jian Yu's gaze fell upon Shin Yushu, who stood beneath a tree, his shadow elongated. His cold profile resembled a razor-sharp blade, and the shadows of the forest swirled around him like a vortex, enveloping him entirely. Countless thoughts surged in Jian Yu's mind as he approached Shin Yushu, hesitantly parting his lips to ask, "Young master, when did you arrive? Why did you not call me?" Shin Yushu raised her gaze to meet him, and Jian Yu's heart tightened. He then heard Shin Yushu's noble and aloof snort. "Everyone else has long since left, yet you linger behind, unwilling to depart. Are you not simply waiting for me to escort you? When I inquired earlier, you claimed you were fine, yet your words say no while your body is quite honest." Jian Yue felt wronged. However, did the young master's words imply that he had not overheard his conversation with Wen Yu? Jian Yue sighed in relief. Truth be told, he wished to keep Shin Yushu uninvolved in this matter. After all, it was a concern that needed resolution among the players themselves. And Shin Yushu had already assisted him greatly. Some matters he must handle on his own, for I am the village chief. Jian Yue smiled, saying, "As village chief, I must remain to inspect the venue. You are here to escort me, correct? We can return now, young master." Shin Yushu replied, "You've seen their wedding in its entirety." Jian Yue responded, "Indeed, I was surprised to find that Wanfichin village hosted such a ceremonial event. Typically, when normal people marry, they pay respects to their parents and heaven and earth. Yet Wanfichin's weddings involve honoring the mountain god and a host of deceased villagers, which took me aback." Shin Yushu remarked, "You need not envy too much. You shall have such blessings in the future." Jian Yue replied, "Thank you, young master."
As they conversed and made their way back, they soon spotted Tian and Li Meng standing nearby in the corridor. Jian Yue surmised they sought him for something. He said,
"Young master, it appears the archaeological team is looking for me. Brother Dao is likely preoccupied today, so I shall handle it for him." Shin Yushu nodded. "Go ahead." Jian Yue stepped forward. The night deepened as they arrived at the small study for discussions. As soon as Tian entered, she exclaimed, Wong Butler. We explored the mountain this afternoon. We couldn't find the mountain god temple, but we discovered some rather dilapidated murals carved into stone, previously concealed by vines, which Li Ming astutely noticed. Li Ming added, though it's not entirely my merit, that area was once a hillside, and after recent heavy rains, the soil loosened and collapsed, revealing some. Jian Yue asked, what murals? Let me see. Li Ming presented the images from her camera. Upon inspection, Jian Yue noted the murals bore a striking resemblance to those found at the altar. He instructed, please send me these photos. I will review them later. As for the mountain god temple, continue your search, but prioritize safety. If it rains, do not ascend the mountain. Li Ming replied, that is fine. I'm just glad to be of help. After all, if there is nothing to occupy ourselves with, idleness only brings discomfort. Jian Yue understood her feelings. Losing loved ones without the ability to assist them was suffocating. This was why he assigned tasks to them. Sometimes, one requires a spiritual anchor. Regardless of the nature of the task, having something to do provides a reason to live. Take care of yourselves, and consult me immediately if anything arises. Jian Yue rose, saying, I shall take my leave now. You two can move in together tonight for mutual support. Tian replied, we know, we'll do that tonight. By the way, Wong Butler. Jian Yue turned back, asking, what is it? Tian hesitantly queried, are you and young Master Shin living together? Tian timidly continued, last night, when we wanted to discuss something with you, we found you weren't in your room. Jian Yue placed a finger to his lips, silently smiling at the two before gesturing for silence as he departed. Tian and Li Ming exchanged glances. Wow, Wei stumbled upon quite the scoop. Jian Yue did not return directly to the study. Instead, he headed to his own room. The curse of the bronze artifact was about to activate, and he wished to verify something. Sitting back down, he opened the panel and saw that 1 hour of survival time remained. This time, he did not hesitate. Jian Yue used a knife to draw a line on his finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall onto the surface, yet there was no reaction. The system panel did not refresh either. This confirmed that the same bronze artifact could only trigger the curse once. The viewers in the livestream panicked. What the hell? How could this happen? Aren't you supposed to be doomed? You only have an hour left. How can you remain so calm? Jian Yue pondered. Is this truly the case? He maintained his composure while the audience grew increasingly anxious. The viewership that had begun to decline surged once more. A bronze artifact can only trigger the curse once. The one from the mountain god temple has already been used. Scarface and his crew have also exhausted theirs. No wonder they want to kill. They are now completely trapped. Jian Yue remained unperturbed in his room, glancing outside at the sky. After a brief wait, he stepped out, following the path that led to the kitchen. Inside, Widow Li was tidying up her final belongings in preparation to leave. Jian Yue greeted, Aunt Li, are you busy? Did you not attend Dan You's wedding today? Widow Li appeared somewhat downcast, and upon hearing Jian Yu's voice, she glared at him, saying, do you not see that I am busy? If you have nothing to say, then scram. Jian Yue smiled. What do you mean, Aunt Li? I merely came to inquire, as I only saw the village chief and his wife at the ancestral hall today, along with Wang Gu. Before he could finish, Widow Li exclaimed, what do you mean, who else? Jian Yue replied, also, I saw a few from Li Godin's family. I was quite surprised not to see you. Widow Li fumed, that scoundrel. The village chief. I knew he was avoiding me these past few days. Turns out he has been courting someone else. Just you wait. I'll skin him alive tomorrow. Chapter 52. Jian Yue did not expect Shin Yushu to throw the stone so decisively. However, upon seeing the stone hurled, he remarked, young master, if we throw away the stone, what if the mountain god's blessings no longer work? Shin Yushu appeared somewhat conflicted, hesitating as to whether to retrieve it. Turning to meet Jian Yu's smiling eyes, he guessed that Jian Yue was likely teasing him and shot him a glare, saying, why are you so demanding? Jian Yue chuckled lightly. Shin Yushu chose not to retrieve it, as picking it up would be rather embarrassing. And he had his own reasoning. Whether or not we are together does not rely on divine blessings, but rather on our own efforts. Understood? Jian Yue nodded, skillfully flattering. Young master is wise. I have learned much. Shin Yushu noticed Jian Yu's playful demeanor, but chose not to press the matter further. The two continued their ascent up the mountain. In autumn, many trees on the mountain had already turned yellow, with scattered leaves drifting down upon their shoulders. Jian Yue recalled his first visit to this mountain, filled with trepidation towards the terrifying ghost village, consumed with thoughts of how to escape this harrowing scenario, desperate to survive. He never imagined he would one day stroll leisurely through the woods with his master. Of course, their relationship had evolved beyond the simple master-servant dynamic. "Well, young master," Jian Yue called out as they reached a halfway point, while Shen Yushu glanced downward, responding, "Indeed, it is quite similar." Jian Yue gazed thoughtfully at the intriguing topographical distribution of the gourd. It is well known that gourds only allow entry without exit, though esteemed as treasures. Their value hinges upon what is contained within. At the gourd's sole exit stands an ancestral hall. Could this be mere coincidence? As he pondered, Shen Yushu remarked, "There are ruins over there." Jian Yue immediately turned his gaze and indeed spotted remnants of ancient murals not far away, likely belonging to the same batch that Tian Sweet and the others had discovered, albeit with some variations in the depicted content. It appeared that fortune favored them, allowing such a fortunate encounter. "Young master, let us take a look," Jian Yue proposed eagerly. "Perhaps it is related to the longevity secrets of Wanfuken." He hastily moved forward, nearly stumbling in his excitement. Shen Yushu extended his arm to steady him, saying, "Slow down. Why the rush? Is someone urging you from behind?" Jian Yue chuckled. "I merely wish to alleviate young master's concerns." Shen Yushu released his hold and replied, "Let us go. I will lead. You tend to be clumsy, and I would rather you not fall again." Jian Yue promptly nodded in agreement. As they approached the murals, Jian Yue was quick to ascertain that these artworks were indeed much older than those at the village altar. Some areas were worn. He retrieved a bronze mirror, stating, "Let us examine it with this." Shen Yushu glanced at the mirror, and just as Jian Yue anticipated his curiosity regarding its restoration, he remarked, "You replaced the mirror surface yourself." Jian Yue responded, "Indeed, I found it in the storeroom." Shen Yushu huffed, "Clever of you." Jian Yue breathed a sigh of relief. The audience in the live stream erupted with amusement at the scene. The materialistic war god, young master. How easily he is deceived. It's impressive that Butler Wang could concoct so many excuses. The viewers watched as Jian Yue employed the bronze mirror to scrutinize the mural. Most of it was considerably damaged, yet the mirror seemed capable of restoring the original appearance. Thus, Jian Yue directly observed vivid imagery within the mural. What he had seen at the altar was merely a fragment. The fragmented murals upon the mountain chronicled the life of the mountain deity and its beast. However, Jian Yue soon identified a discrepancy. The murals depicted not just beasts, but a human and a beast. This indicated the existence of two mountain deities. The mountain deity in the mural donned splendid and vibrant attire, with long hair cascading down and adorned with exquisite jewels, exuding an enchanting beauty. Though the mural obscured the details of its countenance, Jian Yue felt an inexplicable familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the mountain deity held a bronze mirror identical to the one in his possession. Shen Yushu's voice broke through his thoughts. "What are you looking at?" Jian Yue jolted, almost dropping the mirror. Shen Yushu frowned. "What's wrong?" Jian Yue gripped the mirror tightly, nervously inquiring, "Young master, do you know the origins of this bronze mirror you gifted me?" Shen Yushu replied, "I acquired it at an auction. Did I not tell you?" Jian Yue sensed something amiss. "Where was the auction held?" "I cannot recall," Shen Yushu replied. "It was during a year when I accompanied my mother to an auction house in the country. She purchased it as my 18th birthday gift, claiming it was fated to protect me and that I should keep it close. However, I do not believe in such superstitions. I merely kept it to appease her." "Curious," Jian Yue asked, "then why did you give it to me? Did you sense something amiss in this village and wish to protect yourself?" Shen Yushu huffed. "Is it not because you recklessly venture outside? There are all sorts of people out there. If you encounter someone dangerous, the villagers might not recognize ordinary jewelry. But this bronze mirror appears valuable enough to serve as ransom." Jian Yue mused, "As expected of you, young master." The live stream audience burst into laughter. "Ha! President Shun is indeed resourceful." The unexpected angle added depth. This bronze artifact could expose the old lady's secrets. She must have taken it. Jian Yue pondered this possibility. The bronze mirror could have been unearthed by an archaeological team in Wanfuken and subsequently taken away, or perhaps it was removed by local villagers. However, rational analysis suggested the latter was more probable. After all, if an archaeological team had successfully departed Wanfuken, it would have stirred considerable uproar online, given that Wanfuken had long been an unsolved enigma. Furthermore, those in the archaeological field would surely recognize the significance of such an artifact. How could they easily part with it? Another possibility was that the bronze mirror originally belonged to the old lady, who merely presented it to the young master disguised as a birthday gift. Yet why would she do so, knowing it was crucial for suppressing the mountain deity? Why would she smuggle it out? Moreover, it appeared she had not sold it but kept it, indicating her motives were not financially driven. If not for money, then what? Shin Yushu observed. Why do these murals date back so far, yet the patterns remain quite clear? Jian Yue was taken aback. Can you see them clearly, young master? To his eyes, it was merely a pile of ruins, the murals having long been ravaged by the elements, rendering their original forms unrecognizable without the aid of the bronze mirror. Shin Yushu shot him a glance. Are you hoping I should hold you to see them more clearly? The tone implied a playful exasperation, akin to a mischievous spirit constantly seeking to charm him. Jian Yue responded, and the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha! Young master and Butler Wong are forever on different wavelengths. Why can the young master see so clearly? Do the villagers of Wanfukin possess such clarity? Jian Yue remained silent for a moment, then stood before the mural, when suddenly his system panel illuminated. Main quest, The Secrets of Wanfukin Progress, 91. The live stream erupted with excitement. It was known that the player with the highest exploration rate in Wanfukin had barely reached 90, having almost unraveled all key items and mysteries, yet the quest remained stagnant at 90. Many players speculated it was a system glitch. Nevertheless, the system remained unyielding. Subsequent players could not surpass the 90 threshold. Yet now, after so many years, they had witnessed the unyielding progress leap beyond 90. This indicated that Butler Wong had achieved the highest exploration rate in the entire nightmarish world of Wanfukin. Jian Yue chuckled. No, young master. I am merely reflecting on the fine craftsmanship of these murals. I wonder who created them. Shin Yushu replied. They were likely crafted by artisans from many years ago. People of that era revered deities and would construct temples to gain divine favor. It was a commonplace practice. Jian Yue remarked, that is rather commendable. To be revered. The deity must be truly remarkable. Let out a cold laugh. If others truly believed in him, his temple would not have fallen into disrepair. However, in this age of science, disbelief in the divine is quite normal. Standing beside him, remarked, that may not necessarily be the case. Raised an eyebrow. Oh, his temple may be in disrepair. Perhaps it is not his fault, but rather the fault of those who worship him. A hint of a transparent smile graced delicate features as he turned to, his dark eyes reflecting his image clearly. He spoke softly, if it were me. Regardless of the condition of the temple I built with my own hands, I would remain a devoted follower of this deity. Paused momentarily. Silence enveloping him for a brief moment before he scoffed lightly. How can someone as educated as you still believe in such nonsense? S smile deepened. Indeed, I do not believe. Glanced at him. Of course, I do not believe in deities. I only believe in you. Slightly turned his face, planting a kiss on his cheek, declaring, I will forever be your faithful follower. With such an excellent master, what more could one desire? Who needs gods when one can distinguish between the important and the trivial? S ears flushed visibly, and he muttered under his breath before turning to kiss in return. The two shared a kiss before the mural of the mountain deity, the leaves swaying gently in the breeze while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting elongated shadows. Chapter 53. A moment of silence lingered in the ancestral hall. As drew closer, he finally discerned her features, previously obscured by hair. Upon recognition, he exclaimed, So it is indeed you. He had suspected this before, but never expected it to be true. The female ghost glared at him fiercely, without uttering a word. Honestly, if you have something to say or wish for me to do, why not just tell me you are my mother-in-law? I would have no reason to refuse, suggested. Her anger seemed to boil over at his words. Who is your mother-in-law? She retorted. Sighed. All right, I could begrudgingly call you my mother-in-law. The ghost was clearly irritated by this. The audience in the live stream found the exchange amusing. Well, it isn't wrong, is it? We're all family here. Even the onlookers. And were taken aback. Just moments ago, nearly suggested they flee together, never imagining that would be spared due to his connection to the female ghost. Wait, is she the mother of the CEO? The ghost, seemingly furious, charged towards, as if intending to tear his face apart. Quickly interjected, you have schemed for so long. And though your plans may be chaotic, your efforts count for something. On that note, I have something to tell you. Is likely not dead. The ghost halted abruptly, her force causing her to collide with a pillar, producing a heavy thud. Quickly grabbed her. Madam, please take it easy. If you fall ill, we'll have to take care of you. The other two remained silent. It appeared that the housekeeper truly managed the family's finances. The ghost, now uninterested in arguing with, spoke with a hoarse voice laced with coldness. Impossible. Countered. How can it be impossible? He is cursed to remain bound to the mountains. The ghost's voice was slow as she replied, "If he were in the village, I would know." It dawned on that this group could not leave the mountains. The system updated, indicating that the main quest, the secret of village, had progressed to 94. "Then how did you manage to leave?" inquired. "You left the mountains and even bore children." The ghost replied ominously, "I have my own methods to suppress the curse." Yet she refused to elaborate. Was patient. "I must inform you that I know where he is, and I can help you find him. Since he has betrayed you and cursed me, I have no reason to shield him. However, you must answer one question." The ghost appeared anxious. "What is it? Is truly your son? Why does his name appear on the plaque in the ancestral hall?" S. gaze was deep as he continued, "And if he were cursed, would he be in danger?" The ghost looked at with unexpected surprise, and after a moment, she chuckled softly. "You genuinely care for that strange child?" Now slightly irritated, replied, "Whether I care or not is not for you to decide. You merely need to answer my questions." The ghost stated, "I can answer, but they cannot be present," referring to and, just as was about to speak, usually timid, stepped forward. "I know you are powerful. May I ask, can the dead be resurrected? If so, my boyfriend has passed away. Can he return?" The ghost scoffed. "Once dead, one remains dead. Even if resurrected, they cease to be human. If you can accept him turning into a creature devoid of reason, he could be revived, but he would become a monster." After her words, fell silent, remained quiet. Understanding this was choice, and he had no right to intervene. Must have loved her boyfriend dearly. Such a decision was undoubtedly a difficult one for her. After a moment of silence, she bit her lip and finally spoke, "Never mind. I am not afraid of him becoming a monster." Her eyes glistened with tears. "I just don't want him to suffer." Held's hand, "I believe he will understand you. Besides, we have been drawn into this world, which possesses so many extraordinary abilities. Perhaps one day, we will find another way. In this nightmarish realm, despair mingles with hope." Nodded, "Housekeeper, we will take our leave now." "Can you manage alone?" Reassured them. "No worries, go ahead. She is my mother-in-law. What can she do to me?" And shared a glance, often feeling out of place due to their limited experiences. Approached, grasping her hand. "I want to soar higher. I want to fly." In a flash of light, the two vanished. Once they departed, lowered his gaze to the ghost. "All right. You may speak now." The ghost declared, "He is not my son." After her statement, she awaited an expression of surprise from, to which he replied, "Oh, I had guessed as much." The ghost remained silent for a moment before finally stating, "As for his origins, I cannot divulge that information. But I can say he returned to where he was already cursed. Though I placed the plaque, it was to save him." Made no indication of disbelief. Yet he did not fully trust her either. "Will he be in danger?" The ghost responded, "I do not know." Remained silent, asserting, "If I cannot obtain the answers I seek from you, then you will not receive what you desire from me either." The ghost's anxiety became evident as she glared at with malice. Remarked, "You have been unable to locate for hundreds of years. If you were to kill me, you would still be unable to find him in the centuries to come. Oh, perhaps you would also be unable to find the one who eloped with him." The female ghost appeared somewhat flustered as she declared, "I truly do not know. He is entirely beyond my comprehension." Jian Yue furrowed his brow and directly inquired, "Is Shinyushu the mountain god?" At that moment, the entire shrine fell silent, and the mountain beasts nearby seemed to cast their imposing gazes upon Jian Yue. The ghost slowly retreated, stating, "I do not know." "You do." Jian Yue pressed forward step by step, locking eyes with her. "Tell me, is he? Just confirm it, and I will assist you in finding Ji Feng. Is it yes or no? Speak." The ghost found herself cornered by a pillar, her composure faltering. Her dark hair cascaded around her as she finally revealed, with a hint of agitation, "He is manifested from a bronze artifact. I do not know what he truly is." The year Ji Feng perished, he was researching the secret of longevity in Wanfu village. Upon discovering that I, too, was a monster, he became fearful of me. Initially, we quarreled, but then he returned, claiming he had come to terms with it and truly loved me. Thus, we wed in a ceremony. Jian Yue asked, "What happened afterward? Why did he flee?" She replied with urgency, "He said he would take me away from Wanfu village." The ghost continued, "But on the day we were to leave, I waited at the village entrance, but he never came. The village chief and others claimed he had died." Jian Yue took a deep breath. "And Shinyushu? How did you discover him?" The ghost recounted, "I yearned to become a normal person. I visited the old temple of the mountain god daily to worship, where I found a child. I initially wished to ignore him, but fearing the mountain god's punishment, I brought him home. After my father's unexpected death, he handed me our ancestral bronze mirror, stating it was the mountain god's seal and must not be disturbed. However, I found that if I dripped my blood into it every night, I would not transform. Jian Yue concluded, so that is how you could leave Wanfu village. The ghost nodded, covering her face as she lamented, I longed to find Ji Feng. But I did not anticipate that the bronze artifact would decay once it left Wanfu village. Yet, I discovered that if the child carried the bronze mirror, it would not deteriorate. Jian Yue inquired, has the young master exhibited any unusual traits throughout his life? The ghost shook her head, no. He was just like any normal child. However, for some reason, the bronze mirror loses its efficacy the longer it remains away from Wanfu village. I had to give the mirror to Xiao Yu to carry with him, and when I secretly used it, I found it regained its power. Jian Yue understood that Xin Yushu possessed a unique ability, one that resonated with the energy of Wanfu village's entire magnetic field. Indeed, it was perhaps even stronger. Or perhaps he was the very essence of that magnetic force. One last question, Jian Yue asked, why did you return? The ghost sighed, as I aged. I found my transformations occurring more frequently. Even the bronze mirror could not fully assist me. I had to return, at the very least. I wanted to see him once more. Jian Yue remarked, now I understand from whom the young master learned his romantic notions. The ghost responded, and Jian Yue, having vented his frustrations, continued, all right, my questions are concluded. I can now answer yours. You wish to know where Ji Feng is, correct? The ghost nodded, her eyes reddening with bloodlust as she urgently demanded, where is he? Where is he? Have you seen him? Jian Yue replied, I have seen him. The day we ascended the mountain, I encountered him on that narrow path. He had injured his leg, likely from a fall while eloping. Oh, and you were there too, although you were fast asleep. The ghost exclaimed, her audience in the live stream erupting with laughter. Ha! What a devastating revelation. When have I ever heard Butler Wong speak without laughing? The old lady woke up to find the sky had fallen. The ghost pondered. How did you ascertain that person was Ji Feng? Jian Yue explained, initially, I did not realize it was him. However, I saw a photograph of him with others in the laboratory that day and found him familiar. It wasn't until yesterday, while ascending the mountain with Xin Zong, that I recalled him while traversing that same path. Although his appearance had slightly altered, his attire remained unchanged. The remarkable color scheme of your archaeological team's uniforms makes it hard to forget. Chapter 54. Jian Yue and Xin Yushu did not linger in the shrine for long. On their way back, they observed the fruit trees along the path laden with bountiful fruit. Jian Yue remarked, young master, look at all these fruits. Xin Yushu leaned closer, commenting, they are not fully ripe yet. They need to redden a bit more to be delectable. Jian Yue lamented, oh, really? What a pity. I probably one tea get to taste them. Xin Yushu suggested, if you enjoy them, perhaps you could plant a grove in the courtyard. And then you can have them every year. Jian Yue quickly asserted, these trees should bear plenty of fruit. No need to plant so many. Xin Yushu raised an eyebrow at him. How do you know? These fruits are a specialty of Wanfu village. Jian Yue paused, contemplating how he knew that. Yet the words slipped from his lips. After a moment, he smiled and replied, I observed them with my own eyes. There are so many of these little fruits that they will surely yield a great deal when grown. Xin Yushu retorted playfully, you seem quite knowledgeable about them. Jian Yue chuckled, I was a drifter for a time in my youth. When I was hungry, I would pick fruits from the roadside, and through that, I gained some experience. Even though I no longer need to forage for food, I have retained quite a bit of miscellaneous knowledge. Xin Yushu gazed at him, his dark eyes filled with profound emotions that Jian Yue could not decipher. Then, Jian Yue heard Xin Yushu state, things will be better in the future. Jian Yue was taken aback, and Xin Yushu cleared his throat, lifting his noble chin to address him. In time, you will complete your work diligently, earn substantial wealth, and be able to eat whatever you desire. Jian Yue was momentarily stunned, standing beneath the tree, revealing a radiant smile to Xin Yushu as he replied, I already feel quite content now. Xin Yushu raised an eyebrow at him, because I have encountered the best boss in the world. Jian Yue then leaped into Xin Yushu's embrace, laughing, young master, I feel good right now. Xin Yushu held him tightly, stroking Jian Yue's soft hair as the autumn breeze ruffled their garments. Jian Yue then heard Xin Yushu declare, yes, I feel good now too. Ultimately, the two of them picked 2 fruits to take home. That evening, the sky darkened ominously, signaling an impending storm. Tian and Li Ming arrived late at night. Looking anxious as Tian said, Butler Wong, I need to speak with you. Jian Yue had prepared for this since returning, watching the clouds gather in the sky. He stood beneath the eaves and instructed them, please wait for me in the conference hall. I need to speak with the young master first. His calm demeanor and composed aura influenced the 2 anxious girls, who nodded fervently in response. Jian Yue returned to the study and, from a distance, saw Jian Yue seated before the computer, attending to some matters. He stood in the doorway, shielding himself from the wind that blew in from outside. The flickering candlelight in the corridor cast elongated shadows, and he said, "Young master, I may have some matters to attend to. Someone from the archaeological team is looking for me. I will return later." Jian Yue inquired, "What urgent matter requires your attention so late? Can it wait until tomorrow?" Jian Yue replied, "It must be something pressing, but fret not. I shall return swiftly once I am done. Please wait for me." Though Jian Yue typically exuded a commanding presence, he seldom troubled Jian Yue over serious work matters. Thus, he nodded gently, "Go ahead." As Jian Yue turned to leave, he heard his voice again, return promptly. "Yes, master," he responded, not daring to meet his gaze. As he exited and closed the door, he added, "Please do not work too late, master." "All right," Jian Yue replied. Jian Yue soon found Tian and Li Meng. As he entered, a brisk wind swept in with him from outside. "What is going on?" he asked. Li Meng explained, "This afternoon, we were exploring the ruins of the temple on the mountain when we noticed the villagers heading towards the altar." Tian quickly interjected, "I'm not sure what they're up to, but they carried many items, including offerings for the mountain deity and the meat of domestic animals. Tomorrow is the mountain god festival. What could they be planning?" "I suspect they are preparing for the festival," Li Meng surmised. Without hesitation, Jian Yue declared, "Let us go take a look." As they ventured outside, a fierce wind engulfed them. In the dimness of the night, Jian Yue cast a glance back at the illuminated study before stepping resolutely into the unknown. The two young women followed closely, showing signs of having just returned from outside, their appearances somewhat disheveled. On this night, fraught with impending danger, each of them had grown considerably since their arrival, having faced numerous challenges together. In the distance, they could see the altar bustling with villagers, their silhouettes flitting like phantoms in the night. Meanwhile, the system panel refreshed with a new task, limited time mission, Mountain God Festival mission details, prevent the Mountain God Festival from occurring. Mission reward, 999 points. The reward was unprecedentedly generous. Tian and Li Meng also noticed the task and exchanged glances with Jian Yue, saying, "This must be the final task." Jian Yue nodded in agreement. "But how do we stop the festival?" Tian asked. Jian Yue pondered for a moment before pointing out, "Did you see that ritual vessel?" Tian had indeed seen the bronze artifact being carried by the village chief and others. Jian Yue continued, "That is the most critical item for conducting the festival. I possess one, as does Wen Yu. But if the village chief holds one, the festival can still proceed." Li Meng quickly suggested, "Should we destroy it then?" Before Jian Yue could respond, Wen Yu's excited voice interrupted, "Absolutely." Emerging from the rain, she exclaimed, "This bronze vessel is essential for summoning the mountain deity. We must destroy it." Scarred Face and his companions arrived, stating, "We must unite our efforts to destroy the artifact. Once we do, the task will be complete, and we can leave. We need to destroy all 4 vessels to fully prevent the beast's emergence." Jian Yue remarked, "Have you found them?" Scarred Face replied, "We have one from the document hall, and the village chief's is at the altar. The Shin family should be with you, master. At this point, can you still conceal it from us?" Given their experiences with formidable challenges, they were not without their capabilities. Jian Yue raised an eyebrow, "But we still lack one." When you stated, "Master, do you recall us mentioning that each nightmare instance has a nightmare master? That master will possess the key item we need." The strategy we received indicated that the last bronze artifact is on the mountain. "We practically go up there every day." Scarred Face's raspy voice interjected, "Yet we have found nothing. However, shall you recall that on the first day we ascended, you encountered someone, didn't you? We suspect that item is in his possession." Ji Foam. Jian Yue realized instantly who they were referring to. If that were the case, everything fell into place. It explained why Ji Foam, not being from Wanfu village, had managed to survive on the mountain for so long. Clearly, during his archaeological endeavors, he must have secured a bronze artifact. Upon discovering its ability to grant him immortality without side effects, he likely harbored intentions to claim it for himself and escape Wanfu village. Thus, the pieces of the puzzle began to align. The system panel reappeared. Main quest, The Secret of Wanfu Village, story progress. 95 When you asked, "Can you locate him, master?" Jian Yue, unwilling to be led by them, raised his gaze. "The artifact from the village chief is in my possession, and so is the one from the Shin family. Now, I must retrieve the last one. I'd like to ask, as self-proclaimed veteran players, what role have you played in this instance?" Wen Yu and Scarred Face's expressions shifted. They had a multitude of things to say. The audience found amusement in the moment. Ha! They played the role of wanting the golden card but not getting it. They served as bait for the villagers. Master has truly borne more than he should. Despite her thick skin, when you insisted, Master, this is not the time for that. The names inscribed on the altar must die. The village chief and the others aim to activate the ritual. I, along with Scarred Brother, will destroy the formation to buy time. Once we find all the bronze artifacts, we will simultaneously destroy them and be able to leave this instance. Initially concerned that Jian Yue might not cooperate, she was taken aback by his swift agreement. All right. He consented. He turned to Tian and Li Meng, instructing, follow Wen Yu and assist them. The two young women nodded eagerly. Jian Yue's willingness to act so openly stemmed from his newfound understanding that the instance would not openly harm teammates. Since the two girls had recognized the intentions of Wen Yu and her companions, they would likely exercise their own caution. He could not perpetually make decisions for them. Eventually, they would need to confront the challenges of the instance independently. This was a valuable opportunity for growth, just as he had his own storms to weather. The night had deepened, yet Wanfu village gleamed with lights. The misty beauty of the rain-soaked village enveloped him. And he knew he had to find Ji Feng, not for Wen Yu and the others, but because he had made a promise to the old matron. A commitment he intended to fulfill. Jian Yue called out, come forth. Chapter 55. The audience in the live stream felt a sense of fragmentation. No. I can't bear to see them apart. How can we survive without the master? I never imagined I would become invested in a horror instance. As Jian Yue retraced his steps, the darkness thickened, nearly obscuring the mountain path. The gentle rain fell upon him, and the world around seemed shrouded in a dense fog. The village remained aglow with lanterns. Faintly, one could discern the villagers busily transporting items from the ancestral hall to the altar. It resembled a well-orchestrated assembly line, with each individual executing their role methodically. As Jian Yue observed, a few familiar figures emerged at the forefront, clad in black garments among them. Wen Yu and others mingled seamlessly with the villagers. It was astonishing how they had managed to elude suspicion. After all, having blended in for so long, they must possess a few tricks of their own. The scar-faced individuals exchanged glances with Jian Yue, their eyes gleaming with a hint of pride, as if silently proclaiming, surprised. Aren't you? This is our prowess. Yet, their moment of triumph was fleeting. Jian Yue stepped forward, and under their astonished and fearful gazes, he approached the village chief without a shred of pretense. Chief, what are you busy with at this late hour? Why not let me, your secretary, lend a hand? Are you isolating me? Wen Yu and the others were taken aback, utterly incredulous. He actually asked that. The chief, who had been lurking in secrecy, was momentarily speechless upon hearing Jian Yue's voice. He shot Jian Yue a reproachful glare, retorting, Housekeeper Wang, you've been absent for days on end, and expect me to call for you? Jian Yue responded confidently, Chief, you haven't paid salaries for a month. Whether I show up or not makes no difference. The chief was momentarily speechless, his indignation palpable. Housekeeper Wang, do you pursue nothing but money? Indeed, Chief. Jian Yue replied hastily. The chief's expression shifted to one of unexpected delight. What? A raise and a promotion? Jian Yue winked at him, for with another promotion, he would become the chief himself. The chief's face contorted as though he had just consumed something distasteful. Perhaps anger had clouded his judgment. Or perhaps he felt that with Jian Yue's time running out, there was little to contest. With a sweeping gesture, the chief ominously commanded, Go help lift those altars over there. Be careful not to break anything. If you do, the mountain deity will unleash its wrath, and your life will be forfeit. Part of him secretly hoped for a mishap. If the mountain deity took Housekeeper Wang away, there would no longer be anyone to vie for the chief's position. Understood, Chief. I shall attend to it at once. Jian Yue replied with a smile, seamlessly integrating himself into the altar preparations. The players, who had painstakingly disguised themselves with props to infiltrate the gathering, lamented, Your actions make us appear foolish. As Jian Yue assisted in moving items, he casually approached Tan and Wen Yu, inquiring, What is happening? Wen Yu explained, Once we arrange these items, we'll have Zhang Chong's card create an illusion to replace this bronze artifact, ensuring the villagers remain oblivious. Are you certain it won't be discovered? Jian Yue asked. The scar-faced man assured him, Rest easy, it's foolproof. We've tested it before. Jian Yue regarded him with a knowing glance, prompting the scar-faced man to clear his throat nervously. During the ritual, without the genuine instruments, the ceremony cannot proceed. The most crucial matter, Housekeeper Wang, is whether you acquired the item from the man on the mountain. That object is vital for our exit from Wanfachin village. Every nightmare realm has an exit, and this altar conceals a conduit leading outside, a path that evades the toxic mists of the mountain. Only that instrument can unlock the passage. At last, Jian Yue comprehended why the village was replete with magical artifacts. Yet Ji Feng had chosen that specific item. He also grasped why inscriptions from Ji Feng were etched upon the altar's pillars. This was a meticulously orchestrated plan. When Ji Feng arrived in Wanfachin village, through his investigations and studies, he unexpectedly uncovered the secret of the village's longevity. Concurrently, while residing in the Shin family home, he noticed the abnormal changes in Jian Yue. Influenced by the magnetic fields of Wanfachin village, a normal person would have likely parted ways. However, Ji Feng, battling cancer and yearning for life, began contemplating an escape. To conceal his activities from Jian Yue, he constructed 2 laboratories, one for her view, and the other for his research on Wanfachin village. The yellow talismans surrounding the pathway were meant to deter both the villagers and Jian Yue. Ultimately, heaven rewards the diligent. Ji Feng and his companions stumbled upon the altar's secret, and he rejoiced, believing he could attain immortality while escaping his monstrous girlfriend. Alas, fate had other plans. The channel beneath the altar might indeed be the true passage to survival, yet it was far from guaranteed. As Jian Yue pondered this, the system interface suddenly appeared. Main quest, The Secrets of Wanfachin Village, Progress, 96. He had deduced correctly. The viewers in the live stream grew increasingly excited. Wow, the plot thickens. How did we suddenly reach this point? The streamer must have unraveled Ji Feng's entire scheme. He had the highest exploration rate among all players, having discovered Ji Feng's 2 laboratories, which no one else had yet found. Experienced players could ascertain the reasons behind the plot's advancement. Yet, others in the live stream expressed concern. But why is the plot progress not maxed out? We covered the basic strategies and historical elements. What else remains undiscovered in Wanfachin village? It's quite vexing. Initially, Jian Yue's audience hovered around 10,000. But as the dungeon neared its conclusion and he emerged as the player with the highest narrative progress in Wanfachin village, new viewers flocked to his stream. System notification. Current viewer count in the live stream, 23,000. 945 have cast their votes of recommendation. The streamer has received 9,567 points in donations. Current ranking, 87. Would you like to exchange points? Upon hearing this announcement, Jian Yue replied, no need. Using points incurs a transaction fee. Just hold on to them. The system had long grown accustomed to his frugal habits, often redundant in its inquiries. Jian Yue assisted the villagers in transporting items. A light drizzle fell from the sky as people hurried to and fro around the altar. Once everything was set, the chief declared, everyone, take a moment to rest. The ritual will commence at the auspicious hour. When you whispered, the auspicious hour is at 3 in the morning, we still have 2 hours. Jian Yue remarked, I need to return to the Shin residence for a bit. Keep an eye on things here. The scar-faced man expressed skepticism. Why go back at this hour? Are you reluctant to leave your belongings? Jian Yue cast him a sidelong glance, a faint smile playing on his lips as he replied, you may be reluctant, but I am not. The scar-faced man hesitated, sensing that Jian Yue's words carried deeper meaning. Jian Yue chose not to engage further, making his way back through the misty rain to the Shun residence. He discovered that Aunt Zhang was absent from her small room, likely visiting old Li at the village entrance. Jian Yue proceeded directly to Shun Yushu's study, where he found Shun Yushu freshly bathed. Upon their meeting, Shun Yushu frowned and asked, where have you been to return in such disarray? Jian Yue answered candidly, the village is preparing for the Mountain God Festival, and as the village secretary, I went to assist. Shun Yushu let out a light snort and remarked, the village chief doesn't even pay you a salary. Yet you are quite devoted to him. After all, this is the young master's hometown. Jian Yue replied with a smile, attempting flattery, I must dedicate myself wholeheartedly. It's a matter of sentiment. Shun Yushu, too lazy to admonish him, simply said, hurry and wash up, don't catch a chill. I'll ask Aunt Zhang to brew you some ginger tea. Jian Yue responded, Aunt Zhang seems to have gone to the Mountain God Festival. I'll pass on the tea. Young master, I'm in good health, so it's nothing. He then sneezed. Shun Yushu said, since she has gone, I will brew it for you. Jian Yue, puzzled, asked, young master, you can actually make this? There are many things you are unaware of. Shun Yushu rolled up his sleeves and urged, go now, don't waste time. Jian Yue obediently went to take a bath and change clothes. It was only 12 o'clock with 3 hours left to spend with Jian Yue. When he emerged from the room, Jian Yue had just finished brewing the tea, placing the steaming cup on the table, saying, "Drink it while it's hot." Jian Yue approached obediently. Upon seeing the ginger soup, he felt a sense of wonder. In his rough-and-tumble childhood, he recalled a time when it rained heavily, and a classmate's parents came to fetch him, worried he might catch a cold, bringing along ginger soup in a thermos. The steam wafted out upon opening it, while his classmate, somewhat disdainful, expressed his reluctance to drink it, only to be gently coaxed by his parents to avoid getting sick. He had quietly observed from the side, curious about the taste of ginger soup, as he had seldom consumed it growing up. Sometimes he pondered whether he would ever have a home of his own, where someone would coax him to drink soup. "Why are you just standing there?" Jian Yue's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Do you want me to feed you? If you catch a cold tomorrow, you'll have to deal with it." Jian Yue snapped back to reality, smiling at Jian Yue. Then, "Young master, feed me." Jian Yue was taken aback for a moment before glaring at Jian Yue, his gaze akin to that of a mischievous sprite, teasing him with some mischievous thought. Jian Yue chuckled, intending to explain he was merely joking, when Jian Yue pulled out a bag of plum candy from his palm, placing it on the table, saying, "Here, suck on this." Jian Yue was momentarily stunned. The warm, yellow light of the room illuminated both of them as he looked at the candy, a treat typically given to children to coax them into taking medicine. After years of yearning for many things he had missed in his youth, someone was now presenting him with a long-awaited confection. Chapter 56. When Yue was startled, not due to a timid disposition, but because of the overwhelming aura Jian Yue suddenly exuded, which was quite formidable. The seriousness in his tone indicated he was not joking. He meant it, and if she did not comply, he might truly kill her. The scar-faced man could not help but shout, "Manager Wang, are you seeking death?" His voice dripped with menace. Jian Yue lifted his eyelids, his gaze sharp as he addressed Wen Yu. "Do you believe me? No matter what he does, I can certainly kill you before he lays a hand on you." Wen Yu had never anticipated that Manager Wang could utter such words, as he had always appeared timid and greedy, relying on Jian Yue for everything. Such perceptions had led her to underestimate Jian Yue. But she was taken aback to discover this side of him. "Manager Wang, let us speak civilly." Wen Yu quickly interjected, "I can hand over the card. But I've already spent 10 minutes on it. I only have the last 10 minutes left on this card. You want to make it in time?" Jian Yue retorted. "That's enough." Realizing his resolve, Wen Yu ceased her objections. She had brought many prop cards, but she could only blame herself for provoking him. Jian Yue sheathed his knife, the blade having grazed her skin, leaving a faint trace of blood. As he stepped forward, he cast a glance at Wen Yu, saying, "You will wait at this exit for 10 minutes. If 10 minutes pass and we have not emerged, you may leave. But if you do not stay the full 10 minutes when you had initially planned to flee the moment Jian Yue departed," but she did not anticipate his follow-up. An inexplicable tension gripped her. "What will happen?" Jian Yue replied coolly, "This blade has been tainted with the poison of the market props. If you leave within 10 minutes, I assure you, there will be consequences." Wen Yu smiled brightly, yet internally, she scoffed. "How could that be, Manager Wang? Since I have promised you, I will certainly keep my word." Jian Yue did not trust her, but at this point, he had no other choice. As he stepped down the stairs, the scar-faced man glared at him venomously. "You will regret going against us." Jian Yue halted, his calm demeanor illuminated by the distant flames. As he turned to the scar-faced man and stated, "I would regret going back." Many viewers in the live stream had been present since the beginning, transitioning from mere spectators to witnesses of every event within the instance, gaining some understanding of Jian Yue. Why has Manager Wang suddenly become so domineering? He dares to enter. For love breeds courage. He must be afraid. Have you forgotten that Manager Wang is the most timid? Yet he cannot turn back, for his Jian Yue remains. Oh heavens! I feel like crying. As Jian Yue entered the sea of flames, he saw countless struggling figures, their anguished cries echoing through the inferno, clearly suffering intensely from the flames. Someone grasped his pant leg. Looking down, he saw Li Guden, who was also in agony, mumbling incomprehensibly, pleading for Jian Yue to save him. "Don't pull," Jian Yue said. Li Guden assumed he was unwilling to help. Jian Yue continued, "These pants are quite expensive. If they are ruined, I'll have nothing left to wear. Besides, these were bought for me by the young master. I need to preserve them for future use, understand?" Li Guden shook his head. Jian Yue kicked him out of the altar's flames, stating, "I knew you wouldn't understand." He pressed onward, occasionally kicking aside others, even assisting some struggling bones in realigning their dislocated limbs, a task easy for a forensic expert. He continued until he reached the center, where he finally spotted the figure lying on the altar. Indeed, Xinyushu was there, seemingly unconscious. What widened Jian Yue's eyes was that the crimson flames were not conjured by any prop Xinyushu had used. Rather, a deep red energy emanated from him, akin to fresh blood, being absorbed into the altar's array, igniting endless flames that erupted from the murals and engulfed the entire altar. The mountain god beast knelt beside Xinyushu, having previously appeared ferocious, but upon seeing Jian Yue, it bared its teeth as if ready to attack. Jian Yue declared, "I carry no scent. Should you devour me, your master will not be pleased." The mountain god beast seemed momentarily taken aback, astonished that Jian Yue could discern such a thing. With no time for lengthy exchanges, Jian Yue knelt down carefully and lifted Xinyushu into his arms. In truth, Xinyushu was quite heavy, especially now that the connection with the altar had intensified the weight of the red mist emanating from him, which felt icy cold to the touch. However, Jian Yue did not relent. He seemed entirely oblivious to the chilling atmosphere surrounding him. Lowering his head, he called out, "Young master." The slumbering figure remained unresponsive, though there appeared a slight twitch of his brow. "Xinyushu." Jian Yue called again, sensing that Xinyushu must be enduring tremendous pain at that moment. He gently pressed his forehead against Xinyushu's face and spoke softly, "Xiaoyu, do not fear. I shall take you away." With that, Jian Yue hoisted the young man onto his back. The mountain spirit beast stared in astonishment as he carried Xinyushu outside. The weight of Xinyushu felt unusually heavy, as though he bore an immense burden, countless unseen weights pressing down upon him. Each step felt as if he were trudging through a sea of lead. Amidst the flames lay countless bones and twisted villagers, who feared to approach Xinyushu but felt no trepidation towards Jian Yue. When others obstructed his path, Jian Yue said, "Please, step aside." The skeletal figure disregarded him, adopting an expression of defiance. Taking a deep breath, Jian Yue gestured to the mountain spirit beast, which was idly watching from a distance, and commanded, "Go. Bite off its head. It disrespects the mountain spirit." After a brief silence, the mountain spirit beast remained motionless, yet the skeletal figure had already fled. Jian Yue pressed onward, the steps to safety seeming a great distance away. The fire continued to burn relentlessly, and although his cards shielded him from much of the heat, he could not escape the oppressive warmth. Sweat mingled with the rain pouring from the sky, rendering his vision a blur. As he ascended the steps, the uneven ground caused him to slip and fall. A muffled groan escaped his lips as pain surged through his knee and arm. But he quickly turned his attention to Xinyushu. Upon closer inspection, he found Xinyushu's face was pale, devoid of color. "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" Jian Yue grasped his hand, a rare hint of panic in his eyes. Xinyushu did not respond, his brow furrowed in agony, as the patterns on the altar incessantly absorbed the crimson mist from his being, as if devouring his very soul. Jian Yue activated his system, inquiring, "Do we have any items that can alleviate his wounds?" The system replied, "We only possess healing items, but his wounds are beyond our capacity to treat. We do have items that can alleviate pain, but they serve only to numb the sensation temporarily and cannot address the root cause. Furthermore, these medications are quite costly." "Provide me with some," Jian Yue insisted. The system responded, "Each set of items costs 3,000 points, and your account currently lacks sufficient points. Unless you withdraw from the live stream's donations, but doing so incurs a fee. Based on the exchange rate, you can only withdraw." Jian Yue, drenched and weary, continued to shield Xinyushu from the falling rain, his figure half kneeling on the ground as he implored, "Give me whatever you can. If you cannot, then extend credit." The viewers in the live stream were taken aback, some lamenting, "Steward Wang, you bargain for the cheapest medicine for yourself, but are willing to spend without hesitation for others." The comments filled with disbelief, as they noted his reluctance to use a 6-point remedy while eyeing a 3,000-point one without flinching. "Please, I beg you for more medicine," cried a viewer. "I just started watching, and now I can't handle this." Despite the chaos, the system acted swiftly, and Jian Yue soon found 3 vials of medication in his hands. Without hesitation, he uncapped them and poured the contents into Xinyushu. The pain-relieving potion appeared to take effect as Xinyushu's tightly drawn brow began to relax. Gently, Jian Yue's slender fingers smoothed over Xinyushu's features as he whispered, "It no longer hurts. Xiaoyu, do not fear. It will be over soon." The rain fell relentlessly, and blood began to trickle from Jian Yue's injured arm, rolling off his fingertips. He hesitated momentarily before wiping it away, recalling how much Xinyushu cherished cleanliness. Once more, Jian Yue hoisted Yue onto his back, determined to continue forward. However, the rain poured heavily, and the steps remained treacherous. After only a few strides, he nearly lost his footing again. At that moment, the systems panel alerted him that 10 minutes had nearly elapsed, leaving only 20 seconds remaining, while the ascent still loomed long ahead. The flames raged on, and Jian Yue recognized the futility of his efforts. He would not reach safety. Yet, rather than despair, a profound sense of solitude enveloped him as he sat against the stone wall, leaning against Yue's shoulder. Chapter 57. Jian Yue watched Yue's silhouette fade, as if taking with it all his strength. For a fleeting moment, that figure blurred in his vision, a familiar yet foreign. Heart-wrenching pain spread from his chest to his limbs. He sank down against the rock, trembling uncontrollably as the rain fell, swept by the wind onto his body. His back shook violently, his hands pressed against the wall, bulging with veins as he struggled against an unseen torment. In the next instant, he doubled over, crimson blood spilling from his mouth and staining the ground. Nearby, Tian, who had been waiting inside, was startled. She rushed over in a panic. Steward Wang. Li Ming also approached Jian Yue cautiously, asking, "What's wrong?" Jian Yue shook his head slowly, raising a hand feebly, his voice barely above a whisper. "You must leave quickly, but you must come with us." Tian cried. "This passage cannot return to the altar. I know you cannot bear to leave Shenzong, but your life is paramount. Staying here serves no purpose." Jian Yue remained silent, sitting there against the stone wall, his frame concealed in darkness. That slender silhouette appearing so solitary and stubborn. The livestream audience could no longer bear to watch. "Oh heavens, why must you torment Steward Wang so?" One viewer lamented. "Why does it have to end this way?" Amidst tears, they noticed others around them thinking them foolish. "I only came to witness the spectacle. Why must I suffer?" Despite the outpouring of lamentations, concern for Jian Yue prevailed among the viewers. The audience count, originally at 15,000, surged to 20,000 in that moment. Curious players returning to the lobby were drawn in by the emotional turmoil, and within a few short hours, the stream's ranking leapt from 87 to 75. Many players wondered aloud, what is happening with this novice dungeon? Why is the heat so intense? Hasn't the passage opened? Why are you still watching live? What a high recommendation. In the novice dungeon, an unexpected scene unfolded before the eyes of a hapless viewer who had inadvertently stumbled upon the live stream. Caught off guard, they involuntarily winced at the sight of blood. Despite their complaints, a peculiar reluctance to exit the stream lingered. Jian Yue's livestream possessed an enchanting allure. The atmosphere and the dungeon itself compelled viewers to remain and witness how far he would progress. The audience sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, resigned to the inevitable outcome of exiting the dungeon. "What else can we do?" they murmured among themselves. In the channel, Tian fervently encouraged, "When my boyfriend perished, Butler Wang, you advised me not to let his death be in vain. Everything Mr. Shen is doing now is for us. If you leave, won't that mean his sacrifice was in vain?" Li Ming nodded in agreement, though her words were scarce, simply adding, "Yes, Tian is right." Jian Yue finally stirred, slowly pushing himself up against the stone wall. "Let us go," he said calmly. Tian's eyes lit up, and Li Ming felt a surge of joy. Jian Yue's demeanor remained composed. Apart from his pale face and a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he appeared unperturbed. "What about Brother Dao?" he inquired. "They left a while ago, but it seems the stone wall ahead is still missing something. Otherwise, it wouldn't open. So they're anxiously waiting up front," Tian replied. Jian Yue suggested, "Let us go see." His calmness unnerved Tian, who found it hard to reconcile with the fact that the person who had just bled and seemed on the brink of collapse was now so composed. "I'll guide you," Li Ming offered. The two young women led the way, and as they traversed the winding tunnels, perhaps to ease his burden or to instill a sense of hope for the future, they attempted to shift the conversation. Tian remarked, "Now we can finally return. This truly is a case of great misfortune turning into blessings. I can finally sleep soundly again. During our time in the village, I feared I might lose my sanity. Not a single night was restful." Li Ming agreed. "When we return, I intend to have a proper sleep and dedicate myself to studying the spells I neglected before. One must not wait until the hour of need to lament the lack of knowledge." Tian eagerly chimed in, "Let us do it together. I want to learn martial arts." As they chatted, Tian turned to Jian Yue and asked, "Butler Wang, what do you intend to do?" Jian Yue, taken aback that they still thought of him, pondered seriously before responding, "If we return, I will build a gravestone for the old lady. It is a promise I made to Yue." Tian and Li Ming fell silent. They had hoped to divert Jian Yue's attention, to lift his spirits, but now they only seemed to deepen his gloom. The group soon reached the tunnel's exit, where Scarface and Wen Yu awaited them. Scarface's face brightened upon seeing Jian Yue, and he approached, saying, "Butler Wang, where's the bronze mirror? We needed to open this door." Jian Yue noticed a door before him, its panels shaped like bronze mirrors. However, this was not his primary concern. He directly inquired, "What about the necklace?" Scarface paused. "What?" "The necklace belonging to Ji Feng," Jian Yue clarified. "I gave it to you at the altar. You used it to open the tunnel." At that moment, he understood he would likely remain behind to destroy the plaque, and returning was improbable. He had relinquished the necklace to Scarface, trusting his experience to navigate faster. While he harbored doubts about the necklace's potential dangers preventing Ji Feng from leaving the mountain, thus unwilling to entrust it to Tian and Li Ming, Scarface's demeanor shifted, his eyes darting. "Why do you ask about that?" He replied evasively. Jian Yue, unfazed, declared, "I will produce the bronze mirror to open the door, and you will hand over the necklace." Scarface frowned. "Why not just leave together? What do you need the necklace for? Such items cannot be taken out." Ultimately, he was reluctant to part with it. The viewers in the live stream were incensed. How greedy. This man has no shame. Such a high-level item is likely to be taken out of the dungeon. He refuses to spit it out. Jian Yue fixed his gaze on Scarface, his eyes dark and fathomless, and in a low voice stated, "If you do not return the necklace, I will not produce the mirror." Scarface, now agitated, responded, "You." With a scoff, he sneered, "You think we can't do anything? Go ahead and try." Jian Yue replied coolly, "I do not wish to live. My life is indeed of little worth. But I assure you, before I perish, the first to die will certainly be you." His tone remained flat, devoid of menace. Yet at some point, a silver butterfly knife gracefully appeared in his palm, spinning effortlessly in a beautiful arc. This inexplicably sent a shiver down Scarface's spine as he recalled the moment Jian Yue had drawn a blade, swiftly pressing it against Wen Yu's throat. An act so swift that none could fathom its execution. Wen Yu interjected, "Brother Dao, just give it to him." Scarface, sensing danger, had been awaiting an opportunity. Upon hearing her words, he hastily conceded, "Fine, take it." He quickly tossed the necklace to Jian Yue. Jian Yue caught the necklace, confirmed its authenticity, and then tossed the bronze mirror to Scarface. They placed the mirror upon the door's mechanism as if it were a precious treasure. The mirror fit perfectly, and as soon as it was positioned, the once-closed door emitted a resonant groan, slowly swinging open with a heavy sound. Scarface beamed, exclaiming, "It's open." Finally, a brilliant white light emanated from the doorway, the exit revealed. The other players, nearly overwhelmed with joy, were on the verge of tears. Zhang Chong exclaimed, "It's the exit. We can finally leave." He turned to the others, all sporting smiles, while a few players stumbled towards the tunnel. Just as they were about to depart, Jian Yue suddenly felt the necklace slip from his grasp. Scarface, employing some unknown trick, had managed to retrieve it from afar. Standing confidently, he smirked at Jian Yue, saying, "I warned you. Crossing us comes with a cost. Now both the necklace and the mirror are mine." The principle of the absolute monster was to never leave empty-handed. Scarface stood close to the exit, emboldened by his belief that Jian Yue would not pursue him. With a triumphant grin, Scarface turned to leave, but suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. His eyes widened in disbelief as he felt a tremor run through him. Slowly lowering his gaze to his abdomen, where a knife was embedded, bloodied and glistening, the assailant was none other than Tian, the timid girl who had always been overlooked. The burden he had never considered a threat. Tian's hands were stained crimson, blood soaking through her trembling fingers, yet she did not falter. Scarface, in disbelief, stammered, "Why? You killed Wang Kuan." Tian gazed at his reddened eyes, clearly pained by her actions, yet her gaze became resolutely steadfast amidst her tears. She declared, "Taking a life must be met with a life. It is a fundamental principle." Suddenly, Wen Yu rushed over, exclaiming, "Stop." However, in the next moment, she found herself at the mercy of a blade pressed against her waist. Li Ming had appeared behind her, whispering, "You should concern yourself with your own safety first." Wen Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood the gravity of the situation. She quickly implored, "Please don't kill me. Do you have any idea how severe the consequences of murder in this scenario are? If you take a life, the system will impose harsh penalties. First, all rewards from this mission will be stripped from you. Secondly, upon exiting the mission, all your accounts will be marked as wanderers, barring your entry into the player hall and prohibiting you from accessing all realms. You will be unable to join any guilds. and you will be denied the legal certification of a nightmare citizen, leading to expulsion by all enforcers. Additionally, should you re-enter the mission, you will be hunted by vengeful spirits. Chapter 58. Jian Yue knelt before the cave, as his blood soaked through the jade pendant, transforming it into a searing heat. Amidst the gentle rain and swirling mist, the pendant erupted in a brilliant light, almost merging with Shun Yushu's crimson fog. Yet, even as the pendant gleamed, it did not cease absorbing the blood from Jian Yue's fingertips, continuously radiating light, while the system's warning echoed incessantly. Jian Yue felt his palm burning, the heat radiating from his fingertips to his heart. He knelt in the storm, unable to discern where the pain originated, his gaze fixed upon Shun Yushu in the distance. The system continued its countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown concluded, Jian Yue collapsed, his consciousness fading into a haze, faintly hearing the wails of spirits and the relentless thunder in the background. The viewers in the livestream erupted in chaos. Oh my, I can't believe it. Are you really risking your life, streamer? How can you play like this? The channel is truly shut down. In an instant, the viewer count surged to 30,000. And as the system's countdown concluded, the entire stream went dark, leaving the audience in utter bewilderment. Simultaneously, a post appeared on the Taskers forum. The one from Wanfu village really hasn't emerged. Replies flooded in immediately. He truly hasn't come out. The new hall had no additional players when the stream shut down. Others began to lose their composure. So he really is dead? That was a gold card at the Zhang level. The issue isn't just that. It's that he chose not to live. I finally found a streamer I enjoyed watching. And now he's gone. This thread garnered thousands of replies within 10 minutes, quickly climbing to the trending list. Players emerging from the stream, initially stunned, flocked to the forum to discuss the shocking news, though most found it hard to accept. Yet, the reality of no increase in survival numbers in the new hall remained unchanged. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, a crisp sound shattered the air. The jade cup shattered into pieces upon the floor. Useless, a man shouted, his expression contorted with rage. You couldn't even conquer a simple novice mission. And now a newcomer has managed to eliminate one of us. When you trembled slightly in fear, struggling to maintain her composure as she spoke, it's not my incompetence. I never anticipated how formidable Butler Wong would be. He has been vigilant from the start and refused to cooperate with us. We did consider strategies, but he evaded every trap. The man replied, the scar-faced man was also killed by him. When you nodded gently, her fear palpable. Outside, a light chuckle resonated, as someone leaned against the doorframe, saying, oh dear, what a disgrace. I caught a glimpse of that person's stream. It was quite entertaining. That card was impressive too. How about letting me take the next mission? The man sitting at the forefront replied, no need. He is already dead. Dead? That's such a pity. The figure at the door sighed. I had prepared 100 methods to torment him. After all, I genuinely liked him and wanted to capture him for some fun. It's unfortunate, as I was quite eager for his return. People like him are rare. When you felt that both individuals in the room were utterly deranged, what good could come from being noticed by a madman? She was torn between praying for Butler Wong's survival or his demise. At the hospital, Jian Yue lay on the bed, observing the nurses bustling about. He sighed and said to the person beside him, young master, I've told you I'm fine. Why don't you believe me? Shun Yushu shot him a glare and retorted, the doctor advised you to rest. Otherwise, you may be left with scars. Are you not listening? Jian Yue sighed again, reminding him, young master, that was what the doctor said 10 days ago. Shun Yushu sat on the sofa nearby, reviewing financial documents. What the doctor said 10 days ago is still valid. I've already communicated with the hospital. You must remain here for the next week. The estate has prepared meals for your recovery. Jian Yue looked at Shun Yushu, pondering how they had both been rescued by a helicopter after the fire in the mountains. Yet only Shun Yushu was now lively and well, while he himself was injured. If only his system wasn't malfunctioning or feigning death, he would have considered exchanging something in the marketplace. Oh, he had forgotten. His points had long been depleted. Damn, I'm now utterly broke. Jian Yue lamented internally, lying back down, realizing that poverty truly sapped all motivation. Just then, he heard Shun Yushu say, once you return to the estate, you may choose to continue your studies or work. Either way, I can support you. Jian Yue sat up abruptly, asking, young master, if I continue as your steward, will you still pay me monthly? Shun Yushu shot him a look of exasperation. You have no idea of my financial capabilities. Rest assured, you will receive every penny you are due. Jian Yue beamed, exclaiming, young master, you truly are my savior. Ouch, my back. Shin Yushu, noticing Jian Yu's sudden movement, admonished. I told you to rest, yet you insist on stirring. How is your back still in pain? It's been 2 days. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the blue sky dotted with fluffy clouds, making the figures of the two within the room appear even more intimate. A gentle breeze swept in, carrying the warmth of late autumn. By winter, Jian Yue had left the hospital. The system had not reappeared, and he no longer cared. After departing from Wanfu village, the world resumed its normalcy. During winter, Jian Yue cultivated a small vegetable garden at the estate, erecting a trellis for planting in the coming spring. Shin Yushu scoffed. As if our home could lack for food. Jian Yue replied, it's different. Homegrown food is safe, and besides, this vast expanse of lawn seems wasteful. Moreover, didn't you say my flowers grew well? I believe vegetables will flourish too. Soon, you'll be savoring the produce of my affection. Shin Yushu chuckled softly. Although he feigned disdain, he nonetheless went to assist Jian Yue when he forgot to shovel the soil. As a result, the household servants noticed. Upon returning home, the CEO did not head straight into the house. Instead, he first took a stroll around the small vegetable garden. He even left a book in the car titled 100 Questions About Farming Knowledge. As the weather grew colder, the small garden began to take shape. The two of them celebrated their first new year together. As a diligent worker, Jian Yue certainly would not exploit his friends. Thus, he granted the household servants a day off early in the morning. Consequently, when Shin Yushu awoke upstairs, he found the entire estate unusually quiet. Upon looking up, he spotted Jian Yue in the kitchen preparing a meal. Jian Yue sought a dish of greens and, upon seeing Shin Yushu descend, waved and exclaimed, Young master, come and see, I've made a dish. Shin Yushu approached, somewhat surprised. You made this? It looks quite good. Jian Yue nodded eagerly. Would you like to give it a try? Shin Yushu picked up chopsticks and took a bite. After swallowing, he cast a long, contemplative glance at Jian Yue. Curious, Jian Yue inquired, what's wrong? How does it taste? Shin Yushu replied, the flavor is indeed quite remarkable. Gradually, Shin Yushu set down his chopsticks and remarked, where are the cooks and servants? They've all left? Jian Yue affirmed, yes, they need to take a break for the new year. I let them go because this festival is meant for families to be together. Shin Yushu suggested, since you're cooking, I might as well prepare a dish too. Jian Yue was astonished, you can cook as well? As Shin Yushu skillfully tied on an apron, he explained, when my mother was off and away, I had to learn to fend for myself when hunger struck. Later, I stopped cooking because work consumed all my time. Jian Yue offered, do you need my help? Seeing Jian Yue move, Shin Yushu hurriedly interjected, no, you still need to recuperate. Just wait here. Jian Yue, noticing that the scars on his hands had faded, insisted, I'm perfectly fine now. See for yourself. Without turning around, Shin Yushu replied, if you don't step aside, you'll delay my cooking, and we'll miss the fireworks tonight. Jian Yue promptly stated, then I'll go outside and prepare the plates. They had purchased some fireworks the previous day for the evening's display. Jian Yue was quite eager, reminiscing about his childhood when he would only set off small fireworks with his grandparents. Back then, his family was poor, and they could only afford small ones. Often watching others' grand displays with envy. It wasn't merely the fireworks he envied, but the familial gatherings, all together under the dazzling sky. Now, he finally had someone to share the experience with. That evening, Shin Yushu prepared an exquisite feast, and Jian Yue savored every bite, delighted by the meal. After finishing, they stored some in the refrigerator while discarding the rest. Jian Yue took to washing the dishes as Shin Yushu moved the fireworks outside to the yard. Once Jian Yue finished washing, he stepped out to witness the fireworks soaring into the sky, bursting into a splendid, colorful arc that illuminated the entire world momentarily. How beautiful! Jian Yue exclaimed. The distant sounds of fireworks from other households added to the festive atmosphere. As the clock struck midnight, Jian Yue heard Shin Yushu beside him saying, Happy New Year. Turning to glance at him, the fireworks glow cast a tender light on Shin Yushu's handsome profile, prompting Jian Yue to smile and echo, Happy New Year. Chapter 59. After filling out another form, the staff handed Jian Yue a card, stating, This is your residence card in our nightmare copy world. From today onwards. With this identity card, you can enter the player hall and trading hall in 3 days. You can also take a cloud ship to the various territories in the dream world. Each territory has its own rules, so be mindful of your conduct. Violating territorial regulations will result in expulsion by the enforcers. Jian Yue asked, Can we return to the real world? Yes, but in the real world, you are already dead. To return, you need to obtain a resident certificate from various realms and exchange points for survival time. Once you accumulate enough, you can apply to return to the real world, the staff explained. The specifics depend on the regulations of each domain. Jian Yue inquired, how many domains are there in this nightmare world? Are the rulers of each domain different? The staff responded, there are 4 domains: moon, thunder, fire, and spark. Each domain has its own ruler. That's enough questions for now. You should be on your way. Jian Yue thought the staff was quite impatient but nodded and replied. Then, farewell. Turning back, he noticed that at the front of the hall stood a semicircular column, adorned with 6 intricately embroidered pillars. Between every 2 pillars was a sending port, seemingly leading to different domains. Jian Yue surmised that the place he had just exited was the newcomer hall. Further ahead, he spotted a larger sending port, likely designated for more experienced taskers. They exited without hesitation, promptly locating their respective sending ports. In contrast, newcomers appeared hesitant, their faces curious, occasionally scratching their heads. Upon entering the sending hall, Jian Yue's communicator suddenly lit up. Pressing the green button, he heard a familiar voice. Is that you, Butler Wang? Sweet's voice was somewhat familiar, albeit hesitant. Oh my goodness, it really is you. Ming, your card is amazing. It reacts no matter where you are. Jian Yue asked, how did you find me? Li Ming's voice came through the communicator after you exited. We waited for you in the newcomer hall but didn't see anyone matching your information. When I left Wanfuqing, the system rewarded me with an extra card for outside use. To find you, sweet, and I have been trying every day. Jian Yue chuckled. Aren't you worried that I might have died long ago? Li Ming replied. I consulted an oracle, and it indicated your spirit was still intact, so I figured you were alive. Jian Yue thought that the nightmare world was indeed filled with remarkable individuals. Let us set a time to meet, Butler Wang. Sweet exclaimed. We'll be in the moon realm. Take the 3rd port, and we'll wait for you in the moon realm hall. As Jian Yue approached the sending hall, he noticed a column above one of the sending ports etched with a moon, while others bore flames, flowers, and lightning. He deduced that the moon realm was associated with this column. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The sending port led to a narrow path surrounded by an endless sea of clouds. A crowd gathered, waiting for the ship, engaging in hushed conversations. I'm a newcomer. Are you all as well? I am too. I heard from the reception that the moon realm is the most welcoming territory for newcomers. I have few points and plan to check it out. Same here, I'm going as well. Unexpectedly, the world beyond the instance is vast. I have yet to explore the various realms. I wonder if the administrators of the moon realm are amiable. I am a bit anxious. Jian Yue stood at the back, gazing at the distant sea of clouds. Before long, a colossal ship approached, its upper deck adorned with a grand crescent emblem. A ramp slowly descended. As all players boarded the vessel, a giant screen scanned each individual. With a mechanical voice, it announced, Welcome to the moon realm. Be a law-abiding player, not a wanderer. Entry permitted. This repeated thrice. Some newcomers, perplexed, inquired about the meaning of wanderer. Those with a modicum of understanding explained that a wanderer refers to individuals who resort to nefarious methods within the instance, such as murder, thus judged by the system as outcasts. However, I have heard that the rules in the moon realm are even more stringent. It is the only place that prohibits players with a history of cruelty. If discovered, one faces permanent exile from the moon realm. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The ship activated, initially revealing a sky filled with clouds. As it slowly entered the moon realm, the view transformed into a celestial expanse adorned with countless stars and a moon that hung beautifully above, resembling a scene from a fairyland. Many were left spellbound. As the ship gently docked, the mechanical voice echoed once more, Welcome to the territory of the moon realm. Abide by the laws and become a happy citizen of the moon realm. Please disembark in an orderly fashion, avoiding crowding and trampling, and ensure you have all personal belongings. Jian Yue thought the system was rather verbose. Though it might annoy others, it seemed content, and he mused that if he had a ship, he might nag others similarly. The group descended to the entrance hall, where they spotted 2 young girls in the distance, one with a lively ponytail and the other with her hair elegantly pinned up. Exuding an air of quietude, their gazes met. The other girl spoke, Wang. Jian Yue replied, You can just call me Xiao Jian. We are outside the instance now. No need for formalities. Sweet immediately chimed in, Jian Ge. Just call me by my nickname, Tian. Li Ming added, Yes, my real name is Li Xian Ming. You can call me whatever you like, Jian Ge. Jian Yue found no need to correct them. The 3 settled into a quiet corner. And he directly inquired, How long have you been out? He was curious about the time difference between here and the outside world. About 3 days, Tian replied. Jian Yue nodded. Having lived with Jian Yue for over 20 years, it appeared that a decade in the instance equated to a single day in the nightmare world. Not too long at all, thank goodness. Li Ming remarked. We are currently in the novice protection period, allowing us to enter a new instance after 10 days. Tian and I have about 7 days left. But we must choose the instance a day early, otherwise, the system will allocate one for us. Jian Yue added, I just checked my time. I have about 7 or 8 days left as well, which must account for the rest period. Tian joyfully exclaimed, then we can form a team for the next instance. That's fantastic. Li Ming nodded in agreement. I also believe so. I have heard that the difficulty of instances increases progressively. Although Tian and I are not the strongest, I have exchanged some points for time and retrieved my spell book and items from the real world. I believe I can be of assistance within the instance. Tian eagerly raised her hand. Take me along, please. I promise I won't cry anymore. I'll offer my teleportation card unconditionally. Jian Yue chuckled. He was indifferent but replied, Scarface, and when you are likely organized, they mentioned that they wouldn't easily let me go. I even suspect that if I enter a new instance, I might encounter newcomers from their organization, which could endanger you as well. Li Ming frowned, and Tian gasped. The two girls exchanged glances, grasping the seriousness of the situation. Jian Yue continued, Thus, we should stick together. Li Ming responded, Otherwise, you would be isolated and vulnerable within the instance, which could be even more perilous. Tian immediately agreed. Yes, and we both hold a grudge against them. We are among their most vehement adversaries. Frankly, we are victims. While I cannot save Kuan Ge, which weighs heavily on my heart, I can prevent another version of myself from arising. Li Ming added, Jian Ge, you need not feel burdened by the thought of dragging us down. This is our own decision, and it is what we wish to pursue. Seeing their resolve, Jian Yue replied, Very well. In 5 days, we shall select an instance to enter. Just as the three finished speaking, someone waved from a distance. A robust-looking young man approached. Hey, are you done chatting? Jian Yue looked up, hesitating. Who is this? Tian introduced. This is Zhang Chong from the instance. He is. Is this Wang Guanjia? Zhang Chong exclaimed. His sturdy face flushed with excitement as he rushed over to firmly grasp Jian Yue's hand. My savior. You are my savior. I cannot repay your immense kindness. Without you, there would be no me. I would go through fire and water for you. Please, allow me to kneel. Jian Yue quickly stopped him, jesting, No kneeling. I have no red envelopes to give you. Zhang Chong chuckled, scratching his head. It's just good to see you alive, Wang Guanjia. You might not know, but the player forum has been buzzing about you for days, claiming you were dead. Jian Yue had never visited the forum, yet he instructed, regardless of what others say. I wish to keep my identity in the game separate from my real self. I hope you all can keep this confidential. The three nodded in agreement. In the nightmare world, bonds forged during a novice instance are the strongest, akin to lifelong friendships. Zhang Chong pulled out a chair and sat down, by the way. Now that we are all gathered, we should discuss something important. Have you considered which realm residents permit to obtain? Tian quickly replied, I have thought about it. But I haven't decided yet. Zhang Chong, being sociable and well-informed, continued, I have been perusing the forums these past few days and gathered much information about the 4 territories. The Moon Realm is the most welcoming for novices, with various benefits and a high level of safety. However, its drawback is comparatively weaker strength, lacking powerful guilds and management. I have heard that none of the top 10 players belong to the Moon Realm. Chapter 60. After Jian Yue grasped the situation, he withdrew his hand, saying, Are we still on the ship? Yes, someone next to him replied. We should dock by this afternoon. To be honest, I'm quite nervous. I'm unsure if I'll be assigned to a decent dorm. No sooner had he spoken than another boy, wearing black glasses and who had been silent until now, interjected, Surviving is already a blessing. Why expect so much? The boy beside Jian Yue retorted angrily. You. The two began to spar verbally. Jian Yue noted the brewing conflict. If he recalled correctly, this instance was supposed to be an academy. Why was there a discussion about survival? Unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to inquire further before the matter escalated. The corridor was filled with a mechanical announcement. All personnel, please assemble on the deck. The ship is about to dock. As the voice echoed, the two individuals who had been in a heated exchange fell silent, promptly rising and hurrying outside, as if fearing punishment for tardiness. Jian Yue struggled to keep pace with their rapid departure. The system panel materialized before him. The instance has fully loaded. Would you like to open the live streaming room? Jian Yue, reminded of the potential rewards for streaming, replied, "Open it." The system inquired, "Do you wish to conceal your past streaming records? Should your affiliation with a particular domain be hidden? Some players from other domains may harbor biases against others." Jian Yue responded, "Hide my previous streaming records, but there is no need to conceal my domain information." Instantly, the system displayed, "Identity number 543. Official resident of the Moon domain, live streaming room for Hope Island activated. Current streaming popularity, 0. Online viewers, 0. No recommendation channels available. Please strive diligently, broadcaster." Jian Yue closed the system panel, being the last to exit the room. As he walked along the deck, he passed by a room where he heard muffled sobs. "What should we do? I'm so scared. Can we escape? I don't want to go to that island. I've heard many have perished there." "Shoo, are you trying to get us killed? Hurry up. The announcement is calling for us. If we don't go now, we may never get the chance." The sounds of shuffling followed. Jian Yue quietly noted these clues and continued toward the deck. Gradually, a few individuals trickled into the streaming room. The Hope Island instance hasn't opened in ages. The survival rate for taskers is too low, and strategies are incomplete. Few dare to venture in. This streamer must possess considerable skill to take the plunge. "Oh, look, it's from the Moon domain. There aren't many strong players there. This one is likely just an unfortunate random pick. Well, there's nothing to see then." Upon reaching the deck, Jian Yue noticed that those who had arrived had already formed a line. As he entered, he felt countless gazes converge upon him, particularly from a woman at the front, clad in a blue and white uniform, clutching a notebook and recording notes. She proclaimed loudly, "I am your reception officer. To the last few students who have arrived, please adhere to the discipline. Hope Island is a place for nurturing the world's most exceptional talents, and any breaches of discipline or lack of punctuality will not be tolerated." Then, as if to set an example, she pointedly addressed Jian Yue. "You, student Wang. Why are you so late? Did you not hear the announcement? Bad students will have points deducted." At her words, the atmosphere grew tense, a palpable silence enveloping the air. She narrowed her eyes at him, her dark gaze suddenly resembling that of a serpent, menacing and intimidating, causing those nearby to tremble in fear. Jian Yue, initially taken aback, pointed at himself. "Are you referring to me?" The reception officer, her tone sharp, retorted, "Of course it's you. Who else could it be?" Jian Yue countered, "Did you just say I lack a sense of time?" The reception officer scoffed, "Is that not the case? Arriving so late, do you have anything to contest?" Tension escalated. Even the sparse audience in the streaming room murmured, "This is it. He's already in trouble at the start. I hope he doesn't get eliminated before reaching the island." The reception officer had a penchant for picking on newcomers. Those chosen by her rarely escaped unscathed. However, under the scrutiny of many, Jian Yue boldly replied, "Report to the reception officer. The announcement did not specify a time frame for assembling on the deck. Thus it is not a matter of my punctuality, but rather an oversight in the announcement." The reception officer's expression momentarily blanked. After all, she had employed this tactic against countless newcomers, and no one had ever dared to respond in such a manner. She quickly regained her composure. "The announcement didn't specify? I suspect you simply didn't hear it. How else could everyone else have?" At that moment, Jian Yue produced his phone, deftly playing a recorded audio clip, which echoed across the deck. "All personnel, please assemble on the deck. The ship is about to dock." The mechanical voice reverberated, as if delivering an invisible slap to the reception officer's face. Her lips twitched, and she regarded Jian Yue as if he were a lunatic. "After all, who records an announcement in the cabin?" She inquired, "What were you recording that for?" Initially, hoping to reprimand Jian Yue for using his phone, she was caught off guard when he replied, "I thought the esteemed leaders would address us once the announcement sounded, and as a newcomer, I should remember their words, ensuring they resonate in my mind at all times. So, I recorded it. Is there a problem, reception officer? I can delete it immediately." The reception officer, flustered, replied, "No. Just return to your place." Jian Yue smiled, "Thank you, reception officer." His previous profession had ingrained in him the habit of recording during work. So upon awakening in the cabin, he had instinctively begun recording to capture any crucial clues, which had now proven useful. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, Jian Yue, despite being called out, returned to the line unscathed, leaving not only his fellow students astounded but also the viewers in the streaming room in shock. "Wow, you pulled that off. Haha, streamer, you're quite clever. I've never seen the reception officer taken down a peg like this. This is getting interesting." Initially, due to his affiliation with the Moon domain, many had lost interest in the stream, expecting little entertainment. However, as viewers began to dwindle, a few remained. Intrigued by this unexpected turn of events. Once back in line, the instructor resumed her speech, her words clear. Hope Island is the pinnacle of academic institutions on Dimmer's star. And it is a privilege for you all to be here. Any violations will result in point deductions. This was the second mention of points. Jian Yue speculated that points might be akin to safety values, and students who lost points could face various penalties. Soon, papers were distributed among the group. Jian Yue lowered his gaze to the rules, which clearly stated, the highest governing regulations of Hope Island are as follows. 1. All students entering the island must unconditionally obey its regulations. 2. Respect all senior educators. 3. There will be specialized examinations each month. Students who fail will have points deducted. Article 5. Aside from the designated examinations each month, no other test shall be conducted. Should such an instance arise, refrain from answering any questions and promptly exit the classroom. Article 6. Students are prohibited from leaving their dormitories after lights out in the evening. Article 7. If any issues arise during your time on the island, feel free to seek assistance from the Academic Affairs Office, where the amiable dean will be ready to help you. Article 8. All students are required to wear their uniforms during the day. Article 9. Students must carry their identification badges at all times, both day and night. Article 10. If one's identification badge displays information that belongs to another, it must be reported to a supervisor immediately. This document contains precisely 10 regulations. And a cursory glance reveals that while some rules appear quite ordinary, others seem rather perplexing. The receptionist inquired, have you all noted the rules? Every single one is of utmost importance, and it is imperative that you memorize them without exception. Do you understand? The crowd replied in unison, yes. As the conversation continued, she received a communication. The receptionist then informed the group, oh, we have received notice that one of the school rules printed may contain an error. The correct information will be communicated to you later. The crowd murmured, among the 10 rules, one is incorrect. Instinctively, everyone began to lower their heads, scrutinizing the paper in hand, attempting to identify the erroneous rule. After all, it seemed that violating any regulation on this island was a grave matter. Unfortunately, each rule appeared to be perfectly reasonable, making it difficult to discern the mistake. The receptionist announced, all right, we are nearing the shore. Please line up and prepare to disembark. As everyone looked up, the island came into view, a secluded paradise adorned with lush greenery, exuding beauty. Towering above the island were countless pavilions and palatial buildings, shimmering like a golden castle, truly a sight to behold, enveloped by an invisible electronic dome. Chapter 61. On the path through the maple grove, Lung observed someone hastily approaching him. The early summer air was warm, yet a refreshing breeze brushed past as the figure drew near, the shadows of the trees swaying gently. The individual, adorned with silver-framed glasses, possessed bright, sparkling eyes and gazed at him with an openness and warmth akin to the sun. When their eyes met, he smiled, his expression bright and inviting. Young master. Lung was momentarily taken aback, his typically aloof demeanor tinged with a hint of confusion. You? I am a new student. My surname is Wang, the newcomer introduced himself. I just arrived today and have been assigned as your personal attendant. Though he was puzzled as to why a student on this island would have a companion, he dismissed the thought. Upon seeing Lung Li, his profile and demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Xin Yushu, though he was not in search of any substitute for Xin Yushu. He was simply intrigued by the fleeting familiarity he felt. Lung Li's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of indifference passing through them. With a scoff and raised eyebrow, he remarked, so, you are the steward assigned to me by the island? Wang nodded affirmatively. Yes, that is indeed me. Following this exchange, both fell silent, their gazes locked. Wang, puzzled, wondered why Lung Li continued to stare at him after their conversation. Eventually, Lung Li, appearing as though he had never encountered such a dim-witted attendant, said, why are you not assisting me with my belongings? The system panel chimed in. Warning, player behavior deviating from character norms detected. Note, attendants do not exhibit such lack of awareness. Deducting 5 life points. Current life points, 40. Wang replied, young master, please allow me to carry it. I revel in the opportunity to assist. Long Li remained silent for a moment, regarding him coolly. Wang feared he had displeased his master once more. Just then, Lung Li commented, you are holding the SIBO number 5 incorrectly. Wang glanced at the spherical object he was awkwardly carrying by its ear, realizing it appeared quite peculiar. He chuckled awkwardly, my apologies, young master. I shall rectify it at once. He repositioned the sphere in his arms, uncertain of its true nature, but resolved to adhere to the work ethic of not questioning the employer's affairs. As he pondered, he heard Lung Li instruct, "Hold it properly and follow me to return it to my laboratory." "Certainly, young master," Wang replied, trailing behind Lang Li. Seizing the opportunity to observe the layout of the island, he noted the diverse architecture scattered across the landscape, and as dusk descended, many buildings were obscured in shadows, their silhouettes haunting against the dimming light. Occasionally, he glimpsed figures moving behind the vacant glass panes, particularly noticing one building where vibrant colors splashed across the windows. A chilling breeze swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Lung Li glanced at him, puzzled. What is the matter? Startled by the earlier scene, Wang, who had hoped this cybernetic realm would be devoid of specters, found himself unnerved by the unsettling atmosphere. Observing Lung Li's noble demeanor, Wang timidly ventured, "Young master, how long have you been studying at this school? Do you not find some buildings rather strange, as though unfit for human habitation?" Lung Li inquired, "Which building are you referring to?" Wang weakly gestured toward the edifice where he had just seen movement. Lung Li responded, "Oh, that is my laboratory." Wang remarked, "Yet, in all fairness, the building does exhibit an air of elegance." Lung Li replied, "The viewers in the live stream are amused. Haha, is that truly just one step back? It seems more like a retreat of substantial measure. Is this truly the master of the gossip card?" Although Steward Wang appears deceased, there is something strangely familiar about the streamer. As the audience speculated, Wang followed Lang Li to his laboratory. Upon arriving at the base of the building, it appeared rather ordinary, a 6-story structure with red brick and green tiles, though the dim light cast an oppressive hue on the red facade. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, Wang handed the object to Lang Li, saying, "Young master, I shall take my leave now." Lang Li replied, "Do not hand it to me. Simply discard it wherever you like." Wang protested, "Why then did you have me bring it back?" He gazed at the sphere, asking, "What is wrong with Sibo No? 5 that you no longer desire it?" Lang Li cast a disdainful glance at the sphere, stating, "It was knocked over by someone near the flower bed. I have a phobia of dirt. I refuse to keep anything that has been soiled by others." Wang queried, "Then why have you asked me to retrieve it? Am I somehow special to you?" "You are not like others," Lang Li retorted. "Are you not my attendant?" Wang replied, "Your wisdom is unmatched, young master." As a cool breeze swept by, Wang cradled the sphere, contemplating a suitable place to dispose of it. Glancing at the time, he realized it was time to return to his dormitory. "Young master, I shall take my leave now." Lang Li nodded faintly. As they brushed past each other, a cold breeze swept by. Jian Yue turned slightly and remarked, "The evening air is chilly. It might get cold outside. Remember to wear a coat when you come out later. The clouds look rather heavy. It might rain. If it does, don't forget to take an umbrella to avoid getting soaked." Over the past decade, Shen Yushu's health had deteriorated, and Jian Yu's care for him had become habitual. Lung Li paused momentarily, his handsome face revealing a slight tightening of his lips. His gaze towards Jian Yue became more earnest as he spoke. "Butler Wang." That deep, familiar voice resonated. Jian Yu's heart stirred. "I have a car to take me back to my residence. I want to catch a chill," he replied. "Ah." The cool breeze brushed past again as he prepared to leave. Lang Li continued, also prompting Jian Yue to glance back at him. With a rebellious expression, Lang Li added, "Remember to come tomorrow and have someone arrange a pass for my laboratory. Otherwise, will you expect me to open the door for you when you visit?" Jian Yue nodded. "Understood, young master." He appeared calm, yet the live chat exploded. "No way? Am I dreaming?" He really became Lang Li's servant. I remember in the previous scenario, those randomly assigned this identity were all rejected by Lang Li due to his germophobia. Haha. Right, he despises anyone touching him. Wow, this streamer has extraordinary luck. After Jian Yue responded, Lang Li regarded him with a peculiar expression. Jian Yue blinked in confusion, wondering what was on his young master's mind. After a moment of silence, Lang Li casually remarked, "Aren't you happy to be allowed in my laboratory?" Indeed, as his words fell, the system panel chimed. Warning, player exhibits behavior inconsistent with character traits. Note, companions should be pleased to be close to their master. Deducting 5 health points, current health points, 35. Jian Yue was taken aback by this revelation. He realized his health points were dwindling. "I'm happy. I'm just so thrilled that I didn't react in time. I'll come tomorrow, young master." As his words concluded, Lang Li let out a soft snort, appearing indifferent as he replied, "Come whenever you wish." However, just as these noble, Aloof words left his lips. The system panel flashed. Player's behavior aligns with character traits. Health points increased to 40. Jian Yue exclaimed, "Young master, please stop pretending to be nonchalant. The system has already sold you out." Suppressing his inner complaints, Jian Yue watched Lung Li depart before heading back to his dormitory. It was already late, and the dormitory was divided into two sections, each with its own building. One was for girls, and the other for boys. Therefore, it was likely that the dormitories on this Hope Island were similarly segregated by gender. However, he had spent too little time here to ascertain whether Tian and Li Ming had made it in, but it was of little consequence. He would take things as they came, knowing that both girls possessed capable cards and could surely fend for themselves. Stop! Just as Jian Yue reached the entrance, he was called to a halt. He turned to see a short, stout man in a black uniform, likely the dormitory supervisor, squinting at him. "Why are you back so late? The dormitory curfew is almost upon us." "I was delivering something to a classmate," Jian Yue replied, "so it took longer than expected." The supervisor scoffed. "What classmate needs you to deliver something? It seems to me you were out having fun, looking for excuses. What do you have behind your back? Show me. I'm confiscating it." This item was something Lung Li had wanted him to discard. Jian Yue simply presented it, saying, "Here, take it." The supervisor, who was about to reach for it, recoiled upon seeing what it was, as if confronted by a ghost, and waved his hands in exasperation. "What is this? Is it from District Q? How dare you steal from him? You're courting disaster. I'll report this to the Academic Affairs Office." "District Q? Are the students on this Hope Island classified by some hierarchy?" Jian Yue noted this clue and stated, "I didn't steal it. He gave it to me." "He'd never give you anything," the supervisor retorted, his expression one of disbelief. "Who are you to him?" Jian Yue replied proudly, "I am his servant." The supervisor hastily urged, "Hurry and get inside." He regarded Jian Yue as if he were mad. The viewers in the live chat erupted in laughter. Butler Wong seems quite proud of it. It's the first time someone has declared that with such conviction. Chapter 62 passed uneventfully. Jian Yue awakened when the alarm rang, and the mechanical voice in the corridor announced, "All individuals, please rise promptly and gather at Square 9 by 8 o'clock. Rousing from his slumber, Jian Yue rubbed his head, freshened up, and donned his school uniform, remembering the rule that students must wear uniforms during their stay on the island. After preparing everything, Jian Yue descended to retrieve the instant photos he had taken. Opening the door, it was only 7:30. He encountered a neighbor from the adjoining dormitory who spotted him and greeted, "Hello, Wong classmate. I'm Luo Ning. How are you?" He appeared to be a cheerful and sunny individual. Jian Yue nodded. "I'm fine. Is there something you need?" He was accustomed to solitude and not adept at forming connections in any scenario. "Not really. I just heard noises outside your door last night." Luo Ning expressed concern. "I was worried something had happened to you." Luo Ning's eyes brimmed with genuine worry. A normal person would have been touched by such heartfelt camaraderie. Yet Jian Yue inquired, "Did you not sleep last night? You heard the noises outside my room?" Luo Ning faltered, I have shallow sleep." Jian Yue chuckled. "How could you be so sure it was from my room? Isn't there another dormitory across from us?" In criminal investigations, every little detail could provide crucial clues. Jian Yue had witnessed numerous testimonies during his experiences, and with careful consideration, it was easy to identify the smallest hints. Luo Ning's face grew pale, trembling as if shocked. His eyes darting to Jian Yue in trepidation, as if recalling something dreadful, and he finally whispered, I peeked through the peephole, and it seemed to be outside your door." Jian Yue inquired, "What did you see?" "I didn't see clearly," Luo Ning replied. "I was just worried about you." Jian Yue noted his subtle changes, observing the telltale signs of deceit, his eyes drifting, voice escalating, and typical body language of a liar. However, it seemed too cruel to dismantle his efforts to conceal the truth. "I'm fine. You need not worry about me," he assured, appearing understanding. Just as Luo Ning was about to relax, he caught sight of Jian Yue's smile as he patted Luo Ning's shoulder, saying, "After all, who knows? That troublemaker outside my door might just visit someone else's door tomorrow. Don't you think, Luo classmate?" He emphasized the last three words. Luo Ning. The viewers in the live chat erupted into laughter at Luo Ning's expression, reminiscent of someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. "AHAHAHA. You didn't let him off the hook either." Laughter was unavoidable. "Luo Ning, why did you provoke him? The group chat in Wanfu Village likely did not include you." After a brief interaction between Jian Yue and classmate Luo Ning, they proceeded to gather at the square. The discipline on this island was indeed quite strict. As a large crowd had already assembled, a figure dressed in a black uniform stood at the front, Addressing the assembly, "Welcome to Hope Island. I shall share a few words. Hope Island is the cradle of the planet's finest talents. Every student here will receive the best education, the most rigorous trainings, and the cultivation that will truly unleash your potential. We are confident in nurturing the planet's most formidable power." Jian Yue remained expressionless, thinking, "Isn't this supposed to be a brief speech? How long is this going to go on?" Just as his patience was wearing thin, the speaker finally concluded his lengthy address, stating, "Next, all students are to come forward to receive your badges and enrollment data." The crowd began to inch forward. Jian Yue observed that the colors of the badges varied among the students. With Luo Ning standing beside him, he inquired, "Do you know why everyone's badge color and number differ?" Luo Ning, who had been silently resenting Jian Yue moments before, quickly perked up. "We are an elite school for the planet's nobility. Not only do the badge colors differ, but their shapes do as well. For instance, my red badge signifies my creative talent, albeit with only 1 star of capability. What about the blue ones?" Jian Yue asked. "Blue indicates a talent for research. For example, in our class, the class monitor in front of us has 3 stars, indicating a commendable talent and a strong family background," Luo Ning replied. Jian Yue pointed to his own badge, devoid of color. "Then why do I have this colorless badge?" Luo Ning fell silent, casting a meaningful glance at him. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Ha! It signifies lack of talent and wealth. What a dismal start." The identity assigned to the streamer was truly unfortunate. "I see that other players in this instance have at least 3 stars. As the crowd finished collecting their items, they prepared to return to their classrooms. The classrooms on Hope Island resembled typical ones, yet Jian Yue found the courses alarmingly simple. Compared to the intensity of his previous studies, this was barely 1/10,000th of what he had experienced in the past, due to financial constraints preventing him from paying for textbooks and uniforms. He had to achieve perfect scores in all subjects to secure a scholarship, whereas the knowledge here was notably easier to retain. When class ended, the teacher announced from the blackboard, "Now, I declare that the exam week for this month is tentatively scheduled for next Friday. All students are required to participate. Those who fail will have 20 points deducted from their credits. Class dismissed." As the words faded, a cacophony of voices filled the classroom. Jian Yue gathered his books. Remembering his mission, to investigate the mysterious death of the class monitor from grade 3, class 2. Rising from his desk, he turned to Luo Ning, asking, "During our free time, do you know how to get to grade 3? Luo Ning replied, "I think you need to go to the teaching building across the way." "What do you need to go there for?" Jian Yue answered confidently, "I am Lord Lung's servant." Luo Ning responded, "I am looking for my master." Jian Yue, resolute, exchanged no further words with him and turned towards the adjacent teaching building. Along the way, he observed that students with higher badge numbers wore more luxurious uniforms, and those with greater privileges could enter and exit without registration, unlike himself, who had to fill out forms. After some time, he finally arrived at grade 3. Jian Yue began scanning the corridor for the class numbers, counting meticulously until he reached class 2. He halted, as this was the place he sought. The teaching building for grade 3 was notably larger than that of grade 2. As he walked, most classrooms were bustling, even if not lively. Some students were still shuffling about. However, class 2 was strikingly different. Jian Yue pondered, his gaze falling on the students within, and soon recognized the issue. It was eerily quiet. The silence was profound, movements were soundless, and necessary interactions were hushed. Each student sat in the classroom, alive yet resembling marionettes or robots. At that moment, someone exited the classroom. Jian Yue intercepted a tall, slender boy, greeting him. "Hello, I am looking for someone." The boy, with dark circles under his eyes, cast a somber glance at Jian Yue and muttered, "Who are you looking for?" "I am looking for your class monitor," Jian Yue replied. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around them seemed to grow even quieter, as if the air had thickened. The boy's voice took on a chill, as if he had heard something terrifying, and he responded in a suppressed tone, "What do you need the monitor for?" School rules prohibit lower grades from interacting with higher grades. The audience in the live stream tensed. He's violated school rules. This is surely going to end poorly. The streamer is off to a rocky start. Just as everyone assumed Jian Yue would surely fail, he looked at the boy and clarified, "Senior, I believe you have misunderstood. I am looking for the monitor simply because..." The boy's expression shifted to one of confusion as Jian Yue took a deep breath and continued, "Because the monitor is my cousin, and I haven't seen her in many years. You could ask her if she remembers me. She used to carry me when I was little." The boy looked as if he had just tasted something foul. The audience in the live stream responded, and under everyone's gaze, The boy fell silent for a moment before saying, "Our class monitor is male." Jian Yue was momentarily taken aback. "A male?" The boy nodded and called out to the classroom monitor. "Come out. Your cousin is calling for you." Soon, a delicate boy emerged, his complexion pale and eyes lacking vitality. Upon seeing Jian Yue, he stood before him. Jian Yue caught a whiff of medication from his presence, and his voice was weak. "What do you want?" "I do not have a cousin." Jian Yue replied, I'm looking for my cousin, who said she is the monitor. She's a girl." As soon as these words left his mouth, Jian Yue noticed a flash of terror flicker in the eyes of the two boys before him. "Our class does not have a female monitor. You must have mistaken someone. Hurry and leave." Jian Yue squinted slightly, sensing that their reaction was amiss and realizing he had not erred in his search. However, given the circumstances, he decided not to press them too hard, lest he raise suspicions. "Perhaps I remembered incorrectly," he replied with a smile. "Maybe I confused the class. I shall take my leave now." The two boys seemed relieved as they allowed him to depart. Chapter 63. Jian Yue obtained a location from the academic dean. He followed the map and soon realized that the island was far larger than he had imagined. The intricate web of paths and numerous houses was bewildering. Furthermore, these houses bore no signs, making it impossible to discern their purposes. Anyone with a poor sense of direction would surely get lost on this island. Fortunately, Jian Yue had been through many streets in the past, and his ability to read maps and navigate was exceptional. After taking a considerable detour, he finally stopped in front of a building where the word library was boldly inscribed above the entrance. Upon entering, Jian Yue was immediately struck by an unusual chill, as if winter had descended prematurely in this summer heat. He noticed a librarian seated at the front and approached her, stating, "Hello. The director sent me to organize the books." The librarian looked up, her sharp features glancing over him with a gaze as cold and predatory as a snake eyeing its prey. After a prolonged silence, she remarked, "A first-year student? How curious that you've been assigned here." Her voice was as cutting as a bone saw. Jian Yue handed her his student ID, explaining, "My master has been punished, and I am here in his stead." She accepted the ID, her hands unnaturally pale, and after scanning it, she instructed, "There is a batch of data on the second floor that needs categorization. Off you go." "Thank you," Jian Yue replied. The librarian shot him another glance, adding, "First-year students are not permitted to borrow books from the second floor or above. Remember this rule." Another regulation to remember. Jian Yue smiled and nodded, "Understood." The librarian then offered a sinister smile. "If you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. The island highly values unity and friendship." Jian Yue nodded, "Thank you, teacher." As he turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of the librarian's piercing gaze reflected in the glass opposite the library. Her eyes were predatory, and she even licked her dry lips, revealing sharp, snake-like fangs. Jian Yue thought, this is a troubling sense of unity. Thankfully, he had honed his courage at Wanfuli, or his legs would likely have turned to jelly. It seemed that the inhabitants of this island, from the dormitory staff to the workers, were not quite human. Taking a deep breath, he ascended the stairs. The library was quite spacious, with several students also on the second floor browsing books. However, the farthest corner was relatively quiet, occupied only by a few scattered students. The unique trait of this school's students was their remarkable indifference to one another's existence. Upon noticing Jian Yue, they typically acted as if he were invisible. Jian Yue appreciated this atmosphere. As he reached the innermost area, he discovered a collection of books waiting to be organized. He casually picked one up, which was labeled Library Borrowing Records. Flipping through it, he found a haphazard assortment of records from various classes. After some time, he realized that none of the information was particularly helpful, so he decided to start organizing. All the books were arranged alphabetically, including the borrowing records. While sorting, he focused on the records for Class 2 of the third year. The task assigned to him was clear: to investigate the cause of the class leader's death and fulfill her wishes. The record specifically noted that the leader was female. However, the current class leader was a boy. This left two possibilities: either the leadership had changed, or the class leader had indeed been a girl who disguised herself as a boy at school and was still alive. During his time as a forensic expert, Jian Yue had developed a thorough understanding of human anatomy. When he met the class leader, he had observed his physique and bone structure, confirming he was indeed male, though it was not impossible for someone to disguise their appearance entirely. The class leader's name was Wang Yu. Jian Yue realized that if he were to investigate, he needed to start with all the data on Wang Yu, including his borrowed books, which could provide clues. Unfortunately, there was an overwhelming amount of data to sift through. As he meticulously placed each record back, He carefully examined the entries. But it seemed that Wang Yu was not fond of reading. Many students had borrowing records, yet his was conspicuously absent. After a bustling afternoon, just as Jian Yue was about to give up and consider offering Wang Yu some psychological counseling on the importance of reading, he finally spotted Wang Yu's name on the last page of the final record. In July of the previous year, Wang Yu had borrowed a book titled Punishment. Jian Yue frowned. That title did not bode well. What could he have needed that book for? Just as he pondered, a stern voice interrupted him from behind. "What are you doing?" Startled, Jian Yue nearly dropped the record in his hands. He turned to see a slightly shorter boy with a commanding presence. Adorned with golden glasses and dressed in a crisp white uniform, a golden badge gleaming on his shoulder. "You are Jian Yue?" he inquired hesitantly. The boy's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "You don't recognize me? A first year with a silver badge, clearly a country bumpkin not to know me. I am Shi Deshang, one of the 4 elites on campus, and also the student council president of this district." "Oh," Jian Yue replied, suppressing a smirk, wondering why he didn't go by young master. Shi Deshang was taken aback. He had never encountered anyone so indifferent to his revealed identity. He raised his chin defiantly. "I just saw you perusing other students' files. Do you realize this violates school regulations? As a first-year student, you are not permitted to view library borrowing records. As student council president, I have the authority to inform the administrator to deduct your credits as punishment." The audience in the livestream gasped, lamenting Jian Yue's misfortune at encountering this troublesome president. Anyone caught by him would surely face severe penalties. The viewers awaited Jian Yue's reaction with bated breath. Jian Yue calmly held the library files, stating, "President, I believe you may have misunderstood. I wasn't snooping, the file bag fell apart, and I was merely helping to reorganize it." Shi Deshang scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool? That file bag was intact. How could it scatter?" As he spoke, he stepped forward, forcefully grabbing the file bag, which promptly fell apart and scattered its contents across the floor. "See, it's scattered," Jian Yue said, his expression unchanging. Shi Deshang's face turned a mottled shade of blue and white as he took a deep breath, declaring, "You must have tampered with it. I'm calling the administrator right now." Just as Jian Yue opened his mouth to respond, Shi Deshang had already activated his communicator to summon the administrator. Originally intending to set an example for the new students, he had not anticipated this blunder. To save face, he was determined to ensure Jian Yue faced the consequences. As the administrator ascended the stairs, Shi Deshang smugly remarked to Jian Yue, "Just you wait. Once the administrator arrives and checks the surveillance footage, you're finished." Just as the administrator was nearing the two, Jian Yue even had the chance to speak when a glimmer of gold swept past, and a golden card gently descended. Baghua's skills activated. Rumor: the student council president enjoys engaging in activities with his boyfriend in the library, often stashing the tools in his backpack. Today's foul mood is due to the space being occupied. Skill cooldown, 12 hours, as the announcement concluded. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment. Jian Yue glanced back at the spacious area behind the bookshelf where he had just organized files. Shi Deshang exclaimed. The audience in the live stream, "Ha ha ha. Wow, is that really how the president behaves? I can't believe he used to make my life difficult in the library. Was it all for this reason? I thought he simply disliked me." The viewers found the host's expression equally amusing. Jian Yue's face mirrored the astonishment of the audience. "It all makes sense now. I wondered why there were always rustling sounds nearby while I was diligently analyzing data. Why was the president specifically targeting me instead of others? Despite having learned that those who could come to this island were predominantly in their 20s, and that Hope Island could be considered an alternate realm, where everyone was an adult and could let loose, he still felt compelled to comment, 'You folks in the supernatural circle truly know how to have fun.'" Shi Deshang's expressions shifted dramatically as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, a chilling voice from the administrator interrupted. "President, you just reported that you needed me. What is it?" Just as Shi Deshang was about to report Jian Yue for peeking at data, Jian Yue shot him a glance. Realizing that the president wasn't going to let him off easily, he thought, "If he reports me, I'll mention his library escapades. After all, his backpack must be filled with those tools. Can he really escape the consequences?" As the thought settled, Shi Deshang's face changed yet again. The administrator scrutinized both of their expressions and added, "Did a new student cause some trouble?" Her gaze fell ominously upon Jian Yue's face. Akin to a connoisseur eyeing a delectable dish, an eager glimmer dancing in her eyes. After all, the student council president often reported other students, and anyone summoned by him faced severe credit deductions. Her throat moved slightly, almost impatiently, excitement radiating from her demeanor. Chapter 64 Assistant. He understood the rationale, but questioned why the urgency. Jian Yue inquired, I'm just sitting here in the corridor. Would that disrupt you? The assistant nodded. I will ask the young master. Jian Yue patiently awaited the response. Why should he be concerned? If the young master agreed, he could sit. If not, he would simply stand. Inside, the assistant knocked before entering. The man inside was deeply engrossed in his work, his icy profile illuminated by the light, exuding an aura of intense focus. The assistant approached respectfully and stated, Young master, Wang has returned. Coldly replied indifferently, He continued, he wishes to sit in the corridor. Is that permissible? The assistant inquired. Given the young master's severe cleanliness obsession, he was very particular about his surroundings, discarding anything deemed unclean. Previously, an intruder had led coldly to replace all the equipment on that floor the following day. However, he seemed to exhibit a greater tolerance for this Wang student, unlike the daily disinfection he required. Was there something special about Wang? Just as he contemplated this, coldly remarked, let him be. He appeared unconcerned. The assistant thought, all right, it seems he isn't that special after all. But before he could finish his thought, coldly added, however, have him come inside. His presence in the corridor affects my mood. Assistant, how are these two matters directly related? He stammered, only to receive a frosty glance from coldly. The assistant quickly nodded and exited. Jian Yue, meanwhile, had settled onto the corridor floor, working on assignments. Due to limited space, he had laid his work across his lap. The corridor was sufficiently lit, but this posture was undoubtedly uncomfortable. To be honest, the assistant admired his remarkable composure. Working on assignments in Coldly's laboratory corridor would surely become a legendary tale on Hope Island. The assistant approached Jian Yue, Wang. The young master says you can come inside to work. Jian Yue beamed with joy. The assistant assumed his happiness stemmed from being allowed into Coldly's laboratory. But Jian Yue replied, that is fantastic. I was worried this position would hinder my efficiency and cut into my sleep. Assistant, truly a talent. He led Jian Yue inside, finding him a desk before stepping out. In the evening, the assistant wouldn't linger in the laboratory due to school regulations, so he finished his tasks and departed. Jian Yue remained, as although the courses at Hope Island were few, the assignments were abundant. He recalled that there were quizzes on the island and wondered if there would be any penalties for poor performance. Regardless, acquiring various skills could only be beneficial. As he wrote, fatigue began to settle in, and the distant sound of the lights being turned off echoed. Unable to resist, he glanced at the nearly complete assignment book and finally succumbed, resting his head on the desk. When he awoke, he heard the creaking of a door. Jian Yue sat up, spotting Coldly emerging from the laboratory, clad in a white uniform. The uniform, adorned with silver chain buttons cascading from his chest to his waist, accentuated his slender figure. He stood nearby, removing his gloves, the light casting a glow upon him, highlighting the elegant structure of his long fingers. In a moment of daze, Jian Yue blinked at him, his exhaustion evident as he spoke with unguarded reliance. Young master, are you going to sleep? Coldly glanced at Jian Yue, arching an eyebrow. You seem to have slept well. Jian Yue, puzzled, asked, how do you know? Did the young master watch over him? Coldly pointed to the assignment book beside Jian Yue, saying, it's apparent. Jian Yue looked down, noticing a suspicious pool of drool on the assignment book, the worst part being some had even dripped onto Coldly's experiment table. This man was notoriously fastidious. His sleeping posture wasn't particularly poor, and he usually slept lightly, rarely descending into deep slumber. However, perhaps knowing Coldly was nearby allowed him to sleep more soundly. Jian Yue chuckled softly, attempting to salvage the situation. I was just too focused on the problems. After all, since I am already your companion, master, it would be a disgrace if my grades were poor. So, I endeavored diligently to add some brilliance to your reputation. Longly, feeling Jian Yue's fervent gaze upon him, thought, surely you won't hold me accountable for the mess I made of your experiment table, nor will you demand compensation. Longli, receiving Jian Yue's intense look, mused to himself, I never anticipated that Wang would be so eager to accompany me in my studies, especially given the data indicating his previous disinterest in academics. With a slight huff, he glanced at Jian Yue and remarked, how presumptuous. My brilliance does not hinge upon your academic performance, even if you were to fail. None would dare cast aspersions upon me. Though he was confident in his own excellence, he acknowledged that many would vie for the chance to be his study partner. He considered granting Wang this opportunity, yet he also believed that such things should not come too easily, for what is easily gained is seldom cherished. Jian Yue felt a twinge of anxiety. Did this mean he would receive a bill? Then he noticed Lung Li approaching, who casually glanced at the problems in his hands before extending a long finger, saying, "You've made an error on this question." "Really?" Jian Yue inquired. "Indeed," Lung Li replied, pausing to take the pen from Jian Yue's hand, discarding the drooled-upon paper, and conjuring a pristine sheet, swiftly sketching a few lines. "This is how you should solve it. However, your current coursework has yet to cover this material, which is why your equations are prone to error. Review it later." Jian Yue, engrossed in the question, failed to notice his actions and merely asked, "Is my use of this equation incorrect?" With his gaze lowered, Lung Li, whose long lashes framed his light, glassy eyes, replied, "Yes, there is an issue from this point onward. This question requires the subsequent formula for a complete resolution." Jian Yue beamed, exclaiming, "Master, you are incredible. Not only do you excel in research, but your academic prowess is remarkable. You can identify such problems. Allow me to solve it again for you." Delighted, he mused that with improved grades, he might even earn a scholarship. Who could resist the allure of a scholarship, his greatest love? Lung Li, catching the admiration in Jian Yue's eyes, let out a light huff. "It is merely a triviality in mathematical problems. If you wish to pursue it, then do so." He was surprised by Wang's newfound diligence, having never heard of such a fervent desire to learn. However, recognizing the depth of Wang's affection towards him, he considered granting him this opportunity. The next day, Jian Yue rose from the laboratory couch. Sometimes he thought that one could not overexert oneself. After finishing all his homework late into the night, he awoke with a sore back. The system inquired, "Do you wish to exchange for medicine?" Jian Yue replied, "No, no. This minor strain is nothing compared to what I've endured before. Save it for later use." The audience in the live stream began to praise Jian Yue. Oblivious to his struggles, the host is so prescient, accumulating points in anticipation of future challenges. This host is quite strategic. However, some longtime viewers from Wanfu Village fell silent, chuckling to themselves, acknowledging that there was indeed foresight in his planning. The live stream was bustling early in the morning. Jian Yue pushed open the laboratory door and stepped outside into the pleasant sunlight. A fine day indeed. He descended the stairs to gather in the square as scheduled. Upon arriving, he encountered his roommate, Luo Ning, who looked utterly astonished. "Wan, you are still alive? What do you mean?" Jian Yue replied, "I thought you were missing. I saw you didn't return to the dorm last night," Luo Ning exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. "Not returning doesn't equate to self-harm. Why wouldn't I be alive?" Jian Yue countered. Luo Ning hesitated, his demeanor cheerful yet timid. "That is not what I meant." "Curious," Jian Yue asked. "How did you know I was absent?" Luo Ning explained. "The dorm supervisor checked rooms last night." Jian Yue responded, "Oh, I was with Master Lang as his study companion and didn't return. That should be permissible." Luo Ning, somewhat incredulous, replied, "He allowed you to stay?" Jian Yue caught the surprise in his voice and asked, "Is that not acceptable?" Luo Ning whispered, "I'm merely surprised. I heard that Master Lung typically doesn't allow companions to remain with him. You are quite fortunate. Being beside him is a stroke of luck. His laboratory is said to be filled with the most advanced equipment, surely luxurious. What can I say? I didn't experience any luxury. I merely spent the night solving problems," Jian Yue replied mysteriously, leaning closer to Luo Ning as if to share a secret. Afterward, as they attended the tedious morning meeting, the class had elected a study committee member the previous day. This election was essentially based on badge levels, with more gifted students enjoying greater selection rights. After submitting his homework, the labor committee member stood at the front of the class, announcing, "From today onward, we will begin assigning duties. The duty roster will be distributed shortly, and everyone will take turns. After your duties, you must report the frequency to me to earn extra credits." Chapter 65. Though the room fell suddenly silent, even the previously cool air seemed to warm at that moment. Seeing him in silence, Jian Yue playfully patted his head, saying, "Why do you look so dazed? However, I do not appreciate children who disturb the peace at night. Now, look at the clock on the wall and tell me the time. It is 1 in the morning, and what should we do? We should sleep, right? Children who do not sleep do not grow tall. Do you wish to remain short?" The little one might never have considered that he would one day ponder such matters. Yet under Jian Yue's earnest gaze, he began to contemplate seriously, slowly shaking his head. "Good child, that's right," Jian Yue said, patting his shoulder. "A child who does not wish to grow tall is not a good child. Let us do this. I, as a generous parent, shall overlook your late-night antics. Now, let us retire early and grow taller." The viewers in the live stream then observed Jian Yue lifting the child down from the window and placing him on the bed, saying, "You're young, So you sleep in the bed while I will take the sofa. Do not question why I have a bed, yet choose the sofa. It is the plight of all parents. When you reach my age, you will understand. His words flowed endlessly, and even as he spoke, Jian Yue continued. Why are you still awake? Do you require a bedtime story? Very well. Let me tell you a tale about a child who did not sleep well and never grew tall. Thus, the narrative unfolded. The viewers in the live broadcast witnessed firsthand that amidst Jian Yue's incessant chatter, the little ghost child on the bed seemed finally unable to endure the monologue and drifted off to sleep. The audience exclaimed in disbelief, "Wait, he is really asleep." It turned out that leaving the window open wouldn't lead to death. I was astonished to learn that this ghost could indeed be lulled to slumber. Thus, his condition for demise was essentially to prevent him from entering the dormitory or from playing with him. Back in the day, I was chased from the east to the west of the island by him all night long. No one ever mentioned that just being his father would suffice. I chuckled, thinking how one could truly learn valuable things in the broadcaster's live stream. I hope the difficulty of the island's instances is renowned not merely for their extraordinary challenges, but also because the sheer number of minor entities within the island is overwhelming. While a single ghost may not pose much trouble, the challenge lies in the distinct killing rules of each one. For instance, the dormitory supervisor requires one to step outside the dormitory to trigger his demise conditions. Players who grasp this will instinctively avoid allowing the other to enter the dormitory when the second minor entity appears, yet the more they deny entry, the more they flee, inadvertently triggering the child's conditions. He seeks companionship in play. Not opening the window signifies a refusal to engage in the game. The viewers lamented. The broadcaster is truly lucky. By sheer chance, he has managed to evade the rules, and he has become a father without any pain. This stroke of luck seems insufficient. I hope the island's true hellish difficulty has yet to emerge, as a nightmare instance that nearly leads to total party annihilation each time. Many viewers bear psychological scars from it. Yet this has also contributed to a gradual increase in the online audience in Jian Yue's live stream, as everyone is eager to see how far he can go. After covering the little one on the bed with a blanket, the protagonist Jian Yue himself snuggled under a blanket on the couch and fell into a deep sleep. Ding, ding, ding. The next morning, the wake-up bell reverberated throughout the entire dormitory building. When Jian Yue rose, the bed was already empty, but he was unfazed, tidying up the dormitory before stepping outside. To his surprise, he found a considerable number of students gathered outside. Spotting Luoning among them, he inquired, "What is happening?" Luoning replied, "The student association is recruiting new members." A student association? Jian Yue mused, taken aback that such a normal campus activity existed on Hope Island. As he pondered, he noticed a rather tall individual approaching him with an air of mystery, who said, "Classmate, would you like to join our Escape from Island club?" Jian Yue asked, "What kind of club is this? With a silver badge like yours, you must be bullied at school quite a bit, right?" The individual lowered their voice and replied, "Our club is about uniting people like you. Here, you won't need to fear exclusion or disdain. We even have a way to help you leave Hope Island." At this, Jian Yue raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and said, "That must be against school rules, right?" The individual, who had assumed Jian Yue would eagerly accept such a tempting offer, was taken aback by his cautiousness. Taking a deep breath, they insisted, "Trust me, I wouldn't deceive you. You can see my star rating. I have 2 badges. Would I lie to you? I simply dislike seeing people like you being bullied." Jian Yue, well aware that no grand offer comes without a catch, feigned interest and asked, "What would I need to do to join the club?" The individual, convinced Jian Yue was wavering, quickly responded, "Actually, you don't need to do much. Just participate in every group activity." As they spoke, Jian Yue felt someone grasp his wrist and pull him away. It was Luoning, his roommate, who usually appeared rather mysterious. "Don't trust them," he gasped. "Having run a fair distance, these people are actually con artists. They're just trying to swindle your student card and points." "Is that so?" Jian Yue replied. Luoning nodded. "But I'm new here, and my student card doesn't have many points. What could they possibly gain?" For a moment, Luoning's expression froze. And then he looked at Jian Yue more seriously. "Wang, at this point, I think it's unnecessary to hide anything. I'll be straightforward. I'm also a tasker in the instances." Jian Yue raised an eyebrow, and, under Luoning's expectant gaze, he nodded. "Oh," Luoning exclaimed. Not even a reaction. After taking a deep breath, Luoning had grown accustomed to Jian Yue's infuriating demeanor and finally said, "Regardless of whether you believe me, I have no intention of harming you. I know you might think my friendliness has ulterior motives, but I assure you, I'm doing this solely to protect you." Why would you want to protect me? We're not related, Jian Yue countered. Shouldn't I be more wary of your unsolicited kindness? Because, if I'm not mistaken, you should also be a citizen of the Moon Realm, Luo Ning replied, rolling up his sleeves. You see, residents of the Moon Realm bear a red mark within the instances. I have one on my wrist, and it reacts to other residents. As he spoke, the red lunar mark on his wrist seemed to glow slightly, and Jian Yue felt a warmth in his arm, suggesting there might be truth to his words. So, that is your reason for helping me? Jian Yue asked. Of course not, Luo Ning replied. The other reason I'm helping you is that we've discovered that the Abandoner has been investigating the data of Moon Realm residents for several days, seemingly targeting you. As one of the leaders in the Moon Realm, it is my responsibility to protect my residents. That is why I followed you into this instance, to prevent any mishaps. Are you referring to those who kill other players for profit in the instances? Jian Yue inquired. Yes, Luo Ning affirmed. We detest such individuals, and the Moon Realm will never allow such actions. If I'm not mistaken, the group of people you just encountered might include Abandoners. That club specifically deceives civilian students into joining, then sacrifices them for points. Jian Yue frowned slightly. If you don't believe me, you'll know in a few days. There are 2 or 3 new students who joined their club. If something happens in a few days, you might start believing what I've said. Why are the Abandoners fixated on me? Jian Yue asked. Luo Ning explained. It could be because of your card or other reasons. However, you can rest assured that with me around, they will not be able to harm you. Jian Yue smiled and said, Really? The viewers in the live stream were becoming increasingly anxious, exclaiming, Wait. The current leader of the Moon Realm doesn't even have a lunar mark. This person is a fraud. Oh no, could he be an Abandoner? Don't scare us like that. This deception is too clever. The broadcaster won't withstand such temptation. Yet, in reality, the audience witnessed Jian Yue saying, Is that true, Brother Luo? Are you genuinely willing to take care of the newcomers? Without hesitation, Luo Ning nodded. Of course, we are all from the Moon Realm. It's only natural that we help one another. Jian Yue chuckled. Good. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Brother Luo, I've been consistently arriving late and leaving early these past few days, and I haven't accumulated many credits. If I find myself short on credits in the future, may I borrow some from you? You're such a kind person. Surely you wouldn't refuse me? Luo Ning replied. Of course you may. His smile, however, froze on his face. The viewers in the live stream immediately found humor in his stiff expression, laughing. Haha, the stingy monster has been outsmarted and is now lending credits. He hasn't gained anything, but has already reserved his points. Jian Yue, feeling reassured, waved goodbye to Luo Ning with a smile, saying, Then I shall take my leave. Brother Luo, you truly are a good person. Luo Ning responded, Go ahead. Once Jian Yue had completely departed, the forced smile on Luo Ning's face began to falter. A man with a 2-star badge, who had just invited Jian Yue to join their club, approached Luo Ning from behind and said, Boss, what if he doesn't fall for it? No need to rush, Luo Ning replied, his demeanor shifting from earnest to slightly sinister. He is quite vigilant, but time will tell. I refuse to believe he cannot be won over. Chapter 66, Jian Yue was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Lung Li's obsession with cleanliness, but no one had informed him of this peculiar aspect of his cleanliness. Even the fact that his steward had given massages to others was unacceptable. Never mind. A master with cleanliness issues should not be discarded. A little persuasion would suffice. Jian Yue quickly reassured himself, stating, Master, I haven't given massages to many people either. In fact, over the past few years, I've only massaged one person, and that was a long time ago. In the last 2 years, the massages had proven ineffective for Shun Yushu, who no longer allowed him to massage him. So Jian Yue truly had not engaged in such activities for quite some time. Originally, he thought that perhaps Lung Li's obsessive cleanliness would have lessened, but to his surprise, Lung Li's expression darkened further. At that moment, a small spherical object nearby emitted a faint red glow, capturing Jian Yue's attention. He curiously inquired, Master, what is this? Lung Li instinctively replied, This is my newly developed SIBO number 6, equipped with enhanced features, capable of automatic recognition. He abruptly fell silent, casting a meaningful glance at Jian Yue. Jian Yue asked, What is it? He had initially assumed that Lung Li's cleanliness obsession was resurfacing, but he did not expect Lung Li's expression to grow peculiar. His gaze laden with unspoken words. SIBO number 6 was a newly developed robot, distinct from its predecessor. The 5th iteration possessed a remarkable ability, emotional detection. It could capture the emotions of the person nearest to it, and when it came to love, The emitted color was red. The analysis result from SIBO no. 6 during Jian Yue's massage was indeed red. What more could it signify? Langley gazed at Jian Yue, initially believing that Jian Yue's loyalty stemmed from their companionship, as anyone arriving at Hope Island would desire a better life. However, the red hue was not indicative of loyalty, it was a color of love. Oh no. The steward was secretly in love with him, yet he was a straight man. Noticing Langley's silence, Jian Yue asked curiously, "Master?" Langley snapped back to reality. His usually indifferent profile now appeared somewhat contemplative. "Why did you need to give massages to others in the past?" Jian Yue replied honestly, "Someone in my family was ill, and I learned to care for them." Family. Langley accurately seized on the keyword. Jian Yue regarded him as family. Clearly, he harbored such feelings about him. This could not be. Jian Yue was only a first-year student at a crucial time for studies. He shouldn't be preoccupied with such chaotic thoughts. Langley realized he needed to clarify matters with Jian Yue. Just as he was about to speak, Jian Yue interjected, "Master, are you feeling unwell? I really haven't given a massage in quite some time. Perhaps I should schedule some practice with assistant next time?" "No," Langley declared without hesitation. Jian Yue, puzzled, asked why not. Langley was momentarily at a loss. He did not truly know why. He simply felt that Jian Yue's kindness was something he didn't wish to share with anyone else. When Jian Yue cast a curious glance his way, Langley, maintaining his expressionless demeanor, stated, "He has cleanliness issues." Jian Yue replied, "Master, don't you?" As they conversed, the assistant, having just finished his work, entered holding a beta cake intended for dinner. While eating, he stood outside the glass door, saying, "Master, I have completed today's tasks, so I will be heading back now." The beta cake was syrupy, prone to dripping, which many cleanliness-conscious individuals would avoid. Jian Yue observed him entering and, after a moment of silence, remarked, "Assistant, didn't Master say you have cleanliness issues?" The assistant was taken aback. When did he ever have such a quirk? Just as he was about to refute, he caught sight of the cold, piercing gaze from Langley behind Jian Yue. Suddenly, he fell silent, then cleared his throat awkwardly, saying, right? I forgot. Actually, this cake isn't mine. I found it on the way. I'll dispose of it now. Off I go, haha." Jian Yue, Langley, the assistant hurried away. The viewers in the live stream were amused. "Haha, can one forget about cleanliness issues? This is quite absurd. I've never seen Langley converse so much with anyone before. Previous stewards barely lived long enough to meet him. Those who did couldn't serve as his steward. The female lead hardly speaks as much as Steward Wang. Haha. The streamer assigned to the female lead is now questioning life while holding the bill. Let's see if the main storyline's tasks can help her regain some ground." The viewers discussed eagerly. Jian Yue, not overthinking, intended to find an excuse to linger in the experimental building after finishing the massage for Langley. However, unexpectedly, Langley seemed to receive some urgent communication, his brow furrowing as he told Jian Yue, "I have matters to attend to and will not be on the island for the next few days." Jian Yue realized for the first time that Langley had the authority to leave Hope Island. He had always thought many students wished to leave but few succeeded. His thoughts raced, yet he obediently nodded, saying, "Understood, Master." Langley nodded and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back to look at him. The imposing figure of the man, handsome and tall, cast a slight air of intimidation when he lowered his gaze upon Jian Yue, causing his heart to race. What was it? Did Langley sense that he wanted to stay here as a talisman against ghosts? Before Jian Yue could ponder further, he heard Langley speak, "During my absence, do not seek out the assistant for practice." Jian Yue expressed his disbelief. Is he not a young master? Does he really seem to have an inclination to casually offer massages to others? After giving his instructions, Langley departed. The experimental building felt desolate in his absence. And with Langley gone, the effectiveness of exorcism was rendered null. Jian Yue promptly rose and made his way toward the dormitory. The dormitory remained as quiet as ever. Upon returning to his room, he noticed his neighbor, Luo Ning, returning from fetching water. Enthusiastically, he greeted, "Wang, you're back. The dormitory has no water today, so I went to the water room. I was worried you might return too late, so I filled up some extra for you." Jian Yue replied, "It's fine. I can go myself." Luo Ning insisted, "The water room is quite far. If you go now, you likely won't get any water. Bring a basin, and I'll pour some for you." Jian Yue nodded, "All right." He didn't want to be overly dismissive. Sometimes, being too aloof is not ideal. Opening the dormitory door, Jian Yue retrieved a basin from his washstand. When he stepped outside, Luo Ning stood patiently at the threshold, not attempting to enter, displaying a polite demeanor. Merely a considerate roommate. Jian Yue handed him the basin, saying, just a little will do. Luo Ning generously filled it halfway, his radiant smile brightening the atmosphere. No problem. We're all classmates. It's only right to help each other in times of need. Jian Yue smiled in return. Okay. They appeared to embody the essence of camaraderie. However, the viewers in the live stream began to express their concern. Could he really believe in this? Streamer, you have such a promising future. How could you fall for the curse of the dead-end monster? After Luo Ning departed, Jian Yue set the water aside and sat on the sofa, retrieving the Sibo No. 5 that Lung Li had given him. Although Lung Li had instructed him to dispose of it, he had forgotten to do so upon bringing it back. Today, he learned that it possessed certain functions. Jian Yue pressed the power button. The small sphere illuminated, displaying a line of text. Please log in your identity verification information. He hesitated briefly, merely experimenting. He scanned his identity card, which allowed him access to Lung Li's experimental building, curious if he might have permissions. After scanning, the sphere flashed a red light and displayed a new message. Verification successful. The Sibo number 5 levitated into the air, displaying a line of text that inquired, what assistance do you require? Jian Yue pointed to the basin of water not far away. Check if the water quality is acceptable. The Sibo number 5 obediently floated over, circling above the basin, and eventually reported, water quality is normal. Jian Yue nodded, thank you, shut down now. The Sibo No. 5 gently returned to the table and powered off. Just when the viewers thought Jian Yue's activities were concluding, he addressed the system, exchange for some flour. The system, seemingly unfamiliar with such a request, responded, are you certain you wish to exchange for flour? Jian Yue affirmed, not too much, just a little. Although the system didn't comprehend, it complied. Jian Yue received a small paper bag of flour, and as the viewers watched with curiosity, he opened the dormitory door and sprinkled the extremely fine flour at his doorstep. After completing this, he returned inside to wash up. That night was anything but tranquil. After Jian Yue fell asleep, he could hear faint rustling sounds at his door, as if someone was attempting to open it. The noise was subtle, likely due to his light sleep. Chapter 67. With the doctor's consent, Tian helped Jian Yue settle in. The doctor instructed Tian, support him. I'll administer a sedative. Tian nodded while tearfully exclaiming, Wang, why do you feel this way? Love is precious, but life is even more valuable. The doctor exited, lost in thoughts of a love triangle. Once the doctor left, Jian Yue detached himself from the drama, saying, all right, I'll find an excuse to stay here for a couple of days. Tomorrow is the weekend. The campus doctor will be off, and we can find an opportunity to retrieve the documents. Tian looked at him with admiration. Wang, how can you be so harsh on yourself? Jian Yue replied, one must take risks to achieve results. He continued, besides, my leg looks worse than it is. There's no bone injury. I'll exchange for some medicine at the mall, and it should heal in a couple of days. Tian exclaimed, I'm so impressed by your cleverness, but what if the doctor asks whom you like? Jian Yue instinctively thought to respond, of course, it's Long. But his words faltered. The system's voice suddenly interrupted. Player has exhibited behavior inconsistent with character actions, deducting 5 health points. Note, as the male protagonist Lung Xiao's companion. The main storyline involves secretly loving the female lead, Nen Gongxi. After a failed confession, the jealous male protagonist reprimands the player to recognize their identity. Jian Yue protested. No, how could there be such a setting? Tian, puzzled, asked, Wang, what's wrong? Jian Yue realized he could not express affection for anyone without risking system penalties. Resigned, he sighed internally. Then I'll just say I have a crush on the female lead. Tian was taken aback, surprised that he would so candidly reveal this, replying, it's necessary for the plot. Jian Yue looked at her with unexpected intrigue. How did you know? Tian playfully stuck out her tongue. It's not hard to guess. Aside from President Shen, how could you like anyone else? Jian Yue chuckled. Just then, the doctor entered, clattering equipment as she announced, today's youth, truly. Love-struck brains are no good. Come, time for your shot. Tian winced at the sight of the syringe. Jian Yue resumed his performance. Doctor, can I opt out? Please leave me be. I have my own pace. The doctor sighed. All right, but this condition is serious. You'll need to stay here for observation. Tian gazed at Jian Yue with admiration, thinking that only someone with a love-struck brain could convincingly portray such a role. The doctor administered the shot and instructed Tian. Keep an eye on him. Call me if there are any abnormalities. Tian obediently nodded. Yes, doctor. Once the doctor left, Tian inquired, Wang, are you all right? Is this medication harmful to you? Jian Yue reassured her. It's just a standard sedative. No big deal. As long as the doctor doesn't broadcast my emotional turmoil everywhere. I'm fine. Tian hesitated. They probably wouldn't, right? Doctors have better things to do. Jian Yue mused. Let us hope so. His leg was injured. Although he had exchanged for medicine through the system, it would take at least until tomorrow to heal. To expedite his recovery, he needed rest. Tian coordinated with Jian Yue regarding the timing to access the document room before departing. That night, he spent in the medical room, initially expecting a peaceful evening, but unexpectedly, his classmates arrived as school was about to end. As Jian Yue gazed at the several individuals beside his bed, he fell into a contemplative silence. Luo Ning was the first to speak. Wang, we heard you were troubled by matters of the heart, so much so that you broke your leg in despair. We came to pay you a visit. Jian Yue replied, pray tell, how is this different from a public execution? The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. The doctor is promoting it everywhere. Soon the whole school will know. I'm genuinely impressed. It's the first time I've seen a streamer get into the infirmary this way. Back in my day, I nearly risked my life just to sneak in. I never considered this approach. Not everyone can feign a love-struck brain. Yet, he did not appear to be acting. The audience continued to speculate, and the other students standing by the bed joined in the amusement. Luo Ning asked, Wang, are you feeling better? Have you come to terms with things? Honestly, why would you do something so drastic that worries everyone? Typically, such words would evoke guilt in most. But Jian Yue remained unfazed. He even adjusted his glasses and said, oh, and what of it? Luo Ning intended to share more, but seeing Jian Yue's nonchalant demeanor, he decided to remain silent. Jian Yue then remarked, if you have nothing else, you should head back quickly. And remember, don't speak of this outside. We wouldn't want my beloved to worry. Most importantly, this could spread through the first years, but it must never reach the young master. The other side, it's over. We have nothing to say. He truly has a love-struck brain. Luo Ning conceded. Well then, we'll take our leave. If you need anything, don't hesitate to let us know. We're all classmates and can help each other. Jian Yue thought to himself that as long as they didn't complicate matters, it would be a blessing, but he simply replied, goodbye. Luo Ning led the group away. Once outside, the others gathered around, as they too were players in the scenario, inquiring, boss, is it true that Wang is troubled by love? Luo Ning dismissed it. Nonsense. He has only been in this scenario for a few days. He hasn't even seen a ghost, so how could he fall for someone? One companion expressed confusion. Then why would he injure himself? Luo Ning narrowed his eyes and finally said, he probably did it to access the school infirmary's files. But no need to worry. This situation works to our advantage. I suspect his most opportune moment will be tomorrow during the weekend when the school nurse is off. We can use the pretext of visiting him to slip in. Someone nearby remarked, but won't the director be patrolling during the weekend? Luo Ning sneered exactly. This way, Steward Wang will finally realize how much we assist him and understand his own insignificance. The others quickly chimed in. Boss, you're brilliant. Your cunning is unmatched. We bow to your ingenuity. The next day, at Hope Island during the weekend, the infirmary was nearly deserted. The students here seemed remarkably resilient, rarely falling ill. In the vast medical room, only Jian Yue lay resting. Tingtian stealthily entered from outside, whispering, no one's here. Jian Yue's leg had improved, and he stood up, saying, let us go inside. The file room door was locked. Tingtian whispered, what if we don't have the key? This isn't like prying open a simple country door. Just as she hesitated, she noticed Jian Yue smiling mysteriously as he said, step back a bit. As she retreated, Jian Yue produced a white substance resembling flour from his pocket, sprinkling it lightly on the display screen. In no time, several clear fingerprints appeared. He scrutinized them for a moment before entering a wrong code. Tingtian's heart raced. Jian Yue contemplated for a moment and entered another code, which promptly displayed, password correct. Access granted. Tingtian was taken aback. Steward Wang Yu. After cleaning the display, Jian Yue smiled gently at Tingtian. Don't misunderstand. I'm a law-abiding citizen. They entered the expansive file room, brimming with data. Jian Yue's gaze swept across the shelves, noting that the only advantage of Hope Island was its clear categorization of files, distinguishing between important and unimportant at a glance. Tingtian remarked, we need to find the third-year data. Jian Yue immediately shook his head. No, we're searching for the first-year records. Tingtian paused, perplexed. The viewers in the live stream quickly reacted, expressing admiration. This streamer is quite clever. Many wasted so much time here. Watching his stream is genuinely informative. Future players at Hope Island, take note. This is the correct strategy. Tingtian looked at Jian Yue in confusion. He proceeded to search the first-year file shelves, explaining, "Since the current third year does not have their data, we should look for files from 2 years ago in the first year. We might find something." Tingtian's mind began to race. "I'll help." Together, they navigated the aisles, with the newest rows containing the latest first-year records, leading to those from last year. And finally, those from the year before. Jian Yue raised his hand. "Found it. Right here." He pulled down one of the document folders, stating, "The health files of the new students in Class 2 of the first year." This folder appeared quite aged. Opening it, he indeed found well-organized health registration forms. Quickly flipping through them, one advantage of the registration forms at Hope Island was that they recorded the students' ranks and star ratings. Tingtian exclaimed, "Here? Lu Xuanshuang. I knew there was such a student. She really exists." Jian Yue began to scrutinize the records. The form detailed Lu Xuanshuang's age of 21, a 3-star blue badge. Her family belonging to the Hermia clan, with her talent being in the Guardian category, and she had excelled in all subjects of the entrance exam. Serving as the study committee member. "How remarkable she is," Tingtian commented. Jian Yue, having no name to search for, had to seek blindly, but fortunately, the health inspection forms indicated titles. He swiftly scanned the forms and finally found a yellowed sheet on the last page. Chapter 68. Why does everyone in this scenario seem so abnormal? One who sends her bills, and another who reminds her not to let butterflies float around in the infirmary. No, can't they just lock things down? Nan Gongxi felt a twinge of despair, yet as a seasoned player of various scenarios, her strong mental fortitude kept her grounded. "Oh, this is just my nature," Nan Gongxi smiled. "I tend to attract butterflies when I'm happy, my apologies." Jian Yue reassured her, "It's all right. I reminded you out of concern. I fear that if your butterflies accidentally disturb something in the infirmary, the school nurse might come and say you've broken the rules." Before he could finish, Nan Gongxi, without needing any further prompting, began frantically shooing away the butterflies, perspiring profusely under the summer sun. She gasped for breath as she looked at Jian Yue, who was still seated on the bed, engrossed in a book with a diligent demeanor. Nan Gongxi could not resist asking, "Classmate, I heard that you have a secret crush on me and have been feeling despondent because of it. Is that true?" Jian Yue felt a pang of despair and wished to close his eyes. The winds of gossip had indeed reached beyond the confines of the first year. He opened his eyes and looked at Nan Gongxi, asking with a glimmer of hopelessness, "Nan Gongxi, could you possibly pretend you never heard this?" Nan Gongxi replied, "Isn't this the perfect moment for a heartfelt confession?" Clearing her throat, she continued, "I too have heard of your struggles, and I came to offer my support, fearing you might do something drastic. However, my dear classmate, as much as I understand your fondness for me, I must convey that our paths cannot intertwine. My heart is solely devoted to my studies." Jian Yue thought to himself, "This is splendid. If we are both focused on our studies, it makes perfect sense." Oh, wise system, know this. It is not that he refrained from confessing. Rather, the heroine had preemptively rejected him, in the spirit of cooperation with the heroine's performance. Jian Yue made an effort to feign a sorrowful expression, saying, "I see." With a dramatic sigh, Jian Yue lamented, "If that is the case, there is truly nothing we can do." The heroine mused, "But it cannot be that simple. Without the brooding second male lead to charge in, how can the plot progress?" Nan Gongxi quickly added, "However, I believe you are a good person." The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. "Haha, the housekeeper received a good person card." Jian Yue felt a lump in his throat and replied, "So your implication is?" "I mean, although I cannot reciprocate your feelings," Nan Gongxi interjected, twirling her hair and shyly smiling, "we could perhaps become wonderful friends." She sighed with relief, fearing that Jian Yue might insist on a more defined relationship. After all, she was intent on pursuing the male lead. If she were to become involved with the second male lead, how would the story unfold? Thinking herself quite clever, she noted Jian Yue's expression, which appeared forced but was, in truth, eager. "I would be delighted to be your friend." He breathed a sigh of relief internally, worried that the heroine might impulsively mistake his feelings as genuine and grant him a title. Just then, the door to the infirmary swung open, revealing a tall figure entering. Lung Li, handsome and imposing, stood at the threshold, his voice cutting through the air. "Am I interrupting your little friendship?" Both Jian Yue and Nan Gongxi were taken aback, turning simultaneously to see Lung Li's disapproving gaze upon them, exuding an intense aura. Nan Gongxi's heart dropped. This was bad. Would the male lead misunderstand and think she was playing with emotions? Jian Yue felt similarly alarmed, fearing that Lung Li might consider him a rival. Their thoughts diverged. In unison, they exclaimed, "Not at all." Sharing a glance, they quickly turned away. Seeing their uncanny synchronization only fueled Lung Li's irritation. Who could understand? Before his business trip, the housekeeper had been so affectionate, and now, upon his return, he found out that the housekeeper had landed in the hospital due to someone else's romantic entanglements. If it were for him, Lung Li could comprehend, but for someone else? Initially, he believed that Hope Island was merely a breeding ground for rumors, but nothing could prepare him for witnessing their flirtation firsthand. Nangong, she hastily explained, "I heard that Wang had been injured, which is why I came to check on him." Jian Yue added, "Young master, why are you back so soon? Wasn't it supposed to be 2 days later?" Lung Li replied coolly, "I finished my business early and returned, only to hear that my housekeeper was hospitalized." Jian Yue stammered, "Young master, you misunderstand. This was all an accident. I doubt there is anything between Miss Nangong and me." Lung Li grew more incensed, glaring at Jian Yue as he said, "Just remember your place." How infuriating it was. As the housekeeper, he should not harbor feelings for anyone else. Jian Yue noted that this was precisely the moment in the storyline where the second male lead confesses, only to be reprimanded by the male lead for losing sight of his role. To his surprise, the narrative had indeed progressed into this very scene. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Main quest branch. Recognize your identity has been completed, earning 300 points. Jian Yue was astonished to find this task had been effortlessly fulfilled. Nangong, she was equally surprised, realizing the male lead had entered the storyline. Was it possible that this subplot was not entirely hopeless? Her sudden joy made her a bit overconfident, prompting Lang Li to glance at her and remark, "Nangong, the infirmary forbids butterflies from fluttering about." Nangong, she felt exasperated. Is this really happening? Are these two truly all right? As she noticed the butterflies gathering again, fearing a confrontation with the school nurse, she quickly declared, "I should take my leave now, Wang. I'll come to see you again soon." Jian Yue thought, "Please, don't. It's hard enough being a worker." Just as he contemplated this, he caught Lung Li's icy gaze, who remarked, "If you are so eager to see her, perhaps you should follow her and enjoy it to the fullest." Jian Yue retorted, "I have no desire to watch." Now, only the two remained in the infirmary. Lung Li sat, emanating a chilling aura, occasionally glaring at Jian Yue, leaving him feeling uneasy, as he could not decipher the young master's intentions. Viewers in the livestream speculated, has Lung Li's obsessive cleanliness reached its peak? Is the housekeeper about to lose his job? It's quite possible. Lang Li is not one to show mercy. Perhaps the temperature in the room was indeed too low. Jian Yue could not hold back a sneeze. Lung Li stood, retrieving a blanket from nearby and offering it to Jian Yue, saying, "Dressing so lightly, are you preparing to fall ill? Who would care for you then?" Jian Yue accepted the blanket obediently, replying, "Thank you, young master." Lung Li merely huffed in response. This action slapped the faces of those who had speculated about Jian Yue's impending unemployment, and many found it amusing. The young master is the first to wash cold pants in a horror subplot. Jian Yue glanced at Lung Li's wrist, noticing it was swollen. "Young master, what happened to your wrist?" Lung Li, oblivious, replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Don't concern yourself. Are you staying up late for research again?" Jian Yue naturally took Lung Li's hand, gently massaging it. "Did you return early because you were rushing the progress?" Lung Li's body stiffened. He cast a peculiar glance at Jian Yue, silently pondering how Jian Yue could possibly know. Jian Yue remarked, "It is the duty of a loyal servant to care for the young master. Though I am aware that my words may hold little weight, and that you may choose to disregard them, I still hope you take better care of your health. Otherwise, I shall be concerned." A devoted employee should always prioritize the well-being of their employer. Lung Li was momentarily taken aback by this. He gazed into Jian Yue's eyes and sensed the sincerity behind his words. Indeed, Jian Yue genuinely worried for his health. Could it be that the reason for his peculiar behavior on Hope Island was to draw his attention? This revelation made everything clear. Lung Li's gaze towards Jian Yue grew somewhat nuanced as he said, "You truly care about my well-being." Jian Yue thought to himself, how can the master doubt anything? Except for my loyalty? He quickly replied, "I swear it is the absolute truth, young master. If I were to betray this in any way, may I never find peace." Before he could finish, Lung Li covered his mouth. Lung Li shot Jian Yue a sharp look, his expression suddenly turning icy as he stated coldly, "Do not ever mention that word again, do you understand?" This reaction felt familiar to Jian Yue. He stared at Lung Li, slightly lost in thought, yet obediently nodded in acknowledgement. The young master was actually quite easy to get along with. Far more so than during the early days in Wanfu village when he constantly threatened to deduct his wages. Just as he was contemplating this, he heard Langley say, "However, as my companion, any rumors involving you and others while on the island could tarnish my reputation. From this day forth, if such incidents occur again, I shall deduct your salary." Jian Yue exclaimed, "Damn, the young master truly hasn't changed at all. Medicinal supplements, young master. I promise I shall not do it again." The following day, Jian Yue's leg had fully recovered. The technology on Hope Island was remarkably advanced, coupled with the medicine provided by the system, within a couple of days. He was lively and active once more.